The Five Nights at Freddy's franchise now has a total of 11 different games that create deep and complex story, and within that story there are many mysteries that remain unsolved to this day. The franchise is known for having iconic mysteries that have remained unsolved for more than 10 years, and throughout this channel I've made many videos on different ideas, characters, and even endings. But in this video, I'm going to combine every single FNAF video I made in 2024 making one single long video. So put this video on in the background, sit back and enjoy every Five Nights at Freddy's video from 2024, starting with Help Wanted 2 and attempting to solve it. Before we can even begin to go over the ending, let's first go over how the player would even get there. The gameplay style is very similar to the first Help Wanted game in the sense that the player is inside of a pizzeria with a monitor in front of them. This monitor has 6 base game modes in the form of computer folders, and in each folder there are mini games where prizes can be earned once you beat them. But when beating all of the available mini games inside of the base game modes, the player will be awarded with a Faz Wrench, the same one used by Cassie in FNAF Ruin to open doors and solve puzzles. Here it serves the same purpose in opening a locked door in the corner of the pizzeria. After opening the door, you'll find a Princess Quest arcade machine and the same signal jammer we've seen in FNAF Ruin. When disabling the signal jammer, you'll have the option to take off the Vanny mask, again just like in FNAF Ruin. Taking the mask off, it's revealed that the player is actually in the FNAF 6 pizzeria under the Pizzaplex, the same one we saw in Security Breach where the sinkhole led to Burn Trap, and here the sinkhole is even behind the monitor, and it's obvious this is the exact same location. Taking off the Vanny mask also unlocks harder versions of certain mini games that were once unavailable. Again, beating these will award the player with prizes, and when beating all of them, you essentially beat the game and unlock the real ending. In the ending, you are awarded with a present. When opening the present, you unlock a collectible figure, but before you can even collect it, a charging station appears in front of you. The charging station then opens before Glitchtrap's hand peers out, grabbing the door. Then, out of nowhere, 5 night marionette bots appear in front of you and jump scare you. You are then presented with a small cutscene in the perspective of a staff bot. It's the exact same moment from Ruin when Cassie first finds the Vanny mask from the perspective of a staff bot. The credits then roll, ending Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2. Again, this ending is very confusing and it raises more questions than answering them. But finally, let's start to attempt to solve this ending and what it means. Now at the surface, it may just seem that this is Glitchtrap escaping into the real world, but we've seen that exact same scenario in the first game. In that game, Glitchtrap escapes the virtual reality world by implementing his virus into Vanny, which influences her actions in Security Breach. I also think it's important to note that Glitchtrap is not a reincarnation of William Afton, but it's instead the Mimic trying to become William Afton and copy his actions. But the point still stands that in the first game, Glitchtrap escapes into the real world, meaning that's not what's happening in this ending. It's almost the opposite. A very important detail in this ending is right before the charging station appears, the Vanny mask is taken off, meaning that the ending takes place in the real world. But how is this possible if we see Glitchtrap even though we know for certain that he was never a physical entity? Well, I think that this is a hallucination or a vision of the Mimic being released into a physical form. This would make sense as the charging station rapidly appears in front of you when your screen glitches, and because it wasn't there before, it leads me to believe that again it's just a vision of the Mimic. Something similar actually happens in many minigames where your screen will glitch revealing an image of Glitchtrap, which is why I think this is happening in the ending. Now, why did the game developers choose to use Glitchtrap instead of the Mimic? Well, there can be various reasons, but none of them impact the point that I believe this is a vision of the Mimic. But this raises yet another question. Why does beating all the minigames without the Vanny mask reveal all the staff bots? Well, I think that the Mimic is actually using the player to gather resources the same way he used Vanessa. I strongly believe this because in most of the minigames without the Vanny mask, there are various artifacts and items from Ruin pointing to the fact that these two games are connected. More specifically, we really see this in the Salon Roxy Repair minigame. Like I mentioned before, any events without the Vanny mask mean they're happening in the real world, which means that these few minigames are also happening within the real world. So in this Roxy minigame, the player must fix Roxy's destroyed face from the end of Security Breach where they ultimately fail. They instead end up using this mask, which we also see in Ruin. This would explain why Roxy has a different design from the end of Security Breach, as it was actually the player from Help Wanted altering her design. But most importantly, in the corner of her desk we see this Roxy walkie-talkie, the same one that Cassie uses in Ruin, so it may be possible that the player gave this to Cassie so she and the Mimic can communicate, which would eventually lead to his release. But how these two people know each other is a question I'll get back to later in the video. So what if an electrician was sent to the Pizzaplex to gather what was left of this disaster? But under the pizzeria they find the FNAF 6 location where they are ultimately influenced by the Mimic to gather resources to help him escape. That's why the pizzeria has slight slight differences in details and designs, but I also don't think that the player didn't notice they were being influenced. Many of you might remember MatPat's most recent theory where he discusses tally marks around the pizzeria and how he believes someone left them there as a message. Now what if that someone is the player from Help Wanted 2? What if they're leaving a message for someone warning them of the mimic? This might also explain the circus baby plushies as they are actually in one of the minigames. But moving back to the ending, I do think that the player did end up bringing the mimic enough resources, which is why he sent the staff bots to take them out. But this just leaves us one final question to wrap up this theory. Who do we play as? Well, this is actually a popular theory that I strongly believe in, and it's that we play as Cassie's father. Let's look at the evidence. In the very beginning of Ruin, Cassie says this when getting a Faz wrench.
A Faz wrench? It's just like my dad's.
She's very clearly pointing to the fact that her father was an electrician for Fazbear's Entertainment, and because she's talking about him in past tense, it's suggesting that he is no longer with her. This would make sense if he'd gone missing in the pizzeria during the events of Help Wanted 2. But why is this important and why does it matter? Well, in the very last cutscene we are the staff bot, and I think it's more than just the perspective of it. I think that the player or Cassie's father was actually uploaded to the staff bot system, meaning that this isn't just a staff bot giving Cassie the Vanny mask, but instead it's a father giving his daughter a mask that ultimately helps her in her journey. Even the way that Cassie looks at the staff bot is worth mentioning. She almost looks at it in a comforting and trusting way. And when you get the statue award for this moment, the staff bot also looks like it is comforting her, just like the way I think a father would. Now, some might argue that Cassie's father's mind being uploaded into a staff bot seems far-stretched, but in the current world of FNAF, this would make sense. We've already seen the opposite where the Mimic's virus uploads itself into Vanessa's mind, so why can't the opposite happen? So, the FNAF Help Wanted 2 ending is Cassie's father gathering resources for the Mimic, and when he ultimately does, he is taken out by staff bots, and his mind is uploaded into a staff bot system where he meets his daughter one last time and gives her the Vanny mask. Now let's look at the secret ending that answers the character of Vanessa and Vanny. First, let's go over how you can even unlock the secret ending. Throughout the game, you can unlock secret plushies of the different main animatronics. In Bonkabon, you can unlock a Bonnie plush by plugging in the wires to the machine in reverse order. In the Pizza Theater minigame, you unlock the Chica plush by throwing a lemon Chica bar, Chica Chug Blendy, Chica Chug soda, and a Chica chowder into the trash can. In Fizzy Fizz Night, you unlock the Golden Freddy plush by mixing the can of soda, protein, acid, caffeine, and sugar all while in lockdown. In the Sister Location minigame, you unlock the Puppet plush by entering the code 1983 into this locked drawer. In Foxy's Log Fume minigame, you unlock the Foxy plush by first shooting all cardboard cutouts of Helpy. You then need to shoot 3 sun symbols in all the secret areas, and finally you need to shoot the sun symbol found on this cake. In Phaser Blast, you unlock the last plush by first shooting all of the rockets. You then need to shoot the balloon animatronics that appear in both vents, and finally you need to complete Night 5 Phaser Blast by defeating Springtrap. This will not only unlock the Freddy plush, but it will also give you a glitch purple coin. After unlocking all 6 plushies, you then can use the purple coin in the Princess Quest arcade machine. Then, after clearing out a couple of levels, you find yourself in the game and the princess even appears in front of you. After using her sword on yourself, you then have the option of picking up that same sword, and if you do so, you are transported into the actual game itself. Then, after clearing even more levels, you find 6 gravestones with the plushies next to them. You can light these gravestones, and if doing so in a specific order, a secret staircase opens. There you will find that this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." Then, after reaching the end of the area, you find the king and you trade him the Vanny mask for a glitch trap plushie. Finally, you go up the FNAF Sister Location elevator before you find yourself in a claw machine with Vanny outside of it. You hand Moon the glitch trap plush and he gives it to Vanny. We then see Vanny pick up glitch trap himself before crushing him and defeating him. The credits then roll, and this is the secret ending for FNAF Help Wanted 2. Now, there are a lot of things to note that happen before we see the ending, and obviously in the actual ending itself. So I'm going to try and answer why Glitch Trap gives us these plushies, why there are gravestones with those plushies, why we ride in the Sister Location elevator, and finally what it means that Vanny crushed Glitch Trap. Starting with the plushies and why Glitch Trap gives them to us, first, I think that the plushies are memories and not the actual souls of those children, since we already know their souls were freed in the happy ending of FNAF 3 when the crying child finally got his birthday party. So I think it makes makes more sense that these plushies are memories or they represent the acceptance of what happened, but I'll get back to this in a moment. For now, I want to focus on why Glitchtrap is the one to hand us these memories. Well, since we know that Glitchtrap is actually the Mimic and not a reincarnation of William Afton, this means that the Mimic is handing us these memories. But again, why? Well, if we can assume that the Mimic is trying to impersonate William Afton, then I think he's giving us these memories as he's trying to say or prove that he was responsible for the murders of the 5 children. He's giving us the plushies of the main animatronic so the player can relive those memories, but this time the Mimic was responsible for their deaths. But moving back to the plushies and looking at their gravestones, here's what I think this all means. I think by the player lighting these gravestones in the order the children were murdered, he is giving these memories life and accepting the past. And by giving these memories life, he can start to look at his own past. After lighting all of the gravestones in the correct order, a secret staircase will open, and there, this chest is available to be opened. And when opening it, inside is a body mask with the message, "This looks familiar." It's been heavily theorized that we play as Cassie's father in this game. It's also been theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the body mask from the FNAF 4 ending, meaning that the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that night. So again, when the player is able to come to terms with the victim's past, he can come into terms with his own past, which is the body mask he wore on that fateful night. Not only do I think he's giving life to theirs and his memories, but I also think that this represents him finally moving on, as in the next segment of the ending, we see Cassie's father trade the Vanny mask for the final piece of code of Glitchtrap. Now, the main objective story-wise of Help Wanted 2 was Cassie's father returning to the pizzeria to finish the final Princess Quest arcade machine. In Security Breach, we did see Vanessa be freed from Glitchtrap's control when Gregory beat all of the Princess Quest arcade machines, but in Ruin and Help Wanted 2, we learned that one final machine still existed, meaning that a small part of Vanessa was still being controlled by Glitchtrap. But again, Cassie's dad ventured down to the abandoned pizzeria to beat the final machine, and when he's successful in the secret ending, his final task is to get past the king, and he does so by trading Vanny's mask. And I think the main reason he even gave up the Vanny mask was because he was finally able to move on from his past, like I mentioned, so he no longer needed the Vanny mask. But moving on to the elevator, why is it the one from Sister Location? We even saw the same elevator in the first teaser trailer, and it's obvious there's some importance to it. Well, because we see Vanny right after this moment, I think we can assume that this elevator is representing the player traveling to the consciousness or mind of Vanessa. But this still doesn't answer why they used the Sister Location elevator. Well, ever since the release of FNAF Security Breach, fans have theorized that Vanessa is the spiritual reincarnation of Elizabeth Afton. They have similar designs as they both have blonde hair and green eyes, and in one of the endings we even see Vanessa with an ice cream cone, and fans believe this is a parallel to Elizabeth's death as she was lured by an ice cream cone. And because we know Elizabeth possessed the circus baby animatronic, we can assume that she rode in the elevator numerous times, or that she was at least familiar with it. So if Vanessa is the parallel character of Elizabeth, then the elevator is still transporting the player to her mind, but it's the same one as the Sister Location elevator to show that these two characters can be considered the same. And finally, what does it mean that Vanny crushes Glitchtrap? Well, I think this one's more obvious, as this is Vanessa freeing herself from the last piece of code of Glitchtrap with the help of Cassie's dad. So that means that she is now fully freed from the Mimic's control. Now, I'm sure you've seen the popular theory from MatPat that the normal and secret ending are both actually canon, and that they both happen within the timeline. Well, I have to disagree, and here's why. Never in the franchise has more than one ending been canon. For example, in FNAF 3, there's only one canon ending. It would be impossible for the good and bad ending to both be canon, since they both contradict each other, and I think this applies to all FNAF games that have more than one ending. And in Help Wanted 2, it would also be impossible for both endings to happen no matter what order they took place. If Cassie's dad was trapped by the Mimic and had his mind transferred into a staff bot like we saw in the normal ending, then it would have been impossible for him to beat the final Princess Quest arcade machine. If he beat the arcade machine first, then it would have also been impossible to be trapped by the Mimic, since that required the Vanny mask, but we saw him trade it in the secret ending, meaning he would no longer have it. So again, no matter what order these endings would take place, they both can't take place as the canon ending. So where does this leave us with the secret ending? Well, I think that the secret ending is actually a good ending, as we see Cassie's dad move on from his past, and we see Vanessa be freed from the Mimic's control, which would make the canon ending the bad ending, as we saw Cassie's dad be trapped by the Mimic, and we saw his mind transfer into a staff bot permanently. So with all that said, the secret ending of Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2 was about coming to terms with the past and moving on from it, as we saw Cassie's father accept what happened to the victims of William Afton, and we saw him come to terms with his own past, which was unintentionally killing the crying child when he was young. We saw him move on from his own past when he found the Bonnie mask he wore on that fateful night. By moving on, he was also able to help Vanessa, as we saw her be freed from the Mimic's control by defeating the last piece of his code, which all led to this being the good ending. Moving on, let's look at Michael Afton's role in this game and why he's still alive in the franchise. But first, I think it's important to note when this game takes place in the timeline, as it's not what many people would expect. With the release of the newer FNAF games, the order in which they take place in the timeline is the same order as the games are released. FNAF Help Wanted started this new era, with FNAF AR being released shortly after, then Security Breach and Ruin would follow, continuing the story. And again, most recently, Help Wanted 2 was released, meaning it should be the next game in the timeline, but we know this isn't correct. We instead know that Help Wanted 2 takes place after Security Breach and before Ruin, and we have plenty of evidence that proves this. For example, in the Roxy Salon repair minigame, the player must fix Roxy's ruined face from the end of Security Breach where they ultimately fail. They instead end up using this mask, which we also see in Ruin. This would explain why Roxy has a different design from the end of Security Breach, as it was actually the player from Help Wanted 2 altering her design. Moving on, in the bad ending, you are awarded with a present after beating enough minigames. When opening the present, you unlock the last collectible figure in the collection, but before you can even unlock it, a charging station appears in front of you. The charging station then opens before Glitchtrap's hand peers out, grabbing the door. Then out of nowhere, 5 nightmare staff bots appear in front of you and jump scare you. You are then presented with a small cutscene in the perspective of a staff bot. In this scene, you see Cassie and you give her the Vanny mask. It's the exact same moment from Ruin when Cassie first finds the Vanny mask from the perspective of a staff bot. This bad ending is directly telling us that the events of Help Wanted 2 take place before the opening sequence of Ruin. So now that we know this game must take place before Ruin, now let's quickly answer who we play as, since this will directly tie into how Michael is still alive. Being that we play as Cassie's father in Help Wanted 2. In Ruin, we learn that Cassie's father used to own a Faz Ranch, insinuating that he worked for Fazbear as a technician. And in Help Wanted 2, we see the main player unlock a Faz Ranch that is used to unlock this door, again hinting that we play as Cassie's dad. But most importantly, we learn that his favorite animatronic was Bonnie, which has led many people, including myself, to believe that Cassie's father is also this boy from the FNAF 4 ending. And the secret ending directly confirms this. In the secret ending, you are transported into the actual Princess Quest game itself after unlocking a coin to play it. Then, after beating some levels, you find 6 gravestones with different plushies next to them. You can light these gravestones, and if doing so in a specific order, a secret staircase opens. There you will find that this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." This Bonnie mask is the exact same one he wore on that fateful night when him and Michael accidentally killed the crying child. And again, the secret ending and mask confirm that Cassie's dad is the same boy from the FNAF 4 ending. So I also want to point out how we find this exact same mask as one of the AR collectibles that Cassie collects in Ruin. And what mask can Cassie also collect that's also an AR collectible? That's right, this Foxy mask. The same Foxy mask that Michael also wore on that fateful night, and it's this Foxy mask that proves Michael Afton is still alive in Help Wanted 2. And these 2 masks are the only masks that can be collected. An important detail to note, you can't collect a Freddy or Chica mask, and this is done for a reason. But how can Cassie even collect these masks? Well, this is where a theory comes in that I haven't seen the community talk about enough, being that the Vanny network is actually a hive mind, meaning whatever is seen and used by one person wearing the Vanny mask, any other person can also see those things and collect those things that are also in the Vanny network. For example, because Cassie's father was also in the Vanny network, when he found the Bonnie mask, other people in the network like Cassie were also able to find it, as again, everything would be shared among the Vanny users. But how did the Foxy mask that belonged to Michael end up on this network? Well, I think the answer is simple. The reason the mask even exists is because Michael Afton is also inside the Vanny network, and he was also in the Princess Quest minigame at one point. When looking at what the Bonnie mask and chest mean, it all has to do with accepting the past, giving memories life, and moving on. I think by Cassie's father lighting these gravestones in the order the children were murdered, he's giving these memories life and accepting the past. And by giving these memories life, he can start to look at his own past. That's why he can even find this Bonnie mask. It's a memory from his past, a very traumatic one, and one that he needs to move on from. And really, I think whoever makes it this far in the Princess Quest arcade machine and makes it all the way to this chest is able to discover something from a traumatic memory. And it's possible that some of these collectibles in Ruin were memories that different users in the Vanny network found in the Princess Quest game. And if we apply the same logic to the Foxy mask, that means that Michael Afton is in the Vanny network and again was inside the Princess Quest arcade game, meaning he also made it all the way to this chest where he would find the Foxy mask. It makes the most sense that Michael's traumatic memory that unlocks something is his Foxy mask. He accidentally killed his younger brother by throwing him into the mouth of Fredbear, and it would make sense that this memory is something he would need to move on from and get past. But in order to even get to this point, Michael must have had to travel down to the abandoned FNAF 6 pizzeria using a Vanny mask of his own. And because he used to be a manager at this pizzeria, we can only imagine it made it that easier for him. But this brings up an even more important question: why wasn't Michael able to go all the way and trade the Vanny mask for the Glitch Trap plush, which Vanny then destroyed, setting herself free? Why wasn't Michael able to get this Glitch Trap plush? Well, I think that Michael Lafton simply wasn't able to move on. In the secret ending, we see Cassie's father being able to trade the Vanny mask, but I think this was only possible after he accepted his past and was able to move on from it. But if someone like Michael wasn't able to move on, then he would never be able to trade the Vanny mask. And it makes sense that he wouldn't be able to move on. This was the traumatic moment that started everything for him, and because he is still alive and trying to defeat Glitch Trap, who is possibly his father, then of course he isn't moving on. He's living in the exact same cycle he lived in years ago, where his entire purpose was to defeat his own father. But either way, we know Michael was in the abandoned Pizzaplex since Cassie unlocks this AR Foxy mask, which was Michael's memory the chest displayed for him. So I also think that after Michael failed to free Vanny, he returned to Gregory and Vanessa above, where he had a small role in Ruin, and you can watch that video where I explain Michael's role in Ruin. And after the events of Security Breach, where we saw the Pizzaplex be destroyed by an earthquake, it would also make sense that Michael would return with a Vanny mask to possibly retrieve something from his room or something else from the Pizzaplex. So because we play as Cassie's father in Help 1 and 2, and because he finds the same Bonnie mask he wore on that fateful night, we know this chest represents the idea of moving on and accepting the past. That's why it displays something from a traumatic memory, and we can assume whoever reaches this chest will see a personalized memory. But we also find this Bonnie mask in FNAF Ruin alongside a Foxy mask, and because it's theorized that this Vanny network is a hive mind, whoever found these masks means anyone else in the network can also find these masks. And we know Michael must have been the one to find the Foxy mask. It's the same one he wore on that fateful night, and it makes the most sense that this is his memory the chest would display for him. And overall, the fact that we can only find these two masks in FNAF Ruin prove that we play as Cassie's father, and they prove that Michael Lafton is still alive in FNAF Help 1 and 2. But of course, this is all just a theory. Now let's look at the update that helped solve Jackie in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, and how it also helped to solve FNAF Help 1 and 2. But now, how does the FNAF Help 1 and 2 update help to solve this character? Well, it's through details and hidden Easter eggs that the update included. So for a quick recap, this update included new looks at Jackie, new looks at a new location where Secret of the Mimic will take place, and it showed off a new ending solving one of the franchise's most mysterious characters. So how can we solve this update? Well, first, how do you even unlock this ending? Well, when you first load into the game, nothing seems different besides new voice lines from Mystic Hippo telling us that a gift awaits us in the distant past. But this update truly starts when you load into the Sister Location Night 4 minigame, where you find a Jackie animatronic card. Now this is a huge reveal that gives us our first look to this new character. In the same level, there's a cabinet that can be opened, and here you will find a keypad where you can enter a code. And if you enter the date 1979, which was revealed to us in the Secret of the Mimic teaser, you will be handed the Tiger Rock plushie from the Tales from the Pizzaplex epilogues. This plushie also unlocks the Mimic in the animatronic gallery, where he wears the lion costume from the secret ending in Ruin. Then you have to shoot the Mimic with the Phaser Blaster, and this will open a door to your side, and this is what truly starts this update. Here you will be in a room that is identical to the room where the teaser took place, and just like the teaser, you have the option of opening Jackie's box that also has voice lines from Jackie herself. Once the table appears in front of you, you will find a blank canvas, but it's actually where you'll need to start unlocking puzzle pieces to make out an image. So when going back to the base game, you must find different puzzle pieces in different minigames with and without the Vanny mask. There are also puzzle pieces in the pizzeria itself, and you will need to unlock a total of 12 different pieces. Once you unlock all the pieces, you will find that the puzzle while wearing a Vanny mask reveals a funhouse or circus type of building with what appears to be a factory right behind it. And without the Vanny mask, the puzzle will reveal a blue van. But again, after collecting them all, the funhouse building will actually appear right in front of you, with signs advertising gifts and masks. When taking a closer look in front of the building, there's a code that reads 4625, but when taking the Vanny mask off, you will now find the blue van in front of you with the doors open, revealing the Mexis machine inside. And when taking a closer look at Mexis, there's another small keypad, and when inputting the code from the funhouse, Mexis will appear and the ending will finally play. So in this ending, we see Maxis reveal himself before the blue van drives off. Now this might have seemed short, but this actually tells us everything we need to know about this character in one ending. But finally, to end off this update, if you go back to the animatronic gallery, you'll now find an official model for the Mimic who will be known as Jackie. This design looks amazing, and she is much larger in scale compared to the player, showing how terrifying she really is. Based on this model alone, she looks perfect, so we can only imagine what she will look like in the actual game. So now that we've gone over the update, let's attempt to solve everything we know about this content update, starting with this Tiger Rock plushie. This Tiger Rock plushie just confirmed that the tales from the Pizzaplex novels are directly canon to the games. In the Mimic epilogues, we learn that the Mimic was created by Edwin, who had a son named David, and Edwin actually created the Mimic for his son David. David owned a white tiger plushie in the books, and later on the Mimic would even get a white tiger plushie of his own, and now we find this exact tiger plushie in Help Wanted 2. Meaning the story where David has the white tiger plushie is canon to the games, which also means that the tales from the Pizzaplex novels are also directly canon, finally ending a big debate. But moving on, I believe that these puzzle pieces that you need to collect represent memories. Memories when put together unlock something from the past, which is the reveal of this factory and of Maxis. So it was just a unique way of showing that these events are from the past. But when looking at this building, I think it's clear that this will be the location where Secret of the Mimic will now take place. It's something we haven't seen before in the franchise, but when comparing it to these cameras from inside the factory and from the description of the factory that was given from this demo, it's clear that these two are the same, and that this is our first look at the Secret of the Mimic location. Based on the puzzle as well, it looks like it's a combination of a carnival funhouse and factory, where we will have to explore both sides throughout the events of the game. And overall, it looks like an interesting and fun experience where FNAF's Secret of the Mimic will take place. But what about this van that was carrying Maxis? Well, at first I thought this van was from the FNAF Security Breach ending, and that is showing us how Gregory and Vanessa delivered Maxis to the Pizzaplex. But when comparing the vans, they are clearly not the same, so I don't think this is Gregory delivering Maxis. Because of how fast the van was driving, my other thought was to think back to the books, where in one of the epilogues we learn of David's death, where he was killed by a speeding car. So now that we know the books are canon, what if this van was the vehicle that killed David, also meaning that Maxis was responsible for his death? Although I think this is possible, I instead think something else is happening, which is that Maxis is being delivered to this factory. Why have this van and factory in the same room and in the same puzzle? It makes a lot more sense that Maxis was being delivered to this factory, since it takes place at such an early point in the timeline. I think this is our first look at Maxis being delivered, which also gives us a date he was created, which is 1979. Because this date was given to us in the teaser, and it was the date used to unlock the Tiger Rock plush, we can assume that that's when the game will take place, and that's when this factory was open. Meaning there's a big possibility Maxis was created the same year and was also delivered around the same time. Now let's take a closer look into the factory where FNAF's Secret of the Mimic will take place and how it's always been connected to FNAF Security Breach. In one of my last videos, I went over how the Pizzaplex from Security Breach is directly connected into the location where FNAF's newest project is going to take place, FNAF's Secret of the Mimic. And I'm going to expand further on this idea in theory that will also prove why the Mimic, who will also be known as Jackie, has been planned since the beginning and since FNAF's Security Breach. And now with the release of the FNAF Help Wanted 2 update, I believe this update only proved this theory even further. So please make sure to like and subscribe, and let's attempt to answer how Jackie solved FNAF's Security Breach. I also want to give credit to this user on Twitter, as they used a lot of their own ideas for parts of this theory, so make sure to check them out in the description below, and all credit belongs to them. So how do simple bricks found in the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex connect to Jackie and to Secret of the Mimic? Well, first it's important to understand where this newest game is going to take place. In this game's demo, we learn that the game is going to take place in a factory, and we even have this image of different cameras inside of the factory. The factory is described to be made of wooden planks, red bricks, and is described as very old and withered. If this description sounds familiar, that's because it's very similar to the location Cassie explores in Ruin that is under the sinkhole. When looking at the second location under the Pizzaplex, it doesn't match the style of the Pizzaplex or the FNAF 6 pizzeria. It appears to be much older and withered. It's made up of wooden planks and metal, and this location is almost built into the caves, showing how old it really is. So the style of this location is exactly the same as the factory from Secret of the Mimic. It was also revealed that as the demo went on, the player went deeper into the factory, just like in Ruin when Cassie went deeper into the location in the sinkhole. So the way both locations work, where they have multiple layers and floors, are identical, and even FNAF made this connection.
So now we're basically running from this Jack-in-the-Box thing through like the underground depths of this place. It looked very old, very wooden, kind of like like the structure we see in Ruin, like the staircases to get down to the Mimic. It looked like that kind of. I didn't put that together until just now.
But the connection doesn't stop there, as we find interesting clues and evidence below the Pizzaplex in the sinkhole. When going into the Freddy head, we find new rubble of red bricks that we haven't seen before anywhere in the Pizzaplex or in the franchise. Now you may be thinking that the red bricks came from the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza place that is in the sinkhole, but when comparing the rubble to the pizzeria, they are very different, and it's clear they are not the same, and that they came from two very different locations. And even when comparing the rubble to the FNAF 2 pizzeria, FNAF 3 horror attraction, FNAF 4 house, FNAF sister location bunker, none of these locations looked even remotely similar to these bricks and to the rubble. So what if these bricks actually came from a location that we haven't seen before in the franchise, from a factory where FNAF's Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place? When looking back to the cameras of the factory and to how it was described in the demo, we see that the factory was made of wooden planks and these red bricks, the same red bricks we see from the rubble in Ruin and in the sinkhole. Meaning the FNAF 6 pizzeria was built over the factory and the Pizzaplex was built over that pizzeria. So not only is there a connection to the Security Breach DLC so far, but there's even a bigger connection with the base game and with the same rubble. When looking into the sewers, we find an immense amount of red bricks and debris that wouldn't just randomly appear in the Pizzaplex. Although the Pizzaplex did go through many renovations, this doesn't include demolitions, where this many bricks would be thrown away into the trash area, and especially not enough to span the full length of the sewer systems. Again, we find the same red bricks from Ruin that can't come from any location we've seen before in the franchise. And the evidence doesn't stop there. It's also worth pointing out how strange it is to have a parking garage in the sewers. This just shouldn't be possible. But what if the parking garage was a part of this factory at one point and the Pizzaplex was built completely over it? Adding on to this, there's also a lot of rubble and debris in the area near Roxy's Raceway that feels very out of place. And we can assume it wouldn't come from the Pizzaplex or even from the FNAF 6 pizzeria that was still intact for the most part. It still looks like the Pizzaplex was built over this rubble and debris, which we can now assume is the factory from Secret of the Mimic. But when looking at one of the strongest pieces of evidence, let's look at the Build the Mangle room found in the Pizzaplex from the Curse of Dreadbear DLC. Here we find a room that looks like it was taken right from a factory, and it's obvious how old and withered this room really is. And what's most notable about this room are the same red bricks surrounding this area that we've been talking about this whole video. It could even be possible that this room is the exact same room we can find in the factory, and that it's one of the only rooms that stay preserved. But finally, what I think is the biggest piece of evidence, let's look at these TVs. When looking back at the sewer area with all the red bricks, we also find broken TVs scattered around throughout the same area. But these are actually vintage TVs that were created in the 70s. And when do we know that Secret of the Mimic will take place? That's right, 1979. So I think it's obvious that these TVs came from that time period and from the factory where the game will take place. How else would these TVs end up here and end up in the same area with the red bricks? So when looking at all the evidence of the red bricks in Ruin and in Security Breach, I already think it's safe to say that this factory is under the sinkhole and under the Pizzaplex. But like I mentioned, the FNAF Hop 1 and 2 update just proved this idea even further. After completing the update, this building will actually appear right in front of you, and it confirms where Secret of the Mimic will take place, which is this factory. You may have noticed that I've been using this image of the factory that actually came from the update, and it gives us our first official look to this new location. But when looking back to the factory itself, we see these red and gray planks, and I believe that they are the same planks or same style of planks that we see in Ruin. They would have lost their color by this point, which is why they're now simple brown wooden planks. But we also see that the factory has a red roof, and although these aren't red bricks, I still think it's the same as these rubble and debris that we can find in Security Breach. And just by comparing this factory to everything we have found, I think it's even safer to now say that these two are the same and that the factory is once again under the sinkhole. This means that Jackie or the Mimic has been stuck in the factory since 1979 and never left. And because we find these red bricks in Security Breach, I believe this proves that Sewer Studios has been planning the Mimic and his role in Secret of the Mimic since the start. By giving us a tease to where the game would take place, this proves that the Mimic had been planned since the very beginning and since Security Breach's production. So how does Jackie solve FNAF Security Breach? Well, she solves it because the location in game where she is going to be the focus in is the same location that we find under the Pizzaplex, meaning she was planned since the very beginning, and a big purpose of Security Breach was to tease this game and this character. Moving on, let's look at a secret company that was hidden in plain sight in the update. But a big mystery from this update and from the franchise as a whole is a new company that we haven't heard of before, but one that has supposedly been here since since the very beginning. Like I mentioned in the new update, a new location was revealed, and it's assumed that this location is where FNAF Secret of the Mimic will take place. When looking at the building itself and with the puzzle that first revealed the building, we see that this appears to be a funhouse or circus type of building that is selling gifts and masks. And behind this building we see what appears to be a large factory, which matches the description of the demo that fans were able to play and of the cameras that are inside of the building and factory. And on this puzzle and on the building itself, we find a name and logo for a company that we haven't heard of before, MCM. We see the name at the top of the puzzle and we see the logo at the very top of the building. We also find the exact same logo on Mystic Hippo's fortune telling machine and a new button added just for the update. And most recently we find the same logo again in a Christmas card created by Steelwool Studios, and the logo is on Jackie's music box. So I think it's obvious that this funhouse, this puzzle, Mystic Hippo, and Jackie all come from the same place and company. But what is this new company? What else have they been responsible for creating in the franchise, and what role will this company have in FNAF Secret of the Mimic? Well, to first answer what this company is, we need to look at a new FNAF project that is also releasing soon, 5 Laps at Freddy's. This is going to be a new FNAF racing game centered around the franchise, but we can start to use it to solve lore of the core game starting with this billboard. The billboard is simply advertising Marie.co and its products, but if that name sounds familiar, that's because it actually comes from the books and from the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. In the Mimic epilogues, we learn that the Mimic was created by a man named Edwin Murray, and it's clear that Marie.co is his company we see in 5 Laps at Freddy's. And I also believe it's the same company we see in the Help Wanted 2 update. Looking back at the name, I think it's safe to assume that the MC stand for Marie.co, meaning not only does the funhouse and factory belong to Edwin from the books, but this also means that he's responsible for the creation of Jackie, her music box, and of the Mystic Hippo animatronic. Now the other M could really stand for anything, like maintenance or management, meaning the full company name would be Marie.co Management, which does sound well and would work perfectly. So what does this company make? Well, we can assume that they make toys and products for carnivals. We see the building advertising masks, which can count as toys, and of course the puzzle itself comes from this company. And in the cameras for the factory we find this carousel. We also know that Fall Fest will be closely connected to this game and factory, as we saw this poster being advertised in Help Wanted 2. We know Fall Fest is a type of carnival, as we saw a version of Fall Fest in the Dreadbill DLC. So it would make sense that the company and Edwin would make the products for the carnival where Fall Fest would take place. So now that we know they would make toys and carnival products, where else can we find them in the FNAF franchise? Because this company has supposedly been here since the very beginning, and more specifically since 1979, as that's when Secret of the Mimic will take place, we should be able to find this company or products of this company throughout different time periods of this franchise without interrupting already existing lore. So we first find a similar carousel to the one from the factory in the FNAF 2 pizzeria and in this room. But who do we also find here? Well, it's Balloon Boy. Because Balloon Boy is so different from the other animatronics, what if he came from this location and company? Which would explain his design and further add to the idea that the company was responsible for making toys and carnival products. When looking at the FNAF 2 pizzeria, we also find toys like these paper pals. It's already been heavily theorized that this paper pal is supposed to represent Jackie, and with the update it just makes more sense now. When looking at her mod on Help Wanted 2, we see that the lower half that connects to the box is blue, just like the blue legs the paper pal has. And it would also make sense that the paper pal came from this company, as it's merchandise advertising their center animatronic, Jackie. There are also these drawings of a clown in FNAF Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night that might be of Jackie and her design and might have come from MCM like the other pieces of merchandise. It's also possible that early versions of Sun and Moon originate from this company as well, as they are very similar to the Mimic in design, and there was supposedly a mural of Sun in the demo for Secret of the Mimic. So it's possible we'll also get an origin to this character and why they're related to the Mimic. And in Help Wanted 2, I believe that all carnival games like the Carousel and Carny mini game take place in Fall Fest. It's clear that they take place in a carnival, and it makes sense that these rides and attractions would also come from this factory. And in Secret of the Mimic, we could even see these attractions being created like the carousel we find in one of the rooms. We also know that these animal mascot suits from Ruin also come from this factory, as they were spotted in the Secret of the Mimic demo. So we can assume that these mascots also had a role in Fall Fest and in the entertainment for it. But because we find these products in different pizzerias, that means that Fazbear's Entertainment and MCM have to be connected in some way, and we find that way on the building itself. Here we find a mural that contains hints to Fredbear and Bonnie. We also find symbols for sun and moon, which does confirm that they're from this time period and from this factory. So it does look like MCM is connected to Fazbear's Entertainment. It could either be that MCM is a branch of Fazbear's or that it was the company that came before it. Below we also find this old wagon that could be related to Fredbear's first appearance. In Security Breach you could find this poster advertising Fredbear's singing show, which is theorized to be the first form of entertainment created by William Afton. And this was a traveling show that would have used this wagon to travel around, so maybe MCM is related to the singing show or closely related to Fredbear. But if the two companies are related, that also means that William Afton and Henry Emily also had a part with MCM and Edwin. It could have been a new partnership that we haven't heard of before, or it could have been that William and Henry bought the company from Edwin, and this is actually something that happens in the books. In the novels, Fazbear's Entertainment buys a building from Edwin, and maybe this building is the same one we see here and under the MCM company name, connecting the two companies and three founders. So now that we know MCM stands for Murray.co Management, that it's owned by Edwin from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, that the company provided toys and carnival attractions, that we find these products in different FNAF pizzerias like in FNAF 2 and FNAF Pizzeria Simulator, that it's connected to Fazbear's Entertainment through these different animatronics, and possibly through one of the early shows in the franchise, what role will this company have in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic? Well, I think it's going to be what happened to the company, and more specifically, the downfall. Why haven't we directly seen the company anywhere else in the franchise? What happened in the events of Secret of the Mimic to hide this company and their center animatronic, Jackie? I also think we'll get confirmation if Edwin actually owned this company, what MCM stands for, and what animatronics they were responsible for creating. I still strongly believe that Sun and Moon and Fredbear will actually appear in this game, and maybe even possibly with major roles. But no matter what happens in Secret of the Mimic, I think it's clear that MCM will be a main focus in it, and that we'll explore a secret company and its origin. But with that, this is everything we know about the secret company in Help Wanted 2, MCM. Now for a quick disclaimer and for clarification, when I discuss where the company was in different time periods of the franchise like in FNAF 2, by no means am I saying that MCM or even Jackie were planned since the very beginning. With theories like this, we are attempting to fit new lore into the already established story without interrupting any existing lore, while also tying up loose ends about characters and their origins. This is also just a theory and nothing is confirmed, so what do you guys think? What is MCM and where else can we find them in the franchise? Were they responsible for creating animatronics like Balloon Boy and Sun and Moon? And what will their role be in FNAF Secret of the Mimic? And finally, let's go over the top 10 Easter eggs from FNAF Help Wanted 2. Number 1, FNAF 6 Pizzeria. After unlocking the Faz Wrench, which then unlocks this secret door, you have the option of removing the Vanny mask. And after looking around, it may just seem like you're in some abandoned pizzeria, but when taking a closer look, this is actually the same pizzeria from FNAF Security Breach. We know it's the same one since we see the same sinkhole that led to Burn Trap, and hear the sinkholes behind the monitor, and we also even see the same power generators. But because this is the same pizzeria, that would also mean that this is Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, the same location from the ending of FNAF 6. This is where Henry burns the remaining animatronics, and it's interesting how we now have two FNAF games taking place in the same pizzeria, making for a unique Easter egg. Number 2, Roxy Walkie-Talkie. While playing the Salon Roxy Repair minigame without the Vanny mask, you have to use this Roxy Walkie-Talkie in the corner of your desk to calm her down. But some of you might have noticed it's actually the same one used by Cassie in FNAF Ruin, which is evidence that supports that Help Wanted 2 takes place before Ruin. Now how Cassie gets the walkie-talkie, even though it was in Roxy's salon room, is still a mystery, but some theories claim that the person we play as left it for her for some reason. But the point still stands that it's the same walkie-talkie we see in Ruin, which is a cool Easter egg connecting these two FNAF projects. Number 3, FNAF 4 Mask. When playing the Princess Quest arcade minigame and going through a secret staircase, this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." Well, it's been heavily theorized that we play as Cassie's father in this game, and using evidence from Ruin, we know his favorite animatronic was Bonnie. It's also been theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the Bonnie mask from the FNAF 4 ending, meaning that the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that night, possibly confirming that it is the same character. It may be a stretch, but it's hard to find any other reason or purpose for this Easter egg. Number 4, Nightmare on plushies. Around the pizzeria you'll find these Nightmare on plushies behind objects, and at the surface it may just seem like a creepy Easter egg, but there's actually a lot more to these plushies. Not only were they also in Ruin, but they were also in Security Breach, meaning these plushies have now been in 3 different FNAF projects. But why? Well, this still remains a mystery, as there isn't a clear objective as to why they're here. It could be as simple as something or someone watching us, or it could mean a lot more. It's obvious that the game developer is appointing some importance to Nightmare Puppet, but for for now this still remains as an unsolved Easter egg. Number 5. Vanny. This Easter egg is actually a secret ending unlocked after beating the Princess Quest arcade minigame. After trading your Vanny mask, you will be given a glitch trap plush. Then, after riding the Sister Location elevator, you'll be taken to a claw machine where you give Moon the glitch trap plush. You then see a giant Vanny outside the machine where she holds glitch trap in her hands before crushing him, which then ends the game. Now this ending is still mainly a mystery, but it's most likely that this is Vanessa completely freeing herself from the glitch trap virus, which we know a small part of still remain in the Princess Quest arcade minigame from the end of Security Breach. But after completing the ending, you also get a Vanny statue tying Help Wanted 2 with yet another game being Security Breach. Number 6. Roxy's mask. This Easter egg also comes from the Salon Roxy Repair minigame, and it's also more evidence that this game takes place before the Ruin DLC. After beating the minigame, which consists of applying makeup and different animatronic parts trying to fix her face, Roxy then gets frustrated and tells you to give her this mask. The same mask we see her wearing in Ruin, again confirming this game would have to take place before the DLC. It also just explains why Roxy even had a different design choice from the end of Security Breach. Before the minigame ends, Roxy says this line.
It's fine. Now leave me alone. I need to think. Where could he be hiding?
She's clearly referring to finding Gregory, but it's most likely that he had already escaped with Vanessa in the Princess Quest ending. But again, all of this evidence points to the same thing, and it's an Easter egg that helps tie loose ends. Number 7. Candy Cadet. When you're now wearing the Vanny mask in the corner of a pizzeria, you'll find Candy Cadet from FNAF 6. He's in the same decayed form as he was in Ruin, and he also has cryptic stories to tell. Take a listen.
Candy, now I will tell you a story about a family that missed the most important opportunity in their lives. It was a limited time offer that included a family-style pizza with all their favorite toppings. It also came with a side of fries, mozzarella sticks, extra large soft drinks, and a toy surprise. It was only $49.99 while supplies lasted. They did not purchase the food and they all died. Now let me tell you a story about a young woman who, when she was little, was led into a dark forest by a witch and almost eaten.
Now, what these stories mean are debatable like any of his stories, but many believe that it's about Vanessa and Glitch Trap, especially the second story where it might be about Vanessa taking her revenge on the Glitch Trap virus and destroying it like we see in the secret ending. But again, these Easter eggs are still unsolved, and it may be that this Easter egg will never be solved, but what do you guys think? Number 8. Foxy Jump Scare. While playing the Pirate Foxy Log Ride minigame, there isn't actually anything you need to worry about. You are given a ball launcher and you need to shoot different targets in different locations, but again, nothing can kill you, but there is actually a way to get Pirate Foxy to jump scare you. At the beginning of the ride, if you repeatedly shoot Foxy, he will eventually jump scare you, forcing you to have to restart. This can actually happen in a lot of mini games where you shoot a seemingly innocent looking animatronic until they've had enough and jump scare you. This is one of those unexpected but fun Easter eggs. Number 9. Secret plushies. Throughout various mini games, you can unlock secret plushies that have the masks of different animatronics. You can unlock a Foxy plush in the Log Ride, a Bonnie plush in the Bonka Bon minigame, a Golden Freddy and Chica plush in Fizzy Fizz Night game, and finally you can get a puppet plush in the Sister Location minigame. Like the Nightmare on plushies, the purpose of them still remain a mystery, but the fact that Glitch Trap hands you all of them must mean something. But for the time being, they still remain as just a creepy Easter egg. Number 10. Monty. Throughout the entire game, Monty doesn't actually make an appearance in any of the game modes, not even in the difficult minigames, unlike Ruin Foxy and Chica, who both have appeared in different minigames. Monty has always been a popular animatronic, so for him to be nowhere in this game was a surprise. But you can actually unlock a Monty statue, which can be viewed in the animatronic gallery, but for the time being, this is Monty's only appearance in the entire game. The 5 That's a Freddy's Help Wanted 2 update was just released, and it revealed a lot of lore and story about the Mimic and about the newest game releasing in 2025, FNAF's Secret of the Mimic. So let's go over everything that was shown in this small update, and let's answer how this perfectly sets up the Mimic as Jackie in Secret of the Mimic, while also theorizing about a new company that was just revealed in the update. So please make sure to like and subscribe, and let's attempt to solve this secret company. So for a quick recap recap, this update included new looks at a new animatronic named Jackie, new looks at a new location where Secret of the Mimic will take place, and it showed off a new ending solving one of the franchise's most mysterious characters. And it also confirmed that the tales from the Pizzaplex novels are now canon to the games. But a big mystery from this update and from the franchise as a whole is a new company that we haven't heard of before, but one that has supposedly been here since the very beginning. Like I mentioned, in the new update, a new location was revealed, and it's assumed that this location is where FNAF's Secret of the Mimic will take place. When looking at the building itself and with the puzzle that first revealed the building, we see that this appears to be a funhouse or circus type of building that is selling gifts and masks. And behind this building, we see what appears to be a large factory, which matches the description of the demo that fans were able to play and of the cameras that are inside of the building and factory. And on this puzzle and on the building itself, we find a name and logo for a company that we haven't heard of before, MCM. We see the name at the top of the puzzle and we see the logo at the very top of the building. We also find the exact same logo on Mystic Hippo's fortune telling machine and a new button added just for the update. And most recently, we find the same logo again in a Christmas card created by Steelwool Studios, and the logo is on Jackie's music box. So I think it's obvious that this funhouse, this puzzle, Mystic Hippo, and Jackie all come from the same place and company. But what is this new company? What else have they been responsible for creating in the franchise, and what role will this company have in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic? Well, to first answer what this company is, we need to look at a new FNAF project that is also releasing soon, 5 Laps at Freddy's. This is going to be a new FNAF racing game centered around the franchise, but we can start to use it to solve lore of the core game starting with this billboard. The billboard is simply advertising Marie.co and its products, but if that name sounds familiar, that's because it actually comes from the books and from the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. In the Mimic epilogues, we learn that the Mimic was created by a man named Edwin Murray, and it's clear that Marie.co is his company we see in 5 Laps at Freddy's. And I also believe it's the same company we see in the Help Wanted 2 update. Looking back at the name, I think it's safe to assume that the MC stand for Marie.co, meaning not only does the funhouse and factory belong to Edwin from the books, but this also means that he's responsible for the creation of Jackie, her music box, and of the Mystic Hippo animatronic. Now the other M could really stand for anything, like maintenance or management, meaning the full company name would be Marie.co Management, which does sound well and would work perfectly. So what does this company make? Well, we can assume that they make toys and products for carnivals. We see the building advertising masks which can count as toys, and of course the puzzle itself comes from this company. And in the cameras for the factory we find this carousel. We also know that Fall Fest will be closely connected to this game and factory, as we saw this poster being advertised in Help Wanted 2. We know Fall Fest is a type of carnival, as we saw a version of Fall Fest in the Dreadbill DLC. So it would make sense that the company and Edwin would make the products for the carnival where Fall Fest would take place. So now that we know they would make toys and carnival products, where else can we find them in the FNAF franchise? Because this company has supposedly been here since the very beginning, and more specifically since 1979, as that's when Secret of the Mimic will take place, we should be able to find this company or products of this company throughout different time periods of this franchise without interrupting already existing lore. So we first find a similar carousel to the one from the factory in the FNAF 2 pizzeria and in this room. But who do we also find here? Well, it's Balloon Boy. Because Balloon Boy is so different from the other animatronics, what if he came from this location and company? Which would explain his design and further add to the idea that the company was responsible for making toys and carnival products. When looking at the FNAF 2 pizzeria, we also find toys like these paper pals. It's already been heavily theorized that this paper pal is supposed to represent Jackie, and with the update, it just makes more sense now. When looking at her mod on Help Wanted 2, we see that the lower half that connects to the box is blue, just like the blue legs the paper pal has. And it would also make sense that the paper pal came from this company, as it's merchandise advertising their center animatronic, Jackie. There are also these drawings of a clown in FNAF Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night that might be of Jackie and her design and might have come from MCM like the other pieces of merchandise. It's also possible that early versions of Sun and Moon originate from this company as well, as they are very similar to the Mimic in design, and there was supposedly a mural of Sun in the demo for Secret of the Mimic. So it's possible we'll also get an origin to this character and why they're related to the Mimic. And in Help Wanted 2, I believe that all carnival games like the Carousel and Carny mini game take place in Fall Fest. It's clear that they take place in a carnival, and it makes sense that these rides and attractions would also come from this factory. And in Secret of the Mimic, we could even see these attractions being created like the carousel we find in one of the rooms. We also know that these animal mascot suits from Ruin also come from this factory, as they were spotted in the Secret of the Mimic demo. So we can assume that these mascots also had a role in Fall Fest and in the entertainment for it. But because we find these products in different pizzerias, that means that Fazbear's Entertainment and MCM have to be connected in some way, and we find that way on the building itself. Here we find a mural that contains hints to Fredbear and Bonnie. We also find symbols for sun and moon, which does confirm that they're from this time period and from this factory. So it does look like MCM is connected to Fazbear's Entertainment. It could either be that MCM is a branch of Fazbear's or that it was the company that came before it. Below we also find this old wagon that could be related to Fredbear's first appearance. In Security Breach you could find this poster advertising Fredbear's singing show, which is theorized to be the first form of entertainment created by William Afton. And this was a traveling show that would have used this wagon to travel around, so maybe MCM is related to the singing show or closely related to Fredbear. But if the two companies are related, that also means that William Afton and Henry Emily also had a part with MCM and Edwin. It could have been a new partnership that we haven't heard of before, or it could have been that William and Henry bought the company from Edwin, and this is actually something that happens in the books. In the novels, Fazbear's Entertainment buys a building from Edwin, and maybe this building is the same one we see here and under the MCM company name, connecting the two companies and three founders. So now that we know MCM stands for Murray.co Management, that it's owned by Edwin from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, that the company provided toys and carnival attractions, that we find these products in different FNAF pizzerias like in FNAF 2 and FNAF Pizzeria Simulator, that it's connected to Fazbear's Entertainment through these different animatronics, and possibly through one of the early shows in the franchise, what role will this company have in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic? Well, I think it's going to be what happened to the company, and more specifically, the downfall. Why haven't we directly seen the company anywhere else in the franchise? What happened in the events of Secret of the Mimic to hide this company and their center animatronic, Jackie? I also think we'll get confirmation if Edwin actually owned this company, what MCM stands for, and what animatronics they were responsible for creating. I still strongly believe that Sun and Moon and Fredbear will actually appear in this game, and maybe even possibly with major roles. But no matter what happens in Secret of the Mimic, I think it's clear that MCM will be a main focus in it, and that we'll explore Secret Company and its origin. But with that, this is everything we know about the Secret Company in Help Wanted 2, MCM. Now for a quick disclaimer and for clarification, when I discuss where the company was in different time periods of the franchise like in FNAF 2, by no means am I saying that MCM or even Jackie were planned since the very beginning. With theories like this, we are attempting to fit new lore into the already established story without interrupting any existing lore, while also tying up loose ends about characters and their origins. This is also just a theory and nothing is confirmed, so what do you guys think? What is MCM and where else can we find them in the franchise? Were they responsible for creating animatronics like Balloon Boy and Sun and Moon? And what will their role be in FNAF Secret of the Mimic? Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic will be the latest installment to the FNAF franchise, and it's going to be centered around Ruin's newest antagonist, the Mimic. But in this game, the Mimic is going to have a new costume and mascot named Jackie, who is this clown that we saw in the teaser and demo for this game. And based on the description and details from this demo, it's clear that Jackie is going to be a real threat for the player and that she's going to be a memorable and terrifying villain for the FNAF franchise. And almost nothing is known about this game, but Jackie and this character is one of the biggest mysteries that has come from this new game. But now with the newest release of the FNAF Help Wanted 2 update that gives us our first look into this game and to this character, I believe that we can start to solve Jackie and her purpose. And we can begin to solve this character by going over her design, going over her role in the Help Wanted 2 update, why the Mimic is actually the same as Jackie, and the biggest theories around Secret of the Mimic so far. So not only will this video include combined theories from past videos on the channel, but it will also include up-to-date theories from the newest projects from the franchise. So please make sure to like and subscribe, and let's solve Jackie by first going over this character as a whole and her design. Now immediately it's clear that Jackie will be wearing a clown costume like we saw in the teaser trailer, and based on the model in the Help Wanted 2 update, it looks amazing. The face show looks similar to Ennard's face show, and even the party hats are very similar. Jackie will have accents of red highlights on her face, bow tie, buttons, and in the hair. She also has these long orange arms with white gloves. It's also worth pointing out that Jackie doesn't have legs with this design, which matches her design perfectly in the books, as the Mimic's creator made her without legs. So it looks like the game will follow close to the book's origin story, and I'll go over why the books are not important to the games later in the video. But although this design feels similar to some of the other animatronics we've seen throughout the franchise, it still feels unique, and like I've mentioned, it already solidified itself as a terrifying design. Clowns have always been the face of horror, and FNAF is executing it perfectly in the form of Jackie. But now, how does the FNAF Help Wanted 2 update help to solve this character? Well, it's through details and hidden Easter eggs that the update included. So for a quick recap, this update included new looks at Jackie, new looks at a new location where Secret of the Mimic will take place, and it showed off a new ending solving one of the franchise's most mysterious characters. So how can we solve this update? Well, first, how do you even unlock this ending? Well, when you first load into the game, nothing seems different besides new voice lines from Mystic Hippo telling us that a gift awaits us in the distant past. But this update truly starts when you load into the Sister Location Night 4 minigame where you find a Jackie animatronic card. Now, this is a huge reveal that gives us our first look to this new character. In the same level, there's a cabinet that can be opened, and here you will find a keypad where you can enter a code. And if you enter the date 1979, which was revealed to us in the Secret of the Mimic teaser, you will be handed the Tiger Rock plushie from the Tales from the Pizzaplex epilogues. This plushie also unlocks the Mimic in the animatronic gallery where he wears the lion costume from the secret ending in Ruin. Then you have to shoot the Mimic with the Phaser Blaster, and this will open a door to your side, and this is what truly starts this update. Here you will be in a room that is identical to the room where the teaser took place, and just like the teaser, you have the option of opening Jackie's box that also has voice lines from Jackie herself. Once the table appears in front of you, you will find a blank canvas, but it's actually where you'll need to start unlocking puzzle pieces to make out an image. So when going back to the base game, you must find different puzzle pieces in different minigames with and without the Vanny mask. There are also puzzle pieces in the pizzeria itself, and you'll need to unlock a total of 12 different pieces. Once you unlock all the pieces, you will find that the puzzle while wearing a Vanny mask reveals a funhouse or circus type of building with what appears to be a factory right behind it. And without the Vanny mask, the puzzle will reveal a blue van. But again, after collecting them all, the funhouse building will actually appear right in front of you with signs advertising gifts and masks. When taking a closer look in front of the building, there's a code that reads 4625, but when taking the Vanny mask off, you will now find the blue van in front of you with the doors open revealing the Mexis machine inside. And when taking a closer look at Mexis, there's another small keypad, and when inputting the code from the funhouse, Mexis will appear and the ending will finally play. So in this ending, we see Mexis reveal himself before the blue van drives off. Now this might have seemed short, but this actually tells us everything we need to know about this character in one ending. But finally, to end off this update, if you go back to the animatronic gallery, you'll now find an official model for the Mimic who will be known as Jackie. This design looks amazing, and she is much larger in scale compared to the player, showing how terrifying she really is. Based on this model alone, she looks perfect, so we can only imagine what she will look like in the actual game. So now that we've gone over the update, let's attempt to solve everything we know about this content update, starting with this Tiger Rock plushie. This Tiger Rock plushie just confirmed that the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels are directly canon to the games. In the Mimic epilogues, we learn that the Mimic was created by Edwin, who had a son named David, and Edwin actually created the Mimic for his son David. David owned a white tiger plushie in the books, and later on the Mimic would even get a white tiger plushie of his own, and now we find this exact tiger plushie in Help Wanted 2. Meaning the story where David has the white tiger plushie is canon to the games, which also means that the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels are also directly canon, finally ending a big debate. But moving on, I believe that these puzzle pieces that you need to collect represent memories. Memories when put together unlock something from the past, which is the reveal of this factory and of Mexis. So it was just a unique way of showing that these events are from the past. But when looking at this building, I think it's clear that this will be the location where Secret of the Mimic will now take place. It's something we haven't seen before in the franchise, but when comparing it to these cameras from inside the factory and from the description of the factory that was given from this demo, it's clear that these two are the same, and that this is our first look at the Secret of the Mimic location. Based on the puzzle as well, it looks like it's a combination of a carnival funhouse and factory, where we will have to explore both sides throughout the events of the game. And overall, it looks like an interesting and fun experience where FNAF's Secret of the Mimic will take place. But what about this van that was carrying Mexis? Well, at first I thought this van was from the FNAF Security Breach ending, and that is showing us how Gregory and Vanessa delivered Mexis to the Pizzaplex. But when comparing the vans, they are clearly not the same, so I don't think this is Gregory delivering Mexis. Because of how fast the van was driving, my other thought was to think back to the books, where in one of the epilogues we learn of David's death, where he was killed by a speeding car. So now that we know the books are canon, what if this van was the vehicle that killed David, also meaning that Mexis was responsible for his death? Although I think this is possible, I instead think something else is happening, which is that Mexis is being delivered to this factory. Why have this van and factory in the same room and in the same puzzle? It makes a lot more sense that Mexis was being delivered to this factory, since it takes place at such an early point in the timeline. I think this is our first look at Mexis being delivered, which also gives us a date he was created, which is 1979. Because this date was given to us in the teaser, and it was the date used to unlock the Tiger Rock plush, we can assume that that's when the game game will take place, and that's when this factory was open, meaning there's a big possibility Mexus was created the same year and was also delivered around the same time. So now that we've gone over the update and everything we know about it so far that includes Jackie, we can now answer the first debate around this character, which is if Jackie is really supposed to be the same animatronic and character as the Mimic. Up to this point, we know Jackie will be the center of focus in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic, and it's assumed that Jackie's supposed to be the Mimic just in a much earlier point in the timeline, but there are two issues and points that fans bring up when arguing that Jackie and the Mimic are not the same character. So let's look at these points and try to debunk them to prove that they are actually the same character, with the first point being that their designs are drastically different. When comparing the endoskeleton from FNAF Ruin to Jackie, there's a clear difference, and it's hard to imagine that this endo is under the Jackie suit. And in the demo, we learn that Jackie has extendable arms and she also doesn't have legs, which doesn't match the design from Ruin of the Mimic. But using the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we can prove that they're actually the same. In the books, we learn that the Mimic was originally made without legs, and this description matches perfectly with Jackie. He doesn't get legs until later in the series, but because this game takes place so early on in the timeline, then it makes perfect sense that the Mimic wouldn't have legs. In the books, we also learn that the Mimic is able to retract and extend any of his body parts to fit into different mascots and costumes, so he would be able to extend his arms into the Jackie costume to adjust to the longer arms and body. So although it would be hard to imagine, the Mimic's endo could easily be in this Jackie mascot. We also know that Jackie is a large animatronic compared to the person in game, meaning that again the Mimic could easily fit into this costume and suit. Maybe one of the jump scares could even feature Jackie pulling back the faceplates to reveal the Mimic's endo from Ruin, similar to jump scares from FNAF's sister location. In the franchise, we haven't seen any other animatronic with faceplates besides the Funtime animatronics. This feels like an important detail that might have some role in this game and with the jump scares. It could also be possible that the Mimic wears many different costumes besides Jackie. In the demo, we learn that there are many different costume suits laying around, like the same elephant suit we saw in Ruin. So what if we see the Mimic endoskeleton wear different costumes throughout the game, but he would mainly wear the Jackie suit? And most importantly, all of this would further prove the idea and theory that Jackie is the exact same character as the Mimic, and that this fact would be established very early on in the game. And in the demo, we also learn that Jackie becomes slightly withered and destroyed as the game goes on. So what if by the end of it, we do see the Mimic endoskeleton from Ruin, just not as old and destroyed? This would confirm that these two characters are supposed to be the same and would clear up any confusion. When also looking at this from a story standpoint, it would also just simply make sense that they're the same. This game is supposed to be centered around the Mimic and his origin story, so for it to not focus on the Mimic and for it to focus on Jackie, who is an entirely different character, almost feels random. It makes the most sense that they are the same and that this game will show how the Mimic went from being Jackie to this terrifying endoskeleton. But moving on to the second issue, we never learn of a clown costume in any of the novels that cover the Mimic and his origin. In the books, we learn of many different mascots and costumes that the Mimic wore, like a jester or lion, but we never learn of a clown, which has led many fans to believe that they aren't the same character. But the clown not being mentioned anywhere in the books makes perfect sense. This game is supposed to be an entirely new story around the Mimic, so why would it have already been revealed in the books? The Mimic is a character that we still don't know everything about, so what if there was a time period where the Mimic wore a clown costume and was in this factory? It's also not 100% confirmed if the books are canon to the game, so it could also be possible that the games just use ideas and concept from the books, but they aren't necessarily identical. So similar ideas where the Mimic is in a factory and where he was made without legs are still in the games, but others like certain costumes are only in the books, which is why we never learn of a clown costume in the books, as this is exclusive to the games only, which still means that Jackie and the Mimic are the same character. This would create an entirely new story that we haven't learned of before. It gives us the opportunity to learn more about the Mimic and more specifically about his motives. There's even a theory going around that Jackie or the Mimic never originally had evil intentions, and that they only became evil after the events of Secret of the Mimic. Maybe Jackie is just tasked in watching over the factory, but when an employee is loose, which is the player, Jackie will go after them, which will result in her being destroyed and again becoming evil. But only time will tell until the trailer or game is released and we can officially learn if the Mimic is the same character as Jackie. So the Mimic and Jackie have to be the same character in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic, because the Mimic can easily fit into the Jackie costume and extend his limbs and arms to fit into the mascot. They're the same because the Mimic doesn't have legs when he was built, which is the same as Jackie's design, as she doesn't have legs either. And finally, they're the same because we never learned of a clown costume in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, which creates a new story for the Mimic as Jackie. So now that we know these two characters have to be the same, we can start to look at 3 of the biggest mysteries revolving around this game and around Jackie, with the first being the location where Secret of the Mimic will take place. Like I mentioned, we know this game will take place in a factory, but what if we've already seen this factory in the franchise before and in Security Breach? Well, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach has been released for over 2 years now, but many mysteries still lie within the Pizzaplex, like the sinkhole which is directly under it. In one of my last videos, I went over how the Pizzaplex from FNAF Security Breach is directly connected into the location where Secret of the Mimic will now take place, which is the factory. And I'm going to expand further on this idea in theory that will also prove why the Mimic, who will also be known as Jackie, has been planned since the beginning and since FNAF Security Breach. And now with the release of the FNAF Op 1 and 2 update, I believe this update only proved this theory even further. So please make sure to like and subscribe, and let's attempt to answer how Jackie solved FNAF Security Breach. I also want to give credit to this user on Twitter, as they used a lot of their own ideas for parts of this theory, so make sure to check them out in the description below, and all credit belongs to them. So how do simple bricks found in the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex connect to Jackie and to Secret of the Mimic? Well, first it's important to understand where this newest game is going to take place. In this game's demo, we learn that the game is going to take place in a factory, and we even have this image of different cameras inside of the factory. The factory is described to be made of wooden planks, red bricks, and is described as very old and withered. If this description sounds familiar, that's because it's very similar to the location Cassie explores in Ruin that is under the sinkhole. When looking at the second location under the Pizzaplex, it doesn't match the style of the Pizzaplex or the FNAF 6 Pizzeria. It appears to be much older and withered. It's made up of wooden planks and metal, and this location is almost built into the caves, showing how old it really is. So the style of this location is exactly the same as the factory from Secret of the Mimic. It was also revealed that as the demo went on, the player went deeper into the factory, just like in Ruin when Cassie went deeper into the location in the sinkhole. So the way both locations work, where they have multiple layers and floors, are identical, and even FNAF made this connection.
So now we're basically running from this Jack-in-the-Box thing through like the underground depths of this place. It looked very old, very wooden, kind of like the structure we see in Ruin, like the staircases to get down to the Mimic. It looked like that kind of. I didn't put that together until just now.
But the connection doesn't stop there, as we find interesting clues and evidence below the Pizzaplex in the sinkhole. When going into the Freddy head, we find new rubble of red bricks that we haven't seen before anywhere in the Pizzaplex or in the franchise. Now you may be thinking that the red bricks came from the Freddy Fazbear's pizza place that is in the sinkhole, but when comparing the rubble to the pizzeria, they're very different, and it's clear they're not the same, and that they came from 2 very different locations. And even when comparing the rubble to the FNAF 2 Pizzeria, FNAF 3 Horror Attraction, FNAF 4 House, FNAF 6 Location Bunker, none of these locations looked even remotely similar to these bricks and to the rubble. So what if these bricks actually came from a location that we haven't seen before in the franchise, from a factory where FNAF Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place? When looking back to the cameras of the factory and to how it's described in the demo, we see that the factory was made of wooden planks and these red bricks, the same red bricks we see from the rubble in Ruin and in the sinkhole, meaning the FNAF 6 Pizzeria was built over the factory and the Pizzaplex was built over that pizzeria. So not only is there a connection to the Security Breach DLC so far, but there's even a bigger connection with the base game and with the same rubble. When looking into the sewers, we find an immense amount of red bricks and debris that wouldn't just randomly appear in the Pizzaplex. Although the Pizzaplex did go through many renovations, this doesn't include demolitions, where this many bricks would be thrown away into the trash area, and especially not enough to span the full length of the sewer systems. Again, we find the same red bricks from Ruin that can't come from any location we've seen before in the franchise. And the evidence doesn't stop there. It's also worth pointing out how strange it is to have a parking garage in the sewers. This just shouldn't be possible. But what if the parking garage was a part of this factory at one point and the Pizzaplex was built completely over it? Adding on to this, there's also a lot of rubble and debris in the area near Roxy's Raceway that feels very out of place. And we can assume it wouldn't come from the Pizzaplex or even from the FNAF 6 Pizzeria that was still intact for the most part. It still looks like the Pizzaplex was built over this rubble and debris, which we can now assume is the factory from Secret of the Mimic. But when looking at one of the strongest pieces of evidence, let's look at the Build a Mangle room found in the Pizzaplex from the Curse of Dreadbeard DLC. Here we find a room that looks like it was taken right from a factory, and it's obvious how old and withered this room really is. And what's most notable about this room are the same red bricks surrounding this area that we've been talking about this whole video. It could even be possible that this room is the exact same room we can find in the factory, and that it's one of the only rooms that stay preserved. But finally, what I think is the biggest piece of evidence, let's look at these TVs. When looking back at the sewer area with with all of the red bricks, we also find broken TVs scattered around throughout the same area. But these are actually vintage TVs that were created in the 70s, and when do we know that Secret of the Mimic will take place? That's right, 1979. So I think it's obvious that these TVs came from that time period and from the factory where the game will take place. How else would these TVs end up here and end up in the same area with the red bricks? So when looking at all the evidence of the red bricks in Ruin and in Security Breach, I already think it's safe to say that this factory is under the sinkhole and under the Pizzaplex. But like I mentioned, the FNAF Op 1 and 2 update just proved this idea even further. After completing the update, this building will actually appear right in front of you, and it confirms where Secret of the Mimic will take place, which is this factory. You may have noticed that I've been using this image of the factory that actually came from the update, and it gives us our first official look to this new location. But when looking back to the factory itself, we see these red and gray planks, and I believe that they are the same planks or same style of planks that we see in Ruin. They would have lost their color by this point, which is why they're now simple brown wooden planks. But we also see that the factory has a red roof, and although these aren't red bricks, I still think it's the same as these rubble and debris that we can find in Security Breach. And just by comparing this factory to everything we have found, I think it's even safer to now say that these two are the same and that the factory is once again under the sinkhole. This means that Jackie or the Mimic has been stuck in the factory since 1979 and never left. And because we find these red bricks in Security Breach, I believe this proves that Suwa Studios has been planning the Mimic and his role in Secret of the Mimic since the start. By giving us a tease to where the game would take place, this proves that the Mimic had been planned since the very beginning and since Security Breach's production. So how does Jackie solve FNAF Security Breach? Well, she solves it because the location in game where she is going to be the focus in is the same location that we find under the Pizzaplex, meaning she was planned since the very beginning, and a big purpose of Security Breach was to tease this game and this character. But moving on, let's attempt to solve one of the biggest mysteries from this game that actually comes from the title. What is the secret of the Mimic? For the secret to be included in the actual title, it means that it must have a crucial role throughout the game into the origin of the Mimic. So what is the Mimic or Jackie's big secret? Well, I believe that I've solved this secret and how it will be explained throughout the gameplay. And to solve the secret, we need to look at the Mimic in FNAF Ruin. In Ruin, we learn that the Mimic had been trapped inside of the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex for a very long time. I've already made a video going over why I believe that the Mimic has been trapped here ever since the events of Secret of the Mimic, which takes place in 1979. Meaning that the Mimic has been trapped here for decades. But why? What could the Mimic have done to be trapped here for over 30 years? Well, it's his secret. His secret caused him to be trapped here for a very long time. And that secret is a tragedy. A tragedy that was so horrific, that took so many lives, and a tragedy that caused him to be trapped and forgotten forever. When looking at every single other FNAF game in the FNAF franchise, there is always a tragedy or incident that occurs before or during that game. In FNAF 1, it was Phone Guy's death. In FNAF 2, it was the bite of 87. In FNAF 3, it was the pizzeria being burnt down. In FNAF 4, it was the bite of 83. In Sister Location, it was Elizabeth's death and Michael being scooped. In Pizzeria Simulator, it was the location also being burnt down. In Security Breach, it was the earthquake that destroyed the Pizzaplex. And finally, in Ruin, it was Cassie being betrayed by Gregory. Again, all of these FNAF games have a tragedy that is crucial to that game, so we can assume that Secret of the Mimic will be no different, and that tragedy will be Jackie's secret. But what will that tragedy be? Well, it's the factory where the game is going to take place, and more specifically an empty one. From the demo, we learn that the game is going to take place in a factory, but throughout this demo we see that it is completely empty, besides older staff bots and the player themselves. But we can assume that the factory did have employees at one point. Even the Pizzaplex, which was the most modern location, had human employees before the staff bots took over. So of course the oldest location in the timeline would also have human employees, but what happened to them? Well, what if it was the Mimic? What if Jackie was the one who took all of them out and was responsible for making the factory completely empty? We also learned from this demo that there are plenty of empty mascot suits scattered around throughout the gameplay. Even in the menu screen, the player is completely surrounded by different animal mascot suits, but what if they were here as a result of this tragedy? What if Jackie stuffed the bodies of the dead employees into these mascots? That's why they're scattered around the factory, as that's where the employees were killed. And Jackie could also be leaving them around the factory as a warning and reminder to who we are going to play as. This would also act as a perfect parallel between the Mimic and William Afton. They're already heavily related and connected in the later FNAF games, as the Mimic copies William Afton and his actions. But what if he wasn't actually just mimicking William Afton? What if he had already done the same thing as him 6 years before William Afton murdered those children? That's why he wanted to represent himself as William, and more specifically as Spring Bonnie in the virtual world. William was just like him, him as they both stuff bodies into animatronics and mascots, so of course the Mimic would want to represent himself as someone similar to him who is William Afton. He even dons his own Spring Bonnie suit called Glitch Trap, so by having Jackie stuff the body of the employees into different mascot suits, it's exactly what William Afton did when he stuffed the bodies of the murdered children into different animatronics. It's just another way of connecting two villains that are closely related, but you may be wondering why we haven't heard of this tragedy anywhere else in the franchise. Well, that's because it was hidden, it was kept a secret. We can assume that people like William Afton and Henry Emily were the only ones who knew of what happened in the factory and with Jackie. Maybe they were even the ones who sent the main player to this factory to try and stop Jackie and to try and stop her from escaping. So what is the Mimic's big secret? It's the tragedy that took place in this factory, where the Mimic murdered every single employee and stuffed their bodies into different animal mascot suits. A tragedy so horrific that Fazbear's Entertainment covered it up and decided to lock the Mimic and this massacre forever. And I believe that this massacre will be revealed slowly as the game goes on, and it's going to be the big reveal at the end of the game where it's the reason why the Mimic was trapped for so long and why he wasn't anywhere else in the franchise. So again, the Mimic's big secret in Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic is a massacre where he murdered dozens of employees. And finally, let's attempt to answer another mystery that we can start to theorize about: who will be the main protagonist in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic? There isn't much evidence to go off of to theorize who we will play as, and even based on what we do know, we still can't make a definitive decision. But I want to cover a possibility of who we will play as that makes the most sense narratively and one that is the most interesting. Not only would this answer connect past FNAF games to new ones, but it would follow a family, 3 generations facing off against one threat, the Mimic, who will be known as Jackie. And the family will be known as what I've coined the Bonnie family. Cassie from Ruin, Cassie's dad from Help Wanted 2, who is also Bonnie Bro from FNAF 4, and Cassie's grandfather from FNAF Secret of the Mimic, who is also Mexis. What if in Secret of the Mimic we play as Bonnie Bro's dad, who eventually becomes Mexis by the end of that game? Let me explain. In Ruin, we play as Cassie, who is a new character revealed to be Gregory's friend, and throughout this game we learn a lot about her dad throughout small clues. Like the fact that he worked as a technician for Fazbear's Entertainment when she revealed that her dad has a Faz wrench just like the one she found in Ruin. We also learn that her dad's favorite animatronic was Bonnie when she finds the Bonnie lunchbox, and this is a very important clue that plays a big role later in the series. We also find this note that we've assumed came from Cassie's dad, showing that he left her alone at one point to go somewhere, and this somewhere is revealed in FNAF Help Wanted 2, which takes place before Ruin. In this game, we follow a person who's completing objectives in the real and virtual world. It's believed that this person ventured down to the sinkhole and to the abandoned FNAF 6 pizzeria to complete the final Princess Quest arcade machine to free Vanessa, and this person is none other than Cassie's dad. We know this because he also has a Faz wrench like Cassie described. Carney says he looks old enough to have kids, and in the bad ending, we see Cassie's dad's mind be transferred into a staff bot, the same staff bot from the beginning of Ruin. In the bad ending, we see the same moment from Ruin when Cassie finds the Vanny mask, but this time from the perspective of the staff bot, meaning Cassie's dad is now inside of this staff bot and he was the one who handed his daughter the Vanny mask. But in the good ending, we follow Cassie's dad attempting to finish the final Princess Quest arcade machine, and it's assumed he has an obsession with finishing them. In FNAF Security Breach, we find messages of an exit interview of an employee who's accusing the company of hiding something in these arcade machines. He talks about the glitches in these machines and how he has to save the princess. There's also this earlier maintenance log where he says he completed the first 2 machines. So we can assume these messages came from Cassie's dad, and it makes sense he'd want to complete the last machine as he's obsessed with finishing the last machine. While playing the final arcade machine, there's an Easter egg that also reveals Cassie's dad is someone familiar from FNAF 4. After completing some levels, you will find these gravestones with plushies next to them, and after lighting them in a specific way, a secret staircase will open, and there you will find a chest. And when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." It's also theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the Bonnie mask from the FNAF 4 ending, who is Bonnie Bro, meaning the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that fateful night. And it's also why Cassie says that Bonnie is her dad's favorite animatronic. So now that we know Cassie was the protagonist in Ruin and that her dad was the protagonist in Help Wanted 2, how can Cassie's grandfather be the protagonist in Secret of the Mimic? Well, when we started with Ruin and Cassie, each game that releases after follows the past generation. Help Wanted 2 focuses on her father, and the next game would focus on her grandfather. Also, in FNAF 4, because Cassie's dad was Bonnie Bro, that means he was actually friends with Michael Afton, who was wearing the Foxy mask. So what if the reason they were even friends, and the reason they were always in the pizzeria together is because both their dads worked for the company. Michael's dad, William, was the CEO of the company, and Bonnie Bro's dad would have been a technician in a factory, the factory where Secret of the Mimic will take place. From the demo and from the teaser trailer for this game, we learn that this game will take place in the year 1979, which takes place 4 years before FNAF 4, and that it will take place in a factory. So again, what if Bonnie Bro's dad worked in this factory and also had to face the Mimic through the events of this game? This could also be the reason why Bonnie Bro even decided to work for the company when he was an adult and as a technician, as his dad also was a technician and also worked for the company. But why do I think that Bonnie Bro's dad is also Mexus from Ruin? Well, in one of my last videos, I went over why the protagonist for Secret of the Mimic will become Mexus by the end of this game. I came to the conclusion using evidence and reasoning proving the fact that this computer and machine is very old, so what if this machine also came from this factory in 1979? So because of this, I theorized that by the end of Secret of the Mimic, the player would transfer their mind into this machine, creating Mexus to ensure that the Mimic would remain trapped. The same way the player from Help Wanted 2 had their mind transferred into a staff bot. But now this theory would make even more sense, as it would be a direct parallel between a father and son. Bonnie Bro had his mind transferred into a staff bot just like his father had his mind transferred into the Mexus machine. And narratively, this would make the most sense, as we would be following the same family attempting to stop the Mimic. Bonnie Bro's dad attempted to stop Jackie in 1979 and trapped her in this factory when he had his mind transferred into Mexus. Bonnie Bro attempted to stop him in Help Wanted 2 by completing the Final Princess Quest minigame and by freeing Vanessa. And Cassie attempted to stop him in Ruin when she accidentally freed him. This would also mean that Cassie came into contact with her grandfather Mexus and that she also deactivated him at the end of Ruin. This also means that the entire family and all 3 generations were together once again in the Pizzaplex. Cassie was in the Pizzaplex before finding the Cinco, and when she ran into her dad, who was this staff bot, and his dad was in the Pizzaplex as Mexus setting up security nodes. Now I think this idea will be revealed slowly throughout Secret of the Mimic, similar to Ruin, where we learn that the player has a son whose favorite animatronic is Bonnie. Or we might even find the same Bonnie mask from FNAF 4 and Ruin, and it could even be possible that Bonnie Bro's dad was the one who gifted it to him, and that's why it's so cherished to Bonnie Bro. And really, Stewart Studios is actively introducing this new family that we will follow throughout these new couple of FNAF games, the Bonnie family. For years we followed the Afton family, and this was slowly revealed as more games were released, and the exact same thing is happening with this family. It's slowly being revealed that they are all connected, and it's clear that this is the family we're going to follow in this new era of the FNAF franchise. The Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2 content update was just announced on Dako's livestream, and it will now be the latest FNAF content being released in just 3 days on December 10th. And although this update was just announced, let's go through everything we know about it so far, and most importantly, let's attempt to answer what it means moving forward with the next project in the franchise, FNAF Secret of the Mimic, releasing in 2025. With this teaser to the content update, we were given a small clip showing the Mimic wearing the lion costume from the secret ending in the animatronic gallery from Help Wanted 2. Now you may be thinking that this clip does not tell us much besides the Mimic being a part of this update, but it actually reveals a lot more than expected, and it secretly solved one of the biggest debates from the FNAF franchise, so let's take a closer look at this small teaser. Like I mentioned, we see the Mimic in the animatronic gallery, which confirms that we're going to get at least one extra level with this update. In Help Wanted 2, each time a level and section is completed, you will unlock a character model that was featured in that level, and the model will be displayed in the animatronic gallery. So this means that we will get at least one level, and it's possible that we'll get a few levels focused on the Mimic and the lion costume that unlocks this model in the animatronic gallery. But what will these levels look like? Well, because it's believed that FNAF Help Wanted 2 takes place before Ruin and its events, that means we can also assume that this minigame will take place before Ruin, which most likely means it won't take place after the elevator ending with Cassie or the Mimic ending when he was scooped in the lion costume. We can assume that the player will be stuck inside the caves and will have to complete some objective while the Mimic is attempting to stop them or capture them. Or it could be similar to minigames like the one with Roxy, where we will have to add or remove something from the Mimic, and if we do it wrong or if we run out of time, the Mimic will jump scare us and the minigame will end. We can also assume that because the Mimic is wearing the lion costume from the secret ending, that the Scooper room might also have a role in the level. He only wears this lion mascot suit in the Scooper ending, so what if we see the same room in this level where, for example, we might have to fix the machine before the Mimic captures us? But there's also a big possibility that these levels actually take place after Ruin, meaning that the scooper ending from Ruin would actually be canon and not the elevator ending. The Mimic wearing the lion costume is an important and interesting detail of the Mimic that might have a bigger role in the levels and might tell us which ending was canon. But most importantly from the clip we find a white tiger plush to the right of the Mimic, and the white tiger plush alone solved one of the biggest mysteries from the entire FNAF franchise. This tiger plushie just confirmed that the tales from the Pizzaplex novels are directly canon to the games. Ever since the tales from the Pizzaplex novels were released, it has been heavily debated if the books were in a separate timeline, were they parallel stories to the games, or if they were canon to the games. But now we know they are directly canon. In the Mimic epilogues, we learn that the Mimic was created by Edwin Murray, who had a son named David, and Edwin actually created the Mimic for his son David. David owned a white tiger plushie in the books, and later on the Mimic would even get a white tiger plushie of his own, and now we find this exact tiger plushie in this clip from Help Wanted 2. Meaning the story where we learn that David has a white tiger plushie is now canon to the games, which also means that the tales from the Pizzaplex novels as a whole are also directly canon to the games, finally ending this debate. Now it's not clear if this plushie belonged to David or to the Mimic itself, but it's clear by having this tiger plushie in the games, they are now confirming the books are canon. And even earlier on in the stream when Zaka was playing an updated version of 5 Laps at Freddy's, we saw this billboard promoting Murray.co and their products. If this last name sounds familiar, that's because Edwin Murray was the one who created the Mimic. Meaning this game just name dropped the Murrays, which also makes Edwin Murray canon to the games, which once again makes the books canon. So it's clear that Studio Studios is attempting to make it clear that the books have always been canon, and it's possible that we'll even get more references or Easter eggs to the books in these levels and in this update. But finally, how will this content update lead us right to the next FNAF project, FNAF Secret of the Mimic? Well, to answer this, let's look at the first Help Wanted game and its content update. With this update, a secret ending was revealed that set up FNAF Security Breach perfectly. Here you would play out the ending normally, where you would have to find Glitchtrap in a secret room, but this time a door behind you would be open and you would have the option to go through it. Here you would find the Pizzaplex under construction with a billboard that reads now hiring. Again, this is setting up FNAF Security Breach perfectly by showing the Pizzaplex is now being worked on and will be the next location the next FNAF game will take place in. But what can we expect from FNAF Help Wanted 2? Well, I actually think it will be very similar. I think in the secret ending where the player has to complete the Princess Quest arcade machine, there will be a secret elevator or door that leads us to a new ending. Here we will be able to find something from 1979 when Secret of the Mimic takes place that perfectly sets up this new game. It could even be the factory where the game is gonna take place. We could find the empty Jackie clown mascot that the Mimic will leave behind. It could be Jackie's box. It could be a room from the factory. This content update will give us our first look into this game officially. But with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this quick video on this announcement for the Help Wanted update. So what do you guys think? What will this update look like, and what will the levels look like featuring the Mimic? So make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories. The new era of the 5 Nights at Freddy's franchise included games like FNAF Help Wanted, Security Breach, and Ruin. And alongside these games, we were also introduced to new characters like Vanny and Glamrock Freddy. But one character and one antagonist has been the center of discussion ever since they were introduced in the books and in the DLC, the Mimic. The Mimic is arguably one of the most important and complicated villains in the FNAF franchise. Not only has it been debated if the Mimic from the books is the same one from the games, if the Mimic is the same as Burntrap, but most importantly, it's been heavily debated if the Mimic was planned since the very beginning. There's a lot of evidence and reasoning for both sides of the debate, and it's also been heavily argued what would make the most sense narratively and what's the most satisfying. So let's attempt to answer if the Mimic was planned since the very beginning, and what this means heading into the next game centered around the Mimic, FNAF Secret of the Mimic. To answer this, let's split the video into 3 parts, with the first part being how the Mimic does fit since the very beginning regardless if he was planned or not, why William Afton might have been originally planned to be the focus instead of the Mimic, and finally a definitive decision that does actually matter. Now before we go over this debate, it's important to note that the Mimic still fits perfectly in this new era of the FNAF franchise and would fit perfectly since the very beginning. Starting by looking at FNAF Help Wanted, we're introduced to a new villain named Glitchtrap, and this is actually the Mimic in a virtual form. In the books, we learn the original Mimic 1 program that was used when creating the Mimic was also used when making a virtual reality game, and as a result this created a virus that took over control of systems and the VR game, known as Glitchtrap. Glitchtrap is a virtual extension of the Mimic, and he attempts to mimic Willie Mafton and his actions as he dons his own version of the Spring Bonnie suit. He also mimics the missing children incident in the ending when he stuffs a player into one of the animatronics, but he sought out to recreate him in the real world by infecting a person who playtested the VR game, Vanessa, and this leads us directly to Security Breach. In this game, not only do we find the Mimic through another extension of himself, Vanny, who mimics Willie Mafton by kidnapping children and murdering them, but we also find him physically as Burntrap. Now this can be a debate on its own, but for the sake of this segment, we are going to say that they are the same. Here the Mimic would want to physically become William by wearing his own Springtrap suit known as Burntrap, and this design actually leads us to the Ruin DLC. In Ruin, the Mimic loses the Burntrap suit and now has his original endoskeleton design. But we know these two are the same because of a claw mark found in the Burntrap vent leading to his office that is also found in the vent leading to the Mimic's room. Meaning from some time to Security Breach to Ruin, the Mimic ditched the Burntrap suit, escaped this room through the vent, and was trapped in this room by Gregory and Vanessa. That's why we find 2 claw marks in 2 of these vents. We also briefly find the Mimic once more as Glitchtrap in FNAF Up on It 2, which takes place before Ruin, as the virtual extension of himself was defeated and Vanessa was freed from the Glitchtrap virus. But we all know the events of Ruin. He was freed by Cassie, chased her to an elevator, had his arm cut off, and was left in the caves. So when looking at everything from an outside perspective, we can easily say that the Mimic was planned from the very beginning to be the new main villain of the franchise, and that he will continue to be the main antagonist in his new origin game, FNAF Secret of the Mimic. But this was really only made possible with new additions to the franchise that came after Help Wanted, like the tales from the Pizzaplex novels that even give us an explanation to him being Glitchtrap and how he would eventually become Burntrap. But when looking at purely just the games and the way they were released, it actually looked like Willie Mafton was going to continue to be the main villain. In Help Wanted, it's believed that Willie Mafton's soul possessed a circuit board that was used when creating a VR game. He would then come back in the virtual form known as Glitchtrap. And this is all the same as the Mimic story. He would take control of Vanessa, creating Vanny, and he would come back into the physical world as Burntrap. But it wasn't until Ruin when the Mimic was introduced when it felt like plans to bring back Willie Mafton were completely scrapped. Why have characters like Glitchtrap and Burntrap who are clearly supposed to parallel Spring Bonnie and Springtrap when you're just going to introduce a new villain? And in general, there are a lot of references to the Afton family, like the fact that Michael Afton's room was found in a secret area and that the crying child's toys are even found in a display in a museum. Again, it's clear that these new games weren't going to move away from the Afton family and from Willie Mafton, so how could the Mimic have been planned since the very beginning if it could also be argued that Willie Mafton was planned since the very start? Well, to answer this, let's look at Security Breach and its confusing production. In the interview with Dawko and Scott Cawthon, we learned that Steelwood Studios and Scott Cawthon had 2 different concepts and ideas of what the story of Security Breach would look like due to many factors. An example he gives us is Burntrap, as originally he was never supposed to move as he would have acted like a decaying movie prop. But in Security Breach we have the opposite, as he plays an important villain that does move around. And this fact alone actually gives us an answer. Was the Mimic planned since the very beginning and since Help Wanted? No, he just simply wasn't. But was he planned on since very early on and since Security Breach? Yes, absolutely. With Help Wanted, it's hard to deny that Willie Mafton wasn't originally planned. There was even a scrap Spring Bonnie design that was intended to be used before Glitchtrap was designed, and it's clear that this would have been Willie Mafton coming back through the virtual world. And he would have come back through Burntrap and in Security Breach, but at some point in this game's production, the Mimic was instead planned to be introduced, and it felt like we had 2 separate stories focusing on 2 separate villains. And the Mimic was introduced through environmental storytelling, like in the sticky note room where we find sticky notes that perfectly parallel the Mimic and his origin from the books. We also find sticky notes talking about a mysterious package that is going to arrive, and in the books we know that the package is referring to the Mimic or is at least related to him. And finally, Nightmarian and references to him seem to parallel the Mimic and his intentions. We find hidden plushies hidden throughout the Pizzaplex and these nightmare stopwatches that now we know were the Mimic watching us. Again, because of the split production of this game, we have one story following William and one following the Mimic. But we can assume that it wasn't until the production for Ruin that the 2 sides of production came together and agreed that the Mimic would now be the focus of the franchise. And to clarify this, the tales from the Pizzaplex novels gave us an origin to the Mimic and how he would fit in the already existing lore. Because of the books, he was now Glitchtrap, he was now Burntrap, and he was now the main villain. Ruin also did a great job of explaining how Mimic was now the focus by showing he was Burntrap through the simple claw marks found on both of these vents and by ensuring there was no trace of this character left. left. So although I don't think the Mimic was planned since Help Wanted, I do think he was planned since Security Breach and not retconned into the franchise randomly like it's widely believed. Some fans argue that the Mimic was retconned into the series after the backlash following Security Breach and that he had a rushed introduction, but we know this isn't true. The Mimic was planned since Security Breach released through the environmental storytelling I discussed. We just didn't understand it at the time until the books were released identifying this character. But Willie Mafton was also being fleshed out at the very same time, giving us two stories about two different antagonists at the same time. But again, now we know they move forward with the Mimic and that they will continue to use him as the main villain. So in this game we'll learn how he was planned since the very beginning and how he now fits into this already existing story. So was the Mimic planned since the very beginning in Help Wanted? No, he just wasn't, but I still believe he was planned since the beginning of Security Breach's production. He was just being fleshed out at the same time as another character. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach and its DLC, Ruin, introduced two new villains and antagonists that have caused a lot of debate within the community, Burntrap and the Mimic. Specifically, it's widely debated if these two villains are supposed to be the same character or if they're supposed to be two separate entities. Although at this point in the franchise, the consensus among the community is that they are the same character, but I believe this is wrong and I think they were always meant to be separate. But why? Well, Burntrap was featured as one of the antagonists in Security Breach and was even featured in his own ending. In this ending, Burntrap is revealed to be kept in a charging station in a pizzeria under the Pizzaplex, the same pizzeria from FNAF 6. He attempts to take control of Glamrock Freddy using monitors and attempts to capture Gregory for some unknown reason, but he was ultimately defeated when Gregory burnt him and the pizzeria down using burners that were in his room. But it's worth mentioning that the Burntrap ending isn't actually canon, meaning he was never burned in that pizzeria, but this still means that he was down in the sinkhole and inside the charging station at one point. Burntrap has a physical appearance that resembles both Springtrap and Scraptrap. His suit is olive and dark yellow in color with an exposed human jawbone with teeth. His endoskeleton resembles a combination of the Glamrock animatronics and a Springlock endoskeleton. His eyes are pitch black with purple glowing pupils. His right foot's endoskeleton is completely exposed while his left foot still has its costume covering. Mimic on the other hand was featured as the antagonist in the Ruin DLC and was also featured in all three endings. In Ruin, the Mimic lures Cassie down to the bottom of the sinkhole where he is trapped using a walkie-talkie while mimicking Gregory's voice. He is then freed by Cassie and begins to chase her before Roxy steps in attempting to stop him. She ultimately fails as the Mimic begins to chase Cassie throughout the caves of the sinkhole, but she is able to escape in an elevator before it is cut by Gregory to prevent the Mimic's escape, ending Ruin. The Mimic has a smaller squared-off head similar to older classic endoskeleton models with teeth similar to the daycare attendant's endoskeleton teeth. Its right hand also resembles the classic endoskeleton one with 4 fingers on it, while the left hand resembles the one Burntrap has. Both its legs are also different from one another. The left leg has some sort of wiring encasing it and looks similar to Withered Bonnie's leg, while the right one resembles Spring Bonnie's. So why do fans believe that these two characters are similar when their designs aren't that identical? Well, when looking at the evidence, there's actually a lot supporting this idea. So starting by comparing them side by side, there doesn't seem to be a single similarity at all, but when we start to look deeper, that's when the similarities are obvious. When looking at their legs, they both don't match. Both of their left feet have a different foot than the right one, and both of their left feet only have 3 toes. Both of their left arms have 5 fingers and their necks are also slightly similar. And finally, they both have a similar pose where their left arm is raised but their wrist is flat. But in terms of differences, in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we learn that the Mimic can shift its body to fit into different mascots and costumes, meaning the Mimic would be able to change its body in Security Breach, which is why he's shorter and wider as Burntrap. But the evidence doesn't stop with their designs. There's a lot more in Ruin and with the simple handprint. When looking at the video, How Ruin Secretly Solved the Burntrap Debate by Underscore, in this video he goes over how there's this new texture in the vent leading to Burntrap's room, as it depicts his right arm scratching the vent. I recommend watching the full video here to understand the full context, and it's also just an amazing theory. But looking back at the texture, it's also in the vent leading right to the Mimic's room, leading him and others to believe that both textures were left by Burntrap, who would also be the Mimic. The reason the second texture is even there is because Burntrap or the Mimic left it there when he was trapped by Vanessa and Gregory. Alongside the claw mark in the vent leading to Burntrap's office, we also see this purple glow effect in the vent, and I think this is Burntrap leaving behind a trail. And we also find the same purple glow effect in the Mimic's room. When brightening the cutscene where the Mimic is revealed, we actually find a very similar purple glow to the glow in the vent. And if this was Burntrap leaving behind a trail, then he also left it in this room, which also most likely means that Burntrap is actually the Mimic. The reason we find this purple glow here as well is because it came from the Mimic, who is also Burntrap. So far it looks like Burntrap is the exact same character as the Mimic, and there's even more evidence that comes from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels that supports this idea. In Tiger Rock, we learn that the Mimic climbed into a costume that was already being worn by a girl named Kelly. As a result, this killed her, and the Mimic's endoskeleton fused with the girl's flesh, which most likely left parts of her body on the endoskeleton. These events and description perfectly match Burntrap. The olive animatronic parts like the head and chest came from a costume, and the flesh on Burntrap comes from a girl that was fused to the Mimic's endoskeleton. This would perfectly explain how the Mimic became Burntrap and their drastically different designs. And finally, in the books, we also learn that the Mimic was originally burned and had bent metal rabbit ears, which also perfectly matches the description of Burntrap and further proves the idea that they're the same character. So when looking at the evidence from their designs, the environment storytelling from Ruin, and from the epilogues in the books, it's almost safe to say that Burntrap and the Mimic are the same. Or is it? I still believe that Burntrap is not the Mimic and that it's always been planned that way, and to prove this, let's debunk every single piece of evidence I've discussed, or at least let's try to. Starting with the epilogues, like I mentioned, the Mimic climbs into a costume being worn by a person, but we learn that the mascot too was actually a dog, which clearly doesn't match the description of Burntrap since he's based off a rabbit. And although the person's flesh did fuse with the Mimic, this still wouldn't create the design of Burntrap. Burntrap's entire head is made of flesh, which feels intentional, and the way the flesh wraps around his endoskeleton also feels intentional. It's hard to assume that Burntrap's design would be the result of a human being crushed into the Mimic, especially when Burntrap has teeth and a bone for a finger. So I think it's actually safe to assume that this epilogue is describing another incident with the Mimic that does not involve Burntrap. And now, most importantly, I want to focus on their designs, as the simple truth is, their designs are just too different to say that they are the same or that they ever became the same. Sure, they have some similarities like their arms and pose, but the core of their designs are almost polar opposites. Burntrap was very clearly made using a glamrock endoskeleton, and the flesh was built onto him intentionally. The flesh wraps around his body in a specific way where it covers most of the endoskeleton. This wasn't an accident like it was portrayed in the books. Comparing this endoskeleton to the Mimic's, they are completely different. The Mimic's endo is much older and skinnier. It even looks to be made of many different parts, unlike Burntrap. Now I'm sure you may be thinking that the Mimic can change the structure of his body, so you could have changed it to look like Burntrap. But this really only applies to his size, as in the books he shrinks down to fit into a vent or expands himself to fit into a costume. But this doesn't mean he can magically change the core structure of his endo to become more modern, and he can't just add parts to himself as he wishes like the many extra parts Burntrap has. Although he can change his size, he can't change the fundamentals of his endo, like his face shape, that are drastically different. And to further prove the idea that they're different, I want to expand on the point that Burntrap's design was intentional to keep William alive. When looking at Burntrap's model, and at something I haven't seen anyone else discuss before, Burntrap is being held together by metal screws and plates. His chest and back are being held together by 2 plates, he has 2 plates in his head connecting his mask to his skull, and he even has metal plates connecting his flesh to his leg. His costume was intentionally placed and made to fit around the endoskeleton and flesh, presumably to protect him and to make him stronger. Which is not what happens in the epilogue when the Mimic wears that costume. Not to mention, we also learn Burntrap is being kept alive by this charging station, as we learn an immense amount of power was being sent to the sinkhole to again keep him alive. Also, when looking at the way they move and their behaviors, they are completely different. When Burntrap is free, he looks weak and fragile, almost as if Burntrap wasn't done being created. Even the way he walks is also very limp and weak, so again, I think without this charging station, he wouldn't be able to stay alive. But the Mimic, on the other hand, clearly doesn't need a charging station to stay alive. We can assume he was behind that concrete wall for some time now without a charging station, and again he appears fine. Even the way the Mimic walks is much different than Burntrap, as he's able to run while chasing Cassie throughout the caves. He also appears to be much stronger than Burntrap, and there's a clear difference between the two physically. And finally, when looking at Underscore's video and at this purple glow, it's also actually found in this cave and in other random parts of the caves, which is why I don't think it can be a real way of showing where Burntrap has been, especially since the purple glow in the vent is much stronger and different than the other purple glows in the caves and in this room where the Mimic was found. But I'll get back to this handprint soon. When trying to decide if they're the same character, my biggest issue is obviously the design. By saying that Burntrap and the Mimic are the same, we are essentially retconning Burntrap and his design just for the sake of saying he's the same as the Mimic. The way he looks, the way he acts, and the feature of his charging station would also be retconned to again say he is the Mimic. Their designs are far too different to be called the same, and there also just isn't a viable explanation to how the Mimic was Burntrap at one point. And in Ruin, we can't find the flesh and costume of Burntrap anywhere. Shouldn't it be in the room or anywhere else in the caves? Again, we are erasing a character and its design to say that he is the same as another separate character. But for a quick explanation, then who is Burntrap? Well, like I mentioned, his costume was screwed together using metal plates, but where did they get these parts for his costume to create Burntrap? Well, what if it came from Scraptrap? The two costumes look similar in color, texture, and the reason it's more withered than Burntrap is because of the FNAF 6 fire. We can assume that Scraptrap was severely burnt, which is why parts of his costume were taken to create Burntrap. They were just screwed together with metal plates. Scraptrap would have been down there in the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex, and maybe the flesh from Burntrap is actually Willie Mafton's flesh from Scraptrap that was reused for a new body. And that's why they would even need the charging station to keep him alive. But you may be wondering, what about the claw mark in the vent and how can we debunk this? Well, the truth is that you really can't. This is clearly Burntrap's hand, meaning he also left the claw mark in the Mimic's vent. The only real way to explain it is that Burntrap left his claw mark here when wandering around the sinkhole after the events of Security Breach. That's why we might even find the purple glow in this room, as it was him trying to find a way out separate from the Mimic. But really, this is just a great piece of evidence and an amazing find by Underscore. But personally, I think there's more evidence and reasoning proving that Mimic and Burntrap are not the same. But this is just a theory and nothing is confirmed. We can all have our own opinion on this debate. If you choose to believe they're the same based on this claw mark and on the purple glow, that's great, as it is a good piece of evidence. Or if you believe the epilogues are about the Mimic becoming Burntrap, then that's also great. Just personally, I believe they're different based on their designs and the small details in Burntrap's design. So what do you guys think? Are Burntrap and the Mimic the same character? Five Nights at Freddy's Ruin introduced a new character officially named Mexis. Mexis is an AI designed to keep the Mimic contained and served as the secondary antagonist to Ruin. The Mexis program takes on the form of a shadowy rabbit with disembodied arms and a ghostly tail. Electricity connects the joints to their arms and white wires run across their body. Mexis appears only in the Vanny network, serving as a digital antagonist. But nothing is actually known about this character besides the fact that it was made to keep the Mimic trapped. But there are actually three major questions and mysteries that revolve around this character. And by answering these mysteries, we can start to solve Mexis and why they're going to be so important to FNAF's latest project, Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. So who is Mexis in Ruin? Well, like I mentioned, Mexis serves as the antagonist in the Vanny network, so after having the mask for too long, Mexis will appear doing poses reminiscent of Glitchtrap. However, this cannot occur at certain points in the game as Hopi attempts to deactivate them. Mexis does have a major role throughout the game, and the most important thing to note about this character is what we see occur in the final segment of the gameplay. When Cassie reaches the bottom of the sinkhole where the Mimic is being held, she disables the Mexis system as she deactivates the machine using this old computer. We see Mexis come out of the machine to confront Cassie before he's sucked back into it and shut down. Then after the Mimic reveals himself to Cassie, it's revealed by Gregory that the Mexis system was actually the only thing keeping the Mimic contained or trapped. And now that Cassie disabled him, the Mimic was able to walk free and to escape. So what are the three big mysteries around Mexis? Well, the first big mystery is how old is the Mexis machine? When taking a closer look at this machine, it's clear how old it really is and how long it's been down there. And even in the interview with FNAF and Steelwood Studios, it was revealed that it was designed purposely to look old, insinuating that the machine itself is again old.
It's like, this is not that's not a modern computer.
No, it's not.
The model just is not a modern computer.
No, it's not. It's
Right.
very old.
It looks old.
Right. It does.
Looks old.
It does.
Well, because there's so many references to FNAF 4 in that time period, like these Fredbear Family Downer posters found in Security Breach, or the Fredbear cardboard cutout found in the cage that unlocks the secret ending, it's widely believed that this machine was created around that same time period, which would have been the early 1980s. I also believe this is true, and I think it's actually already been revealed what year Mexis was exactly made, but I'll get back to this very soon. But I think the next two big mysteries around Mexis can be answered together, and the way we can answer them is by looking at FNAF's Secret of the Mimic, with those two big mysteries being the design of Mexis and if they're really just an AI. Let me explain. When looking at the design for Mexis, it doesn't match or look similar to anything else we've seen in the franchise before. With each new character and design in this new era of the FNAF franchise, they can easily be compared to other characters, like Glitchtrap is based off of Spring Bonnie, Vanny was then based on Glitchtrap, Burntrap was based off of Springtrap or Scraptrap, and the Glamrock animatronics were based off of many iterations of animatronics before them. But again, it's impossible to compare Mexis to any other animatronic in the franchise besides saying it's a blue rabbit like Bonnie, and the only other animatronic to have a similar effect in Ruin is the Mimic. It's also impossible to compare the Mimic to any other animatronic from the franchise because of his very unique design. And now we know this is because this animatronic predates the earliest version of animatronics that was previously believed to be made first. Before Secret of the Mimic was announced, it was believed that the Springlock animatronics were the first to ever be made for Fazbear's Entertainment, as we saw them featured in FNAF 4, which takes place in 1983. But now we know that Secret of the Mimic will take place 4 years before FNAF 4 in 1979, making it the earliest game in the timeline. So in this game we'll finally get a chance to learn more about the Mimic and its design, especially since in this game the Mimic will be donning a clown costume who has officially been named Jackie. So what if this would also apply to Mexis? The reason we know nothing about their design is because they come from a time period in the timeline we haven't explored yet, the same time period where Secret of the Mimic will take place. What if we also see the origin of Mexis in Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic? This would give us an exact date of their creation, which would again be 1979, and it tells us exactly how old this machine really is. In one of my last videos I went over how the factory where Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place is the same location under the scene code where we find the Mimic. I came to this conclusion using evidence from Ruin and what we know from the demo of Secret of the Mimic. When looking at the second location under the Pizzaplex, it doesn't match the style of the Pizzaplex or the FNAF 6 pizzeria. It appears to be much older and withered. It's made up of wooden planks and metal, and this location is almost built into the caves, showing how old it really is. But the style of this location is exactly the same as the factory from Secret of the Mimic. The factory is described to be made from wooden planks, it's described as very old and withered, but most importantly, it was revealed that as the demo went on, the player went deeper into the factory. Just like Cassie went deeper into this location in the sinkhole, so the way both locations work where they have multiple layers and floors are identical, and even FNAF made this connection.
So now we're basically running from this Jack-in-the-Box thing through like the underground depths of this place. It looked very old, very wooden, kind of like the structure we see in Ruin, like the staircases to get down to the Mimic. It looked like that kind of. I didn't put that together until just now. So
we also have this picture of the cameras of the factory showing off different rooms and areas. When comparing these monitors to the location under the sinkhole, they have a very similar style, especially since they were both built using wooden planks that look identical. And this just further proves the idea that they're the same factory. That means that the Mimic has been down in the sinkhole since 1979 and that he never left. So it would also make perfect sense that Mexis also originated from this factory, which is why we find this machine down in the sinkhole. It wasn't added or moved here, but it never even left, just like the Mimic. So Mexis has been keeping the Mimic trapped since 1979 until Cassie disabled them in Ruin. So if Mexis also originated from the factory, that means it was created in 1979, and the reason the design seems so different from any other character from the franchise is because we haven't explored this factory or this time period yet, where we can assume the design came from. But now one final mystery stands. Is Mexis just an AI? In Ruin, we're led to believe that Mexis is simply an AI that was built to keep the Mimic trapped, and that he sets up security nodes to make that possible. But what if he wasn't just an AI? What if he was actually a person that will be explored in Secret of the Mimic? We already know it's possible for human consciousness to be transferred digitally into an animatronic, as in the FNAF Up Wanted 2 ending, we see the player's consciousness be transferred into a staff bot by the Mimic. The same staff bot that hands Cassie the Vanny mask, as we see the same moment but from the staff bot's perspective, which again was now a person. So what if something similar happened with Mexis, where someone's mind was transferred into the security system to help keep the Mimic trapped? When looking at how Mexis acts in Ruin, it's very human, as they go through very human emotions like frustration and anger. And when playing Ruin, it can even be argued that Mexis again acts human in many scenes he's in. For example, when he is stopped by Helpy for the first time, he seems angry and frustrated, as if it's going against his plans and purpose. Then in the ending, when he is deactivated, he even looks shocked or surprised that Cassie was able to stop him. Again, these are very human emotions that an AI just simply wouldn't display. Even the Mimic doesn't have human-like emotions, as the way he acts is just how he was programmed. So what if they displayed these emotions because they're human who is now a security system? Now I don't think this is possession either, where a soul attached itself to the machine. It makes much more sense that a mind was digitally attached, just like we saw in Help Wanted 2. But now that begs the question, who is the person who is now Mexis? Well, I believe that it's going to be the player and protagonist from FNAF's Secret of the Mimic. I think that one of the big reveals of this game is that the player will have to transfer their mind into a security system in order to keep the Mimic trapped, and that system is Mexis. And this idea actually solves everything we need to know about Mexis. The machine originates from a factory and was presumably created in 1979, but after the player had his mind transferred into the system, it became Mexis. The security system was no longer just an AI, as it was now human, and this person decided to represent themselves as a blue rabbit, which is why this design seems so different to anything else we've seen in the franchise. And this also answers a fourth mystery that I didn't discuss before: who created Mexis? There are a lot of popular theories like that it was Edwin Murray from the books, or that it was Henry Emily from the games, but now I think it makes much more sense that it was the employees of the factory, and more specifically specifically the protagonist who we play as. That's how they would even be able to transfer their mind into the system, as they know the most about it because again they created it. I also think in Secret of the Mimic we'll finally learn what Mexa stands for, as this is a mystery that is almost impossible to solve right now. And for a final prediction, I think it will tie things up perfectly if by the end of the game we get a cutscene featuring Ruin from the perspective of Mexis, who we would now know is the protagonist from Secret of the Mimic, and up until the system gets disabled, which would lead right into the future game that takes place after Ruin. And for further evidence to support the idea that Mexis was a human, we can start to look at a cut design that was originally supposed to be in Ruin. Here Mexis would have looked a lot more like a human, as they would have had arms, legs, fingers, a rib cage, and even teeth. He also appears to have something in the center of his chest that is glowing. Now it's not clear what this was supposed to represent or mean, but maybe it could have had something to do with Mexis being a human and having his mind transferred into the security system. It's also not clear why this design choice was cut from Ruin. It could have been because it's a lot more terrifying compared to the original design, because it's even more different the other designs in the franchise, or maybe because it would have made it too obvious that Mexis is actually a person. But what do you guys think of this design for Mexis, and should they have kept it? And most importantly, does this cut Mexis design support the idea that Mexis is actually a person? So again, Mexis was created in 1979 by an employee of a factory, who would then have their mind transferred to this machine and would don the design of Mexis, which is a blue rabbit. But remember, this is just a theory. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach has been released for over 2 years now, but many mysteries still lie within the Pizzaplex. Even most recently, during an interview with FNAF and the creator of FNAF Security Breach, he revealed that there are still unsolved mysteries that the fandom hasn't been able to solve or even discover. So in this video, I'm going to cover what I think is one of those unsolved mysteries, Rockstar Row, and more specifically why one display and one eye is the key to solving the Mimic and his origin game, FNAF Secret of the Mimic. So not only am I going to combine the 3 videos I've made on Rockstar Row, but I'm also going to include follow-up points and theories to each of those 3 videos, while again connecting this eye to Secret of the Mimic. So how does Rockstar Row solve Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach? Rockstar Row was featured in the opening of Security Breach, and it's a museum featuring old and new artifacts from the franchise. And on the surface, it may just seem like this museum only serves the purpose to hold fun Easter eggs and to show how much time has passed in the timeline. I'm sure many people, including myself, only look through the displays when playing for the first time, but after that it's easy to just walk past it and completely ignore it. Even when doing research about this room, I couldn't find any theories on it, and anything else I found online was focusing on the wrong thing, as I think one of these displays is the key to solving FNAF Security Breach in the next games that follow. But first, let's look at each display in Rockstar Row. And going in chronological order, we see FNAF 1's Freddy's foot and bow tie, Freddy's arm and ear, Freddy's mic and its stand, Chica's torso, foot, and her infamous cupcake, and Bonnie's guitar, and finally we see Foxy's torso and jaw. We then see various posters from FNAF 2 and from FNAF 3. We also see these toys from the FNAF 4 bedroom, but we don't see any artifacts from FNAF's sister location. In the corner of the room, we can find cardboard cutouts of Dreadbear, Ennard, Shadow Bonnie, Nightmare Balloon Boy, Circus Baby Plush, and Plush Trap. We also see this stage from FNAF Help Wanted, and it's supposed to be a replica of the first FNAF stage. But finally, we see Glamrock Chica's old guitar, this film reel with the label movie on it, and we see this display with what looks to be animatronic parts and one single eye, and this is the display I think is crucial. Even when replaying Security Breach, this display would always grab my attention, but I never really knew why. Something about it just felt important. It wasn't until I realized that it's obvious where every other single display is from except this one. We know these parts were from FNAF 1, we know this stage was from FNAF Help Wanted, and we know these posters were from FNAF 3, but nothing in this display told us where it's from or what it even means. And this is when I began to dig deep and answer who this eye belongs to. I simply started by searching the term missing eye with FNAF, and I found that only 3 animatronics out of the entire franchise fit this description: Mangle, Ennard, and Lefty. Immediately, none of these animatronics caught my attention, as they don't seem important enough to be shown in a display. They also have no real connection to each other, so I quickly reached a dead end. I then thought of going through the game files, as it was possible the name for the asset would reveal who the eye belonged to. And right as I was opening the file for the main Rockstar Row floor, I would come to find that all of the game files were named the same, so again I reached a dead end. But one of my last ideas was to look closer into the actual displays themselves, and that's when I realized they all have a colored tag that puts them in a certain group. Any display with the yellow tag meant the artifact was from the FNAF 1 location like Freddy's bow tie. Any display with the gray tag simply meant it was one of the animatronics guitar like Bonnie's original guitar. Before items have a pink tag that was hard to put into a group, the eyes and parts, Foxy's jaw and torso, the FNAF 4 toys, and this random gray device. Again, these 4 artifacts have nothing in common, but I started to compare the eye to all of Foxy's eyes through the franchise, but none of them were a direct match or really seemed that similar. But this is when I had one last idea, which was a bit desperate, but it was really the only option I had left, which was to grab a 3D model of each individual animatronic, add them to Blender, and take them apart to really compare the eyes. Now I only checked animatronics from FNAF 1 to FNAF sister location, and I also made sure to skip FNAF 4 and FNAF 3 animatronics since they aren't actually real. But there were still a lot of animatronics to go through, and this process ended up taking a decent amount of time. I also made sure to try my best to only use models from FNAF Help Wanted and FNAF AR to make sure I was as accurate as possible when comparing these eyes. I would take off the mask and parts of the endoskeletons to take a better look at the eyes, and I did this for each character. But each time I found the same result. The eyes wouldn't be a direct match, and most of the time the eyes just looked like any other standard animatronic part. From the original Freddy, to Balloon Boy, to Ballora, I kept dissecting these animatronics to try and find an answer, but again I hit a dead end, and eventually I had looked into each animatronic. At this point I felt even more desperate, so I started to look into random animatronics to see if there was some connection, and that's when I found it. It was right in front of me the whole time. When dissecting the endoskeleton from FNAF Security Breach and when looking into the eye and its socket, they look almost identical. We see black and orange in both of them, and they even have a similar shape. But obviously this can't belong to one of the newest endoskeletons, as this eye is much older, but I think it does still belong to an endoskeleton. And what endoskeleton is old while also being crucial to the new FNAF? Of course, this is the Mimic. Now in Ruin, the Mimic does have both of its eyes, and even when comparing the model to the eye in Rockstar Row, there isn't that much of a similarity, so that's when I turned to the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. In the story, The Mimic, we learn how the Mimic's creator, Edwin, destroyed the Mimic out of anger and frustration. He compressed its face, broke its teeth, bent its spine, crushed its arms, and finally dislocated one of its eyes. And I think it's this dislocated eye that we see in the Rockstar Row display. Now I'm sure that you're thinking this can't be the Mimic's eye, as in Ruin both of his eyes are intact, but we know he's been repaired various times throughout the franchise, so it could be very possible that this is his original eye. I'm sure you've also realized that I haven't talked about the parts next to the eye, and that's simply because no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't tell what it is, and I still really can't. Even when reverse searching this image on Google to try and find something similar, I found nothing. But in the same The Mimic story, we learn that Edwin used unorthodox items like pistons from washing machines and steel rods to create the Mimic. So what if these parts next to the eye are some unorthodox items that were used to create the Mimic? But even if none of this is true, I think another story from Tales from the Pizzaplex tells us something very similar. In Lally's game, we learn that a worker programmed the Mimic to disassemble endoskeletons in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, as originally this location was meant to be a museum like the one we see in Rockstar Row. But the Mimic would then turn against the worker and tear him and other workers apart, which then closed this location. So what if this eye belonged to one of the animatronics the Mimic dismantled, as it's a piece of what was supposed to be the old museum and the new one? Now I also quickly want to go over a follow-up theory that might answer some questions you had on the last segment of the video. But again, thanks to the massive support of that video, we're now one step closer to finally answering who this eye belongs to. So by looking at the comments, let's once again deep dive into this display in Rockstar Row. Starting with the comment that I received the most, and I mean a lot: what if it belongs to Molten Freddy? Well, in my last video, I actually skipped over Molten Freddy being one of the only animatronics with one eye, as he is just entered after Circus Baby separated from the rest of the circus animatronics. And he was in the fire that destroyed the FNAF 6 pizzeria, but either way, let's still take a closer look. When importing a 3D model of Molten Freddy into Blender, we find that his eye is actually just an orange disc and isn't an eye at all. This makes sense when considering Molten Freddy is completely made out of trash, and the only real resemblance to the eye in Rockstar Row is that they both have an orange glow. So I don't really think this eye belongs to Molten Freddy. But moving on to the next comment I received the most, which is that the eye belonged to Nightmare Foxy. In my last video, I skipped over looking into the FNAF 4 animatronics as they aren't real, but this is technically wrong. Using evidence from the latest Tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learn that the Nightmare animatronics were actually real, as they were just mannequins on rails, but a gas would cause whoever was in that room to hallucinate the Nightmare animatronics. So what if this eye belonged to the mannequin that created Nightmare Foxy? Now this would be a viable option, but there would be no real way to know that this eye belonged to Foxy's mannequin, mannequin, and there's no real way to know the mannequin even had eyes. So because of this uncertainty, I don't think the eye belongs to Nightmare Foxy either. But moving on, as these comments suggest, let's look into the green rooms and the rooms surrounding them. Now in the actual rooms, there wasn't much that could help us answer this mystery. There was mainly just items that matched the animatronics and their personalities. It wasn't until I read this comment when I went into the storage rooms behind the green rooms, and that's when I found something worth pointing out. Now it wasn't an answer to who this eye belongs to, but it was actually another mystery. There are tags and sticky notes in all 4 rooms. These notes are the same in all of the rooms, but again they're important. We can find things like question marks, 3 lightning bolts, food court number 1, a note with the number 141 on it, and finally a note that seems to be a drawing of a peach. You may have noticed that the note with the question marks on it is the same one we see on the Help Wanted stage, insinuating that the workers don't know what it is or where it originated from. So I also think that these tags were at some point on the eye and the parts, and we can assume the workers also didn't know what they are or where they came from, but of course this is just speculation. I could make a whole separate video on these notes and what they mean, but for now let's just move back onto the eyes. But thanks to the comments, I realized to find an answer I needed to look into animatronics that I would never expect, and while working on another video where I covered what the next FNAF game might be, that's when I found it, a possible answer. When using an image for Glamrock Bonnie, the eyes immediately caught my attention, and just by looking at this one image, I realized that both eyes shared strong similarities. The eyes had similar shapes, and both eyes also had black and orange wires connecting to them. But of course, to make sure my theory was viable enough, I imported a 3D model of Glamrock Bonnie into Blender, and I took apart the mask and endoskeleton. Then when comparing the eyes, there was almost a direct match, and I think this is the closest I've been to answering who the eye belongs to. But why Glamrock Bonnie? Well, when looking at Glamrock Bonnie in FNAF Ruin, we can clearly see that he has both of his eyes, and the eye in Rockstar Row would have to be much older than when Glamrock Bonnie was created. And Glamrock Bonnie being the answer almost feels random, but the eye is still somehow connected to him. So when doing basic research on this character, I noticed that one trait or detail of Bonnie translates over to the tales from the Pizzaplex novels and onto another character. We all know that Bonnie is the guitarist of the group, and in one of the stories we learned that a delivery arrived at the Pizzaplex that included state-of-the-art animatronics and an endoskeleton. And the endoskeleton was originally supposed to be the guitarist of the main group, and the endoskeleton is none other than the Mimic. Now why the Mimic was originally supposed to be the endoskeleton for Glamrock Bonnie is unclear. It could be because of the features or because of his overall look and design. But as we know, the Mimic doesn't become Bonnie, so we can assume that when he was created, they still designed him to look like the Mimic, which is why the eyes are so similar. The reason the eye in Rockstar Row looks so similar to Glamrock Bonnie's eye is because it originally belonged to the Mimic. In my last video, I also came to the conclusion that the eye has to belong to the Mimic, and in this video, it's the same, as that's the most fulfilling answer. This great comment points out the idea that the parts next to the eye could be spring locks. This would make sense as most of the Mimic's costumes had spring locks, so what if these parts are spring locks that came from one of the Mimic's old costumes? Sure, the eye could belong to any animatronic in the franchise, but if this were the case, this would almost feel random. By having the eye belong to the Mimic, it's setting him up as not only the villain in Ruin, but as the new villain in the new franchise. It would also tell us a story about how the Mimic has been in the Pizzaplex for longer than we realized, just like the other Easter eggs in Security Breach tell us that same story, like the sticky note room. I know this answer may feel too on the dot for setting up a future game and a new villain, and I don't necessarily think that the eye even belongs directly to the Mimic, but by the eye at least representing the Mimic's presence in the Pizzaplex, it makes us aware that there's a new villain in the franchise, and it also means he's someone we should be paying close attention to, and we should be looking into every detail that relates to him. So with all that said, I still believe that the eye in Rockstar Row belongs to the Mimic, or at least represents his presence. But now that some time has passed, how can we use FNAF's latest project to continue to prove the theory that this eye belonged to the Mimic? Well, in Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, we know this game will focus on the Mimic and his origin, and in this game, the Mimic will don a clown costume that we saw in the teaser and in the demo, Jackie. So immediately I thought to compare the eye to Jackie's eye, but clearly they are just too different to say that they are the same. Here I do compare the eye to a very accurate fan model, but there doesn't seem to be any clear similarity. Even when comparing the eyes to the official model that was displayed at the demo, the eyes are clearly different, and the only similarity is that they're both orange in certain situations. In the trailer, we see that Jackie's eye is orange, which does look very similar to the Rockstar Row eye, but her eye is mainly green, which is why I don't think they're the same. So that's when I started to look at the rubble surrounding the eye. These are bricks that appear to be very old, and bricks that we don't find anywhere else in the Pizzaplex. And these bricks should prove where this eye came from. When looking at the rubble surrounding this endo, it's white, meaning white rubble came from the first FNAF pizzeria. But this eye has red bricks, meaning it's not from the FNAF 1 pizzeria, so where could it come from? Well, we do actually find similar rubble, just below the Pizzaplex and in the FNAF 6 sequel. In Ruin, and when going into the Freddy head, we find bricks surrounding the head, and these bricks are very similar to the bricks surrounding the eye. So we can assume that the eye came from where this rubble came from in the sequel. Now you may be thinking that the red bricks came from Freddy Fazbear's pizza place that is inside of the sequel, but when comparing the rubble to this pizzeria, they're very different and it's clear that they aren't the same, meaning that the eye didn't come from this location or from the FNAF 1 pizzeria. And when comparing the rubble to the FNAF 2 pizzeria, FNAF 3 horror attraction, FNAF 4 house, FNAF sister location bunker, none of these locations looked even remotely similar to these bricks and to the rubble. But what if these bricks came from a location that we haven't actually seen before, from a factory where FNAF Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place. In the game's demo, we learn that the game is gonna take place in a factory, and we have this image of different cameras of inside of the factory. And based on the description of the way the factory looked and based on this photo, we see that the factory was made of bricks and wooden planks, the same bricks we see from the rubble and ruin and the same bricks we see surrounding the eye. I've already made a video going over why I believe that the factory where the game is gonna take place is the same location we find under the sinkhole in Ruin, which is why we find rubble from the factory in the sinkhole, as the Pizzaplex was built over the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which was built over the Secret of the Mimic factory. So what if this eye in Rockstar Row actually came from the factory where Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place? It could have come from any animatronic that are inside of this factory, like the old staff pods, or from the Mimic himself. Maybe by the end of the game, the player is able to destroy part of the Mimic or Jackie, which includes this eye, which would end up in Rockstar Row surrounded by the factory's rubble. So this eye would serve the purpose in teasing FNAF's Secret of the Mimic and the factory where it takes place, just like the rubble does in Ruin. So again, the eye could belong to the Mimic using evidence from the rubble and from Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. Now for another small follow-up to some points on the last segment, could the eye still belong to Molten Freddy? You may have noticed that I actually ended up using a fan model for Molten Freddy since there isn't an official model to use, so we could really compare the two eyes. I also used a fan model for Circus Baby, but still when comparing an official model to the eye, it's clear that there is no similarity and that it's still a mystery who the eye belongs to. But the fan model of Molten Freddy really doesn't change the fact that Molten Freddy's eye is just an orange disc. When comparing the eye to an official image, it's clear that the eye is just a disc, and again that the only resemblance the two eyes have is that they both have an orange tint to them. Now the argument can be made that Molten Freddy's design could have been changed leading up to Security Breach, but there's no way to know this for certain, which is why we still can't say that this belonged to Molten Freddy. But when looking at another point, what if this eye belonged to a Glamrock that we haven't actually seen before in Security Breach, Glamrock Foxy? Matching the eye with Glamrock Foxy's eye would work perfectly, as we don't have an official design to compare it to, so it could have easily looked like this eye. And it would be a display honoring Glamrock Foxy, as we can assume at one point this animatronic was a part of the main group until he was replaced by Roxy. It's surrounded by rubble that again seems to be very old, which is why I don't think it could belong to Glamrock Foxy, as he would have been a much newer animatronic. So although this would have worked with the context and pink tag the display has, the eye can't belong to Glamrock Foxy, and who the eye belongs to still remains a mystery. But moving on to a single display that I mentioned briefly, and a display that I actually mentioned in a couple of my last videos, how does this display of cardboard cutouts of different animatronics solve Michael Afton? In the very corner of Rockstar Row, we see Phantom Freddy, Ennard, Shadow Bonnie, Nightmare Balloon Boy, Plush Trap, and this Circus Baby plush. And it's these animatronics that I think prove one of the biggest mysteries in the franchise and in Security Breach, which is Michael Afton, and if he's still alive in this new era of the FNAF franchise. This mystery has been heavily debated ever since Security Breach was released, and there's a lot of evidence of him still being alive, so how does this display continue to prove this? Well, I want to focus on Nightmare Balloon Boy, Shadow Bonnie, and Ennard. Throughout the franchise, Michael Afton has been the only character that has seen either of these animatronics. In FNAF 2, he would have seen Shadow Bonnie in the security office. In FNAF 4, he would have seen Nightmare Balloon Boy as one of the hallucinations, and in FNAF Sister Location, Ennard used Michael's body as a suit to escape the underground bunker. So again, Michael's the only person who would have seen these animatronics or would even know about their existence. But you may be thinking that Michael Afton never saw the Nightmare animatronics since we actually plays the Crying Child in FNAF 4. Now, although who we play as in FNAF 4 can be its own video, we know that Michael Afton has seen the Nightmare animatronics at one one point, and the proof is in the survival logbook. We know this logbook belonged to him as he wrote his name in the beginning with red ink, and later in the book we see a drawing of Nightmare Fredbear with red ink, meaning it was drawn by Michael, and again it means he saw the Nightmare animatronics at one point. Now at the same time, it could also be disproven that Michael is the only one who has seen these animatronics. We know Jeremy Fitzgerald was also a security guard in the FNAF 2 location, meaning he could have also seen Shadow Bonnie at one point, and that information could have been used years later to create this cardboard cutout. And the exact same thing could be said about the Nightmare animatronics. In the latest Tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learned that the Nightmare animatronics were just mannequins on rails, but a gas release would cause whoever was in that room to hallucinate the Nightmare animatronics. We also learned that many people were subject to this gas in experiments, meaning many people have seen these Nightmare animatronics. So again, what if this information somehow made it all the way to the Pizzaplex, which created this cardboard cutout? We also see the Nightmare animatronics in FNAF Help Wanted, as they were featured in some of the minigames, so again this information could have come from anyone who experienced this gas. But what I think can't be disproven is Ennard. Ennard was created when all of the Funtime animatronics morphed into one with the sole intention of escaping the underground bunker. Then, after tricking Michael into the scooping room, his insides were scooped out, which allowed Ennard to use Michael's body as a suit to escape the bunker. But eventually, Michael would throw Ennard up out of his body, and Ennard would eventually split into two separate animatronics, Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby. But Michael was the only one who knew of Ennard, as it would have been impossible for anyone to know about him before he was separated into two animatronics. So this one cardboard cutout alone proves Michael is still alive, and it proves Michael influenced the creation of the Pizzaplex. If something as major as Ennard was added to the Pizzaplex, then it's not that hard to believe that rooms, like Michael's room, were also added by Michael. If he was living in the Pizzaplex, it would make sense for him to want to feel at home, which is this room he spent so much time in. But really, I think Sister Location is influenced right into the Pizzaplex in the form of the scooping room. This room is obviously a direct parallel to the room we see in Sister Location, and it makes the most sense that Michael created this room. Although he himself was scooped in this room, he would still know all about the room and how it functioned. Now, why he would add this room to the very depths of the Pizzaplex is something that's hard to answer since there's no clear objective. But what I think is clear is that Sister Location, and more specifically Michael, are directly influenced into the Pizzaplex, and all of this has to prove that Michael's alive somewhere in the Pizzaplex. It almost feels like Michael Lafton is the William Afton of the Pizzaplex in the sense of how he overshadows what's added and where certain people will have roles, just like William was in control of his underground bunker and overshadowed its creation. So again, they're very similar in that sense, but obviously just without the murdering children part. So with all that said, this single display of cardboard cutouts of different animatronics prove that Michael Lafton is alive and that he overshadowed the Pizzaplex and its creation. Now I quickly want to discuss the other displays and why they still could have come from Michael. Phantom Freddy originates from FNAF 3 in that location. Now it's theorized that only Michael could see the Phantom animatronics as a result from being the security guards in these two pizzerias, so he could have also been responsible for adding Phantom Freddy in this display. This Bonnie display could have come from anyone else, as Bonnie is such a popular animatronic, which is why it doesn't feel important when trying to prove that Michael is still alive. But when looking at Plushtrap, we can use the exact same reasoning that came from Nightmare Balloon Boy. Michael was one of the only people who saw the Nightmare animatronics, which is why he could have also been responsible for adding this other display. But finally, now that we've gone over this display, and more specifically this side and who it belongs to, this display proving Michael Lafton is still alive, now I want to quickly go over another part of Rockstar Road that remains a mystery, and I want to ask for your guys' help to solve it. With almost each display, it seems to have a missing part within that display, and it's been a complete mystery to what happened to those missing parts and where they are in the Pizzaplex. But what parts are missing? Well, when looking at the displays, we can actually predict exactly what parts, and more specifically animatronic parts, went missing. With the first display, we can assume small animatronic parts went missing, as we see an eye and joints. With the second display, we can assume one of Chica's parts is missing, like a hand or even her beak, as we see her chest and foot. And it's the same with the Foxy display. Maybe his hook or foot is missing, as we see his chest and jaw. Then we know a hand or torso is missing with the endoskeleton display, as we find his head and foot. There is also presumably a toy missing in this display that belonged to Michael Lafton. And finally, multiple Freddy parts are missing in the two displays that belong to him. So what do you guys think happened to these missing parts? Where are they in the Pizzaplex? Were they used somewhere else, like when creating the Blob? I'm currently working on a final follow-up video to the Rockstar Road series that will be covering the missing displays, so make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories, and I'll make sure to include some comments with credits included in the follow-up video. But almost nothing is known about this game, and a lot of mysteries have come from what we do know so far, and one of the biggest mysteries comes from this game's title. What is the secret of the Mimic? For the secret to be included in the actual title, it means that it must have a crucial role throughout the game into the origin of the Mimic. So what is the Mimic or Jackie's big secret? Well, I already made a video going over what I believe the secret to be, but now I want to take a classic approach to this mystery that connects to other FNAF games and incidents. Specifically, I believe that this game has the possibility of introducing a new tragedy never heard of before, a tragedy that is reminiscent of two other incidents in the franchise. A bite between Jackie and an employee, the bite of 79. When looking at every single FNAF game in the timeline, only 2 games give us a confirmed date of when that game took place. Out of 12 core FNAF projects that have been released, only 2 give us a year that the game takes place, FNAF 2 and FNAF 4. We learn that FNAF 2 takes place in the year 1987 based on the date on the paycheck at the very end of the game, and we learn FNAF 4 takes place in the year 1983, based on an Easter egg on the TV displaying this date and from an Easter egg in sister location, where if you put the code 1983 on a keypad next to monitors, they will begin to display different rooms from the FNAF 4 house, again confirming the game takes place in 1983. But what do these 2 games have in common besides the year they take place being confirmed? Well, it's a tragedy, a tragic bite. In FNAF 2, the bite of 87 occurs where one of the animatronic bites a security guard, Jeremy Fitzgerald, causing him to lose his frontal lobe. Then in FNAF 4, the bite of 83 occurred between Fredbear and the crying child. The crying child was thrown into the mouth of Fredbear by his older brother, but Fredbear's jaw clamped on his head, killing him. The trend that appears to be happening with the game that has a confirmed year tied with it will also have a bite tied with that game and year. So presumably when a game has a confirmed year, it will also have a bite that occurred that same year. But what if there was a third bite, the first actual bite in the franchise that was kept a secret, the bite of 79? With Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, we once again have a confirmed year this game will take place. At the very end of the teaser trailer, a reel is flashed on the screen where we learn that the game will take place in the year 1979. For the first time since Five Nights at Freddy's 4, we have a confirmed date of when a game will take place. Now it can be argued that this is purely to make it clear when this game will take place in the timeline, since every game after FNAF Pizzeria Simulator has taken place in this new era of the franchise that has focused on new characters and ideas. So confirming the year this game will take place would only show that this new game is now going to take place at the very beginning of the timeline, unlike past dual games, and will be the earliest game in the timeline. But what if this confirmation was so much more than that? What if this confirmation was to show that something will happen in this game, that a bite will happen, like the last 2 games that also had a confirmed year, the bite of 79? I think that this game would have been able to portray that this game takes place at the earliest point in the timeline without giving us a specific year, like with the description of the teaser trailer. To see the future, sometimes you need to understand the past. This makes it clear that the game will take place in the past without giving us a specific year. And even with the gameplay alone, they could have showed us how early this game takes place in the timeline. With the demo, we learned that the factory where this game is going to take place had posters referencing Fredbear's Family Diner. These posters being up and promoting this restaurant would show that this game takes place in the early 1980s or late 1970s. They also had this poster promoting a future restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, so again, just with these posters alone, we know this game will take place at the earliest point in the timeline. So again, for the exact year this game is going to take place to be confirmed must mean something more, and I believe it's a way of confirming a new bite. And this would also work perfectly with the title of this game. The bite was kept a secret from the public, and the bite of 79 is the Mimic's secret. But who caused the bite of 79, where did it happen, and most importantly, why? Well, I think it's obvious that the Mimic would have caused it, or more specifically, Jackie. Jackie is the mascot suit the Mimic is going to wear in Secret of the Mimic. It wouldn't be that difficult for Jackie to bite someone, especially because she's a large animatronic compared to the player. Now we can assume that she bit an adult and more specifically an employee of the factory, just like the bite of 87. The bite of 87 occurred with an animatronic and an employee, so what if the same happened with the bite of 79? We can assume that kids wouldn't be allowed in this dangerous factory, which is why it makes the most sense that Jackie bit an adult who was again an employee of the factory. This could also be the reason the factory is completely empty. In the demo we learned that the factory is empty besides the player who we play as, so what if the factory was shut down because of the bite between Jackie and an employee? And the protagonist returns to the shut down and abandoned factory for some reason, where they encounter Jackie and where the rest of the game takes place, but there's also a chance that the bite victim will be the player themselves. Like the bite victim in 1983, the crying child, what if we actually play as the bite victim of the bite of 79? The game could end with the player failing to defeat Jackie, which will follow with a jump scare that is actually Jackie biting the player, causing the bite of 79. So now that we know the bite of 79 would occur with Jackie and an employee of the factory, now we can start to look at where it happened. Like I mentioned from this demo, we learned that the game is going to take place in a factory, so it's easy to say that the bite would take place in the factory where Jackie and her music box reside. But this is very different than the other 2 bites that occurred, as they both occurred in pizzerias that were actively open. but this actually just supports the idea that it would be able to be kept a secret. Because it's not a pizzeria that is open to the public, if an incident like a bite did occur, then of course no one else would be able to find out about it and it would be able to remain a secret, the mimic secret. But finally, why did this bite even happen? Well, really this could be for any reason, but the main point to get across is that it's most likely that Jackie was provoked, which caused her to bite an employee. Maybe this reason will even be explored throughout the gameplay of Secret of the Mimic. This reason could even allow us to sympathize with Jackie, or will cause us to become even more terrified of this character. So because a confirmation for the year Secret of the Mimic is going to take place was given, which hasn't been done besides FNAF 2 and FNAF 4, we can predict and theorize that a bite will occur before or during this game, just like a bite occurred in FNAF 2 and FNAF 4. This bite would occur between Jackie and an employee of the factory, and after Jackie was provoked for some reason. This bite will be known as the Bite of 79, and it's the Secret of the Mimic that has been hidden up to this point in the franchise. The Bite of 79 will be explored throughout this game and why it was hidden for so long. But with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video on the Bite of 79, and remember this video is just a theory. By no means am I saying that the Bite of 79 is a 100% thing that exists or that will even happen. I just want to find a bigger reason for the year being confirmed. That not only solve the big Secret of the Mimic, but it would also connect to other FNAF games and other bites in the franchise. Really, with this video, I just want to explore why an exact year was given for this game. It was something that seemed so odd to me and unlike the franchise, but it was something I saw almost no one talking about. Scott Cawthon and Stuart Studios aren't really known for giving years to the communities, and the years in which those games take place are actually one of the biggest mysteries that the community have attempted to solve. The only time Scott Cawthon really gave a confirmed year was in FNAF 4, which was to help point the community in the right direction. Especially with the release of FNAF's sister location, Scott Cawthon confirmed that FNAF 4 took place in 1983, when the community was debating if this was the Bite of 87 or 83. So by having the 1983 Easter egg in the office mode in sister location, it helped the community solve one of the biggest debates in the franchise. But for a year to be confirmed before a game has even been released must mean something more, and again, what if it's a way to show something will happen in this game? And it's a way to point us in the right direction just like Scott Cawthon did. So what do you guys think? What is the Secret of the Mimic, and is it the Bite of 79? Five Nights at Freddy's has just celebrated its 10th anniversary, but one animatronic stands out as the most complicated and confusing character from this series, Golden Freddy. Golden Freddy has had a large role in many FNAF games like Ultimate Custom Night and FNAF 2, but we don't actually know a lot about this character or their purpose. But at this point in the franchise, I think we can solve this character while also using them to solve some of the biggest mysteries in the franchise. So let's solve the character of Golden Freddy by answering how many souls possess this animatronic, their role in Midnight Motorist, how they're connected to the FNAF 4 box, and a possible way Golden Freddy still has a role with this new era of the FNAF franchise. So how many souls possess Golden Freddy? But first, let's go over every single Five Nights at Freddy's game that Golden Freddy has appeared in. Starting with the very first FNAF game, which was released back in 2014, Golden Freddy appeared as an Easter egg that would randomly appear throughout the game. Images of different animatronics with the message, "It's me," would flash rapidly on your screen before Golden Freddy would actually appear in your office. Then you would be jump scared by a still image of Golden Freddy and your game would crash as well. In the second FNAF game, Golden Freddy's appearance is essentially the same as the first one. He has a chance to randomly appear in your gameplay, and if he does, he will sit in your office until he jump scares you, and once more your game will crash. Again, only Golden Freddy's head attacks you, which is an important detail I'll mention again later in this video. We then see Golden Freddy again in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, and more specifically, we see Fredbear, who is one of the earliest animatronics ever created. We also get Nightmare Fredbear, which is just an illusion of Fredbear that tormented the crying child. Now, though these iterations don't count as Golden Freddy, they still tell us a lot about the souls possessing Golden Freddy, and I'll get back to these iterations soon. We then finally see him in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night as one of the 50 animatronics William has to face. It's the FNAF 2 version of this character, and that's the version that jump scares you. But if you set all other animatronics to a rating of 0 and only keep Golden Freddy at 1, and then buy a death coin in the shop and then use it on him, you'll receive a unique Fredbear jump scare. This time it's a full body jump scare unlike the previous two jump scares, and it's the Fredbear design with the purple hat and tie. Now on the surface, it may just seem like the one possessing Golden Freddy is the crying child, as in the FNAF 4 ending, we saw him be thrown into the mouth of Fredbear by his older brother Michael, which killed him, which makes him possess the animatronic and want to get revenge on Michael for killing him, and this is what we see in the first and second game. That's why we even see the message, "It's me," in these games, as it's the crying child reminding his older brother of what he did to him, meaning that it was also the crying child who was torturing William Afton in a purgatory, as he was the one who created the animatronic that killed him. And all of this would actually make a lot of sense, but too many games disprove this and prove that another soul is also possessing Golden Freddy, just at a different time. In the FNAF 2 minigame Give Gifts, Give Life, we see the puppet giving life to the animatronics, and we see 4 souls paired up with the animatronics that their body was stuffed inside. This includes Golden Freddy, as right before the minigame ends, we see a 5th soul or dead body in the center of the room. This is then followed by a Golden Freddy jump scare insinuating that the soul belongs to Golden Freddy, and we know that the soul is not the crying child. We saw the crying child pass away after the bite of 83 in the hospital, and up to that point no murders had even happened. It wasn't until after the crying child's death that William Afton went on a murder spree by killing Charlie and the 5 children, which included the one who would later possess Golden Freddy. And we know that this other soul is named Cassidy. We know this because her name was found in the survival logbook when it was first released. So now that we know for certain that 2 souls possess Golden Freddy throughout the franchise, now we can start to look at which soul was in control of Golden Freddy at different periods of the timeline. Starting with the first 2 FNAF games, it makes the most sense that Golden Freddy is the crying child. Like I mentioned, we know that Michael Afton is the main security guard in both these games, meaning that it's the crying child tormenting him as Golden Freddy. Cassidy and Michael have no connection, so she would have no reason to attack him, but the crying child does, and in the games we see him constantly reminding him of what he did. But the next time we see Golden Freddy isn't actually until FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, and this is where I think we see Cassidy. The point of Ultimate Custom Night was to represent William Afton being tortured in a purgatory by Golden Freddy, and our proof of this are various voice lines from this soul.
Will never let you leave. Never let you rest.
Previously, I mentioned that it would make the most sense for this soul to be the crying child, as he would be getting revenge on his father for everything. But the Happiest Day minigame disproves all of this. In the FNAF 3 Happiest Day minigames, you play as the puppet as you go through a birthday party. You pass various kids with different animal masks until you reach the end, where you find a child with his birthday cake crying. Then the crying child is seen wearing a Golden Freddy mask, and that's when all of the children disappear and their masks fall on the ground. The 6 balloons then fly upward, signifying the souls of the 6 children being freed and finally at peace. Now this minigame is clearly supposed to represent the events of the FNAF 4 ending. We see a birthday party with various children wearing animal masks, and at the face of it is the crying child. This makes sense as the crying child's happiest day was taken from him, but in this minigame he's finally able to have his birthday party. This also means that the crying child's soul is set free and is no longer in control of Golden Freddy, meaning that he couldn't be the one possessing Golden Freddy during Ultimate Custom Night, which also means that the soul possessing Golden Freddy during Ultimate Custom Night is instead Cassidy. And I think what solidifies this is Golden Freddy's different jump scares. In the first 2 games, he only attacks the player with his head, and because this is the crying child, I think this is a parallel to him being bitten on his head. He's attacking his older brother with what he lost on that fateful night. But Cassidy was stuffed inside the body of Golden Freddy, and what jump scare do we see in Ultimate Custom Night? A full body jump scare, which represents what happened to Cassidy. But finally, what proves all of this is Cassidy's role in the newest games. From FNAF Security Breach to FNAF Help 1 and 2, we are introduced to a new character and minigame called Princess Quest. You play as the princess as you try to free Vanessa from Glitchtrap's control, and that princess is actually named Cassidy in the game files. And if William Afton really is Glitchtrap, that means that Cassidy is following William Afton no matter where he goes, and this includes the virtual world. If Cassidy was torturing William in a purgatory, but he was somehow able to escape, then it would make sense for her to go after him and defeat him for good. So now that we have a good understanding of Golden Freddy, we can start to look at how this character also solves some of the biggest mysteries from the franchise, starting with Midnight Motorist. This minigame has been the point of discussion for years now, with the biggest argument being these footprints left behind outside of the broken window. And I believe that these footprints were left by the physical Golden Freddy animatronic, but why? Like I mentioned, there are a lot of mysteries that come from Midnight Motorist, and besides William Afton being Orange Guy, the community seems to disagree with every point in mystery from this minigame, especially the footprints outside of the window that are arguably the most confusing and complicated aspect of Midnight Motorist. Right at the end of the minigame, we find these animatronic footprints outside of a broken window, and they're the only footprints throughout the entire minigame. So who do these footprints belong to, and why are they outside of this window at this given point of the timeline? Well, some of the biggest and most popular theories around these footprints are that they either belong to one of the Springlock animatronics, the Funtime animatronics, or that they were illusions that just William Afton could see. Now, what I think is the most likely, and what I personally believe in, as I'm going to cover this theory in this video, is that the footprints belong to Fredbear or Golden Freddy. Again, this is a very popular theory that already exists, but my explanation and reasoning to why it's Golden Freddy is something I haven't seen before that answers part of Midnight Motorist. With that reasoning being the idea that the physical Golden Freddy animatronic left those footprints, that was actually the crying child trying to return home. The evidence for my reasoning comes from the survival logbook and from the Fazbear Fright novels. In the Stitch Wraith story, there's an animatronic that contains the spirit of two kids named Andrew and Jake. Andrew is a victim of William Afton, who is a very vengeful spirit. Jake is revealed to not be killed by William Afton, but was surrounded by a plushie that had a walkie-talkie inside of it. This directly mirrors what we see with Cassidy and the crying child. Cassidy, the more vengeful spirit, was killed by William Afton, and the crying child is the one who wasn't killed by William but still died tragically. But they both possess one single animatronic. In the Stitch Wraith stories, we learn that they both possess different parts of the animatronic. Andrew possesses the body while Jake possesses the head. Because Jake possesses the head, he is in control of the animatronic's movement and he can see the outside world. While Andrew possesses the body, he can't see anything or move the animatronic. What's also made clear is that they both don't remember much from their past and that they can talk to each other from inside of the animatronic. This also directly mirrors the events of the survival logbook. Cassidy and the crying child both possess the same animatronic, Golden Freddy, and they talk to each other inside of the animatronic. For example, in the survival logbook, Cassidy asks the crying child, "What do you see?" and the crying child responds with, "I can't see." The crying child also has lines like, "I hear sounds and I'm scared." So again, by using the parallel in the books for evidence in the games, we know that Cassidy controls the body but can't move the animatronic itself, while the crying child controls the head and can't control the animatronic's movements. So because the crying child can't control Golden Freddy, what if he controlled it to move to the Aftons and to his house, where he stood outside of this window leaving behind these footprints? Although Golden Freddy has had multiple appearances throughout the franchise, it's clear that they have all been illusions. That's why Golden Freddy can randomly appear in your office, and in FNAF 2 he even fades in and out, again supporting the idea that these appearances were just illusions. After the bite of 83, we know Golden Freddy was retired to the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza where the missing children incident took place, but after this it's a complete mystery where the physical Golden Freddy animatronic resided. So what if at one point it was at the Afton family house, again controlled by the crying child? And the conversation between the two spirits can be applied to Midnight Motorist. When the crying child says, "I can't see," this could be applied to how the minigame takes place at midnight. It would be pitch black by this point, which is why he simply shouldn't be able to see. And with the line, "I hear sounds," this could be referring to the heavy rain during Midnight Motorist. At the start of the minigame, the rain is very quiet and the loudest noise is the actual music for the minigame. But as you go deeper into the minigame, the rain drowns out the music and by the end of it, it's the only thing you can hear. Which feels like an important decision that might connect to Golden Freddy and what he's hearing. And the crying child controlling Golden Freddy would also explain the rain being an issue in the spring locks. Whenever an animatronic is brought into the discussion when theorizing the footprints, the rain immediately raises a red flag, as we've seen in the franchise before how badly rain can affect an animatronic. Like in the puppet minigame, where we clearly see how the rain causes the puppet to malfunction. And we also know that water causes spring locks to malfunction, causing them to activate, so we know a person couldn't be in this animatronic in Midnight Motorist as it would have malfunctioned or the spring locks would have activated. But if it was instead the crying child controlling the empty Golden Freddy animatronic, then it wouldn't malfunction nor would the spring locks activate. It would just be the crying child controlling Golden Freddy as he's trying to return home. Another line he leaves in the logbook is, "I'm scared," and when the crying child was scared, we know all he wanted to do was go home. In FNAF 4, the crying child was forced to stay at Fredbear's family diner for multiple nights, but he always tries to escape it by going home. So if the crying child was trapped inside of Golden Freddy and he was scared, then it makes perfect sense that all he would want to do was return home. And the Stitch Wraith continues to prove this theory in FNAF Into the Pit. In this game we follow Oswald, and like in FNAF 4, there are multiple areas and maps to explore like Oswald's house. While in Oswald's house, there's a chance that you can spot the Stitch Wraith outside of your window staring at you, the same way Golden Freddy would be outside of the window in the Afton family house. Because we've already established that the Stitch Wraith is a parallel to the character of Golden Freddy, then we can apply the same parallel to the Stitch Wraith role in Into the Pit, where he's right outside of the window just like Golden Freddy would be in Midnight Motorist. Now, by no means is this theory perfect. The lines from the survival logbook can be taken into any context and can be used for anything, especially with lines like "I'm scared," which can mean anything. And throughout the FNAF franchise, we've never seen an example of the crying child physically controlling Golden Freddy, and in general, we don't know much about Golden Freddy and the ways controlled by Cassidy and the crying child. And if this was Golden Freddy, then why can't we find any other footprints, and why can't we find him anywhere else in the minigame? Again, it's not perfect, but the idea of the crying child having a role as Golden Freddy and not only Midnight Motorist, but in the franchise as a whole is something that I think is extremely overlooked by the community. So a great way to give the crying child a bigger role as Golden Freddy is through Midnight Motorist and him being the animatronic outside of the window that left these footprints. It should also be worth mentioning that the books in the FNAF franchise are still a mystery on their own. It's never been confirmed if the books are directly canon to the games or if they're just used to solve certain parts of the game and mysteries. In this theory and in most theories, the books are just used as a parallel to the games to solve small mysteries and questions. But what do you guys think? Are the FNAF Fazbear Fright books canon in any way, and should we be using them to solve lore from the games? Now, when looking at another big mystery from the franchise, how does Golden Freddy connect to the FNAF 4 box? And more specifically, how does Golden Freddy give us a direct answer to what's inside the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 box? First, I think it's important to understand the history of the box and the most popular theories behind it. These theories are all different in the sense of when they were created in the FNAF timeline, meaning when new lore is released, new theories can keep being made about the box. But what's inside the box is constantly changed because of what Scott Cawthon has said regarding the box, which has made answering the mystery that much more difficult. So first, here's the history. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 was released on July 23rd, 2015 and was another great installment to the FNAF franchise, but after beating Night 7, fans were met with this interesting ending. The ending was just a lockbox with this text above it. Perhaps some things are best left forgotten for now. This ending completely confused the fandom, with no one able to figure out what was inside or even understand the meaning of it. Although Scott Cawthon was going to open the box in the Halloween update, which included different animatronic designs and harder nights, but decided against it and instead released a statement on Steam. He decided not to open it because no one was able to figure out what was inside. For the first time in the franchise, no one was able to answer this mystery, and Scott Cawthon wanted to keep it that way. But from his statement, two things stuck out to fans, and now these two claims are the fundamentals for each theory. Scott claims that what's inside the box are the pieces put together, but would the community accept it that way? And like I already mentioned, he also claimed that what's inside the box has changed over the years as more FNAF lore has come out, and this first theory was widely popular right after FNAF 4's release. This theory is also regarded as the most popular theory, being that the box contains the body of the crying child, and honestly, it did make a lot of sense. In the ending of FNAF 4, when the crying child is presumably in the hospital, William and Michael Afton give their final words to him, and that's when William Afton tells the crying child, "I will put you back together." To me, I see this line relating to Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. We know that William Afton was experimenting with Remnant, and in one of the offices, there's even what appears to be a child's robot head. It's possible that William Afton was attempting to bring back the crying child using Remnant and robot parts. He's forgetting about his son until he finds out how to bring him back. He's putting his son back together by putting the pieces together. This theory works with every clue and statement Scott Cawthon has released, and I think it was the most logical theory at the time, which would have been right after the release of Sister Location. But now this theory feels outdated with all of the new lore revealed, so this next theory makes much more sense. This theory became popular after the release of Five Nights at Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, and the theory is that the box belongs to Henry, not William, and that the box contains paragraph 4, or the plans for Henry to take down William Afton and Fazbear's Entertainment. This theory definitely revolves around the newest lore, and because of this, many fans might not be okay with the box not even belonging to William Afton, and Henry's plan directly relates to Scott Cawthon's statement that what's inside are simply the pieces put together. Henry's plan was to bring down Fazbear's Entertainment by piecing together the mystery of the missing children, the mystery of his daughter's murder, and of course the mystery of how the souls of the children possess the animatronics. He's putting the pieces together to finally defeat William Afton. In regards to the text from the actual ending, it matches perfectly with this theory as well. It's possible that after Henry's daughter was murdered, Henry chose to lock his plans in this box and forget about them until he was able to enact them. And personally, I think this theory was the most accurate considering all of the lore and story that had been revealed to us at that point. But again, the box still hasn't been opened, and like I previously mentioned, the box was going to be opened in the Halloween update. There's even a way where you can remove the locks by clicking on them, and Scott Cawthon went out of his way to add this feature, but nothing came out of this until FNAF World. Now this is where my theory comes in, and to me, FNAF World actually serves as the biggest piece of evidence. Like the Halloween update, the box was planned to be opened at one point throughout the story, and we even got this image from the game files of the box fully finally opened. Now it's not 100% confirmed how the player would even get to this point, but either way Scott Cawthon once more changed his mind and nothing ever came from it. But I think we can assume when this segment would have shown up in the game. Throughout FNAF World, you have to complete certain tasks that are reminiscent of FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigames that led to the happy ending. After completing those tasks, you are met with this ending. Now we can assume this is the same Golden Freddy plush from FNAF 4 who is talking to us, which also means that this is William Afton, but he is telling us that the pieces are in place for us and that we must find them. And it's widely believed that the pieces he's referring to are the mini-games and objectives from this game and from FNAF 3 which unlock the happy ending. So when these mini-games, objectives, and pieces were put together, we unlocked the happy ending, which is the souls of the children finally being freed. We saw the 4 main animatronics, the puppet, and Golden Freddy or the crying child all freed and put to rest, just like the last line from the ending suggests. And just like many other fans believe, I believe that the box contains the Happiest Day minigames or the happy ending. But what would be the physical representation of all of this? Well, it would have to be the empty heads of all the main animatronics, as that's what we see in the happy ending. So does that mean the empty heads are inside the box? Well, not exactly. I actually think what's inside the box has just been answered in FNAF Help Wanted 2. When playing the Princess Quest arcade minigames and going through a secret staircase, this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." It's been heavily theorized that we play as Cassie's dad in Help Wanted 2. It's also been theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the Bonnie mask from the FNAF 4 ending, meaning the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that night, possibly confirming that it is the same character. But how does this confirm what's inside the box? Well, I think it confirms what's in the box through parallels. The entire point of the secret ending from Help Wanted 2 was to come to terms with the past and accept what happened. We see the player collect 6 plushies of the original 6 victims in the form of their animatronics, and these plushies are actually the key to even unlocking the chest. When placing them onto gravestones and lighting those gravestones, you can open the chest. I think the gravestones and the plushies represent the player giving these memories life and, like I mentioned, coming to terms with the past. So when the player is able to come into terms with the victim's past, he can finally come into terms with his own past, which is the Bonnie mask he wore on that fateful night. And this is a direct parallel to what we see happen in the Happiest Day minigames. The player gives life to memories or past events and comes to terms with the past. This all leads to the crying child coming to terms with his own past by finally having his birthday party and finally being freed, which again is what we see happen in FNAF World, and again this would have led to the box finally being opened. So if we can assume the secret ending from Help Wanted 2 is a parallel to the Happiest Day minigame, that means that the box would also contain the mask of an animatronic, and now the question is who the animatronic is. Well, we know that it has to be an animatronic that we see in the happy ending and one that would be personal to William Afton. So with that said, the FNAF 4 box contains the mask of Golden Freddy. Now I know that may seem far-stretched, but I think this would actually make a lot of sense. Now I'm sure that you're thinking in the good ending we don't actually see the Golden Freddy mask, we only see it in the bad ending with its eyes still lit up, since in this ending the children's spirits were never freed. So what if the reason we don't see the Golden Freddy mask in the happy ending, which is the canon ending, is because the mask is still inside the box? And using the parallel that I just discussed, it would make a lot of sense for the box to contain something personal to William Afton while also being related to the happy ending, which would be one of the empty masks. But obviously a box and a chest aren't directly the same, but I still think they're right parallel of each other, especially because of the way the chest is unlocked and because of the text above it, as it can even be argued it relates to the text we see above the box. Now I'm sure that you're also thinking that it would be impossible for Golden Freddy's mask to be inside the box, as we see the mask on Golden Freddy in every single game he's in. And this would be a valid argument except for the fact that in each of these appearances, Golden Freddy isn't actually there, he's just an illusion. That's why he can just appear in your office simultaneously and cause your game to crash. But a minor detail to note that I think is important is that in every one of his jump scares we only see his head or mask appear on the screen, especially in FNAF 2 when the only thing that attacks you is his mask, which might be a small piece of evidence supporting this theory. So with all that said, using evidence from FNAF World which tells us that the ending is supposed to be the same as FNAF 3's happy ending, which is where we would have seen the box unlocked, we can assume that the box would contain an animatronic mask like we see in the happy ending, and using evidence from FNAF Help Wanted 2 where we see a chest unlocked revealing a Bonnie mask mask, we can assume that the mask inside is Golden Freddy's, meaning that what's inside the FNAF 4 box is the head of Golden Freddy. Finally, what role could Golden Freddy possibly have in this new era of the FNAF franchise, and more specifically in the Pizzaplex in FNAF Security Breach? Well, I think there's a big chance that Golden Freddy is present through the form of Glamrock Freddy, and unlike many popular theories, what if Glamrock Freddy is possessed by the Crying Child's soul? First, here's why I don't think the Crying Child can be the same person as Gregory. Besides their similar designs that aren't close enough to make a definitive decision, their characters are nothing alike. In FNAF 4, the Crying Child was a kid who was terrified of the animatronics. In multiple minigames, we would see him try to do everything in his power to avoid the animatronics, but when he couldn't, he would break down and begin to cry, hence the name. Even when Michael and his friends threw him into the mouth of Fredbear, he was obviously crying, and again, he was always scared of these animatronics. But in Security Breach, Gregory feels like the opposite. We know he never once feels scared of the animatronics, as he is able to destroy all of the main animatronics and steal parts from them. And he even crawls inside of Freddy when he's shut off. So again, they're different in that sense, and their personalities never feel alike. If anything, I think the Crying Child's personality resembles closer to Glamrock Freddy, which would also make him Golden Freddy. But first, let's go over who exactly Golden Freddy is. Throughout the franchise, we know of two souls possessing the Golden Freddy animatronic. The first being the Crying Child when he was thrown into the mouth of Fredbear, killing him, and the second soul being Cassidy. Cassidy was stuffed inside the Fredbear animatronic by William Afton after his first murder spree. So throughout the franchise, both Cassidy and the Crying Child take control of Golden Freddy in different ways. But at one point, both spirits are freed. In FNAF 3, after completing the Happiest Day minigame and unlocking the happy ending, we see the Crying Child's spirit be freed after having his birthday party. Now this can be debated, but in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, we do see Cassidy's spirit be freed after completing the Ultimate Consequences Easter egg while she was torturing William Afton in a purgatory. We see the Golden Freddy animatronic twitch while the screen fades to black. Now it is debated if her spirit was freed in this moment, but I think it was. But we know for a fact that both spirits return in FNAF Security Breach. It's well known that Cassidy returns in the form of the princess in all of the Princess Quest minigames. In the game files, she is even labeled as Cassidy. We can assume that Cassidy returned to defeat the virtual version of William Afton, which is Glitchtrap. But if Cassidy is stopping the virtual version of William Afton, then who's stopping the physical version of him, which we know is Burntrap? Well, this is where I think the Crying Child comes into play. Now I'm sure that you may be thinking that it would be impossible for the Crying Child to return since his spirit was freed back in FNAF 3, and this would be true except for one minor detail. In the same ending, we also see the puppet spirit be freed as their mask falls down alongside the other spirits. But we see the puppet in later parts of the timeline like in FNAF 6 in the form of Lefty, and there are some theories that we even see the puppet in Security Breach as we see Nightmare Puppet plushies throughout the Pizzaplex. So this proves that although souls can be freed from an animatronic, it is still possible that they could return in some way. So what if Golden Freddy or the Crying Child returns in FNAF Security Breach to stop the physical version of William Afton? Now that may seem far-stretched, but the evidence is right there in the form of parallels. The first being Glamrock Freddy's personality. At first, I thought it resembled the personality of Michael Afton, and for the most part, it does. But I strongly believe that Michael is still alive and living in the Pizzaplex like I discussed in this video. But Freddy's personality does still resemble that of the Crying Child's. Throughout the game, Freddy never wants to hurt anyone and does everything in his power to avoid conflict. When he first finds Gregory in his stomach, he points out the fact how they should avoid coming in contact with Vanessa, and throughout the game, he almost seems scared of her and the idea of being caught by her. He also never wants to hurt any of the other animatronics, and he even disagrees with Gregory when he brings up the idea. So overall, his personality feels more timid and fearful, which resembles the Crying Child more than Michael. And when Freddy brings Gregory to the first aid station, he tells him this.
I feel you are broken.
Don't worry about it, I'm fine.
No, I feel that something is wrong. I am taking you to the first aid station.
This is a direct reference to what we know William told the Crying Child in the hospital. He tells him, "You are broken." It's a direct parallel to FNAF 4, but this time the Crying Child is saying it to Gregory. But moving on to another direct parallel we see is the fact that Freddy loses his head in the canon ending. Now obviously the Crying Child doesn't actually lose his head to Fredbear, but every other time the Crying Child is referenced, he is missing his head. Like above the sticky note room where we see the staff bots representing each member of the Afton family, and for the Crying Child, the staff bot is missing their head. So again, I think Freddy missing his head is a parallel to the Crying Child. And in Ruin, we see yet again another parallel. The only time we encounter Glamrock Freddy in Ruin, he has a completely different design. Not only is he missing his head, but he has a hole in his chest making a mouth. And what other animatronic in the entire franchise has a similar design with their stomach being a mouth? That's right, Nightmare Fredbear, who is also Golden Freddy, who of course is the Crying Child. His stomach even opens up making a mouth, so again, I think this design choice is to tell us that Glamrock Freddy is the Crying Child. child. But in Security Breach, there's a small detail that I think many people misunderstood. When you first go down to the abandoned pizzeria, Freddy will say this when finding the blob.
My friends are here. They're so angry, confused. But I can protect you. I am not.
Now, there are many theories to what this line was referring to, but I think it was about the crying child referring to his friend's souls or agony that were now stuck inside of the blob. We know that the blob was created using parts of endoskeletons and parts from animatronics from the special delivery service. This is why we see characters like Chico or Bonnie, even though their original versions have already been destroyed. The blob is also fueled by agony, which is a substance that is fueled by pure hatred and rage, so the agony inside the blob comes from the souls of the children who still have hatred for William Afton, who we already know came back in the form of Burntrap. So when William came back, so did the souls of these children in the form of agony inside the blob. So I think that the crying child can feel the agony of his friends who were other animatronics, which is why he says they are angry and confused. And again, this is just more evidence that the crying child is Glamrock Freddy. So with all of that said, I think the crying child's soul came back and possessed Glamrock Freddy after the Pizzaplex had already been built and after William Afton had returned as Burntrap. The crying child returns to stop his father and to protect Gregory. Unlike the way he was protected, he has a chance to stop history from repeating itself by having someone else injured by these animatronics. And that's why he speaks to Gregory the same way William did, as he's now acting like a father figure for him. But eventually, Freddy loses his head in the same sense the crying child did, and in Ruin, Glamrock Freddy becomes the crying child's worst nightmare, which was Nightmare Fredbear. Now quickly I want to discuss yet another piece of evidence that further proves this theory. When looking at Golden Freddy's lines when he's near the blob, he also has to say this line, which is very similar to Golden Freddy's. Now, this could easily be taken into any context, but I believe that it's a parallel to the infamous phrase, "It's me." It's clear that these two lines are very similar, and what if this was for a very specific reason? It's to show that Glamrock Freddy and the crying child are closely connected, and that there's even a chance that the crying child is now possessing Golden Freddy. With this new line, "I am not me," the crying child could also be recognizing how he's in a different animatronic that he's not familiar with, especially since he spent so much time in Golden Freddy. So again, this just further proves the idea in theory that the crying child is now possessing Glamrock Freddy in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Many mysteries come from Five Nights at Freddy's sister location alone, with one of the biggest mysteries being the Springlock suit in Night 4 and who it is. Well, in this video, I'm going to attempt to solve who the Springlock suit is by connecting it to the franchise's latest antagonist, the Mimic, who is also going to be known as Jackie. So let's finally solve the Springlock suit in FNAF's sister location. For a quick recap, on Night 4 in FNAF's sister location, the player is placed into an empty Springlock suit and is tasked with rewinding the Springlocks to prevent them from activating. After some time passes, the night ends and the player is successful in escaping the Springlock suit, but one mystery still stands from this night and from sister location as a whole. Who is the Springlock suit that the player is trapped inside of? It's never been made clear who this is, and it was never explained in any of the past or future FNAF games after sister location. And up to a certain point, this mystery was regarded as not that important to solving the lore and when connecting it to other FNAF games or animatronics. But what if there is a way to connect the suit not only to FNAF's newest game, but also to the franchise's latest antagonist, the Mimic, who is also going to be known as Jackie? But first, what are some popular theories of who the Springlock animatronic is and how can we solve it? Well, when looking at the faceplate of the Springlock suit, it has two eyes, a smile, and most importantly, it's divided into 4 faceplates. So when trying to find an animatronic that fits this description, it's actually very easy. The issue is finding an animatronic that wasn't somewhere else in the franchise during this time period. We know FNAF's sister location takes place in an underground bunker, meaning an animatronic that is a Springlock suit, has a faceplate divided into 4 sections, and was in the bunker when this game took place is the character we're looking for. So let's solve this mystery by first looking at the few animatronics that have a mask divided into 4 faceplates, and the only animatronics that fit this description are the Funtime animatronics. When looking at the Funtime animatronics, they all have the same face where the face is divided into 4 faceplates, so technically any of these Funtime animatronics can be the suit in Night 4, except for one problem. All of the Funtime animatronics are somewhere else in the bunker as we see their different roles as the game progresses, so we can assume they aren't the suit in the Night 4 minigame, which immediately eliminates the Funtime animatronics. But there's actually another Funtime animatronic that wasn't in FNAF's sister location, but they still share the same design with their face having 4 faceplates, and of course I'm talking about Funtime Chica. Funtime Chica was revealed in Five Nights at Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator and was an animatronic that could be bought in the catalog. She has the same 4 faceplates as the other Funtime animatronics that perfectly matches the design from the suit and sister location. And because it's never been confirmed where she was in the franchise before Pizzeria Simulator, it could very easily be possible that she was in the underground bunker during sister location, and again that she was the suit the player was stuffed inside of. But there's one major problem with this character and the Funtime animatronics. It's never actually been confirmed if the Funtime animatronics are Springlock animatronics, which is crucial to this minigame and to solving this mystery. When looking at the Funtime animatronics and the way they were built, we can assume that they weren't Springlock suits and that William Afton designed them to have a much different purpose. Especially when looking at the different blueprints for the animatronics, it's clear that they aren't Springlock suits and that it would be impossible for a person to fit inside of them. So not only does this again eliminate the Funtime animatronics, but it also eliminates Funtime Chica, as it's clear she isn't a Springlock animatronic. So the question still stands, who could this be? Well, what if there's an animatronic that has 4 faceplates, might be a Springlock suit, and wouldn't complicate any lore since they're a brand new animatronic? Well, what if this suit is the Mimic, or also known as Jackie? Jackie is going to be the main antagonist in the franchise's newest project, FNAF's Secret of the Mimic, but this game is going to take place in the year 1979, meaning it's now the earliest game in the timeline, with it taking place 4 years before FNAF 4. Meaning that Jackie had to have been somewhere throughout different points in the FNAF timeline, and I've already made a video going over her role and influence in FNAF 1 through FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. And in Sister Location, I went over how we found Jackie through the Enter mask found in the office. So what if the physical Jackie animatronic was in this bunker the entire time, and it's the Springlock suit that the player was stuffed inside of on night 4? When comparing the faceplate to Jackie, they again both share the same 4 faceplates, and the smile would even match up with Jackie's smile. She is the only other animatronic in the franchise with 4 faceplates, and this feels very intentional. So what if this was a way to connect it to this Springlock suit? And there's also a big possibility that Jackie is a Springlock suit. In the novels, we learn that the Mimic wears many different mascots and suits, like the animal mascot suits we see in Ruin. And we learn that some of these suits are Springlock suits. So what if this Jackie suit that the Mimic will also wear is a Springlock suit as well? So if it is the suit in Sister Location, then it would work perfectly as the player is attempting to wind up Jackie's Springlocks. So not only do the faceplates line up, but the Springlocks also work perfectly. But what about this animatronic being in this bunker during Sister Location? Well, because Jackie comes from such an early point in the timeline, and because we don't know anything about this new character, she can be anywhere in the franchise at any given point without disrupting or changing already existing lore. So she could easily be in the bunker when Sister Location takes place, but at this point it would just be an empty suit that the Mimic would have left behind at a certain point. So Jackie checks off every point and criteria when trying to solve this mystery, and not only would it solve a part of Sister Location, but it would also be a perfect way to connect this new era of the franchise to the old one. Because Jackie seems to have such a large role in Secret of the Mimic, we can assume that she would also have a large role in the lore and story, meaning we should be able to find her in different points in the timeline. And at this point of the timeline when Sister Location takes place, I believe that Jackie was the Springlock suit the player was stuffed inside of in Night 4. Because the faceplates and the design of both their faces match up perfectly, because Jackie might be a Springlock suit, and because Jackie could be in this bunker, it would work perfectly. So again, Jackie is the Springlock suit in Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location. But I hope you guys enjoyed this video on Sister Location and on Jackie. So what do you guys think? Who is the Springlock suit in Sister Location, and is it Jackie? Five Nights at Freddy's is a series of 11 games that create an emotional and complex story surrounding a business, Fazbear's Entertainment, and the 2 men responsible for creating these ominous monsters. The FNAF franchise has spanned across 10 years and has left many mysteries for the horror community to solve, with the biggest mystery being the story. The FNAF franchise has always been complicated as it has numerous characters and animatronics, all while having an incoherent narrative. But I do think it's possible to solve this story, so in this video I'm going to solve the entire FNAF lore in 6 minutes. Let's get started. Our story begins with William Afton and Henry Emily. In the early 1970s, they opened a restaurant that included Springlock animatronics named Fredbear's Family Diner. Then in the early 1980s, they opened a second location named Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. This restaurant would include an animatronic called the Puppet. But in 1983, William's son Dave was thrown into the mouth of Fredbear, killing him. This would drive William into insanity, and one day while driving, he saw Henry's own daughter, Charlie. She had been locked outside, and in a moment of rage, William murdered Charlie. But the franchise now had 2 deaths, which forced Fredbear's Family Diner to shut down. And on June 26th in 1985, William would wear the spring bonnet costume and murder 5 children. He would stuff their bodies into the 4 animatronics, and the 5th one went into the Fredbear costume. This would be known as the Missing Children incident, and the second location would also close down, although Henry would open a new location and would also fire William from the business. This caused William to open his own location, Circus Baby's Pizza World. This location included new animatronics like Circus Baby. But a week before the restaurant restaurant opened, William's own daughter, Elizabeth, got too close to Circus Baby, killing her as a result. This location would also close, and in another moment of rage, William decided to go on another killing spree. So in 1987, William snuck into the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza using the same Spring Bonnie costume, and again he murdered 5 children. And the following week, the Bite of 87 would cause Freddy Fazbear's Pizza to close down, but Henry would open a new location using the repaired Withered animatronics. But this location also ultimately failed as it never raised enough money, so the new animatronics resided in this location. William, knowing this, would sneak in each night and dismantle these animatronics. He even opened another smaller location named Circus Baby's Entertainment in Reno, which was in an underground bunker. But dismantling them would release the 5 souls from the 5 children he murdered that inherited these animatronics. Afraid and confused, William ran to his Spring Bonnie suit and wore it one last time, but because of his sweat, the spring locks activated, crushing William's body inside. His flesh and the metal of the spring locks meshed together, creating Springtrap. But while all this was happening, William's oldest son, Michael, was trying to find him. Michael visited the grand reopening of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza in the smaller location that opened, while posing as a security guard with a fake name. He also visited William's bunker, where he was reunited with his sister Elizabeth, who was now Circus Baby. But on the last night of the job, he was lured into a scooping room. There, his insides were scooped out by this machine, and the animatronics combined into one entity called Ennard. Ennard then climbed inside Michael's body, using him as a suit to escape the bunker. But after his body had rotted from the inside, he threw Ennard up and was able to survive. 30 years later had gone by, and for those 30 years, William had sat in that costume rotting. And Michael would be able to find his father in a new location named Fazbear's Fright, but he would burn that location down, setting the souls free of all of William's victims. After a short period of time, Henry decided to open yet another restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place and would hire Michael as a manager. Henry and Michael would successfully gather all animatronics for a big party, which was to burn them all, finally putting a rest to Fazbear's Entertainment and to all of its victims. All except for William Afton. Cassidy's spirit from Golden Freddy holds him back in a purgatory and tortures him with all of his own creations. He meets a cruel but fitting end by being tortured by all of his creations for eternity. After some time had passed, the remaining company decided to restart by creating a virtual reality game. In the process, they scanned old motherboards that contained the code of the original Mimic 1 program. The Mimic was a very old animatronic turned evil that had murdered many people. And that code became a virus, Glitchtrap, that would take over the mind of Vanessa, who was one of the earliest playtesters. Glitchtrap influenced her to become Vanny and to mimic William Afton actions. So when even more time had passed and a new location called the Mega Pizzaplex had opened, Vanessa became the head of security and would murder children just like William. And when a child named Gregory appeared in the Pizzaplex, Vanny plans to do the same thing. But Gregory alongside Glamrock Freddy were able to retaliate against Vanny by freeing her. The Mimic virus kept Vanessa's mind in these Princess Quest arcade machines, so Gregory and Freddy would go around the Pizzaplex completing these machines, finally freeing Vanessa. But as it turned out, there was still one last machine in the pizzeria. So an employee ventures down to complete the last machine, and the employee was actually one of Michael's childhood friends. While down in the pizzeria, he would complete tasks in the virtual and in the real world using one of the Vanny masks. But while completing these tasks, he was releasing parts of the Mimic, and eventually the Mimic was fully freed once more. And because the Mimic no longer needed the employee who set him free, the Mimic used Nightmare Staffbots to trap his mind permanently into a Staffbot. After some more time, the employee's own daughter, Cassie, decided to also go down to the pizzeria to rescue Gregory, who she thought was stuck there. On her way down there, she would come into contact with a Vanny mask that was given to her by none other than her own father, who's trapped inside that Staffbot. But when Cassie did eventually make it down to the sinkhole, she didn't find Gregory. She found the physical version of the Mimic who tricked her by using Gregory's voice. But she was able to escape the Mimic with the real Gregory's help and was led to an elevator. But Gregory didn't want to risk the escape of the Mimic, so he decided to cut the elevator with Cassie inside, which led to the elevator falling, which presumably killed her. And with this, that is the current Five Nights at Freddy's story. But with all of that, I hope you guys enjoyed this video on the entire Five Nights at Freddy's lore. Because Secret of the Mimic takes place so early on in the franchise, that means that the Mimic had to have been somewhere in the background of every single FNAF game, and I think I found the Mimic throughout different periods of the FNAF franchise. So in this video, I'm going to go over how I saw where the Mimic was in the FNAF franchise by finding him in the first 4 FNAF games, FNAF Sister Location, FNAF Pizzeria Simulator, and finally FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. So let's find the Mimic, who is also going to be known as Jackie. Freddy. Now the whole idea behind this theory is the fact that because FNAF Secret of the Mimic will take place in the year 1979, as we learned from the teaser trailer, that means it's the earliest game in the timeline, with it taking place 4 years before FNAF 4. And because it's the earliest game in the franchise, that means the Mimic has been around since the very beginning, which also means that we should be able to find the Mimic in different periods throughout the franchise. So let's go through every single FNAF game released in order from the first FNAF game all the way to FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, but let's actually start with FNAF 2. Now I'm sure you may be thinking, why didn't I start with the first FNAF game? Well, that's because the Mimic simply isn't in that one at all, which is why I'm skipping the first game, but I'll mention it at the very end of the video and why he wasn't in the first game. But I do think we can find him in every other single game, which is why I want to focus on them first. So where is the Mimic in FNAF 2? But for a quick disclaimer, everything in this video is just a theory and nothing is confirmed. Obviously, while these games were being created, they never had the intention of referencing the Mimic, as by these points he didn't even exist. But now that he has such a strong presence in the franchise, I think we should be able to find him in these games without disrupting the game's lore or story. I essentially want to fit the Mimic into the already existing lore while keeping one coherent story. And specifically, we should be able to find references to Jackie and her design, which is clearly based on a clown. We can assume that Jackie is supposed to be the same character as the Mimic, and she has already been confirmed to be the main antagonist in Secret of the Mimic. So starting with Five Nights at Freddy's 2, finding the Mimic in this game was the easiest as someone already found him. I'm sure by now many of you have seen Game Theory's video where he explains why this paper plate is actually a direct reference to the Mimic. Now I recommend watching the full video to understand this idea and theory, but for a quick recap of that video, it's believed that this paper plate is supposed to be a direct reference to the Mimic as it was based off of him. The paper pals consist of Freddy as it has his ears and bow tie, Bonnie as it has his ears and colors, but the third and last paper pal feels out of place as it doesn't resemble any of the other animatronics. They could have included any other paper pal based on an animatronic, like a paper pal for Foxy or Chica, but this paper pal specifically was added to the group even though it doesn't resemble any of the other animatronics. But again, what if it's supposed to resemble the Mimic and we just didn't know at the time until now? This also means that during this time period of Fazbear's Entertainment, the three main animatronics of the company consisted of Freddy, Bonnie, and of course the Mimic. In the video, they also point out how in FNAF World, one of the paper pal's abilities is to mimic the opponent's last attack. So what if this ability is a direct callback to the Mimic and his ability to mimic others? It's also worth pointing out how this paper pal is the only one of the group that can randomly move and appear in your office, which just adds more importance to this specific paper pal. Now this is a great theory that connects FNAF 2 to FNAF Secret of the Mimic and Ruin, but now that we got our first official look at the Mimic's full design, this design just confirms the idea even further. When looking at the Mimic and the paper pal's design, they both share the same red arms, the 3 red buttons, the blue legs which would have represented the Mimic's legs, and of course they both share a red nose. And when looking at both of their designs, it's clear that they have a strong similarity and connection, and it feels like this was done on purpose. Overall, FNAF 2 also has many hints and details related to a carnival like this carousel, and it's theorized that a carnival, and more specifically Fall Fest 1970, will have a large role in Secret of the Mimic. So this game's close relation to a carnival can just be another way this game is connected to the Mimic and his future game. But again, the main way we find the Mimic in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is through this paper pal. But moving on to Five Nights at Freddy's 3, I believe that we find the Mimic in this game through one of the franchise's most mysterious characters, Shadow Freddy. Now I know that may seem like a stretch and like a random solution, but it would be a perfect way to connect the Mimic to the early era of the franchise and to this character. In Help Wanted, we learn how the Mimic, who is glitch up in this game, mimics Willie Mafton and his actions. He wears a version of the Spring Bonnie costume, and he even mimics the missing children incident in the canon ending when he stuffs the player into one of the animatronics. And in FNAF 3, Shadow Freddy also mimics Willie Mafton. In the minigames between each night, we see Shadow Freddy lure the 4 different animatronics into a room where Willie Mafton dismantles them. The same way Willie Mafton lured 5 children into a room and murdered them. Willie Mafton is using Shadow Freddy to mimic his actions, so what if Shadow Freddy was actually the Mimic, or at least somehow connected to him? But first, we need to understand the Shadow animatronics. Well, all of the main theories around Shadow animatronics revolve around one idea or one thing, which is Remnant. Remnant is mentioned a couple of times in FNAF Sister Location, FNAF 6, FNAF AR, and of course in the books. Remnant is the term for soul energy, which can take the form of a metallic substance which can bind souls to inanimate objects, so it's widely believed that these animatronics are made of pure Remnant. But if Shadow Freddy is pure Remnant, then how can he possibly be the Mimic if he is a physical animatronic? Well, what if Shadow Freddy is also a physical animatronic and not made of pure Remnant? I've already made a video going over the Shadow animatronics, and in that video I came to the conclusion that Shadow Freddy is a real and physical animatronic. And that's why he looks like he's actually there in all of these games, and that's why in FNAF 3 he seems so real to the point where the other animatronics animatronics follow him. They're not seeing some remnant illusion, but they're seeing a real animatronic leading them somewhere. But if he is real, then how did William Afton control an empty suit? Well, what if he didn't? What if it was the mimic under the Shadow Freddy costume? If the mimic were to lure the animatronics on its own, we can assume it wouldn't work since the animatronics respond to other animatronic suits. But if the mimic was wearing the Shadow Freddy suit, then they would follow him and they would respond to him, as he would no longer just be an endoskeleton. That's why Shadow Freddy and the mimic both mimic William Afton. They're not two separate characters that copy William Afton, but they're the same character that learned to mimic William. This also means that William had control over the mimic in this time period and that he made him wear the Shadow Freddy suit. Now, by no means is this theory perfect. It's actually the opposite, where there are a few loose ends to tie up. Like, how did the mimic end up in William Afton's control? Did William Afton create the mimic? Has the mimic always been Shadow Freddy throughout the franchise, or only in this one time period? Although I don't have an answer to these questions yet, I still think this is a good start to a theory that the mimic is Shadow Freddy. And if Shadow Freddy is a suit that the mimic can wear, then what if we also see Shadow Freddy in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic? We already know it was revealed that there are a lot of empty mascots and suits in the factory where this game will take place, so what if Shadow Freddy is one of these mascots that would confirm this theory? Again, nothing is confirmed and this is just a theory. But when looking at Five Nights at Freddy's 4, finding the mimic was much more complicated, especially since there isn't a direct reference to this character like a paper pal. When looking through the main gameplay, I couldn't find anything. When looking through the minigames where he plays the crying child, I still couldn't find anything. And even when looking through the secret minigames, nothing was a reference or even remotely connected to the mimic. But that's when I considered a much simpler solution that connects to the mascots from Ruin and the mascots from FNAF's Secret of the Mimic. In the Secret of the Mimic demo, we learned that different animal mascots were found that were very similar to the mascot suits we see in the Mimic's room in Ruin and similar to the mascot suit he wears in the secret ending. But how do mascots from Ruin and Secret of the Mimic connect to Five Nights at Freddy's 4? Well, they're connected to the Springlock animatronics, and more specifically in FNAF 4, Fredbear and Spring Bonnie are where we find the Mimic. Now, although the mascots in the Springlock suits aren't exactly the same, I think that the mascots are a prototype or even an early version of the Springlocks. In the novels, we learn how the Mimic wore different mascots or costumes that had Springlocks, which is more proof that the mascots and Springlocks are somehow connected. And it's another way to connect the Mimic to the Springlock animatronics, which also connects him to Spring Bonnie and Fredbear. Now, I know this may seem like a stretch, but really this is the only way we can find the Mimic in FNAF 4. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, because Secret of the Mimic takes place in 1979, which takes place 4 years before FNAF 4, what we see in that game are prototypes and the earliest versions of any animatronics or machinery that we've seen later in the franchise. So the final versions of these animatronics and the ones that turned out successful are the ones we see in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, and again through Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. And in Secret of the Mimic, there's a chance we'll see early versions of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie or other direct references to these characters, which will just be another way the Mimic is connected to Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Moving on to Five Nights at Freddy's sister location, I believe that the way we find Jackie or the Mimic in this game is through the main animatronics, and more specifically, I'm talking about Ennard and Circus Baby. Immediately when comparing Jackie to these two animatronics, they look very similar as they all have a white facial, accents of red throughout the body, a red nose, and it's clear they all share a clown theme, so what if these animatronics were inspired by the Mimic? Well, in sister location, we actually learn that Circus Baby was inspired and created for William Afton's daughter, Elizabeth Afton.
Daddy, you let the other children go see her. Why won't you let me go? Daddy, just once let me go play with her. She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
Also, when comparing specific details and features from Circus Baby's design to Jackie's design, they're just too different and unique to really say that Circus Baby is supposed to be Jackie. So because of this, I don't really think she was inspired by Jackie, but I do think Ennard was, and more specifically, this mask is supposed to be a direct reference to Jackie's design and face shell. In one of the main offices in sister location, we find this clown mask which Ennard later uses as his own face, but what if this clown mask was inspired and a reference to Jackie? When comparing both masks, there's an immediate correlation, and it's hard to deny how similar they really look. They both have the exact same white face shell, a red nose, and they share almost identical party hats. Now, this mask isn't as detailed as Jackie's actual face shell, but I think that's for a very specific reason, and that's because this mask is supposed to be merchandise inspired from the original design. The same way the other animatronics have merchandise based on their masks where they aren't as similar or detailed. This mask is supposed to share a strong resemblance to Jackie where it's clear that they are the same, but they also aren't supposed to be identical. So again, what if this this mask serves the same purpose as the paper pal from FNAF 2. It's here to show how Jackie had such an influence on the rest of the animatronics and how she had such an influence on many other pizzerias and locations. Again, this Ennard mask is the same as any Freddy, Bonnie, or Foxy mask that we have seen throughout the franchise. This clown mask, just like these masks, is a piece of merchandise advertising these characters and animatronics. And again, this mask is specifically advertising Jackie. Also, the fact that this mask was used to create and finalize Ennard and its design just further adds importance to this mask, and it shows we should be paying close attention to it and where it came from. Moving on to FNAF 6 for Pizzeria Simulator, I think we can find Jackie in the form of random background animatronics and background drawings. Starting with the She's Found clown, it's our first direct reference to a clown in circus. It's an animatronic that can be bought in the catalog and added to the pizzeria. Now, although it is a clown, I don't think this is where we can find the Mimic. Comparing his design to the Mimic's design, they're just too different, and it feels like the Fountain Clown is supposed to have a broad design on purpose that isn't supposed to be connected to anything, which is why I think we instead find the Mimic in a drawing in the main office, this clown drawing. Now, this might just seem like a random poster in the office that wouldn't have a connection to the Mimic, but I think it's so much more than that. I think this is where we find the Mimic in FNAF 6. When comparing both their designs, there's obviously a strong similarity. They both have a red nose with a red smile, and they both have red hair, but by no means are they exactly the same. But what really caught my attention are the fact that they both have yellow eyes, a prominent feature on both of them, and this would just be another way of connecting them. But originally, when the clown poster was added to the FNAF 6 office, of course the intention wasn't to connect it to the Mimic, as he wasn't introduced until years later with the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. All this is a way to explain the Mimic's presence in the franchise without changing or adding any lore, and this drawing is a perfect way to do it. It was actually confirmed that this was a random poster added for just this office, meaning it doesn't intertwine with any lore or story from the games, so it could be used for any interpretation and purpose. So what if we use this poster as a way of showing the Mimic's influence into the pizzeria? This is a drawing that exists in the real world of FNAF, meaning it was drawn by some child or person. So what if this someone knew of the Mimic's existence and of its existence when its appearance resembled the clown, which inspired them to make this drawing, which was then later hung up in the office? If we do come to this conclusion, it wouldn't interfere with any lore from the franchise, and it's a perfect way to connect the Mimic to this game and to the greater FNAF timeline. So again, I believe that this drawing is of the Mimic from The Secret of the Mimic. But I'm sure that before I even came to this conclusion, many of you have already pointed out the fact that this drawing is actually supposed to be a reference to Circus Baby. In the alleyway of the lefty segment, we can find this poster with the same clown. We also see a ventriloquist, his puppet, and a bear. Now, this is clearly supposed to represent the Afton family. William Afton is the ventriloquist and the head of his family. The puppet is supposed to be Michael Afton, as he copies William Afton's actions and even literally becomes the purple guy. The bear is supposed to represent the crying child, as Fredbear was the animatronic that killed him. And Elizabeth Afton is supposed to be the clown, as it resembles Circus Baby, who is also a clown, meaning the drawing in the office is supposed to be Circus Baby. Now, this is a strong argument that could easily be 100% the case, and the only way I can dismiss it is the fact that in this drawing, the clown is alone. I think it makes the most sense that it only represents Circus Baby when she's with her family, when she's with her father, her brothers, so why would this drawing of just her represent Circus Baby? Again, it could easily represent Circus Baby, but this drawing would be much more impactful and interesting if it represented the Mimic, a new character that has supposedly been here since the very beginning. It would just explain a lot, and again, it gives this drawing so much purpose with it being a reference to the Mimic. So in Five Nights at Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, this drawing of a clown is actually supposed to represent and be a hint to the Mimic. Because of their similar designs, and especially because of their same yellow eyes, the Mimic has always been in FNAF 6 in the form of this clown drawing. And if this clown drawing does represent the Mimic, it wouldn't interfere with any past or new lore, but of course this is just a theory. Moving on to FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, I think we can find the Mimic in the form of random background drawings in the main office, just like FNAF 6. This might just seem like a random poster in the office that wouldn't have a connection to Jackie, but I think it's so much more than that. I think this is where we find the Mimic in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, and it's also a perfect way to connect the Mimic to William Afton. Like the poster from FNAF 6, their designs are almost identical, and it's clear they share a strong similarity. So in Ultimate Custom Night, in the main office, we find this clown drawing, which is the exact same clown drawing as the one from FNAF 6. If we use the same reasoning from FNAF 6, what if this drawing is also supposed to be the Mimic, and this would actually make a lot of sense in the context of this game. In Ultimate Custom Night, William Afton is being tormented by 50 of his creations for eternity, and he's constantly being reminded of his creations and their failures. Now, although in the novels we learn that Edwin Murray created the Mimic, we still know that William Afton and the Mimic are connected in some way, as in Help Wanted and in Security Breach, the Mimic attempts to mimic William Afton and his actions. In the virtual world and in the VR game, the Mimic chooses to represent himself himself as William Afton and with his own Spring Bonnie costume that was labeled as Glitchtrap. He is obviously mimicking William Afton and even his design, which again directly connects them in some way. And because William and the Mimic are somehow connected, what if the Mimic's presence began to seep into William's purgatory, which is why we see this drawing. Not only is this drawing a reminder of Fazbear's Entertainment as the Mimic was created under this company, but it's also here to show William how the Mimic wants to become him. We also see the same Ennard mask from Sister Location that I also argued in another video was a reference to the Mimic, and the same reasoning can be used here. What if these two artifacts are supposed to be hinting at the Mimic in William's purgatory? Now I know this does seem far-stretched and a reach, but I think this is the best explanation and really the only way we could include the Mimic in Ultimate Custom Night without disturbing any existing lore. And because this game is heavily focused on William and his creations, it's hard to find a place for the Mimic, so instead of just saying he's not there, I think we can come to a reasonable conclusion that does make some sense. It can also be argued that because William Afton is being tortured by his creations, that this clown drawing would confirm that William had some part in the Mimic's creation. Like I mentioned, in the books we learn that Edwin Murray created the Mimic for his son, but it's not confirmed if the books are directly canon to the games and if the stories are exactly the same. So in the games, the creator of the Mimic could very easily be someone different, and again, what if it was William? And the way the franchise could explain how he was the creator since the very beginning is through small hints throughout different core games. By using existing content in the games that don't have any lore importance, they can squeeze the Mimic into the already established story while keeping one coherent and engaging story. So by using this clown drawing in William Afton's own purgatory, it would be a way to show William had a part with the Mimic's creation while using existing content. So in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, this drawing is the way we find the Mimic or Jackie in this game. It's a drawing in William Afton's purgatory, meaning it's a reminder of William Afton and his failed creations. And because his creations are torturing him, what if this drawing was also a way to torture him by reminding him he also had a part in the Mimic's creation that also ultimately failed? But finally, what about the first Five Nights at Freddy's game? Well, like I mentioned in the very beginning of the video, the Mimic simply isn't in this game. But what if story-wise that's for a very specific reason? When looking at the FNAF 1 pizzeria, it was created on a much smaller budget to almost separate itself from the bad name of the company. By this point timeline-wise, there was the Bite of 83 and Bite of 87, not to mention the missing children incident that greatly affected the company. So again, the smaller location was created as almost a reset, which is why we don't see mentions to anything else from the franchise as well. It wanted to be separate, and this included being separate from Jackie. Jackie is a part of the earliest point of the company, so of course the smaller location wanted to separate itself from this animatronic. And it would also explain why Jackie has no presence in this game. So again, the Mimic is not in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, which works perfectly with the story. But you may be thinking, will I discuss the newer games in this new era of the FNAF franchise? Well, I will in this video, but it's going to be much quicker as finding the Mimic is much easier. In the novels, we learn that the original Mimic 1 program, which was used to create the Mimic, was used when creating the VR game, which then presumably caused the Mimic to return as Glitchtrap in the virtual world. Because this game was fed so much data from the company and pizzerias, the Mimic would learn of William Afton and his murders, which is why he would want to represent himself as William and with his own Spring Bonnie suit, Glitchtrap. So in order to find the Mimic in these newer FNAF games, we just need to find Glitchtrap, which again is easy. In FNAF Help Wanted, which is the game after FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, Glitchtrap is the main antagonist as he is trying to be freed. In FNAF AR and in the emos, we learn of a virus taking over systems and causing them to shut down, which we learn is Glitchtrap. In FNAF Security Breach, we find Glitchtrap through Vanny as he took over her mind to help him come back into the physical world. In FNAF Ruin, we get the Mimic's first appearance in an actual game as he tricks Cassie to go down to the sinkhole to set him free. And finally, in FNAF Help Wanted 2, we see the Mimic again as Glitchtrap in the ending, as we see his hand peer out of a charging station before disappearing. So it's pretty clear where the Mimic is with this new era of the FNAF franchise. But finding him in the earlier games is much harder as he was never planned to be put into those games, so we have to find clues and Easter eggs that would explain the Mimic's presence without interrupting any story or lore. But with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video where I go over the Mimic in the FNAF franchise and where he was in the background of each FNAF game. So what do you guys think? Where was the Mimic in the FNAF franchise? So in this video, I'm going to go over if Michael Afton is actually immortal, and if he is, what this means for the rest of the FNAF franchise. But first, let's go over Michael Afton's appearances throughout the franchise. Following the timeline that's most believed in by the fandom, we first see Michael in FNAF 4 as the main character who is facing hallucinations of the nightmare animatronics. We then see him in FNAF 2 as the security guard on night 7. Sometime later, we see him again as the main security guard in the first FNAF game. Then we see him in the underground bunker in FNAF Sister Location where he is searching for his sister, Elizabeth Afton. But at the end of that game, we see Michael be scooped by this machine, which results in Ennard using his body and controlling him, until Michael Afton throws Ennard up out of his body, but instead of this killing him, he actually survives and becomes immortal, as we learn from his monologue.
She's free now. But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows.
We then see him in FNAF 3 once more as a security guard as he looks for his father. At the end of that game, he burns down the pizzeria but manages to escape. We finally see him one last time in FNAF 6, but this time as the manager of the pizzeria. He lures the final 4 possessed animatronics left and burns down the pizzeria one last time, but this time he burns down with it, and with that, Michael Lafton's story ended. But what if it didn't? What if he appeared in every single FNAF game after Pizzeria Simulator? What if he appeared in FNAF Help Wanted, FNAF AR, Security Breach, Ruin, and in Help Wanted 2? I've already made plenty of videos of what Michael's role could be in all of these games, but one question I skipped over, and a crucial one at that, is the life of Michael. And more specifically, is Michael Lafton actually immortal? Like I mentioned, in the ending of FNAF Sister Location, Michael had his inside scooped out by this machine, which resulted in Michael becoming immortal as we learned from his monologue and from what Circus Baby had to say.
You won't die, you won't die, you won't die, you won't die, you won't die.
But how did Michael become immortal? Well, we learned in Pizzeria Simulator it was because of this scooper machine. Based on the blueprints, we learned that this scooper is actually a remnant injector, meaning Michael was injected by an immense amount of remnant. Remnant is mentioned a couple of times in FNAF Sister Location, FNAF Pizzeria Simulator, FNAF AR, and of course in the books. Remnant is the term for soul energy, which can take the form of a metallic substance, which can bind souls to inanimate objects. So for example, the remnant of the 5 children murdered binded together with the animatronics, giving them life. And again, it's the remnant that made Michael immortal. But then in Pizzeria Simulator, it was assumed that Michael died with Henry and the rest of the animatronics in the fire ending it all. Looking at the same scooper blueprints, we learn that overheating might neutralize the effects of remnant permanently. And of course, that's exactly what we see in Pizzeria Simulator. The fire would presumably neutralize the remnant and all of the animatronics, setting them free. But would this also work with Michael? Even with the animatronics, there is just a possibility that the heat would erase the remnant, but what about a human being? Well, we first learned that Michael wanted to die in that fire, and we learned this from Henry's final monologue.
And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be.
So we can assume that Michael was okay with dying in the fire and being put to rest with the animatronics, but did he even have a choice? Well, I don't think he did. If he really was immortal, then a fire wouldn't kill him, and he could continue to have a role in this new era of the FNAF franchise. Circus Baby explicitly tells Michael and us that he can't die, and we can assume this would also include dying by a fire. Even though remnant can be erased by heat, there's no guarantee it will actually work, let alone on a human being where the effects of remnant are very different. And with the references to Michael in the newer FNAF games, it's hard to deny that he's still alive. FNAF AR wasn't as well received as other games since it was strictly a mobile game, but it's actually crucial to this new era of FNAF, and it sets up FNAF Security Breach and future FNAF games perfectly in the form of emails. The emails in this game tell us important stories that again play out in Security Breach, like Vanessa's uprising as the head security guard, or how the glitch trap virus was found and began to infect different systems. But in an unused email address, it directly confirms Michael Lafton is still alive. The email reads M. Afton, and I think it's obvious that the email belonged to Michael Lafton. Now, although we don't see the contents of the email, and although it is cut content, it would still align with the theory of Michael Lafton being alive and working for the new Fazbear's Entertainment, and it's clear since the very beginning Michael was planned to be alive. And of course, in Security Breach, we find Michael's room in a secret area. It's a 1-for-1 replica of his room in Sister Location, and it can even be assumed that Michael himself lived in this room. Why else would they have this room in the Pizzaplex if it didn't belong to Michael himself, or if Michael didn't have an influence when adding it? The fact that there is a direct reference to this character in this game must mean something, and I believe that it means he's still alive. So instead of answering why Michael Lafton is alive, we should be answering why he would even be dead. If Michael really is immortal, then of course he would have some role in these newer FNAF games, as Michael seems to always follow where Fazbear's Entertainment goes. Now narratively, it can be debated if this was a good decision, as the FNAF 6 ending is regarded as perfect. All characters and their endings were coming to an end that was not only satisfying, but it made perfect sense for the overarching lore. So for Michael to still be alive would almost feel repetitive, and would make the ending feel less satisfying. Now although I agree partially with this point, I still believe that Michael being alive was a good idea. This character is a perfect way to connect this past FNAF games to this new era. It's a way for the franchise to transition smoothly without having Michael be a protagonist like the past games. And the games have heavily implied that he is immortal, meaning he can't be dead, and meaning he must be somewhere in this new era of FNAF. So in this video, I'm going to solve the Nightmare staff bots in FNAF Security Breach, Old Man Consequences in FNAF Into the Pit, and finally I'm going to attempt to solve the FNAF Ruin endings. So starting with the Nightmare Yin bots from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, let's not only solve their role in this game, but let's also solve what they're supposed to represent. But first, let's go over the Nightmare Yin staff bots that are also known as the Alpha bots. Let's go over everything we know about them for certain and every single appearance they've had in these new FNAF games. The Alpha bots are older versions of the normal staff bots that are obviously designed to look similar to Nightmare Yin from Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Their eyes are painted black with white pupils, they have large black tears, a large black smile with pointy white teeth, and again it's obvious that their faces are supposed to be a direct resemblance to Nightmare Yin. And even their jump scares sound identical. He shares the same eyes and smiles that all Nightmare staff bots have, but most importantly, on the chest of these bots, it's written, "In your dreams," but I'll get back to what this means later in the video. But now I want to focus on Nightmare Yin and why he's so important in not just this game, but in the franchise as a whole. He first appeared in the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 Halloween DLC update, but the contents of this DLC aren't canon to the franchise, meaning neither was Nightmare Yin. But then all of a sudden he appeared in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, which is canon to the franchise, and not only is he in this game, but he was actually the face of this game as Nightmare Yin is the icon for Ultimate Custom Night as he was now canon. Then he had a small appearance in FNAF Help Wanted where he showed up in one of the minigames, and then he had a crucial role in Security Breach through the Alpha bots, but there's even more. In the sewer areas where we first find these staff bots, there is also this sticky note room that was filled with lore. There are countless videos and theories made on the sticky note room, but what I want to focus on are the Alpha bot heads that are scattered around this room. It's another way Nightmare Yin returns, and like the In Your Dreams line, I'll get back to the heads soon in the video. Throughout the Pizzaplex, we can also find these Nightmare Yin plushies scattered around the Pizzaplex, but it's impossible to find them when playing as Gregory. They are always out of the player's sight, and the only way to find them is when looking in an open camera view, when you can fly around the Pizzaplex freely, insinuating that these were purposely meant to be hidden for a very specific purpose. Throughout the Pizzaplex, we can also find these wires that are colored the same as Nightmare Yin. They are colored black and white, but it's never revealed what the purpose was of these wires. But again, it's just important to note that these also resemble Nightmare Yin's design. And finally, there's also this hidden room with a golden present in the center of it, and when opening it, you'll receive none other than a Nightmare Yin plushie. Then, after opening the present, an endoskeleton then activates behind it and begins to chase you, which feels important. But now that we've gone over Nightmare Yin in Security Breach and in past FNAF games, let's look at his appearance in Ruin and in Help Wanted 2. In Ruin, we find the same plushies from Security Breach that are also hidden from the player or Cassie, but we don't actually find the Nightmare Yin staff bots anywhere as they have a much bigger role in Help Wanted 2. In this game, not only do we find them in the Fizzy Faz minigame, but we also find them in the ending. After the player collects all Fast Force action figures, a charging station appears in front of you. Then, Glitchtrap's hand peers out grabbing the door before he disappears, and Nightmare staff bots appear in front of you. The bots then get closer and grab you, which leads to a cutscene from Ruin where Cassie first finds the Vanny mask. But this time in the perspective of the staff bot that hands Cassie the Vanny mask, so again it's clear that the Nightmare staff bots played a major role in this ending. And like Security Breach and Ruin, we also find Nightmare Yin plushies in the menu area, but this time they are visible to the player. Not only do we find them in the menu area, but we also find them in the virtual world, and more specifically inside the Princess Quest minigame, meaning these plushies exist in the real and virtual world. Now I know that's a lot, and there's even more questions that emerge with each appearance of these staff bots or Nightmare Yin, but there are a set of questions that I think if we answer correctly, we can solve these alpha bots and this character. With those questions being, why Nightmare Yin? Why are there heads in this room? What does In Your Dreams mean? Why are there plushies in all of these games that are hidden? Why are they in Princess Quest? Why do the Nightmare staff bots show up in this minigame and in the ending for Help Wanted 2? And finally, will they show up again? Again, these are a lot of questions, but I'm going to answer all of them in this video to finally solve the Nightmare Yin bots. But before we can even start to answer these questions, what do we know for certain about these staff bots? Well, in the Disassemble Freddy ending, we see that Vanny can control the staff bots using this button. She controls normal staff bots to push Freddy off a ledge, and she also controls the alpha bots to disassemble Freddy. Gregory later uses that same button to disassemble Vanny using normal staff bots, but again it's clear that Vanny can control all staff bots including the alpha bots. But we know it isn't actually Vanny controlling them, it's the Glitchtrap virus. In FNAF AR and Help Wanted, we learned that a virus was taking control of systems, causing them to shut down, and this virus eventually took the mind of Vanessa, causing her to become Vanny. Then the virus, with the help of Vanny, took control over the entire Pizzaplex, which is why the virus has control over every single animatronic, including the staff bots. But who is the Glitchtrap virus? Well, we know that the Glitchtrap virus is actually the Mimic. We learned this from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, as we learned that the original original Mimic 1 program that was developed to create the Mimic was brought back when a video game studio under Freddy's Entertainment scanned an old circuit board while making a VR game, which then presumably caused the Mimic to return as Glitchtrap. Because this program was fed so much data from the pizzerias and company to create this VR game, the Mimic adapted to copy William Afton and his actions. So this means that it's actually the Mimic who is controlling the Nightmare staff bots, which leads us to our first question, White Nightmarian. Thinking about it logically, the Mimic made Vanny go out of her way to go to the sewers to find staff bots and made her paint their eyes, tears, smile, and add the quote "in your dreams" onto their chest. But why? Why would the Mimic want to change the design of staff bots to resemble an animatronic and why Nightmarian? Well, to answer this, we need to look at Ultimate Custom Night and Help Wanted. Like I mentioned, in order to create the VR game, the Mimic 1 program was fed a bunch of data from Fazbear's Entertainment, and this included the knowledge and existence of Nightmarian. He was featured in one of the minigames, meaning he was a part of the data given to the Mimic program, meaning that the Mimic knew of Nightmarian and more specifically what he stood for. And when looking at a deathline from Ultimate Custom Night, what Nightmarian stood for and represented is exactly what the Mimic stands for and still represents. Take a listen.
I am the fearful reflection of what you have created.
I am the fearful reflection of what you have created. This is referring to William Afton and his creations, specifically how they have all led to sadness and pain. And this also applies to the Mimic and his creator, Edwin. In the novels, we learn that Edwin created the Mimic for his son, David. But after David was killed, Edwin beat and destroyed the Mimic while passing his agony onto him, which led to the Mimic becoming possessed and rageful. So the Mimic is a reflection of Edwin's actions and what he had created, and a very fearful one at that, as the Mimic went on to murder many innocent people. And again, this was all a result of Edwin's failed creation. So if the Mimic was going to choose someone or something to represent him in the physical world, then it makes perfect sense that he would choose Nightmarian, who perfectly represented his past and purpose. We know that the Mimic chooses William Afton or Spring Bonnie as the form he would show himself in the virtual world, and every time we see the Mimic in the virtual world, he shows himself as Glitchtrap and again Spring Bonnie. But I think that in the physical world, he chose to represent himself as something different, as something more terrifying, as Nightmarian. That's why we see the staff bot's design resemble Nightmarian. It's the Mimic trying to make himself present in the real and physical world. And as the game progresses, the Mimic's presence in the Pizzaplex only gets stronger, as after 6 AM and after Gregory decides to stay in the Pizzaplex, all staff bots are replaced by alpha bots. And again, this is the Mimic's control and presence getting stronger, and again he chose Nightmarian because this entity represents him and his purpose of being a failed creation that has only led to sadness and death. So now that we know why the Mimic chose Nightmarian and that he controls the Pizzaplex, this alone answers the plushies and wires. The wires are the Mimic's physical control over the Pizzaplex. It's the virus implementing itself in the Pizzaplex through the form of Nightmarian wires. The wires could have been any color or shape, but the virus or Mimic decided to use puppet wiring, as again that's how it wants to represent itself. And the Nightmarian plushies that are found in Security Breach, Ruin, and Help Wanted 2 are all ways that the Mimic is watching us. That's why they're always hidden in plain sight. It's the Mimic watching us without us knowing, and instead of using regular cameras or even the staff bots, there are Nightmarian plushies that again represent the Mimic and his purpose. So although they look like plushies, we can instead assume that they're cameras used to watch us, designed and placed in certain places by the Mimic or by Vanny. And this would also perfectly explain the plushies in the virtual world or in the Princess Quest minigame. The Mimic is also a virus that has implemented itself in the virtual world and in Princess Quest. So of course the Mimic would have a way to watch us and monitor us, which again is through these Nightmarian plushies. And now we can also start to answer the Nightmare staff bots in Help Wanted 2, starting with Fizzy Faz Night. Now this is actually their only appearance that I believe doesn't have lore or importance to it. Even when breaking down the minigame or what it means, the Nightmare staff bots are simply there as something the player needs to avoid, and besides the Mimic being the one who designed them and influenced them, there isn't any lore here. So I want to focus on the ending, which is important. Like I mentioned, we saw the staff bots appear in the ending as they grab the player before fading to a cutscene, and using the same reasoning from the last point, it's clear that it's the Mimic controlling them. We even see Glitchtrap's hand peer out of the charging station before the bots appeared, insinuating that he was responsible for them showing up and capturing the player, who again we know is the Mimic. This is the Mimic sending his henchman, who in a way represents him, to capture the player and to obey him. So when the Mimic is freed in the ending, what better way to come back to the physical world than with the animatronics that he designed and influenced, the Nightmarian bots. So now all we really have left to answer are the quotes on the staff bot's chest, "in your dreams." Now immediately my first thought was FNAF 4 and Dream Theory, where the contents of this game were just a dream, including nightmares Nightmarian, but I couldn't find a connection between Dreams and the Mimic, or even FNAF 4 and the Mimic. So that's when I decided to look at the Ultimate Custom Night voice lines once again, and there are a few voice lines that are very similar. Take a listen. He keeps repeating the term nightmare and how it's something that William Afton will never wake up from and something that he can never escape. And we can apply the same concept and logic to Security Breach in every game that follows. All these new FNAF games take place in the Pizzaplex, and all games follow a similar format where the protagonist must complete an objective in order to escape. The nightmare is the Pizzaplex and being stuck there. The nightmare is the idea that the player will never be able to escape, and these nightmare staff bots are a perfect reminder of that. By having "in your dreams" written on their chest, they're reminding the player that they're stuck in a nightmare, and that their only real way to be free would be in their dreams. And it's the Mimic who wants to remind the player they're stuck in an endless nightmare, as that's what Nightmarian represented, who he now represents himself as. So "in your dreams" represents being trapped in a nightmare in the Pizzaplex. Now, one question that I briefly skipped over are the heads in the sticky note room, and that's because the answer is simple. They serve the same purpose as any other nightmare staff bot. They are there for the player to find, to be reminded that they're in a nightmare. And it could even be another way the Mimic is watching us, but really no matter what the answer is, it doesn't change the main point that the Nightmarian bots represent Nightmarian, who is actually the Mimic representing himself as that. An entity that was made from a failed creation that only led to sadness and death, just like the Mimic. Moving on, let's look at one of the franchise's most mysterious characters, Old Man Consequences, and more specifically, let's look at his odd role in FNAF Into the Pit. But first, let's go over the quick history of this character. Old Man Consequences first made his appearance in FNAF World as a minor character. He was featured in a secret ending where the player would reach the end of the map and encounter this character fishing alone. He only has 2 pieces of dialogue, as all he says is, "I'm sorry to say that you have gone too deep into the code." And he also says, "There's no way back out. My name is Old Man Consequences. Come have a seat and let's fish for a while. You have nowhere else to go." Old Man Consequences then made his next appearance in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. To get that Easter egg, this player must set all animatronics to a rating of 0 and only keep Old Man Consequences at 1. Then when you're in the game and when you press a button to catch the fish, you will be taken to the Easter egg. Here you get the same exact screen as the one from FNAF World, but this time Old Man Consequences has very cryptic and confusing dialogue. He first says, "Come and sit with me a while." He then says, "Leave the demon to his demons, rest your own soul, there's nothing else." After this, the player then walks into the lake, drowning themselves, and this is where the Easter egg ends. And finally, in FNAF Op 1 and 2, we see Old Man Consequences return in the form of the Old King. He's the one who trades the player the Vanny mask for this glitch trap plush. And it's this plushie that Vanny destroys, signifying that she frees herself from the virus's control and is no longer under glitch trap's influence. But without Old Man Consequences' help, Vanny wouldn't have been able to free herself, and it feels like his purpose is to help those who are being tortured by William Afton like Cassidy. And like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, most recently we just saw Old Man Consequences in the newest game to the installment, Five Nights at Freddy's Into the Pit. When playing the Balloon Boy minigame where you play as Balloon Boy gathering different party hats, if you pushed against the left side of the third to last platform, you would phase into a secret area of the minigame. Here you witness the missing children incident as you see empty tables and chairs, then you see 5 balloons as you pop them, signifying the 5 children of the missing children incident. Then when you reach the end, you see William Afton as Purple Guy who drops a 6th party hat, but you need to jump in time to collect it. But originally, there's going to be a 20% chance that you would instead encounter Old Man Consequences, who would tell you the following lines. "You fell down the rabbit hole, didn't you? It's not your fault, you didn't know. The others didn't know either. You're a little different from them, you know? You're not trapped yet. Find solace in knowing such. Look to the sky or fall into the pit. The choice is yours." Although it's debated if cut content is canon or if it should be used to solve theories, in this context I think it's necessary as this small cutscene tells us so much about this character. So let's start to go over why this minigame solves the character of Old Man Consequences. With the 3 main quotes featured in this minigame, we also learn 3 new things or ideas revolving around this complex character. The first set of quotes focus on how the player got there and how he compares to other souls who have found him. With the use of rabbit hole, it feels like in order to reach Old Man Consequences, the player must go through extensive layers. Extensive layers of trauma and suffering. We know this is true as in FNAF World, the player goes through different layers of code until they reach the very end where they find Old Man Consequences, and I think these layers of code represent suffering and trauma. And like he points out, the player in FNAF World didn't mean to fall into the rabbit hole either. It's not clear where you are going as you pass the different layers. Even when you're right at the end, you don't know where you are until you find Old Man Consequences Consequences himself. Like the player from Into the Pit, these are two souls accidentally finding Old Man Consequences by going through different layers of pain and death. In FNAF Into the Pit, they directly confirm this as the player goes through the missing children incident shown by the 5 balloons being popped. This minigame is directly showing us how a soul can reach Old Man Consequences and how it's not always intentional, but I'll get back to when it is intentional later in the video. This minigame is also showing us that every soul that reaches Old Man Consequences is connected in a way. That's why he even mentioned the other souls that have reached him, as again they're all connected. And when looking at the next set of quotes, they just prove this idea further. We also learn that the player is different from the other souls. He's not trapped yet and you should find peace in that. Now this is where I think Old Man Consequences mentioned another soul that we have seen in the franchise, Cassidy. Cassidy was the soul featured in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, and I think this is the soul he's referring to as trapped. She is trapped in purgatory, that is an endless cycle where she tortures the man who murdered her, William Afton. She makes him face 50 of his creations for eternity, and again she's trapped in this cycle. So when Old Man Consequences is referring to the other soul that found it by accident, he's referring to the soul we play as in FNAF World, but when he refers to the soul that is trapped, he's referring to Cassidy. And by mentioning Cassidy, he's again connecting all souls that have found him, and it's proving that time doesn't have a role with Old Man Consequences. FNAF Into the Pit takes place in 1985, which would have been decades before Cassidy trapped William Afton in purgatory, but Old Man Consequences still mentions Cassidy, proving that time doesn't matter when reaching him. What matters is if you decide to stay in this rabbit hole, or if you even have the choice in leaving. In the same set of quotes, he tells the player to find solace in knowing he has a choice. Solace is defined as finding peace in distraught or difficult situations, so he wants the player to find peace even when he's traveled through layers of darkness and is essentially trapped. But this brings me to my next and last point, which is the idea of having a choice of continuing to be trapped or a choice of being free. With the past two souls who have visited Old Man Consequences, the first soul in FNAF World did not have a choice of being free. Old Man Consequences directly tells them that they are trapped and that there's nowhere else to go. Although they reached this area by accident, it's clear that they still don't have a choice in leaving and that they are trapped. But with the second soul, Cassidy, she does have a choice to be free, as Old Man Consequences tells her to leave the demon to his demons, which is William Afton, and to rest your own soul. Now, although it isn't confirmed if Golden Freddy decides to rest, I think the Ultimate Custom Night ending tells us that her soul still hasn't been put to rest. We see Golden Freddy twitching uncontrollably, and we even see a dim light in her eyes, meaning she is still possessing this animatronic, and again her soul isn't resting. She is choosing to continue to torture William Afton instead of being set free, so although she has a choice, she is still trapped. But with the soul we see in FNAF Into the Pit, we also learn that they have a choice. With the last set of quotes from Old Man Consequences, they read, "Look to the sky or fall into the pit. The choice is yours." Unlike the soul from FNAF World, although the soul found this lake accidentally, they still have a choice in leaving or being free. And this choice is actually up to the player, with the first choice being falling into the pit. Old Man Consequences has the 6th and secret party hat to be collected, and if you try to collect the hat but miss, you will fall into the pit and the minigame will end. Which also means that you remain trapped, but if you grab the hat successfully and go back to the base minigame, you have the option of completing it normally but with the 6th hat. And when doing so, you will be awarded with the win screen, and as the player, you and their soul are now free. But finally, the last thing I want to point out is the very last piece of dialogue. It reads, "The choice is yours." Now, although this might seem like a very vague statement, it's actually something very similar to what we've heard another character from the franchise say as well. A character that is believed to actually be the same as Old Man Consequences, Henry Emily. In FNAF 6 and in the salvaging segment of the game, Henry Emily says this,
"And forfeit payment. Please make your choice now. You have chosen to proceed with the maintenance checklist."
Although they aren't the exact same piece of dialogue, they're still very similar, and this might be another way of connecting these two characters. And in general, the way these two characters speak are very similar, and again, it feels like this is on purpose to connect these two characters. So the FNAF Into the Pit cup minigame that features Old Man Consequences tells us that souls can find him accidentally, they can become trapped in the lake with him, and finally, the souls will sometimes have a choice in leaving. In this cup minigame, I also confirm that Old Man Consequences is Henry Emily, but remember, this is just a theory. Moving on, let's look at FNAF Ruin and its endings. These endings have been the point of discussion ever since this game was released, and by solving these endings, we can also answer any questions about characters and animatronics. So let's finally solve every single Five Nights at Freddy's Ruin ending, starting with the bad ending. For a quick recap, in the bad ending, it's revealed that Gregory was not stuck in the Pizzaplex, and that it was instead the Mimic copying his voice to lure Cassie down to the sinkhole to set him free. But after Roxy rescues Cassie, the real Gregory contacts Cassie through the walkie-talkie and tells her to follow his instructions. instructions. After the mimic defeats Roxy and begins to chase Cassie, Gregory gives her specific instructions on how to navigate her way through the caves and how to escape the mimic. She is ultimately successful when she reaches the elevator, and there the real Gregory reaches out to her once more.
The Nexus security program was designed to keep it hidden, but you shut down the security, and now it's free. It's not your fault. I know you did it for me, to save me, but we can't risk being followed. I'm sorry.
Gregory? No!
Now at the surface, it seems like Gregory was the one to cut the elevator, but shortly after the DLC was released, the community was quick to point out that this was instead the mimic. Whenever the subtitles in Ruin stack on top of one another, it signifies that two different people are talking at the same time. And this is exactly what we see happen right before Gregory tells Cassie that they can't risk being followed.
It's not your fault. I know you did it for me, to save me.
This means that two different Gregorys were talking at the same time, and it's believed that the second Gregory was the mimic pretending to be him once more, also meaning it was the mimic who cut the elevator, making Cassie fall. But again, I personally believe this is wrong, and I'll get back to the caption soon, but for now I want to focus on the game as a whole. Although the mimic is communicating with Cassie throughout the entire game using Gregory's voice, he's only talking to her using pieces of Gregory's voice that already exist. For example, when the mimic first introduced himself, he uses the exact same line and stutters that Gregory uses when he's first inside Freddy's room.
Gregory? I'm Gregory.
Your guest profile is unknown to me. Who are you?
I'm Gregory.
Gregory.
And this is the same throughout most of the story. That's why it almost seems unnatural the way Gregory is speaking, since it's actually just different parts of sentences morphed together to create a new one. But when the real Gregory is talking, this isn't the case, and we actually hear new dialogue that wasn't in Security Breach.
Really, you?
I've been trying to reach you all night. I'm not at the pizza place. Something's trying to trick you.
It sounds natural when he talks, and I think it's obvious when the real Gregory is talking, and this includes right before the elevator is cut. This is all new dialogue that the mimic would not be able to recreate, and even the way Gregory talks feels real, which brings me to my next point, which is sympathy. Why would the mimic treat Cassie with sympathy and feel sorry for her? We hear Gregory tell Cassie how he knows that what she did was all for him and that he's sorry for her. Why would the mimic say this and apologize to her? Why would he even talk to her at all if Cassie already knows she was being tricked and knows who he is? There's no reason to manipulate her anymore to get what he wants. He could have easily just cut the elevator if he wanted to without needing to say anything to her. Which also brings me to my next point, which is that it isn't confirmed if the mimic can even control the elevator. Although it's believed that the mimic and Helpy are the same thing, it's never been confirmed, and it could be very possible that these are two separate entities. Game theorists made a few theories that there are actually two different mimics, one virtual mimic and one physical mimic. The physical mimic is in the sinkhole, while the virtual mimic is in a sense free and controls different parts of the pizzaplex like the elevators. If this is true, why would the virtual mimic cut the elevator and he would have no reason to trick Cassie once more? But finally, what about the captions? Well, I think this is a pretty simple answer. It's just simply interference with the connection. We see something very similar when Cassie uses the first elevator to go down to the sinkhole, where we hear the distorted music cut in and out. So it would make sense that Gregory's microphone would cut out as the elevator went higher, which is why we heard the microphone interference. So this wasn't two Gregorys talking at the same time, it was just interference with the microphone. And overall, Gregory's actions match his actions in Security Breach. He destroyed all of the animatronics willingly just so he could upgrade Freddy, and he does all of this against Freddy's wishes. He isn't necessarily trying to survive in these moments, and he's just destroying them. So is it really that hard to believe that he would betray Cassie to ensure the mimic doesn't escape? There's there's even more evidence that I haven't discussed that comes from the GGY story from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, but I'll save that for another video. So it just doesn't seem that out of character for him, and using all of the evidence I discussed, I think we can prove that Gregory was the one who cut the elevator. So with all of that said, because the last segment is entirely new dialogue, because it's not confirmed that the Mimic can control the elevators, and because of Gregory's actions in Security Breach, I think it's safe to say that Gregory did betray Cassie in Five Nights at Freddy's ruin. Next, let's move on to the Scooper ending and how this ending connects to one of the franchise's most crucial games, Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location. First, let's go over a quick recap of what we saw in the FNAF Ruin scooping ending. In order to unlock this ending while being chased by the Mimic, you need to ignore Gregory's directions and go through a specific set of doors. And the only way to unlock these doors is by using hidden camera stations throughout the game. When opening all of the doors and when running through all of the rooms, in the very last room there's a red button that will activate this ending. After pressing it, the Mimic will then run into the room while trying to capture you, and the Scooper then scoops the Mimic out of his costume, presumably destroying him. And with that, the Scooper ending, or what is also known as the good ending, fades to the credits. Now there are a couple of important things to note with this ending, with the first being the fact that the Mimic wears a lion costume throughout the entire ending. With all the other endings, the Mimic's design stays the same, as we only see the lion costume in the room where he's revealed, so it's obvious the costume has some importance to the ending. In the books, we learn of different costumes that the Mimic wears, so maybe this is just another way of connecting the books to the games. But moving on to the Scooper and the main focus of this video, it's important to note that this is not the same Scooper as the one we saw in FNAF Sister Location. When looking at their designs, they're not that similar at all. The Scooper from Ruin looks much more advanced and modern compared to the one in Sister Location. It has a much simpler design, and even when comparing the blueprints to the Ruin Scooper, there's still a big difference. Also, when comparing the rooms themselves, there's a big difference with the one from Ruin having a door in between the windows, while the one from Sister Location doesn't. The sizes and colors of the room are also drastically different. Besides the Scooper itself, there also just isn't any other hints or Easter eggs to Sister Location, which again leads me to believe this is a different room and Scooper. Even if it was the same exact machine, that means that the Sister Location bunker would be right under the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which is right under the Pizzaplex. Although this would be a cool and unique idea, I don't think it's possible when considering everything we know about the underground bunker and where it was located, so again, these two Scoopers are different. So what exactly did the Scooper from Ruin do to the Mimic? Well, as the name suggests, it scooped the insides of the lion costume, which was the Mimic itself. We saw the exact same thing happen in FNAF Sister Location when the Funtime animatronics had their insides scooped out, which were their endoskeletons, and it's these endoskeletons that morphed together to create the new animatronic Ennard. We also see Michael's insides be scooped out so Ennard could use his body to escape the underground bunker. But if the Mimic itself was scooped, then where is he? We only see the empty suit before the ending fades to the credits, and again, it seems like the Mimic just disappeared. But I think this was intentional so they could hide what actually happened to the Mimic. In Sister Location, although the Funtime animatronics were scooped, this didn't necessarily destroy them. They were still functional and could move around, which allowed them to morph into Ennard. Now, this could have been because they were somehow still possessed by a child's soul, or it could have been because of Remnant, but I think we see this exact same thing happen with the Mimic, just with agony. Agony is a substance that is fueled purely by hatred, sadness, anger, and the bad memories infused with one's soul. And in the books, we learn that the agony from the Mimic's creator when he beat the Mimic until he was almost destroyed is what caused him to become possessed. And I think it's the same agony that is still alive and present after the Mimic was scooped, which again would allow him to move freely as this pile of animatronic parts. But where would this pile of animatronic parts go, and what would he do? Or more specifically, who would he go to? Who else in the entire franchise was made as a prominent villain in the new games, and they even showed up in Ruin as a small Easter egg? Of course, this is the Blob. When going down to the abandoned pizzeria, the Blob can be seen retracting itself into a wall, meaning he's still somewhere present in the Pizzaplex. So what if this pile of animatronic parts, which is the Mimic, morphs with the Blob, which would create a new animatronic fueled on even more agony? It's assumed that the Blob is fueled by agony from the dead children's souls, so we can only imagine this would intensify if the Mimic somehow found it and again morph with it. This would then set up the main villain in the next project that would take place after Ruin. But you may be thinking that the Scooper ending isn't canon in Ruin. The bad ending is canon where Cassie escapes the Mimic, but she's ultimately betrayed by Gregory. But it's never actually been confirmed which one of these endings is canon, and it could be very well that the Scooper ending is canon and not the bad ending. When Security Breach was released, for the longest time it was believed that the Burn Trap ending was canon. It wasn't disproven until Ruin was released, when it was revealed that the Princess Quest ending was actually canon, one, and again not the burn trap ending. So something similar could happen with this ending, and even if it turns out that it isn't canon, I'm sure they can still find a way to mention the scooping room and the lion costume. Since they seem crucial to the Mimic and to the future FNAF, we can assume it's just a matter of time before we see them in a future FNAF project. So with all that said, the scooping room in Five Nights at Freddy's Ruin is different from the scooping room in FNAF's Central Location, and the scooping room might reveal to us the next villain in the FNAF franchise. The Mimic would now be a pile of animatronic parts, and it still has to be somewhere in the Pizzaplex, so what if he morphed with the Blob, who is also in the Pizzaplex, creating a new animatronic? Finally, let's solve the sad ending of Five Nights at Freddy's Ruin and why it's one of the most heartbreaking endings from the franchise. For a quick recap of this ending plays out like any of the other endings as the Mimic begins to chase you. But instead of listening to Gregory's directions on how to escape the Mimic, if you go left on one of the turns instead of right, you will find a cardboard cutout of Fredbear. And when getting close to the cardboard cutout, you have the option of using the Vanny mask, and when using it, the sad ending is unlocked. Here, the Vanny mask will display a virtual simulation of Vanessa, Gregory, and Helpy outside of the Pizzaplex on a hillside telling Cassie that she found them. All we hear is Cassie's panic breathing while the ending fades to the credits. Now this is a straightforward ending compared to the last two endings. It's Cassie losing, it's Cassie failing to escape the Mimic and reaching Gregory, it's the Vanny mask having to make a fake reality for Cassie where she wins and is able to escape. It's just a sad ending where Cassie loses, and compared to many other endings from the FNAF franchise, it's just straightforward, and this makes it even sadder. Now there are a few things to point out with this ending, with the first being that the Fredbear cutout is what activates this ending, but why Fredbear? Well, it's been heavily theorized that this cutout was a tease for a new project or game centered around Fredbear's family diner or this time period. And with the announcement of FNAF Secret of the Mimic, now we know this is true. We know Secret of the Mimic will take place in 1979, and it's now the earliest game in the timeline, with it taking place 4 years before Five Nights at Freddy's 4, so what if this Fredbear cutout was setting up or a reference to Secret of the Mimic? But looking at the virtual simulation, it's worth pointing out how we see Vanessa on the hillside with Gregory, meaning she is still working with him, and it can be assumed that she's in charge of any kind of task. We know that Gregory visited the sinkhole after security breach, as we can find his backpack in the room where the Mimic is revealed, but this ending confirms that he wasn't alone, as it's likely that Vanessa went with him and that she made the decision to even go down there. And it's also likely that Vanessa's the friend that Gregory refers to many times in Ruin. Now I think it's pretty clear that the ending is not canon, as if it was, there wouldn't be much of a story to be told afterwards. With the other two endings, there's still opportunity to either tell a story about Cassie or the Mimic, and in the case of the bad ending, there's a chance to tell a story about both of these characters. But with this ending, it's just assumed that the Mimic captures Cassie, which also means that the Mimic would not have a way to escape without her, so again, nothing could be continued with this ending. And because it's so straightforward, there isn't much to solve. The only real mystery was the cardboard cutout, but with that setting up the secret of the Mimic, the sad ending has essentially been solved. Like I mentioned, it's now been 2 months since the official teaser was released, and we haven't gotten any updates on when we might get gameplay or any footage related to this game. But when looking at the time between teasers and trailers for the past FNAF games released by Steelwood Studios, we can start to guess when we'll get an official trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. With the first FNAF game released by Steelwood Studios, Help Wanted, there was a 2-month period between the teaser and trailer. With Security Breach, there was a 5-month-long period between the two trailers, but there actually wasn't a teaser for Ruin, so we can't really use it to help us. But finally, with FNAF Help Wanted 2, there was about a 6-month period between the teaser and trailer, meaning there's about an average of 4 months between the two trailers for these FNAF games. So because the teaser for Secret of the Mimic was released in August, that means the latest the official trailer should be released is in December, or by the end of the year. That also means that the trailer can be released at any given day for the rest of the year, and it could even come a lot sooner than expected. And we can also start to predict when this game will actually be released by again looking at the past FNAF games. FNAF Help Wanted and Ruin were both released in the summer of the respected years. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach and Help Wanted 2 were released in the winter of their years, meaning Secret of the Mimic should either be released in summer or winter. Now you may be thinking that it's more likely that this game will release in the winter of 2025 since we only have a teaser and no other news. But like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, a demo for Secret of the Mimic was held at PAX West featuring 2 different levels, meaning they're a lot further in production than we thought, which is why I believe that this game will release in the summer of 2025, as it's a lot closer in time, and in December December of 2025, we are going to get the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie. So they will most likely want to give that month and time dedicated to the movie, so again it's likely that this game will release around May to July. But finally, what will we see be featured in the actual trailer? Well, again, by looking at the past FNAF games and their trailers, they all have a similar feel and style that have a very specific purpose in showing parts of the game. Each trailer shows off 3 specific things: the location where the game is going to take place, the characters the player will have to face, and finally, at the end of the trailer, there is a jump scare or a tease for something greater. With the first and second Help Wanted game, they showcase different levels based on different areas of the FNAF franchise. They showed off animatronics that are featured in those levels, and in the ending they showed off 1 or 2 jump scares. With FNAF Security Breach and the Ruin DLC, they both showed off the Pizzaplex and the destroyed version of it, the animatronics and why they're a real threat, and in Security Breach it ended with a tease to Vanny, while Ruin it ended with a tease to Mexis. So following the same format, here's what I think we'll see with the Secret of the Mimic trailer. First, I think the trailer will showcase where this game will take place, and that is a factory. We learned this information from the demo, and we even have this picture of different camps inside of the factory. So we can assume that the trailer will show off exactly what this factory will look like and the scale of this factory, as we don't know how big it is compared to other locations like the Pizzaplex, which had multiple layers. We'll most likely see posters referencing other locations like Fredbear's Family Diner or Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, as these were posters spotted in the demo, but most importantly, I believe that we'll see empty mascot suits. In Ruin, we saw different animal mascot suits like an elephant or a lion, and I believe we'll also see a glimpse of these suits in this trailer, as again, it was revealed these suits were in the demo. Then, I think the trailer will finally showcase the main antagonist of this game, the Mimic, who is also going to be known as Jackie. Jackie is based on a clown design who is attached to this music box as we saw in the teaser. I think this trailer will showcase her design in detail, just how large she is in scale compared to the player, and how the music box works. And specifically, I think we'll see the exact same scene and moment from the demo, where Jackie detaches herself from the music box and begins to chase the player. I also believe we'll see exactly why she will be a threat in this game, as the trailer will show off different scenes of her chasing us like we saw in the demo, or Jackie doing everything in her power to find us. There are plenty of fan 3D animations that do an amazing job at depicting what Jackie will look like and how she will move in this game. Moving on, in the past trailers we also saw showcases of other animatronics that would be a threat to the player as well, so in this trailer I think we'll see exactly that as well. So far we only know that Jackie will be someone the player has to watch out for, but what if there are other mascot animatronics that will also hunt us down? Like this bee, hippo, or octopus mascot that we see in these posters. This would make the gameplay a lot more interesting, where it's not only Jackie hunting us down, and it's also these mascot animatronics that the player will somehow have to defeat. But to end the trailer, I think it's clear that it will end with Jackie's jump scare. I think it's too early for the trailer to tease something greater that will happen in this game, and it's a much safer option to finally showcase Jackie's jump scare. So using information from the past 4 FNAF projects that Studio Studios has released, we can predict that the trailer will release by the end of the year, and that the game itself will release in the summer of 2025. And the trailer will showcase the factory where the game takes place, Jackie and the animatronics that will be a threat, and finally the trailer will end with a jump scare from Jackie. So with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and what do you guys think? When will the trailer release, and when will the game also release? So make sure to like and subscribe for more content like this, and thank you guys so much for watching. So in this video, I'm going to attempt to solve the Mimic as a character by going over the Mimic in Ruin, by solving Iffy's burn trap, by breaking down the Secret of the Mimic teaser, by answering if Jackie is the puppet, and finally I'm going to solve everything we know about Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic so far. So in order to solve the Mimic, let's look at this character in Ruin and what his role was. Specifically, let's look at the very ending where it's been heavily debated if Gregory cut the elevator or if it was the Mimic. So let's solve the Mimic. For a quick recap, in the bad ending, it's revealed that Gregory was not stuck in the Pizzaplex, and that it was instead the Mimic copying his voice to lure Cassie down to the sinkhole to set him free. But after Roxy rescues Cassie, the real Gregory contacts Cassie through the walkie-talkie and tells her to follow his instructions. After the Mimic defeats Roxy and begins to chase Cassie, Gregory gives her specific instructions on how to navigate her way through the caves and how to escape the Mimic. She is ultimately successful when she reaches the elevator, and there the real Gregory reaches out to her once more.
The Nexus security program was designed to keep it hidden, but you shut down the security. and now it's free. It's not your fault. I know you did it for me, to save me. But we can't risk being followed. I'm sorry.
Gregory? No!
Now at the surface it seems like Gregory was the one to cut the elevator, but shortly after the DLC was released, the community was quick to point out that this was instead the Mimic. Whenever the subtitles in Ruin stack on top of one another, it signifies that two different people are talking at the same time. And this is exactly what we see happen right before Gregory tells Cassie that they can't risk being followed.
It's not your fault. I know you did it for me, to save me.
This means that two different Gregorys were talking at the same time, and it's believed that the second Gregory was the Mimic pretending to be him once more, also meaning it was the Mimic who cut the elevator, making Cassie fall. But again, I personally believe this is wrong, and I'll get back to the caption soon, but for now I want to focus on the game as a whole. Although the Mimic is communicating with Cassie throughout the entire game using Gregory's voice, he's only talking to her using pieces of Gregory's voice that already exist. For example, when the Mimic first introduced himself, he uses the exact same line and stutters that Gregory uses when he's first inside Freddy's room.
Gregory? I'm Gregory.
Your guest profile is unknown to me. Who are you?
I'm Gregory.
Gregory.
And this is the same throughout most of the story. That's why it almost seems unnatural the way Gregory is speaking, since it's actually just different parts of sentences morphed together to create a new one. But when the real Gregory is talking, this isn't the case, and we actually hear new dialogue that wasn't in Security Breach.
Really, you.
I've been trying to reach you all night. I'm not at the pizza place. Something's trying to trick you.
It sounds natural when he talks, and I think it's obvious when the real Gregory is talking, and this includes right before the elevator is cut. This is all new dialogue that the Mimic would not be able to recreate, and even the way Gregory talks feels real, which brings me to my next point, which is sympathy. Why would the Mimic treat Cassie with sympathy and feel sorry for her? We hear Gregory tell Cassie how he knows that what she did was all for him and that he's sorry for her. Why would the Mimic say this and apologize to her? Why would he even talk to her at all if Cassie already knows she was being tricked and knows who he is? There's no reason to manipulate her anymore to get what he wants. He could have easily just cut the elevator if he wanted to without needing to say anything to her. Which also brings me to my next point, which is that it isn't confirmed if the Mimic can even control the elevator. Although it's believed that the Mimic and Helpy are the same thing, it's never been confirmed, and it could be very possible that these are two separate entities. Game theorists made a few theories that there are actually two different Mimics, one virtual Mimic and one physical Mimic. The physical Mimic is in the sinkhole, while the virtual Mimic is in a sense free and controls different parts of the Pizzaplex like the elevators. If this is true, why would the virtual Mimic cut the elevator and he would have no reason to trick Cassie once more? But finally, what about the captions? Well, I think this is a pretty simple answer. It's just simply interference with the connection. We see something very similar when Cassie uses the first elevator to go down to the sinkhole, where we hear the distorted music cut in and out. So it would make sense that Gregory's microphone would cut out as the elevator went higher, which is why we heard the microphone interference. So this wasn't two Gregorys talking at the same time, it was just interference with the microphone. And overall, Gregory's actions match his actions in Security Breach. He destroyed all of the animatronics willingly just so he could upgrade Freddy, and he does all of this against Freddy's wishes. He isn't necessarily trying to survive in these moments, and he's just destroying them. So is it really that hard to believe that he would betray Cassie to ensure the Mimic doesn't escape? There's even more evidence that I haven't discussed that comes from the GGY story from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, but I'll save that for another video. So it just doesn't seem that out of character for him, and using all of the evidence I discussed, I think we can prove that Gregory was the one who cut the elevator. So with all that said, because the last segment is entirely new dialogue, because it's not confirmed that the Mimic can control the elevators, and because of Gregory's actions in Security Breach, I think it's safe to say that Gregory did betray Cassie in Five Nights at Freddy's Ruin. Now in two of my last videos, videos where I've gone over this ending, I came to the conclusion that the real Gregory was the one who cut the elevator on Cassie and was the one who betrayed her. But in those videos, I received a lot of comments disagreeing and bringing up great points that are in favor of the idea that the mimic was the one who cut the elevator and not Gregory. So let's go over these points and try to debunk them so we can continue to prove that Gregory did betray Cassie, starting with the elevator itself. Now originally I stated that it's not confirmed if the mimic was able to cut the elevator from where he was, and that it makes the most sense that Gregory cut the elevator remotely, making Cassie fall. But at the same time, it's also not confirmed if Gregory is even able to cut the elevator remotely, so this point doesn't work for any side's favor. But the first point that I've seen a lot in the comments is that the mimic was right next to the battery box, so if he destroyed it or cut the elevator wires, he would have been able to cut the elevator. The battery box is what powered the elevator, and the mimic was right next to it when Cassie entered the elevator. So if he destroyed it, then maybe the elevator would fall. But why would the mimic wait so long to destroy it? Why would he go to the intercom and speak to Cassie and pretend to be Gregory before cutting the elevator? Why not just cut the elevator right away? So although I think it's a good point that the idea that Gregory cut the elevator isn't confirmed or proven, I also don't think it can be proven that the mimic cut the elevator right then and there, since so much time passed before the elevator was cut. And again, it would just seem pointless for the mimic to talk to Cassie for so long before cutting the elevator. So moving on to the next point, why would Gregory cut the elevator after helping Cassie get there? This is another great idea that brings up a great point. It would seem pointless for Gregory to help Cassie only to betray her in the last minute. Well, I think the answer to this is that leaving Cassie behind wasn't his decision. Right when the real Gregory first reaches out to Cassie, he mentions that one of his friends has the maps to the caves which will help her escape, but the name of this friend is cut off.
My friend has access to the building maps. Just follow the instructions.
Now it's most likely that this friend is Vanessa, as we even see her in the secret ending next to Gregory on the hillside, and it also makes sense that Vanessa would have the maps to the caves. So what if Vanessa was the one to actually make the decision to cut the elevator? That's why Gregory sounds hesitant in doing it, as it wasn't his choice. That's also why he originally tried to help her. Gregory wanted her to reach the elevator safely, but when she got there, Vanessa decided to tell Gregory to cut the elevator. And again, this wasn't until after she reached the elevator, and again, it wasn't fully Gregory's choice. So although this point can go either way, I still think it can be debunked by introducing the idea that Vanessa made the decision to cut the elevator and not Gregory. But finally, when looking at the last point, which are the game files, in Ruin, when any subtitle is labeled with Grimmick, it means that the mimic is talking while pretending to be Gregory. And in the final segment of the ending, these subtitles are labeled as Grimmick, meaning it's actually the mimic talking and not Gregory. So this should technically confirm that it was the mimic who cut the elevator. Now really, the only way to debunk this is the fact that we can't always trust the game files. There have been many instances where things or names in the game files have changed, and I don't think we should base the final answer of such a complex mystery on just the game files, especially when looking at all the evidence in favor that Gregory was the one who actually cut the elevator. Which brings me to the next point in the video, which is more proof and context that Gregory was the one who cut the elevator, starting with the walkie-talkie. After the mimic was revealed, we learned that the only way he was able to communicate with Cassie was with this Claremont Freddy walkie-talkie, and throughout Ruin, this is the only way he reaches out to her. He never goes on any intercoms or any other forms of communications where she could hear him or Gregory, and again, the mimic only talks to her with this walkie-talkie. And I think this is because this is the only way he can reach out to her, through this walkie-talkie. It's never shown or confirmed if the mimic can reach out to Cassie through intercoms like in the elevator, and again, we only ever learn of him using the walkie-talkie to mimic Gregory's voice. So how can the mimic reach out to her through the elevator's intercom if we don't even know this is possible, and he doesn't even have the walkie-talkie with him? He leaves the walkie-talkie in the room where he's revealed, so without this walkie-talkie, he wouldn't be able to talk to Cassie or anyone. Meaning he wasn't the one talking to Cassie in the elevator, and he wasn't the one who cut the elevator. But finally, moving on to the last point, which in my opinion is the most important, if Gregory did cut the elevator, it would create such a compelling and complex narrative moving forward. If the mimic did cut the elevator, that's just a villain doing a bad thing. It's no different than the things we've known he's done in the games and in the books. He's just doing bad things because he was programmed and influenced that way. So by having him cut the elevator, it almost feels predictable and simple. But again, if it was instead Gregory, this would create such a tear in the friendship of Cassie and Gregory, and it would be very interesting to see how this would play out if they ever were to meet again. Especially since we have already played as this character, someone who was believed to be the good guy and someone who is beloved by the community. So for him to all of a sudden betray someone and not just just someone but his friend, this would create such a compelling story moving forward with the next few games that would feature this moment. It would just be a lot more interesting to see this play out instead of the mimic cutting the elevator, and it would make the narrative that much better. So because it isn't confirmed if the mimic can cut the elevator from where he was, because it can be inferred that Vanessa was the one who made the decision to cut the elevator and not Gregory, because we shouldn't rely on just the game files, because the mimic doesn't have the walkie-talkie with him, and because it would make the most sense narratively, Gregory was still the one who cut the elevator, betraying Cassie. Moving on, let's continue to solve this character by looking at another debate that has divided the community with the release of FNAF Ruin. Is the mimic the same character as Burntrap from FNAF Security Breach? But first, let's quickly recap each time we've seen these characters. In Security Breach, we saw Burntrap featured as one of the main villains in the Burntrap ending. He was being kept alive using a charging station, and he was awakened when Gregory and Freddy entered the abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location. Burntrap then took control of Freddy using monitors in his office, and Gregory was forced to defeat him on his own. Using monitors of his own, Gregory was able to burn Burntrap and his office while also fighting off the blob and its tentacles. Gregory is eventually able to burn down the pizzeria entirely with Burntrap in it, and he's able to presumably escape with Freddy. And while Freddy and Gregory are happily on a hillside, the Burntrap ending fades to the credits. Now on the other hand, in the bad ending in Ruin, it's revealed that Gregory was not stuck in the Pizzaplex, and that it was just instead the mimic copying his voice to lure Cassie down to the sinkhole to set him free. But after Roxy rescues Cassie, the real Gregory contacts Cassie through the walkie-talkie and tells her to follow his instructions. After the mimic defeats Roxy and begins to chase Cassie, Gregory gives her specific instructions on how to navigate her way through the caves and how to escape the mimic. She is ultimately successful when she reaches the elevator, and there the real Gregory reaches out to her once more. He tells her how he understands that what she did was for him and that he's sorry, but they can't risk being followed, so Gregory cuts the elevator, making it fall, and the ending fades to the credits. Now there are a couple of important things to note with each ending, especially with the Burntrap ending, with the most important thing being that it isn't actually canon. In Ruin, we learn that the Princess Quest ending is actually canon, and we have a lot of proof like this arcade machine with a golden sword through it. We also get these drawings made by Gregory that depict all of Security Breach's endings, telling us that these endings aren't canon. This includes the Burntrap ending as we unlock this drawing, so again this ending isn't canon. But just because the Burntrap ending isn't canon, it doesn't mean that these characters don't exist. Just because the ending isn't canon doesn't mean that the sinkhole and charging station stop existing, as we clearly see them in Ruin, and characters like the Blob also don't stop existing. We also see the Blob in Ruin as a small Easter egg when going down to the abandoned pizzeria, meaning that Burntrap also exists and is somewhere in the Pizzaplex. So again, the whole argument is, what if he's in the Pizzaplex in the form of the mimic? Now when tackling a question as complex as this one, I think the easiest place to start is by simply looking deep into both of their designs. At the surface, when comparing them side by side, there doesn't seem to be a single similarity at all, but when we start to look deeper, that's when the similarities are obvious. When looking at their legs, they're somewhat similar. Both of the left feet have a different foot than the right one, and both of their left feet only have 3 toes. Both of their left hands have 5 fingers, and their necks are also slightly similar. And finally, they both have a similar pose where their left arm is raised but their wrist is flat. But at the same time, they have many differences. The shape and sizes of their torsos do not match at all. Burntrap's right hand has 5 fingers, while the mimic's right hand only has 4 fingers. The shape of their heads are also drastically different, and of course Burntrap has pieces of flesh around his body and a human-like jaw with human-like teeth. And the mimic has none of these, as he doesn't have flesh around his body and he has animatronic-like teeth. And finally, Burntrap has purple eyes while the mimic has orange eyes, so really they do have more differences than similarities, but the fact that their left arms and legs are so similar must mean something. But what would explain all of the differences? Well, the best way I can explain it is to look at Springtrap and Scraptrap's design. They are supposed to be the exact same character, but they have many differences. Their bodies don't match, with Scraptrap's body being more withered and skinnier. They also have different eyes, with Scraptrap only having one eye and it being silver. And of course their heads are very different, as we can see Scraptrap's skull and his jaw is much wider. But the reason they're so different is because of the fire at Fazbear's Fright. So what if, because of the earthquake that destroyed the Pizzaplex and because of all the damage done to the structure, Burntrap's design drastically changed to the mimic's design? This would make them the exact same character, but really this argument could go both ways, and I don't think we can make a final decision based on just their designs. So what if we instead look at their roles in each game and look how each character functions? In Security Breach, Burntrap is trying to take control of Freddy, and we can assume he already has control of the other animatronics. We assume he's doing this as it's actually Willie Mafton coming back in the form of Burntrap to take back his life and power. The mimic has similar motives where he's doing everything in his power to become free free and presumably escape the Pizzaplex. Now why he exactly wants to escape so bad isn't necessarily clear. But if it's true that the Mimic is actually glitch trapped, that just means that the Mimic is trying to copy Willie Matheson and his actions, and the Mimic would just be another way that Willie Matheson could return, making the Mimic's and Burntrap's motives almost identical. In terms of how Burntrap functions, it looks like this charging station is the only thing keeping him alive, and even when he's free, he looks weak and fragile, almost as if Burntrap wasn't done being made. Even the way he walks is also very limp and weak, so again, I think without this charging station, he wouldn't be able to stay alive. But the Mimic, on the other hand, clearly doesn't need a charging station to survive. We can assume he was stuck behind that concrete wall for some time now without a charging station, and again, he appears to be just fine. Even the way the Mimic walks is much different than Burntrap, and he's able to run while chasing Cassie through the caves. He also appears to be much stronger than Burntrap, and there's a clear difference between the two physically. But this just leaves us right where we were with their designs, with that being that the argument can go either way. So to finally make a definitive decision, I'm going to turn to this video, how Ruin secretly solved the Burntrap debate by Underscore. In this video, he goes over how this new texture is in Ruin in the vent leading to Burntrap's room, and it depicts his right arm clawing into the vent. I recommend watching the full video to understand the full context, and it's also just an amazing theory that we can learn a lot from. But looking back at the texture, it's also in the vent leading right to the Mimic's room, leading him and others to believe that both textures were left by Burntrap, who is also the Mimic. The reason the second claw mark is even there is because the Mimic left it there when he was trapped by Vanessa and Gregory. Although I like this idea, I actually think it means the opposite. The reason that they're the exact same textures to mislead us, but one was left by Burntrap while the other one was left by the Mimic, making these two different claw marks that were left by two different animatronics. Which also leads me to my definitive answer, being that Burntrap and the Mimic are two different animatronics and are not the same villain. Alongside this claw mark in the vent leading to Burntrap's office, we also see this purple glow effect in the vent, and I think this is Burntrap leaving behind a trail. This purple trail is found nowhere else in the game, and this includes the vent leading to the Mimic's room. If they were the same animatronic, wouldn't we see a purple glow effect in either the vent or room, signifying that the Mimic is actually Burntrap? We actually don't see any other hints to Burntrap in the Mimic's room, which only solidifies this idea. Looking back at the purple glow effect, it leads right into this room where Gregory and Freddy fought Burntrap in Security Breach, and in that room there's this charging station. Like I mentioned earlier in the video, I believe that Burntrap needs a charging station to survive, so what if he went through this vent to try and find another charging station, leaving behind this purple glow effect? He could have also found a way to go up the sinkhole where there's another charging station in the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which would also keep him alive. I think Ruin purposely hides these two rooms from the player because that's where Burntrap is trying to survive. So because of their designs that are too different to be called the same, because these two characters function drastically different, and because the Mimic has no other hints to Burntrap, I think it's safe to say that Burntrap and the Mimic are not the same character. There have now been two FNAF projects where we haven't seen Burntrap, and it could be very well that we won't see this character anymore in the franchise. Personally, I do believe and hope that we do see Burntrap once again as a main villain, as not only is Burntrap's story not finished yet, but of course the Mimic story also isn't finished, and there's so much that can be done with both these characters. There is a popular theory going around that believes all of the villains in the newer games will come together to either create a new villain or will serve as the main villains to a new FNAF project. Burntrap, the Blob, and the Mimic are all still down in the Pizzaplex, and their stories could be continued as the main villains in a new FNAF game. Now that we've looked at the Mimic in Ruin and in Security Breach, now we can start to look at a spin-off game, Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. And we can start to solve everything we know about this game while also answering questions about the Mimic, who is going to be known as Jackie. But first, let's analyze the teaser trailer for Secret of the Mimic. Like I mentioned, we got our first teaser to the newest game in the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, Secret of the Mimic. So let's go over every single detail and what my predictions are. But first, let's take a look at the teaser. Now obviously the most important thing to take away is that this game will give us an origin story to one of the most complex characters in all of FNAF, the Mimic. Although this looks like an entirely different animatronic, I still think it's the same animatronic from the end of Ruin. I think this is simply a costume or shell that the Mimic is wearing, and we know he has various costumes like this lion or elephant costume we saw in the Mimic's room. All of these costumes are related to a carnival, and this is exactly what we see with the teaser. The costume looks to be a clown or jester, which makes perfect sense as one of the earliest costumes the Mimic wears in the books was a jester costume. So although it is possible that there are many versions of the Mimic, I think it makes more sense that there's only one Mimic, as the one we saw in the teaser is the same Mimic from Ruin wearing a jester costume. Now I also want to note the importance of the box. Now immediately I thought of the FNAF 4 box, but I don't really think there would be any connection between the two. I instead think it's closer related to the puppet's music box from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. The Mimic here even looks slightly like the puppet, and maybe this design choice was on purpose. Maybe this game will somehow be able to connect the Mimic to the puppet, and it also feels like the music box will be crucial to the character of the Mimic. When looking at the very end of the teaser, when we see film reel flash on the screen, we actually see the exact year this game is going to take place, 1979. Now this is the earliest day any game has taken place before, as previously FNAF 4 was the earliest game in the timeline, with it taking place in 1983. But this also means that Fazbear's Entertainment has also been around for much longer than many of us have realized, and it also confirms that the Mimic is one of the oldest animatronics that still exists in the franchise. And when looking at the description of the video, it just proves this even more. It reads, "To see the future, sometimes you need to understand the past." This makes sense when looking at how complicated the Mimic feels. Before we can move forward with the story, we need to understand who the Mimic is. So before I jump into my predictions and my theory for this game, I want to point out one major detail about the Mimic. Take a closer listen to his laugh. It might sound extremely familiar, and that's because it's almost the exact same laugh that Sun and Moon have. Moon and the Mimic have always been compared to each other, especially when looking at the fact that they have identical teeth. So maybe they're a lot similar than we realized, and this leads me to my first prediction, being what animatronics will we also see. Depending on the scale of this game, I don't think the Mimic will be the only animatronic we'll have to face, so what if we also have to face an early version of Sun and Moon? That's why the Mimic and Moon are extremely similar, as they are the same kind of animatronic that came from the same place, but I'll get back to what this place is soon. I also think it makes the most sense that we would also see other animatronics related to a carnival, as like I mentioned, the Mimic's costumes are related to a carnival, and especially the jester costume we see him wearing in this teaser. So what if we saw new animatronics like a lion, an elephant, or different clown animatronics that would be terrifying to face? But finally, I think we could also see the earliest versions of the four main animatronics. Maybe at this point they would just be endoskeletons, and it would be a good way to connect this game to the earlier era of the franchise. But moving on to what I think is the most critical aspect of this game, where is it going to take place? Well, Ruin and Help Wanted 2 already solved this for us. In Ruin, we got many hints to a carnival and to the earlier era of FNAF. We saw this message in one of the out-of-bound areas, and now we know this would have set up this game. And in order to unlock the happy ending, you needed to use the Vanny mask on this Fredbear cutout, which is obviously from the earliest point in FNAF. And in Help Wanted 2, we were able to find this poster, Fall Fest 1970, and this is exactly where the game will take place. Secret of the Mimic will take place in a carnival called Fall Fest and in 1979. This makes sense when considering that we never learned of another pizzeria that took place around this time except for Fredbear's Family Diner, and this was because there's a whole separate branch of Fazbear's Entertainment called Fall Fest. This is where we see animatronics like Moon or Sun, and of course the Mimic. It's an entirely different branch of FNAF that we will finally be able to explore in this game. And the possibilities for the gameplay are endless. The carnival map would be massive, and it would create one of the most terrifying experiences in FNAF ever. But finally, moving on to my last prediction, who will we play as? Well, I could really only see three options, with the first being that we play as an entirely new character. Like in Ruin when Cassie was introduced, this game would introduce an entirely new different character. But what I also think is possible and more likely is that we'll play as someone from the Afton family. It could either be that we play as William Afton or young Michael Afton, and this would just be another way of connecting this new branch of FNAF to the early era of FNAF, which is the Afton family. This would also be a perfect opportunity where we could learn more about the Afton family and what their motives are. But finally, I think it's also possible that we could play as the creator of the Mimic, which would also answer one of the biggest questions around this character. Not only would we learn who created the Mimic, but we would also learn why. It would also confirm if the Mimic is the same one from the books, as in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learn that the creator is Edwin. So if we played as Edwin, the game would confirm the books are directly canon, but if we play someone else like Henry, it would still answer a lot about the Mimic in the franchise. So using evidence from Ruin, we can assume that the Mimic from the teaser trailer is the same Mimic from the end of Ruin. We can also assume that he's wearing a mask or costume that would explain the different appearance. We know the game will take place in 1979, and we can assume the game will take place in the Fall Fest Carnival, which would show old animatronics like Moon and would introduce new animatronics like a lion or elephant. And although it's not clear who we play as, it's still clear that the Mimic has some correlation to the puppet, which seems important. Now that we've gone over the teaser, let's look at the possibility of Jackie being related to or being the exact same character as the puppet from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. So let's start to look at each of the similarities, starting with their designs. Right off the bat, their designs are very similar. They both have a white animatronic face shell and highlights of red on their cheeks. But they also have a lot more differences. The Mimic has orange eyes while the puppet's eyes are hollowed out. The Mimic also has a red nose, and overall the shape of their heads are pretty different, so I don't think we can confirm if they're the same character based on just their designs. But we might be able to confirm this when looking at the Mimic's music box. In Ruin and in the novels, we never learn of the Mimic having a music box, and in the entire franchise we never learned of another animatronic that had a music box except for the puppet. So obviously this is directly referencing the puppet and showing that the Mimic and the puppet are somehow connected. Now physically the boxes are different, but when listening to the music they're almost identical, and it's clear this was on purpose. Again, the music is very similar, and I think this is on purpose. So is this similarity because they're the exact same character? Well, if this were the case, we first need to explain how the Mimic from Ruin is physically supposed to be the puppet from FNAF 2. Now clearly there's a big difference physically, but this can still be explained perfectly. In the books, we learn how the Mimic wore many different costumes like a lion or jester costume. We actually see some of these costumes in Ruin, like this elephant and the exact same lion costume we learned from the books. And if necessary, the Mimic's body was designed to fit into any of these suits by compressing or expanding itself to fit into any suit needed. So what if the puppet is its own shell or costume that the Mimic was able to compress its body into, which would explain how they're the same physically? And the slight differences like the red nose could simply be because this was an earlier version of the puppet, and the final version of the puppet is who we see in FNAF 2 and in the rest of the franchise. Now technically, all of this explanation would answer and solve that the Mimic and the puppet are the same character, except for one major detail from FNAF 6. In the very ending of FNAF 6, the puppet, who is now Lefty, gets burned down in the pizzeria alongside the other animatronics left. So if the puppet really is the Mimic, that means he was also burned and destroyed in that fire, so we couldn't have seen him in FNAF Ruin. He could have somehow escaped this, but this would defeat the purpose of the ending where all animatronics were put to rest. So this means that the puppet and the Mimic can't be the same character, but what about all the similarities? Well, I think that there are two different animatronics, but they were supposed to be the same thing and serve the same purpose. The Mimic was the original puppet, but after an incident, the second puppet was created, who we see in FNAF 2 and in the rest of the series. That's why they're clearly different physically, but at the same time have many direct similarities. But now the question is, why was the second puppet created and who created the Mimic? Well, in the books we learn that Edwin was the creator of the Mimic, but this doesn't mean he's also the creator of the Mimic in the games. So if we know the creator of the puppet is Henry Emily, then what if he's also the creator of the Mimic? This has actually been a popular theory for a while now, and I feel that the new teaser finally confirmed it. Not only is it showing that the Mimic was the first version of the puppet, but it's also showing that Henry created the first version of the puppet. But why would Henry need to create a second puppet? What went wrong with the first version, or what went wrong with the Mimic? Well, we know Henry created the puppet to protect his daughter Charlie, so what if he knew the Mimic wouldn't fulfill this purpose, and what if he was scared of it? In the books we know that the Mimic became aggressive with each new negative action he learned. He would even begin to murder people and was fueled on rage. So what if this exact same scenario happened in the games? What if the Mimic began to become aggressive and rageful as he would be mimicking what's around him? This would scare Henry as he would fear for Charlie's protection, which is why he would scrap the Mimic and create the new puppet, which was successful. The Mimic would be abandoned by Henry in the game, just like he was abandoned by Edwin in the books. And in Secret of the Mimic, I think this game will take place when Henry's beginning to notice that the Mimic is becoming aggressive. Or it will take place after the Mimic has already been abandoned and how he's only become more aggressive and fueled on pure rage. Either way, I think we'll see how the Mimic becomes one of the most feared animatronics from the entire franchise, lies, and it all begins with Henry Emily. This origin game will also answer where the Mimic has been this whole time, as there's about a 60-year time period from this game to Ruin, so maybe Henry was the one to hide him away originally. It will also answer if Ruin was his first appearance or if he's appeared in earlier games like FNAF Help Wanted or FNAF Security Breach. For example, in Security Breach, there are these wires throughout the Pizzaplex that resemble the puppet and its colors. So what if these wires were actually virtually connected to the Mimic who had a background role since Security Breach, and having the wires reference the puppet was just another way to connect the Mimic to the puppet, again showing their similarities and showing that they were created by the same person. In Security Breach, Ruin, and in Help Wanted 2, we also find these Nightmare puppet plushies throughout the Pizzaplex. So what if these plushies also serve the same purpose as the puppet themed wires? They were here to show that the Mimic was always watching us. Even in the virtual world in the Princess Quest arcade game, the Mimic was still watching us, and again these plushies are another way to connect the Mimic to the puppet. Although this has been something that has been theorized for a while now, the Secret of the Mimic has finally confirmed this and confirmed that the Mimic and the puppet are connected in so many ways. And when Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic is actually released in 2025, I'm sure this will only prove this idea further. So although the Mimic and the puppet have physical similarities and the music boxes are directly connected to each other, there are still two separate animatronics that were created for the same purpose. The Mimic was the very first version of the puppet who was created by Henry Emily, but after he would become more aggressive and after Henry would fear for the safety of his daughter Charlie, Henry would scrap the animatronic and abandon him. So in Secret of the Mimic, we are going to learn more on why the Mimic was abandoned and how he became FNAF's most infamous villain. And with that, the Mimic from Secret of the Mimic and the puppet are not the same character. Moving on, let's try to answer and solve everything we know about FNAF Secret of the Mimic by first going over the demo as a whole. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, a demo for FNAF Secret of the Mimic was revealed in PAX West, and alongside this demo, we got our first look at the official gameplay for Secret of the Mimic. Now, although there isn't any footage of the gameplay since recording wasn't allowed, we still have a detailed description of what this game looked like thanks to the fans who had the chance to play the demo. So let's start to go over these gameplay details and theorize what the rest of the game could look like. But first, let's quickly look at our first look at the official design for the Mimic. Now immediately it's clear that the Mimic will be wearing a clown costume like we saw in the teaser trailer, and based on this photo it looks amazing. The face show looks very similar to Ennard's face show, and even the party hats are very similar. The Mimic will have accents of red highlights on his face, his bow tie and buttons, and on his hair. And he also has these long orange arms with white gloves. It's also worth pointing out that the Mimic doesn't have legs with this design, which matches his exact design in the books, as the Mimic's creator made him without legs. So it looks like this game will follow or will be very similar to the book's origin of the Mimic. And although this design feels very similar to some of the other animatronics we've seen throughout the franchise, it still feels unique and has already solidified itself as a terrifying design. But moving on to the actual gameplay, now let's go over every single detail revealed, starting with the levels. We first learned that the demo has two different levels, a level focused on the manager's office and a level focused on being chased. It's also first revealed that the gameplay is styled as a free roam VR game where you can play the game in VR but you're able to move freely using the joysticks. And the gameplay is compared to Hello Neighbor VR, but most importantly we learn that the demo takes place in a factory. Now this is not where many fans expected the game to take place, as originally fans including myself thought it would take place in a carnival. The same carnival we learned that Fall Fest took place, which was a carnival in the FNAF world that takes place in the early 1970s. But now we know this game will take place in a factory, and although this wasn't expected, the setting does sound interesting and a lot could be done with a simple factory, especially with the Mimic. Moving on, we learn that there isn't much connection to the other FNAF games, except for Fredbear Family Diner posters from Security Breach that are on the walls and a schematic for what appears to be a mascot version of Mr. Hippo. So it looks like FNAF Secret of the Mimic will explore the mediocre melodies and their origins, and it's also possible they might show up somewhere else in the game in the form of mascot animatronics. Looking at the level in the manager's office, it starts with the player exploring the manager's office in the toy factory. There you find a wall is broken, which leads to a secret room. There you find the music box from the teaser trailer and you begin to wind it up. Then you are finally introduced to the Mimic as he pops out of the music box, but it's not clear why the music box was in this room. Then you open another door in the manager's office which leads you to a hallway, which then leads you to a mail room featuring an NPC sorting the mail that is very similar to a staff bot from Security Breach. And because this game takes place in 1979, as we learned from the teaser trailer, it's interesting to think of Fazbear's Entertainment having such advanced technology in such an early state of the company and in time. But we don't get a specific perfect description for what the staff pod looked like. Then we find a generator which is powering a door, and as the player is activating the generator to open it, the mimic comes through the door and begins to cause chaos in the office, and it's pointed out how the animation for this segment is really good. With the door now open, you go inside the room to try and hide an event, but it falls through, and this is where the manager office level ends. Now, although this is a very quick level, we still learn a lot, as now we know this game will take place in a factory, we learn this game will be slightly connected to other games and characters, and we also learn small details about the mimic and his music box, so it sounds like a great level that actually reveals a lot. But moving on to the chase level, it's assumed it takes place right after the office level, but in a deeper area of the facility. Here the mimic begins to trail behind you until you reach an elevator. You activate the elevator and this begins the real chase. The chase is compared to chases from Poppy's Playtime, where the mimic's arms are slamming into the walls from your left and right side. You then escape through a vent where you reach an area where you need to pull levers and complete small tasks. You are successful in escaping the mimic until the mimic climbs through a hole in the floor and finds you. You then escape into another vent while the music from the teaser trailer, which is a remix of the Puppet's music box, plays. The level then ends with the mimic finding you in the vent and it falling through again. Now this also might seem like a quick level, but I think this was a great opportunity to showcase the mimic and just how much of a threat he really is, especially since the mimic is constantly able to find us. And we learn how the player will go deeper into the factory, which I think is another great idea. It's even possible that the factory will have different layers as the game goes on, similar to Ruin, and as the player reaches each level or floor, we'll learn more about the mimic and where he comes from. And we finally learned a lot more about the gameplay, as it sounds like it's going to be a combination of Security Breach and Help Wanted, especially since we learned that the jump scares are just like those from Security Breach, while the gameplay and mechanics are similar to Help Wanted and its sequel. So it sounds like this game will take the best elements from those games to create a terrifying experience featuring one of the franchise's most infamous villains, the Mimic. Now overall, this demo just made me that much more excited for this game's release, especially since we also got our first look at the Mimic and how he's going to be a real threat to the player and the toy factory. We'll also finally learn more about this branch of Fazbear's Entertainment, one that isn't supposed to be a place for kids to have fun with the animatronics. It's a place that holds secrets while all being connected to the Mimic. But now that I've gone over the gameplay of Secret of the Mimic, I now want to go over new characters that might have been revealed through posters. At the demo, we saw different posters that also appear in the game, like these posters of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie that we originally saw in FNAF Security Breach. And we also saw many new posters that tease new animatronics that might appear in Secret of the Mimic. So let's go over these animatronics and what the role might be in this game, starting with this Be Yourself poster. Now immediately, this is an entirely different character that we haven't seen in the franchise yet, and it's not a standard animatronic that we've seen in the franchise either. It's instead a mascot. Mascots have already been a major part of this new era in the FNAF franchise, especially in Ruin, as we saw different mascots of different animals in the room the Mimic was in. The Mimic even wears the lion mascot in the secret ending, so it's no surprise mascot animatronics will have a role in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, and our first look at these mascots is this bee. This is really our first time we've seen a bee character in the franchise before, so it will be interesting to see how this character plays out in the actual game. And moving on, we also got our first look at 3 more animatronics and mascots. In this poster, we see a mascot version of Mr. Hippo and 2 frog animatronics. I want to point out how the frogs are supposed to represent more of an animatronic feel, while the hippo is clearly supposed to be a mascot. And in the actual Secret of the Mimic demo, it was revealed that we saw schematics for this exact hippo mascot that connects it to this poster, meaning we might also see it in this game. We've never learned of any other animatronic related to Mr. Hippo or the mediocre melodies, so in this game we might learn if this mascot was the first version of Mr. Hippo or if it's a completely different animatronic. But before I go over each of these mascots' role in the actual game, let's finally go over one last poster that revealed an animatronic we might have already seen in the books. With this poster, we see a character with multiple arms, and people have compared them to a spider or octopus, but in the books we have already gotten a look at a spider animatronic, which is actually just the Mimic. In the 7th epilogue, we learn that the Mimic morphs itself into an abomination of twisted metal, described as a mass of metal joints and wires that vaguely resembles a mutated spider. So what if because of this animatronic or mascot, that's why the Mimic was able to mutate itself into this spider, and again this new animatronics are teased to that. Which brings me to my next point. Will these mascots be suits that the Mimic will wear throughout the game, or will they be functioning animatronics that the player will also have to watch out for? Well, I think it will be a mix of both. I think at the start of the game these mascots will be actual animatronics that the player player will have to run away from and defeat. Just like Gregory had to run away and defeat animatronics in Security Breach. And each time the player defeats one of these mascots, the Mimic will use the remaining mascot as a suit that the player will then have to face again, just like the Mimic wore these mascot suits in Ruin. This way, not only will we learn more about these animatronics and their origins, but we'll also learn how they relate to the Mimic and how the Mimic became this infamous villain known from the novels and from Ruin. I also just quickly want to go over this poster of Foxy and the possibility of him showing up in Secret of the Mimic. Now, before this point, it was assumed that Foxy was created alongside the other three main animatronics and that they were all introduced in the same location, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. But this is the only poster of one of the main animatronics at this demo, insinuating that Foxy was created much earlier than many of us have thought. So what if we see the very first version of Foxy in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, where at this point he's just an endoskeleton, or he could even be less than that? Maybe in the factory where Secret of the Mimic takes place, we'll not only see schematics for Foxy like we did for the Hippo mascot, but we'll also see schematics for the three main animatronics, which will just be another way this game is connected to the rest of the franchise. So now that I've gone over the gameplay and possible animatronics for Secret of the Mimic, now let's go over who the main protagonist might be. Like I've mentioned many times in this video, a lot was revealed for FNAF Secret of the Mimic. But one thing that wasn't revealed, and something that is arguably the most important aspect of any FNAF game, is who the protagonist is going to be or who we are going to play as. But using hints from this demo and clues from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, I believe that we can answer who we will play as in FNAF Secret of the Mimic. And I believe we can do so by introducing two different ideas and theories, with the first one simply being that we are going to play as the Mimic's creator, Edwin. In the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we learn that Edwin created the Mimic as a companion for his child, David, and he created the Mimic in a factory where he worked and where he lived in. So what if in the games this factory is the same factory as the one from the novels? So in the games, Edwin would also live in this factory, and it would be a perfect way to connect this game to the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels. In the books, we also learn that Edwin created the Mimic without legs, which matches perfectly with the official design that was displayed in PAX West. This version of the Mimic also doesn't have legs, which feels like an important detail that yet again connects this game to Edwin. This would also make Edwin an official protagonist in the games, and he would no longer be a character that is just in the books. And all of this would make perfect sense except for one issue: when would this game take place in the Mimic's and Edwin's story? In the novels, we know that Edwin first created the Mimic, then he beat it and destroyed it after his child David was killed. His agony was then passed on to the Mimic animatronic and was the very thing that possessed him. After this event, Edwin abandoned the Mimic in the factory, and the rest of the Mimic story continued without Edwin, where he would use different mascots and suits to murder people, where he would then eventually end up in the Pizzaplex. But again, the important thing to note with both their stories is that they were separate. Edwin was only with the Mimic when he was just an endoskeleton, and we never learned of a time where the Mimic wore a clown costume like we see in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, while also being with Edwin in the same factory. So Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic would have to explain exactly when the Mimic and Edwin were in the factory at the same time after the Mimic became possessed and began to wear costumes, while also making sure that it doesn't interfere with any lore from the games or books, which seems like a lot for this game to do. So although it could be very possible that we play as Edwin in Secret of the Mimic, it isn't 100% confirmed. So moving on to the next theory, which is the most likely and the most possible: what if we play as an entirely different character? What if we simply play as someone new who works in the factory? When looking at every single FNAF game after FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, in each new game we play as a new character. In FNAF Help Wanted, we either played as Vanessa or as ourselves. In FNAF Security Breach, we played as Gregory, and in the DLC Ruin, we played as Cassie. Then, in Help Wanted 2, it's theorized that we play as Cassie's dad. Again, we always play as someone new and different. So if Studio Studios were to continue this trend, that means we would also be playing as someone new and different, which would again be an employee for the factory. Although this answer doesn't seem as fulfilling as the other theories, the demo at PAX West might have actually been pointing to this answer. At the demo, we saw these posters that had to do with the workers of this factory. Specifically, we see this poster telling workers not to be late, and if they are, there will be some sort of punishment. We also see this poster telling employees to watch out for exposed wiring, and we also saw this poster telling employees to keep their distance from heavy machinery in the factory. Again, all of these posters are for the employees or workers and are hinting to how dangerous this factory really is, which also feels like they're pointing importance to the workers themselves, which might tell us that we're going to play as one. Each new character that has been introduced in the franchise has become beloved and celebrated by the community, especially Gregory and Cassie. So this new character could also be a fan favorite that the community would be be interested in, and by introducing a new character, it creates an opportunity to tell a new story and to even possibly create more theories. Moving on, let's look at a mystery that has been debated a lot in the community so far, so let's attempt to solve if Jackie is actually supposed to be the same character as the Mimic. Jackie is confirmed to be the newest antagonist in the franchise and will be the main villain in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic, and it's assumed that Jackie is supposed to be the Mimic just in a much earlier point in the timeline, but there are two issues and points that fans bring up when arguing that Jackie and the Mimic are not the same character. So let's look at these points and try to debunk them to prove that they are actually the same character. With the first point being that their designs are drastically different. When comparing the endoskeleton from FNAF Ruin to Jackie, there's a clear difference, and it's hard to imagine that this endo is under the Jackie suit. And in the demo, we learn that Jackie has extendable arms and she also doesn't have legs, which doesn't match the design from Ruin of the Mimic. But using the Tales from the Pixelplex novels, we can prove that they're actually the same. In the books, we learn that the Mimic was originally made without legs, and this description matches perfectly with Jackie. He doesn't get legs until later in the series, but because this game takes place so early on in the timeline, then it makes perfect sense that the Mimic wouldn't have legs. In the books, we also learn that the Mimic is able to retract and extend any of his body parts to fit into different mascots and costumes, so he would be able to extend his arms into the Jackie costume to adjust to the longer arms and body. So although it would be hard to imagine, the Mimic's endo could easily be in this Jackie mascot. And in the demo, we also learn that Jackie becomes slightly withered and destroyed as the game goes on, so what if by the end of it, we do see the Mimic endoskeleton from Ruin, just not as old and destroyed? This would confirm that these two characters are supposed to be the same and would clear up any confusion. When also looking at this from a story standpoint, it would also just simply make sense that they're the same. This game is supposed to be centered around the Mimic and his origin story, so for it to not focus on the Mimic and for it to focus on Jackie, who is an entirely different character, almost feels random. It makes the most sense that they are the same and that this game will show how the Mimic went from being Jackie to this terrifying endoskeleton. But moving on to the second issue, we never learn of a clown costume in any of the novels that cover the Mimic and his origin. In the books, we learn of many different mascots and costumes that the Mimic wore, like a jester or lion, but we never learn of a clown, which has led many fans to believe that they aren't the same character. But the clown not being mentioned anywhere in the books makes perfect sense. This game is supposed to be an entirely new story around the Mimic, so why would it have already been revealed in the books? The Mimic is a character that we still don't know everything about, so what if there was a time period where the Mimic wore a clown costume and was in this factory? It's also not 100% confirmed if the books are canon to the game, so it could also be possible that the games just use ideas and concept from the books, but they aren't necessarily identical. So similar ideas where the Mimic is in a factory and where he was made without legs are still in the games, but others like certain costumes are only in the books. Which is why we never learn of a clown costume in the books, as this is exclusive to the games only, which still means that Jackie and the Mimic are the same character. But moving on to the next mystery, what is this factory where Secret of the Mimic is going to take place? Where here's why I believe that this factory is the same location that is under the sinkhole in FNAF Ruin. Like I mentioned, we learn a lot about this game's new animatronics and mascots from this demo, and I think it's clear that it's these mascots that directly connect FNAF Secret of the Mimic to FNAF Ruin. In Ruin and in the room where the Mimic is revealed, we saw different mascots that we assumed the Mimic wore in different time periods throughout the franchise. We saw a lion, an elephant, and a bird. The Mimic even wears the lion mascot in the Scooper ending, where he was ultimately removed from this mascot by this scooping machine. It's clear that these mascots are decades old as they appear withered and destroyed, but this was our first time seeing these mascots in the entire history of the franchise, but now we know where they came from. Although recording wasn't allowed in the demo, we still have a detailed description of everything we saw in this demo, including new animatronics and mascots. Based on these descriptions of the demo, in the factory or warehouse where Secret of the Mimic is going to take place, mascot animatronics are scattered around like a dog mascot and this octopus animatronic that we see in this poster. We see a lot of new mascots that might have some role in this new game, but most importantly, it was revealed that we also saw the same mascots that we see in Ruin. Specifically, we see the same elephant mascot from the Mimic's room, just with a slightly different design, as at this point, the mascot is completely new compared to when we saw it in Ruin when it's decades old. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the other two mascots in this game as it progresses, and there's even a chance that the Mimic or Jackie dons these mascots at different periods in this game, or that she uses them in different ways. Again, it's clear that these mascots are how Secret of the Mimic and Ruin are directly connected, but now the question stands, how did these mascots end up from this factory to the sinkhole in FNAF Ruin? There are many solutions to this mystery, but I want to introduce introduce an idea that is popular, but I haven't seen anyone else introduce this specific theory. We all know that the Pizzaplex was built on top of the FNAF 6 pizzeria, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, but in Ruin, we learn that this pizzeria was built on top of the caves and on another location. It's heavily theorized what this location is, as some believe it's the FNAF sister location bunker or even the FNAF 4 Afton family house. But what if this location is actually the factory or warehouse where FNAF Secret of the Mimic is going to take place? When looking at the second location under the Pizzaplex, it doesn't match the style of the Pizzaplex or the FNAF 6 pizzeria. It appears to be much older and withered. It's made up of wooden planks and metal, and this location is almost built into the caves, showing how old it really is. But the style of this location is exactly the same as the factory from Secret of the Mimic. The factory is described to be made from wooden planks, it's described as very old and withered, but most importantly, it was revealed that as the demo went on, the player went deeper into the factory. Just like Cassie went deeper into this location in the sinkhole, so the way both locations work where they have multiple layers and floors are identical, and even FNAF made this connection.
So now we're basically running from this Jack-in-the-Box thing through like the underground depths of this place. It looked very old, very wooden, kind of like the structure we see in Ruin, like the staircases to get down to the Mimic. It looked like that kind of. I didn't put that together until just now.
We also have this picture of the cameras of the factory showing off different rooms and areas. When comparing these monitors to the location under the sinkhole, they have a very similar style, especially since they're both built using wooden planks that look identical. And this just further proves the idea that they're the same factory. Not only are the factories described to be the same, but this would also be a perfect explanation to how the mascots ended up in the Pizzaplex. These mascots were never taken from this factory to the Pizzaplex like many of us assumed, they never even left. The reason these mascots are still down in this factory under the Pizzaplex is because that's where they were first brought to, and again they never left. It would also be another great explanation to the scooping room. The scooper in Ruin has always been another big mystery, as some believe it's a new machine made for this location, or that it's the same scooper from FNAF's sister location. But if these two factories are the same, that means this machine isn't new, and it also isn't the same scooper from sister location. It would be an entirely different machine that was made just for this factory, and we can assume it would extract the endoskeleton from the mascot animatronics, and that's why there's so many empty mascot suits in this demo, as they were left behind by the scooper. Also, originally in Ruin, we learned from cut content that is in an out-of-bound area that this game was going to include a tease for a future project related to a carnival. Now we can assume that this carnival is going to reference FNAF Secret of the Mimic, but what if it was going to tease something from the factory itself, like another mascot suit or something else, making it clear that this location is a factory. It was also revealed that in the demo we saw a hallway filled with Fredbear Family Diner posters, and they're the exact same posters as the one we find in Security Breach. So what if the reason we also find these posters in Security Breach is because they came from the location under the Pizzaplex? They aren't actually Easter eggs or references to Fredbear's Family Diner, but they're a reference to the factory where they came from and the factory that is in the sinkhole. In the demo we also learned that a room was filled with different cardboard cutouts of different animatronics, and what do we find in the caves or in this factory that also unlocks a secret ending? That's right, a Fredbear cardboard cutout. It has always been a mystery how this cardboard cutout made its way all the way down to this location, but what if this was because of the same reason as the mascots? The reason we find this cardboard cutout in the caves is because it never left, and like the posters, this is a direct reference to the factory and the idea that it's been right under the Pizzaplex the entire time. But most importantly, if this is true, that also means that the Mimic never left either, and this would actually make a lot of sense. Unlike in the books where the Mimic was shipped to the Pizzaplex, what if the Mimic has always been down in the sinkhole and down in this factory? Which is why the Mimic is doing everything in his power to escape the sinkhole, as he's been there since 1979, as that's when we know Secret of the Mimic is going to take place. Even in the canon ending, Gregory makes it clear that the Mimic has been down there for a very long time, insinuating that he wasn't shipped there in the games like we all thought.
And the sinkhole tricked you. I really don't know what it is, but it's been trapped down here a really long time.
He is directly confirming that the Mimic has been down there for a very long time, and we can assume it's because he never left. But if this is also true, that means that everything we see in Secret of the Mimic should also be down in the sinkhole, like the music box that seems to have a major role in this game, and the Jackie show that the Mimic will also wear in this game. Now this may seem like a stretch, and by no means is this a perfect theory, but when looking at all the evidence from both games, I really do believe that the factory being under the Pizzaplex will be one of the big twists revealed in FNAF Secret of the Mimic. So with that said, 5 Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic is connected to Ruin by these animal mascots that we can find in both projects. And more specifically, the reason we also find these mascots in Ruin is because the factory or warehouse where Secret of the Mimic is going to take place is the location that is under the FNAF 6 pizzeria. We know this because of the mascots, the Fredbear Family Diner posters found in Security Breach, and because of this Fredbear cardboard cutout in the caves that is also described to be found in Secret of the Mimic. And again, the reason we find these things down in the sinkhole is because they never left, and this includes the Mimic or Jackie. Which means that Jackie has been stuck in this factory since 1979 when Secret of the Mimic took place. But remember, this is just a theory. But moving on to the next and final mystery, will the Afton family have some role in Secret of the Mimic? I've already gone over how we learned a lot from this demo and gameplay from Secret of the Mimic, but one thing we learned little to nothing about is who we are going to play as and who is going to be the protagonist. Like I mentioned, I've already made a video going over different theories on who we'll play as, but now I want to discuss one crucial theory I didn't discuss in the last video. What if in FNAF Secret of the Mimic we play as a member from the Afton family? We know Secret of the Mimic is going to take place in the year 1979, meaning it's now the earliest FNAF game in the timeline, with it taking place 4 years before FNAF 4. So it would make a lot of sense if the Afton family were to appear in this game, and again, what if we played as one of them? But because this game takes place in 1979, that means the only family members that we'd actually be able to play as are William and Michael Afton. We can assume that the crying child and Elizabeth Afton would be too young to actually be the protagonists of this game, and although Michael would be young, I still see the possibility of him being the main character. And with William Afton being the CEO of Fazbear's Entertainment, if this factory has any connection to the company, then of course William Afton will as well. So now let's start to look at the possibility of both these characters being the protagonists, starting with William. Although the FNAF franchise has been around for 10 years now, William Afton is still a character we know nothing about. We can make assumptions of where he was and what he's done in certain time periods throughout the series, but again, this is just assumption. So it could very easily be that there was a time period where William Afton was in this factory with the Mimic or Jackie and was attempting to complete some objective and task. This wouldn't interfere with any existing lore, and all it would do is expand William Afton's story. It would actually be very interesting to finally play as William, as we would finally learn more about his motives and who exactly he is. And it would be a perfect opportunity to connect Secret of the Mimic to the original games and characters in the franchise. If we do play as William Afton, there's also a chance that it would be revealed that William is connected to Jackie in some way. It could even be possible that in the games he was the one who created Jackie or the Mimic, unlike in the novels where it was revealed that Edwin Murray created the Mimic. Now, although it is very possible that we could play as William, my only issue with this idea or theory is why? Why would William Afton, who again is the CEO, be in this factory? Especially during this time when Fredbear's Family Diner is open, and we know this location is open as we see posters advertising this pizzeria in the demo. So wouldn't William Afton be too busy running that pizzeria while also wearing the Spring Bonnie suit and entertaining the children? So because of this, I think it makes even more sense that we would play as Michael Afton. It's already been theorized that we play as Michael Afton in every single core FNAF game, so if we also played as him in Secret of the Mimic, it would also continue the trend of Michael being the protagonist in all of these games leading to FNAF Pizzeria Simulator. Now, how Michael ends up in this factory could be because of any reason, but the main idea or theory is that Michael would be trying to escape this factory and trying to escape Jackie. We could learn more about Michael's character throughout this game, and it would be another great way of connecting this newest FNAF game to the earliest era of the franchise. Michael would only be slightly younger than when he was in FNAF 4, and it would still make a lot of sense that he would be the main character. Although it could also be very possible that Michael Afton could be the protagonist in Secret of the Mimic, there are a few issues that come to mind, starting with his lore. Unlike William Afton, we do know a lot more about Michael Afton and his story. We know for a fact that he appears in FNAF 4 and was responsible for his younger brother's death when he threw him into the mouth of Fredbear. We also know he appears in FNAF's sister location as the main character when he goes down to the underground bunker to look for his sister Elizabeth. He is then scooped by this machine at the end of that game where he has his insides taken out and he literally becomes the purple guy. There's a lot more story that is assumed, but this is what we know for a fact, and most importantly, we know Mike kept a journal, and more specifically, he owns this survival logbook. In the beginning of the book, we see Mike's name written into it, and throughout the book, he leaves notes or drawings that we know were left by him. There's references to almost all core FNAF games, which is why it's believed that he is the main character in all of these games, but obviously something that isn't mentioned is Jackie. Jackie or the Mimic was created years after this book was even released, so it would have been impossible to add Jackie into this book, which is why if Michael was the the main character in Secret of the Mimic, it would almost feel like the games are creating new lore and story for him. It would be interfering with his existing lore, and they would need to explain how Mike was in this factory, how he survived Jackie, and how none of it affected him to the point where we don't see it mentioned anywhere else in the franchise. Because there is some lore and story surrounding Michael, it would be hard to add completely brand new lore to a story that is supposed to happen so early on in his life and in the FNAF timeline. Which brings me to the next big issue, which is that it might introduce too much lore and story. It can be argued that one of the biggest strengths of this franchise is the mystery behind it and its characters. This allows for theories to be made on these mysteries, but if one of these major mysteries like the character of Michael is all of a sudden solved in one game, then there wouldn't be a need for theories, which is taking a crucial part away from the franchise. And I don't think Stewart Studios or Scott Cawthon would want to reveal too much about the Afton family, which is why I also don't think Michael Afton is going to be the protagonist in Secret of the Mimic. Now, although I don't think Michael will be the protagonist in this game, I still do believe that the Afton family will have a role in this game in some form or another. It could be something as major as William Afton or Michael being a supporting character, or something smaller where the Afton family is mentioned multiple times, or something extremely small like a name drop or even a picture of the Afton family. But because this game is going to take place in 1979 and so early on in the timeline, it's hard to deny that the Afton family will have some role in this game even if it's small. So because it wouldn't make sense for William to be in this factory where Secret of the Mimic takes place since he is the CEO of the company and he would be too busy at Fredbear's Family Diner, William Afton will not be the protagonist to this game. Because it would be nearly impossible to add this much lore and story to Michael Afton's character, I don't believe that Mike will be the main protagonist either. But we can expect that the Afton family will have some role in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic, but this is all just a theory. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach has been released for almost 3 years now, but many mysteries still lie within the Pizzaplex, and one of the biggest mysteries that still hasn't been solved are the Glamrock animatronics. These 4 animatronics are all unique and ominous in their own ways, but one Glamrock stands out as the most interesting, and I'm not talking about Glamrock Freddy. Montgomery Gator, also known as Monty, is one of the 4 main Glamrock animatronics that is clearly drastically different from the rest and might be the key to solving Security Breach and Ruin. So in this video, I'm going to go over why Monty single-handedly solve Security Breach, and more specifically why Monty is the way we find the Mimic. But before I start the video, I quickly want to mention how you can now become a member of the channel. Members will be shouted out at the beginning of every single video, there will be member only polls where you can decide a future video, and finally members will have priority to comments on all my videos. So you can always consider joining by clicking the join button on my channel page or by clicking the link in the bio. And even if you don't, thank you all so much for the massive support on the videos. But now let's finally solve Monty and the Mimic. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, the Glamrock animatronics have been the main point of discussion ever since Security Breach was released back in December of 2021. Unlike the past animatronics in the franchise that have all been possessed by souls or illusions that target the player, these were normal animatronics that suddenly turned evil and violent when trying to capture Gregory. They all have their own unique and powerful personalities that each player rolled throughout the game, and I believe that we need to take a closer look into one of these animatronics that are drastically different from the others to solve the lore, and again, I'm not talking about Glamrock Freddy. I believe that Monty's instead the key to solving the lore of this new era of the FNAF franchise, but first let's quickly recap the Glamrock animatronics and what makes them so unique. In the very opening of Security Breach, we see the Glamrock animatronics performing on stage as the game introduces each one of them. Then, after Glamrock Freddy spots someone in the crowd, his system shut down, causing him to collapse and end the show. It was then revealed that he spotted the protagonist in the crowd, Gregory, who snuck into a stomach hatch when he was shut off. This was the introduction to our 2 protagonists and the 2 characters we would be following throughout Security Breach. But what about the other 3 Glamrock animatronics? Well, as the opening segment of this game progressed, we learned that the other animatronics suddenly became aggressive and violent as they were trying to hunt down Gregory to capture him. Freddy immediately points out this odd behavior from them, as it's extremely unlike them to be even remotely aggressive. So what made them like this, and more specifically, who changed them? Well, it's heavily theorized that it was the Glitchshot virus. In Help Wanted and in FNAF AR, we learned that a virus is spreading across systems and is causing them to shut down. This virus even took over the mind of Vanessa, who influenced her to become Vanny and would even force her to copy William Afton and his actions, like kidnapping children, causing them to go missing. It's also assumed that this virus would be able to take control of any animatronic or system in the Pizzaplex, including the Glamrocks, and this is exactly what we see happening in the opening. This Glitchshot virus was attempting to take control of Glamrock Freddy, but it ultimately failed, causing Freddy to reboot in safe mode. Now, why it failed to take control over Freddy is a mystery that deserves its own video, but what's important to know is that the virus was successful in taking control of the other other 3 animatronics. That's why they're now suddenly aggressive and violent. That's why they have a need and desire to capture Gregory. They're now under the control of Vanny and Glitchtrap as they're ordered to find Gregory. And we clearly see the efforts they go through to try this throughout Security Breach. It's also very important to note that the Glitchtrap virus is actually the Mimic. We know this from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, as we learn that the original Mimic 1 program that was developed to create the Mimic was brought back when a video game studio under Fab's Entertainment scanned an old circuit board while making a VR game. This then caused the Mimic to presumably return as Glitchtrap. Because this program was fed so much data from the pizzerias and company to create this VR game, the Mimic adapted to mimic Willie Mafton and his actions. But what makes Monty so different from the other animatronics to where he might solve the lore of Security Breach? Well, I believe that Monty was actually supposed to be a direct parallel to the Mimic and was also a direct tease to the Mimic being the main antagonist in Ruin. Let me explain. We know that the Mimic was controlling the Glamrock animatronics in Security Breach, but what if there were levels to how strong the Mimic's control was over these characters? For example, we know it's the weakest with Freddy as he wasn't able to take control, and we know it's the strongest with Vanessa as she was completely under the control of Glitchtrap and the Mimic to the point where she became Vanny. But what about the other 3 main Glamrocks? Well, we can assume it's the weakest with Roxy, as in Ruin she shows love and empathy towards Cassie when she realizes who she is, and she even reminds her of her birthday party. Although she was violent towards Gregory, she did act normal and like herself with Cassie. With Chica, we can assume the Mimic had a medium or neutral control over her. Chica acts violent towards Gregory and Cassie, and we don't really see any strong moments of sympathy with this character. But with Monty, I believe that the Mimic had the most control over this Glamrock, and it's the way the Mimic was in Security Breach. Throughout Security Breach, it's obvious that Monty is the most aggressive animatronic as he does everything in his power to capture Gregory. Even in his boss fight, Monty destroys his own ride and attraction to try to get Gregory, and in other moments in the game, we see Monty destroy doors and windows to again try to get Gregory. There are also areas of the Pizzaplex that are warded off from Monty, and they even have this sign making it clear that he's not allowed, and the only way to get through these areas is with Monty's claws after his boss fight. It can be argued that Monty was already aggressive before he was taken over by the Mimic, but it's obvious that the Mimic's control intensified and strengthened his aggressiveness, especially since it's assumed that Monty was the one responsible for Glamrock Bonnie's death. Bonnie was last seen entering Monty Golf before he disappeared, and a destroyed body can be found in Bonnie Bowl. We see a claw mark in the middle of his chest, and again it's assumed that this was left by Monty. And we know that Monty killed Bonnie so he could replace him as one of the main Glamrocks in the group. This all occurred before he was even under the influence of the Mimic, so we can only imagine what this effect would do to him, and we do see this effect in Security Breach. So what if when the Mimic has control over an animatronic, the stronger it is, the closer the Mimic is to coming back and to becoming that animatronic? Meaning that the Mimic was the closest to coming back through the form of Monty. Now you may be thinking that the Mimic came back in the form of Vanny since his control over her is the strongest, but it's clear that she's her own separate character that is more supposed to represent Willie Mafton and his actions instead of the Mimic. So I still believe that the Mimic is present in Monty. Obviously, when comparing Monty to the Mimic, there isn't a similarity at all, but when comparing their actions and movements, they are very similar. It's clear that they're both the most aggressive animatronics we've seen in these newer games, and like I mentioned, they have various animations that are very similar. Their movements and the way they act almost feel identical. And most importantly, what happens to Monty is exactly what happened to the Mimic. After his boss fight, Monty is crushed by his attraction, causing him to lose his legs, and for the rest of the game, he's without legs trying to capture Gregory. And in the novels, we learn that the Mimic was originally created without legs. There isn't a single animatronic in the franchise without legs, besides Monty and the Mimic, which feels like a direct parallel and contrast between these two characters. Instead of Monty being made without legs, he instead loses them, which means they're the same, which also means that the Mimic was brought back to his original form. And even the way Monty was destroyed parallels the Mimic. Again, in the novels, we learn that the Mimic was brutally destroyed by his creator, causing him to lose multiple mechanical parts. And this book points out how the Mimic had one dislocated eye, and what do we see with Monty? One dislocated eye. Again, this is another parallel between these characters and another way to connect them. So if the Mimic was the closest in coming back through Monty, was he successful? Well, in Ruin, Monty was completely destroyed by Cassie, and all of the Glamrock animatronics are either destroyed or disabled. Which is why the Mimic is only free until Cassie disables Mexes and releases him. Now by no means is this theory perfect, especially since nothing is confirmed about Monty or him being connected to the Mimic. But I think by looking closer into the Glamrock animatronics, we can start to answer unsolved mysteries from Security Breach and Ruin, and we might even be able to solve the Mimic. But I hope you guys enjoyed this video where I go over Monty and why I think is connected to the Mimic. So what do you guys think? Are they connected in any way, and how can we solve Monty? Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted has been released for over 5 years now, but many mysteries still lie within this virtual world. Like the identity of Tape Girl, who we play as, or when exactly this game takes takes place. But one of the biggest mysteries that still hasn't been solved is the character of Glitchtrap. It's not clear who this character is, and more specifically if Glitchtrap is supposed to be Willie Mafton or the Mimic. But most recently, in the interview with Scott Cawthon and Zocco, we learned something that might be the key to solving this character and his purpose. So in this video, I'm going to go over how Scott Cawthon confirmed the identity of Glitchtrap and why Glitchtrap is supposed to be the reincarnation of Willie Mafton and not the Mimic. For a quick disclaimer, not everything that Scott Cawthon says in this interview should be taken to extreme and should be used to solve every single mystery in the franchise, but I think certain parts of this interview give us clues to help us head in the right direction to solving the lore. So like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, in the Scott Cawthon interview with Zocco, we learn new details from the newer FNAF games, the movie, and even the novels. And when covering the newest characters to the franchise, Scott Cawthon had this to say about Glitchtrap and about the possession of this character.
I always lean sci-fi. I have a tendency to lean sci-fi, even though I try to come back into the roots of the supernatural instead. But I can't help my inclinations to lean sci-fi. So anything that involves possession of AI or possession of machines or circuitry, I love that sort of thing. So I love the idea of Glitchtrap.
Like he said in this small clip, he's always leaned into the sci-fi aspect of this franchise and that he's always loved the idea of possession of circuits or machinery. He then follows this by saying that he loves the character of Glitchtrap, insinuating that the idea of possession of circuitry is what we see with the character of Glitchtrap and his story. Now this might not seem like anything too important, but I believe that this is actually a big reveal that tells us exactly who this character is, and it's not who many fans expected. It's widely debated if Glitchtrap is the digital reincarnation of Willie Mafton, or if he is the Mimic copying Willie Mafton and his actions. In the Tales from the Petaplex novels, we learn that the original Mimic 1 program that was developed to create the Mimic was brought back when a video game studio under Fazbear's Entertainment scanned an old circuit board while making a VR game, which then caused him to presumably return as Glitchtrap. Because this program was fed so much data from the pizzerias and company to create this VR game, the Mimic adapted to copy Willie Mafton and his actions. That's why he dons his own version of the Spring Bonnie costume and even mimics the missing children incident in the canon ending where he lured the player to a room and stuffed their body into an animatronic, just like William Afton. Now this is all just assumption as nothing is confirmed, but it can be argued that this theory is now the most believed among the community, especially since the Mimic seems to be such an important antagonist moving forward, and he's even going to get his own origin game, FNAF's Secret of the Mimic. But with this interview, I think Scott Cawthon denies this and confirmed another popular claim, being that Glitchtrap is William Afton. It's also widely believed and theorized that William Afton's soul possessed an old circuit board that was used to create the VR game and that would also create the Glitchtrap virus. There were even reports of this virus spreading and causing systems to crash in the FNAF AR emails, and later we even learned that Glitchtrap took the mind of Vanessa to help him come back into the real world. That's why in Security Breach we learned that children have gone missing since the Pizzaplex has opened, and we learned that this was Vanessa's doing, who is now Vanny. And again, she is kidnapping all of these children in the name of Willie Mafton or Glitchtrap, but she is finally able to bring him back in the form of Burntrap, as we see in one of the endings of Security Breach. He was created from different animatronic parts and he was being kept alive by this charging station. The digital consciousness of Glitchtrap was then transferred into Burntrap, and this was officially how Willie Mafton returned. But by the end of that ending, Gregory and Glamrock Freddy managed to burn him and the FNAF 6 pizzeria down, which presumably defeated Burntrap and Willie Mafton. But because this ending isn't canon, we know this didn't happen, but we still know that Burntrap existed at one point. And again, it's believed that Glitchtrap and Burntrap were William Mafton. But like I've mentioned, moving forward, this idea was almost forgotten and disproven because of all the content and lore revolving around the Mimic being released. But now, thanks to this interview, it has now been confirmed that Glitchtrap was supposed to be Willie Mafton at one point, and maybe he still is. Scott Cawthon revealed that he leaned towards the idea of circuit boards being possessed in the franchise, and this is exactly what we see with Glitchtrap and William. Willie Mafton's soul possessed an old circuit board that was used to create the VR game, which then later created Glitchtrap, and again, Scott Cawthon is essentially confirming this idea or theory. So this also means that Willie Mafton being Burntrap is true, and that they were always planning his return in some shape or another, and it would also prove that the Mimic is a separate character and program from Glitchtrap. But now the question stands, is Willie Mafton still meant to be Glitchtrap in the current state of Five Nights at Freddy's? We know that original plans change with these newer games in the franchise. For example, in the same interview, Scott Cawthon states how Burntrap was originally never supposed to move and how he would instead act like a decaying movie prop for a very specific purpose. I've already made a video covering what this original purpose was, but again, the main thing to note is that plans and characters change. So did Glitchop's character change? Well, I believe that this character has changed, and more specifically, I believe that he's no longer supposed to represent William Afton coming back, but he's instead the Mimic program. The current franchise already seems to be steering away from the Afton family and that side of the series. The Mimic was the main antagonist in the DLC, there are already plenty of stories around the Mimic in the books, and most importantly, he's going to get his own game. So why would William Afton still be Glitchop if it's clear the Mimic is going to be the next main antagonist in the franchise? It makes much more sense that he's instead the Mimic and that Glitchop was made the Mimic after plans changed with William. This especially makes sense because we saw Glitchop in the latest game in the series, Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2. He appears in both endings, as in the canon ending we see Glitchop's hand peer out of a charging station before disappearing, and in the secret ending we saw Glitchop be crushed by Vanny, setting herself free from his control and influence. It's assumed that it's the Mimic as Glitchop in both of these endings, and it simply wouldn't make sense if it were William Afton. Even when looking at the other games in this new era of the franchise, they're leaning towards the idea of virtual worlds and the idea of evil AI, so it's hard to imagine how William Afton will have a role in all of this. So although I do believe from this interview we do learn at one point William Afton was planned to be Glitchop and would return as Burntrap as the main antagonist once more, I don't think this is the correct plan anymore, and we can assume that plans were changed to where Glitchop is now the Mimic. We know this because the franchise is currently heavily focused on virtual reality, the idea of evil AI, and the Mimic is even going to get his own origin game, Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. So again, Glitchop is no longer William Afton like it was originally planned. The Five Nights at Freddy's movie has been released for almost a year now, and it was a major success with the audiences and in the box office, making this movie an important milestone for the FNAF franchise. And most recently, the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie has officially been confirmed to be released in December of 2025, and we even got our first look at some of the animatronics. But even more recently, the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 movie was just confirmed to be in very early production, meaning a film trilogy for the FNAF franchise is officially happening. And although the FNAF 3 movie was just announced, I believe that we can start to theorize what this film will look like by using hints and evidence from the first movie while also using clues from everything we know about the second film. So in this video, I'm going to go over what the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 movie might look like and what it means for the franchise now that this film is officially confirmed to be in production. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, the FNAF 3 movie was just confirmed to be in very early development, and even though it's so early in the production, I think we can start to theorize what this movie will look like. But first, what does this mean for the franchise now that this movie is confirmed? Well, now that we officially have a trilogy of FNAF movies, this opens the door for even more FNAF movies and even more trilogies. I think it's to be expected that the FNAF 2 and 3 movies will also be major successes with the audiences and in the box office, so why wouldn't they continue to make more movies while also growing the FNAF franchise? I could easily see them making a second FNAF trilogy focused on FNAF 4, FNAF Sister Location, and ending the trilogy with FNAF Pizzeria Simulator. I wouldn't be surprised if they were already planning this new trilogy, and at this point it almost feels guaranteed. And if this trilogy is also successful, then we can only imagine how many more films and even TV shows would be made about the FNAF franchise. So although the FNAF 3 movie was just announced to be in development, it really does tell us a lot about the future of FNAF films. But moving on to what we can theorize about this film, and starting with the characters, I think it's obvious that in this film, the main villain and animatronic is going to be Springtrap. In the first movie, we saw William Afton be spring-locked in the Spring Bonnie suit as he was left behind in the pizzeria, and it's clear that in the third movie, we'll finally see William Afton's return as Springtrap. But I think this also means that we won't see William Afton in the second movie as a major character. In the games, William Afton was spring-locked for 30 years until he was let out in FNAF 3, but in the movies, there won't be enough room for this much time to pass between the 3 movies. But by having him absent in the second movie, it allows enough time for William to become Springtrap and enough time for the rest of the story to grow and develop without William. And not to mention that we've already gotten our first look at the Withered and Toy animatronics, meaning there will be at least 10 different total animatronics, which doesn't even include the human characters that will also be featured in this movie, so it really doesn't feel like there's enough room or space for Springtrap. Which is why I think we'll only see Springtrap at the very end of the FNAF 2 movie, or maybe even in a post-credit scene where we see that William Afton survived the Springlock incident and how he's become Springtrap, which would lead directly into the third FNAF movie where Springtrap is the main focus. Now in FNAF 3, Springtrap isn't the only animatronic that players have to face. Players also have to watch out for the phantom animatronics, which are hallucinations that can't actually hurt the player. In the FNAF 3 movie, I think we'll also see versions of these animatronics where they aren't real, but they're still a threat to the security guard, which also brings brings me to my next point, which is who will the security guard be in the FNAF 3 movie. It's heavily debated who we play as in the third FNAF game, with some of the most popular theories believing that we either play as Michael Afton or Henry Emily. And in the movies, I think it's clear the protagonist and main character will be Mike Schmidt. Although I do think there will be mentions or that we'll even see Henry in the movies, I just don't think it would make sense for him to be the main security guard in the third film, especially when the first movie had so much focus on Mike Schmidt and his story. And it's already been confirmed that Mike will be the main protagonist in the second FNAF movie alongside Jeremy Fitzgerald, who is the security guard in the second FNAF game. So we can assume that they'll both be security guards in this new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza where they have to survive against the animatronics. So why in this third film would they introduce a new protagonist and security guard? Again, it makes the most sense that the main protagonist and security guard would be Mike, who is facing the kidnapper of his younger brother William, who is now Springtrap. So now that we've gone over animatronics and characters, we can start to look at the possible story. With the first FNAF movie, and based on everything we know about the second film, each movie loosely follows the same theme and story to its corresponding game. So if the same is going to be for the third film, then we can theorize that the story will follow Mike Schmidt returning to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where he's going to run into Springtrap. In the games, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where the first game takes place in, is remodeled into a horror attraction called Fazbear's Fright. And in the movies, they could follow this exact storyline where the pizzeria from the first film was remodeled into a horror attraction where Springtrap is the main attraction. This causes Mike to revisit the pizzeria to defeat Springtrap once more and to attempt to put an end to Fazbear's entertainment. We can also assume that Vanessa would have a major role in this film, but it's not clear exactly how. But because it's so early on in development, there isn't much we can truly predict about the story. First, let's go over what we saw in the Burn Trap ending of Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. At the end of the game, Glamrock Freddy and Gregory venture down to the abandoned pizzeria from the end of Five Nights at Freddy's 6. There we see the Blob and Burn Trap, who is kept alive using a charging station. Burn Trap takes control of Freddy using these monitors before Gregory burns down him and the pizzeria. Then in the ending, we see Burn Trap try and escape before the Blob grabs him, and it's assumed they both burned in that fire. We then see Gregory and Freddy escape successfully, and in the final moment we see them on top of a hillside. Now, up until Ruin's release, this was considered as the canon ending, as it's one of the only endings we got a cinematic scene for, and it made the most sense timeline wise. But then Ruin was released, and with this DLC we learned that the Princess Quest ending was actually canon and not the Burn Trap ending. We know this because of various things, like the fact that Cassie is using the same Vanny mask Vanessa leaves behind, Freddy is missing his head and has a hole in his chest like we saw in the ending, and one of the arcade machines has a golden sword through it, meaning the virus was defeated like we saw in the Princess Quest minigames. But what does this mean for the Burn Trap ending? Well, what the majority of the fanbase have agreed on, and what I personally believed in, as I even mentioned this in multiple videos now, was that the Burn Trap ending was no longer canon like we believed in, which meant Burn Trap and the Blob never even existed. Throughout Ruin, comic book style drawings can be found of each of Security Breach's endings, and to me, this was the franchise's way of saying they're not canon to the timeline anymore. This included the Burn Trap ending, which was more confirmation that this ending wasn't canon. But when walking down to the abandoned pizzeria, the Blob can be seen through the whole rear wall before retracting itself, meaning that not only does this character exist after all, but Burn Trap must also exist, since it wouldn't make sense for one to exist without the other. But how can this be possible if we know for a fact that the ending isn't canon? Well, the most popular theory that I actually have to disagree with is that the Princess Quest ending and the Burn Trap ending are both canon, and here's why. Never in the FNAF franchise has more than one ending been canon. Ever since FNAF 3, when more than one ending was even available, only one has been canon that the timeline has followed. For example, it wouldn't make sense for the good and bad ending from FNAF 3 to be canon, as they would be contradicting themselves, and I think this applies to all games with more than one ending. But either way, let's look at some evidence in favor of this ending, with the first simply being that the reason the Pizzaplex is destroyed and withered is because of the fire, which would make sense. And right before the Mimic is revealed, we see Gregory's backpack, meaning he's been down there before when he defeated Burn Trap. Now again, all of this would make sense, but there's more evidence disproving this ending ever happened, starting with the simple fact none of these endings would be possible if one of them already happened. If the Princess Quest ending took place first, then there's no way they could have gone down to the FNAF 6 pizzeria, since Freddy loses his body and then we see him leave with Vanessa. If the Burn Trap ending took place first, then they wouldn't have been able to go back up to the Pizzaplex, since it was made very clear that the elevator would only work for one trip. And by that time, the pizzeria has already begun to collapse, so I find it hard to believe that they would be able to go all the way back up up and stop Vanny. Again, no matter what order these endings would take place, it just wouldn't be possible. Some other small details I wanted to mention are in FNAF Ruin, the FNAF 6 pizzeria doesn't look to have been affected by a fire, especially in the room Burntrap was in. It looks completely fine, and again, it has no effects of a fire. And finally, the only time we see Glamrock Freddy is in Phaser Blast, which is where we last saw him in the Princess Quest ending. But now that I think it's pretty clear the Princess Quest ending is canon, the Burntrap ending isn't, and that Burntrap still exists as a character, the question still stands, where is he in Ruin? Well, the answer is pretty simple and not that complicated like other theories suggest, like the one that believes Burntrap is now part of the Blob. Although that would be really interesting, when we do see the Blob again, there's really nothing that leads me to believe that Burntrap is now a part of it. We don't see any of his animatronic parts, and the Blob's eyes aren't even glowing purple and aren't even glowing at all. There's also another theory that believes Burntrap is now the Mimic, but this wouldn't make sense either, as when comparing their designs they are drastically different with almost no similarities. It's also hard to believe that Burntrap, who had flesh and different animatronic parts on him, would turn into the Mimic. But with all of that said, I think that Burntrap is simply still inside of his charging station in Ruin. Now I know that isn't as fulfilling as other theories, but the evidence is right there. During the Burntrap boss fight in Security Breach, there's a way where you could enter the room where the charging station was, and there you could see that the door was slightly open. But in Ruin, when going to that exact same room, the charging station's door is now closed shut. The reason we don't see Burntrap in Ruin is because he was never even released from his charging station. Think about it, the only reason Burntrap was even freed was because Glamrock Freddy fell into the pizzeria. Now how exactly this triggered the charging station isn't that clear, but we can assume he was freed to take control of Freddy. So in Ruin, when Freddy was never down there, the charging station door never opened and he was never freed. But like I mentioned earlier in the video, we actually see Gregory's backpack in the lower levels of the pizzeria. Well, I think that only Gregory and Vanessa went back to the pizzeria at some point to set up the Mex's security system, not because they took down Burntrap, because again, that never happened. We know this is newer technology, and the way Gregory talks about this system in the very last scene of Ruin, it makes it seem like he was the one who made it. But obviously we can assume he had the help of Vanessa, but either way the backpack was nowhere near Burntrap or even the room he was in, as it's in the lower level next to the Mimic. So really, I don't think Gregory even knows about Burntrap, as again, Freddy was never there to free him. And in terms of the Pizzaplex being destroyed and withered, I still think this was because of a fire, but using evidence from a newspaper at the entrance of the Pizzaplex, we learned that all of this was caused by an earthquake. Now this also isn't the most fulfilling answer, but it makes the most sense logically, and it fits in with everything else I've discussed so far in this video. But because there's no more power in the Pizzaplex, we can assume the charging station stopped working, which would ultimately kill Burntrap, as this was the only thing keeping him alive. But finally, what does this mean for the future of Burntrap? Well, unfortunately to me, this is telling us that he won't have a future in the franchise anymore. Now at one point, I do think William Afton was trying to come back in the form of Burntrap, and originally he was going to have a much larger role. We know this because in the very first trailer we heard voice lines from William, and we even saw Burntrap at the end of it.
When I first found you, you were nothing. You were small, pathetic. But now, you are more. Are you ready?
You will do as I say. You will bring me what I want. And if you fail me, then you will. Both of you burn!
With the introduction of new characters like Cassie and the Mimic, it's hard to find ways they could keep Burntrap in new storylines, especially since in FNAF Hop 1 and 2, there's once again no mention of this character. To me, Burntrap being trapped in the charging station is literally and metaphorically shutting the door on this character, which again is unfortunate, as I like the idea of William Afton coming back once more, but I don't see how this character can fit into any new projects. So with all that said, in 5 Nights at Freddy's Ruin, Burntrap is still inside of his charging station, as Freddy and Gregory never actually went down to the FNAF 6 pizzeria, since we know the Burntrap ending wasn't canon. The only reason Gregory's backpack was found down there was because he came back to the Pizzaplex with Vanessa to set up the Mex's system. But because of an earthquake killing all power in the Pizzaplex, Burntrap's charging station failed to work properly, killing him and this character. But this is all just a theory. Now let's look at an answer that will connect him to another character from the franchise, the Mimic. So is Burntrap the Mimic? But first, let's quickly recap each time we've seen these characters. In Security Breach, we saw Burntrap featured as one of the main villains in the Burntrap ending. He was being kept alive using a charging station, and he was awakened when Gregory and Freddy entered the abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location. Burntrap then took control of Freddy using monitors in his office, and Gregory was forced to defeat him on his own. Using monitors of his own, Gregory was able to burn Burntrap and his office while also fighting off the blob and its tentacles. Gregory is eventually able to burn down the pizzeria entirely with Burntrap in it, and he's able to presumably escape with Freddy. And while Freddy and Gregory are happily on a hillside, the Burntrap ending fades to the credits. Now on the other hand, in the bad ending in Ruin, it's revealed that Gregory was not stuck in the Pizzaplex and that it was just instead the Mimic copying his voice to lure Cassie down to the sinkhole to set him free. But after Roxy rescues Cassie, the real Gregory contacts Cassie through the walkie-talkie and tells her to follow his instructions. After the Mimic defeats Roxy and begins to chase Cassie, Gregory gives her specific instructions on how to navigate her way through the caves and how to escape the Mimic. She is ultimately successful when she reaches the elevator, and there the real Gregory reaches out to her once more. He tells her how he understands that what she did was for him and that he's sorry, but they can't risk being followed, so Gregory cuts the elevator, making it fall, and the ending fades to the credits. Now there are a couple of important things to know with each ending, especially with the Burntrap ending, with the most important thing being that it isn't actually canon. In Ruin, we learn that the Princess Quest ending is actually canon, and we have a lot of proof like this arcade machine with a golden sword through it. We also get these drawings made by Gregory that depict all of Security Breach's endings, telling us that these endings aren't canon. This includes the Burntrap ending as we unlock this drawing, so again this ending isn't canon. But just because the Burntrap ending isn't canon, it doesn't mean that these characters don't exist. Just because the ending isn't canon doesn't mean that the sinkhole and charging station stop existing, as we clearly see them in Ruin, and characters like the Blob also don't stop existing. We also see the Blob in Ruin as a small Easter egg when going down to the abandoned pizzeria, meaning that Burntrap also exists and is somewhere in the Pizzaplex. So again, the whole argument is, what if he's in the Pizzaplex in the form of the Mimic? Now when tackling a question as complex as this one, I think the easiest place to start is by simply looking deep into both of their designs. At the surface, when comparing them side by side, there doesn't seem to be a single similarity at all, but when we start to look deeper, that's when the similarities are obvious. When looking at their legs, they're somewhat similar. Both of the left feet have a different foot than the right one, and both of their left feet only have 3 toes. Both of their left hands have 5 fingers, and their necks are also slightly similar. And finally, they both have a similar pose where their left arm is raised but their wrist is flat. But at the same time, they have many differences. The shape and sizes of their torsos do not match at all. Burntrap's right hand has 5 fingers, while the Mimic's right hand only has 4 fingers. The shape of their heads are also drastically different, and of course Burntrap has pieces of flesh around his body and a human-like jaw with human-like teeth. And the Mimic has none of these, as he doesn't have flesh around his body and he has animatronic-like teeth. And finally, Burntrap has purple eyes while the Mimic has orange eyes, so really they do have more differences than similarities, but the fact that their left arms and legs are so similar must mean something. But what would explain all of the differences? Well, the best way I can explain it is to look at Springtrap and Scraptrap's design. They are supposed to be the exact same character, but they have many differences. Their bodies don't match, with Scraptrap's body being more withered and skinnier. They also have different eyes, with Scraptrap only having one eye and it being silver. And of course their heads are very different, as we can see Scraptrap's skull and his jaw is much wider. But the reason they're so different is because of the fire at Fazbear's Fright. So what if, because of the earthquake that destroyed the Pizzaplex and because of all the damage done to the structure, Burntrap's design drastically changed to the Mimic's design? This would make them the exact same character, but really this argument could go both ways, and I don't think we can make a final decision based on just their designs. So what if we instead look at their roles in each game and look how each character functions? In Security Breach, Burntrap is trying to take control of Freddy, and we can assume he already has control of the other animatronics. We assume he's doing this as it's actually Willie Mafton coming back in the form of Burntrap to take back his life and power. The Mimic has similar motives where he's doing everything in his power to become free and presumably escape the Pizzaplex. Now why he exactly wants to escape so bad isn't necessarily clear. But if it's true that the Mimic is actually glitch-trapped, that just means that the Mimic is trying to copy Willie Mafton and his actions, and the Mimic would just be another way that Willie Mafton could return, making the Mimic's and Burntrap's motives almost identical. In terms of how Burntrap functions, it looks like this charging station is the only thing keeping him alive, and even when he's free, he looks weak and fragile, almost as if Burntrap wasn't done being made. Even the way he walks is also very limp and weak, so again, I think without this charging station, he wouldn't be able to stay alive. But the Mimic, on the other hand, clearly doesn't need a charging station to survive. We can assume he was stuck behind that concrete wall for some time now without a charging station, station, and again he appears to be just fine. Even the way the mimic walks is much different than Burntrap, and he's able to run while chasing Cassie through the caves. He also appears to be much stronger than Burntrap, and there's a clear difference between the two physically. But this just leaves us right where we were with their designs, with that being that the argument can go either way. So to finally make a definitive decision, I'm going to turn to this video, how Ruin secretly solved the Burntrap debate by Underscore. In this video, he goes over how this new texture is in Ruin in the vent leading to Burntrap's room, and it depicts his right arm clawing into the vent. I recommend watching the full video to understand the full context, and it's also just an amazing theory that we can learn a lot from. But looking back at the texture, it's also in the vent leading right to the Mimic's room, leading him and others to believe that both textures were left by Burntrap, who is also the Mimic. The reason the second claw mark is even there is because the Mimic left it there when he was trapped by Vanessa and Gregory. Although I like this idea, I actually think it means the opposite. The reason that they're the exact same textures to mislead us, but one was left by Burntrap while the other one was left by the Mimic, making these two different claw marks that were left by two different animatronics. Which also leads me to my definitive answer, being that Burntrap and the Mimic are two different animatronics and are not the same villain. Alongside this claw mark in the vent leading to Burntrap's office, we also see this purple glow effect in the vent, and I think this is Burntrap leaving behind a trail. This purple trail is found nowhere else in the game, and this includes the vent leading to the Mimic's room. If they were the same animatronic, wouldn't we see a purple glow effect in either the vent or room, signifying that the Mimic is actually Burntrap? We actually don't see any other hints to Burntrap in the Mimic's room, which only solidifies this idea. Looking back at the purple glow effect, it leads right into this room where Gregory and Freddy fought Burntrap in Security Breach, and in that room there's this charging station. Like I mentioned earlier in the video, I believe that Burntrap needs a charging station to survive, so what if he went through this vent to try and find another charging station, leaving behind this purple glow effect? He could have also found a way to go up the sinkhole where there's another charging station in the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which would also keep him alive. I think Ruin purposely hides these two rooms from the player because that's where Burntrap is trying to survive. So because of their designs that are too different to be called the same, because these two characters function drastically different, and because the Mimic has no other hints to Burntrap, I think it's safe to say that Burntrap and the Mimic are not the same character. There have now been two FNAF projects where we haven't seen Burntrap, and it could be very well that we won't see this character anymore in the franchise. Personally, I do believe and hope that we do see Burntrap once again as a main villain, as not only is Burntrap's story not finished yet, but of course the Mimic story also isn't finished, and there's so much that can be done with both these characters. There is a popular theory going around that believes all of the villains in the newer games will come together to either create a new villain or will serve as the main villains to a new FNAF project. Burntrap, the Blob, and the Mimic are all still down in the Pizzaplex, and their stories could be continued as the main villains in a new FNAF game. Next, let's look at a solution that I haven't seen many people in the community talk about, which are the Ruin Caves. So let's look at how the caves might answer where Burntrap is in Ruin. But first, I think it should be clear that the Burntrap ending from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach is not canon. In Ruin, we learn that the Princess Quest ending was actually canon and not the Burntrap ending. We know this because of various reasons, like the fact that Cassie is using the same Vanny mask that Vanessa left behind. Freddy is missing his head and has a hole in his chest like we saw in the ending, and one of the arcade machines even has a golden sword through it, meaning the glitch shot virus was defeated like we saw in the Princess Quest minigames. And throughout Ruin, comic book style drawings can be found of each of Security Breach's endings, and to me this was the franchise's way of saying they're not canon to the timeline anymore. This included the Burntrap ending, which was more confirmation that this ending isn't canon. But when walking down to the abandoned pizzeria, the Blob can be seen through the hole of a wall before retracting itself. Meaning that not only does this character exist after all, even though their ending wasn't canon, but Burntrap must also exist since it wouldn't make sense for one to exist without the other. So this also means that Burntrap must be somewhere in the Pizzaplex when Ruin takes place, but where? Well, let's start to go over the crucial piece of evidence that I haven't seen anyone else in the community talk about, which are the caves. Once you make it to the sinkhole, you go through different caves until you find the Mimic, and you have to escape him by once more going through a cave. But one section of these caves is the key to solving Burntrap and other mysteries from the Pizzaplex, and of course I'm talking about the cave with the waterfall, the blue water, the blue mushrooms, and the blue rocks. Now at the surface it may just seem like a normal cave, but it's so much more than that. I think this cave is what powers the Pizzaplex and everything inside of it. Let me explain. I believe that the blue water we see in this cave is the same water or liquid that we see in the charging stations. They're both light blue, and when going near the water and the liquid from the charging station we hear static, meaning they're electrically charged. And we know the liquid in the charging station powered the animatronics and even gave them life. In the Chica segment in Ruin, we see Chica fall into a broken charging station and she is revived by it, as previously she was destroyed completely and couldn't move. But after she came into contact with the liquid, she became alive once more and was something Cassie needed to run away from. So we can assume if an animatronic came into contact with the water in the cave, something similar would happen, as they would be receiving an extreme amount of power. And we see this exact thing happen with Cassie's flashlight as she enters the cave. The minute she gets near the water, her flashlight overcharges and shuts off. Originally, it was believed that her flashlight ran out of battery, but couldn't Cassie just say that? Instead, she gets frustrated that the flashlight randomly turns off, and again, I think it was because of the electrically charged water. So if we can assume Fazbear's Entertainment used this water to power the charging stations and even the machines used to recharge your flashlight, then we can also assume that they would harvest as much of this energy for the rest of the Pizzaplex. And I think the other caves already proved this. All of the caves inside the sinkhole have the same design and details like these rocks. But the major difference between this cave and the other caves is that these rocks in the caves are missing the blue luminescent light and they're simply missing the blue water, insinuating that Fazbear's Entertainment has already extracted the water and power source from these caves to power the Pizzaplex, except for this one small cave that still has the blue water. But finally, how does this cave connect to Burntrap and his whereabouts? Well, in one of my last videos, I went over how Burntrap needs a charging station to survive, as in the Burntrap ending, that's where his body was being kept alive, and without it, he seems weak and fragile as he can barely walk. And in that same video, I pointed out the fact that Burntrap left this room and his charging station through this vent. We know this because of the purple glow to it, as he was leaving a trail behind, and it's assumed wherever we find this purple glow, that's where Burntrap has been. So I think that he left this room to try and find another charging station so he can keep himself alive. As there's the charging station that was in the room where Gregory and Freddy first found Burntrap, or the charging station found in the FNAF 6 pizzeria. But we can assume that those charging stations have been destroyed after the damage done to the Pizzaplex, and in Help Wanted 2 we even see this charging station completely destroyed. So where else would Burntrap go to save himself? Well, he would have to go to the only power source left, this cave. Now I know that might seem far-stretched and random, but realistically this is the only form of energy left in the Pizzaplex that would save Burntrap, and there's one piece of evidence that proves this. Remember that purple glow trail that Burntrap left behind when he left his room through the vent? Well, in that video I stated that we only saw this purple glow in this vent and nowhere else in the Pizzaplex, meaning Burntrap wasn't in any of the areas where Ruin takes place, as again, wherever we see this purple glow, that's where Burntrap has been. But this is actually wrong, as we see this purple glow effect in only one other area in the entire game, and that's in the cave. At the very top of the cave, we see this small area that also has the same purple glow effect from the vent that is only found in these two areas, insinuating that Burntrap was there. We also find these interesting textures on this rock, and maybe they were left there by Burntrap. Now, it's not clear if Burntrap actually made his way to the top of the cave or if he was just in the cave in general, but this purple trail has to confirm that Burntrap was in that cave at one point, and he most likely visited the cave after leaving through the vent. But this also means that Burntrap is still somewhere in the Pizzaplex or in the sinkhole, but it's not clear where specifically he is, as we don't see this purple trail anywhere else in the game. But the fact that it's in this cave means it's important to his whereabouts, and again, at one point he was in this cave. This also means he came to contact with the electrically charged water, which we can assume would have a similar effect as the charging station, so maybe this blue water would save him and give him life like it did for Chica. But because there's so much water and because this energy would be massive, we can only imagine what effect it would have on Burntrap, and it could possibly even make him stronger. And although the next game in the franchise is going to be FNAF Secret of the Mimic, which is an origin game for the Mimic, meaning it won't be the next game in the timeline, I still think the game after Secret of the Mimic will revisit the sinkhole and the Pizzaplex, as there's still so much left to be said, like the character of Burntrap. I've already made plenty of videos covering what this game will look like, but no matter what this gameplay looks like, I think it's safe to say that Burntrap will be a part of it in some way, and this cave is our first look at that. So because the water from this cave is actually a power source that powers the Pizzaplex like the charging stations, it makes the most sense that Burntrap would want to reach this cave, as he needs the same water or liquid from the charging stations to keep him alive, which again are found in this cave. And we know he's successful in reaching this cave, as we see a purple trail left by him at the very top of the cave. So though we don't know where he went after this cave, what we do know for certain is that he was in this cave at one point. Finally, let's look at Burntrap's original purpose in the FNAF franchise, and if this original purpose answers who this character is. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, in the Scott Cawthon interview, we learn new details from the newer FNAF games, the movie, and even the books. And when covering FNAF Security Breach, Scott Cawthon had this to say about Burntrap and what his original plan was when discussing how he felt about the overall game.
But I think in this case, it's okay. When it comes to Burntrap, originally, Burn Trap was never supposed to move. He was supposed to just be something you saw in the corners, or like if you were walking past machinery, you might be able to peek in between two things and see him in the corner or propped up against a wall, almost like a some kind of decaying movie prop, and you never fully understood what his purpose was. And he had a very specific purpose, and I'm not going to say what that purpose was, but realistically, he never moved. Well, obviously, that's not what we got in Security Breach. In Security Breach, we got a capsule opening and purple smoke flowing out, and him climbing out and coming to get you. And so it's just not quite the same thing. So,
like he says in the small clip, it's obvious how different Burn Trap was in Security Breach compared to his original idea, especially when considering that Burn Trap was never supposed to move, which is almost hard to imagine. But what I think is the most important thing to take away from this clip is the fact that Burn Trap wasn't supposed to move for a very specific purpose, but Scott Cawthon hides this purpose from us. So I want to solve what this original purpose was, and if we're going to see Burn Trap in a future FNAF project. In order to solve what his original purpose was, I think a perfect place to start is with the very first teaser trailer that gave us unused voice lines of Burn Trap and a new scene that wasn't used in the final version of the game. So let's look at these cutscenes and see if they help us with answering what his purpose was.
When I first found you, you were nothing. You were small, pathetic. But now, you are more. Are you ready?
You will do as I say. You will bring me what I want. And if you fail me, then you will. Both of you burn!
Realize.
In the first voice line, we can assume it's Burn Trap or Glitch Trap speaking to Vanessa before she would become Vanny as he's preparing her for what's to come. In the second voice line, we can assume this is actually Burn Trap because of the slightly different voice, and again, I think he's still talking to Vanessa. When he refers to both of you, I think he's referring to Vanessa and Vanny as two separate entities, or he could simply be talking to Gregory and Vanny, but either way, I don't think any of these voice lines reveal to us what his purpose was, and neither does the last scene. Scott Cawthon made it clear that Burn Trap was not supposed to move at all, and in this clip we clearly see him moving. And although we never saw the scene in the final game, I still think this was created after Burn Trap's purpose was changed. And this could just be an alternate scene to when he was revealed. That's why we even see the purple smoke behind his arm, and again, all of this was most likely planned after the change. So this just brings us right to the beginning. What was his original purpose? Well, I think it could be one of two ideas, with the first simply being that the reason Burn Trap never moved was because he was actually a hallucination. Now, this was actually a popular theory when Security Breach was first released, and now it makes a lot more sense with Scott Cawthon's statement. The reason Burn Trap would randomly appear throughout the Pizzaplex and wouldn't move is because he was simply a hallucination. And in the very first teaser trailer for Security Breach, in one of the shots, we might have actually seen this hallucination. In the very corner of this shot, we see what appears to be the outline of someone, and when brightening this image, we can see that this someone resembles Burn Trap. We can see the outline of his face, and what if this was the very first tease of a hallucination of Burn Trap before plans were changed? But if this was the case, what would be the purpose of Burn Trap being a hallucination? Well, I think it could really only be for one reason, which is to show that Willie Mafton's presence is in the Pizzaplex. We know the last time we saw Willie Mafton was in Five Nights at Freddy's 6 when he was burned inside the pizzeria, and it's this pizzeria that is right under the Pizzaplex. So it could be possible that his soul is still inside the pizzeria, which would allow him to access the Pizzaplex, which would then cause the hallucination of Burn Trap. But of course this can be debated, as it was assumed the last time we saw Willie Mafton's soul was in a purgatory in Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Custom Night. But maybe this would have been a way to set up Willie Mafton's return in another way before their plans changed with Burn Trap. Or it could have been to prove another popular theory, being that Gregory was under Glitch Trap's control the entire time. Now, although this topic can be a video on its own, Burn Trap would serve the purpose to prove this, as the only reason Gregory would be able to see Burn Trap was to show he was under the virus's control. And this idea is more related to the novels and the GGY story, but I could still see this being one of the original plans. So what if Burn Trap's original purpose as a hallucination was to show that Willie Mafton was still present in the Pizzaplex? But moving on to the next idea, what if his purpose is related to another character? Well, I think that his original purpose was the equivalent to what Vanny's purpose is in the final version. In Security Breach, Vanny would randomly appear throughout the game and she would make your screen glitch while trying to capture you, or she would just walk by you like we saw in this scene when we're in the charging station with Freddy. And I think Vanny's purpose is to tease a greater greater threat in the Pizzaplex and to tell the player that she's not alone. And this greater threat is of course Burntrap in the very end of the game. So although this can be debated, I think Vanny's purpose was to set up Burntrap. So I think Burntrap's original purpose was to set up a greater threat in the Pizzaplex, and based on what we know, he would actually act very similar to Vanny. Instead of chasing the player like Vanny would, Burntrap would just instead stand still and would creepily be standing in different areas of the Pizzaplex. This would honestly be much scarier than seeing Vanny chasing you around, as it would be chilling to just see him standing there. Maybe he would have also made your screen glitch or fill it with a purple light like the purple smoke from his charging station, but either way he would have served the purpose of setting up the main villain and its ending. If Burntrap was only supposed to stand still in certain areas, then we can assume he wouldn't have gotten his own ending and he wouldn't have been the main villain of the game. The same way Vanny wasn't really the main villain of Security Breach. But if Burntrap was setting up a greater threat, now the question is, who would that greater threat be? Well, I think the answer is obvious, as it would be the Mimic. Scott Cawthon also talks about the Mimic in this interview, stating how he's one of his favorite antagonists from the franchise. So what if the Mimic was originally set up in Security Breach with Burntrap teasing his appearance, meaning we would have gotten a Mimic ending instead of the Burntrap ending. In this way the Mimic would have had a more significant setup than how it felt when he was revealed in Ruin. But this would also mean that we would have seen Burntrap in other projects as well if we're following the same timeline of events that Vanny appeared in. We could have possibly seen Burntrap in FNAF Ruin or FNAF Help Wanted 2, as he would have had a greater role. But unfortunately we never saw this happen, as the last time Burntrap had a direct appearance was in FNAF Security Breach. So really, no matter what Burntrap's original purpose was, I think this would have set up more appearances like in Ruin or in Hope Wanted 2. But because his purpose was drastically changed, this never came to be, which also leads me to believe that Burntrap won't have a role moving forward with FNAF. Although Burntrap is one of my favorite characters in all of FNAF, I don't see how you could have a role in any of these newer games, especially when looking at the direction it's headed in. Looking at the interview once more, Scott Cawthon stated how he could see different characters returning in the franchise once more, like Vanny or the Mimic, but he never brought up Burntrap possibly returning, and he only mentioned Burntrap when discussing his name and original purpose. So this also leads me to believe that he will no longer be in the franchise, especially when considering that he didn't appear in Ruin or in Help Wanted 2, and it's almost impossible to expect him to appear in the next project. So with that said, Burntrap's original purpose was to set up Willie Mafton or the Mimic's return in some way, but his purpose was changed to be the main villain of Security Breach, which ultimately ended the possibility of him returning in new projects. And with all of that, this is everything we know about Burntrap's original purpose. But with that said, these are three different solutions that solve the character of Burntrap. So what do you guys think? Who is Burntrap in the FNAF franchise? What is his purpose? And what was his original purpose in Security Breach? And most recently, Five Nights at Freddy's Into the Pit was released a day ago, and although it's only been out for a short period of time, this game holds so much depth, lore, and mysteries. And the endings are no exception, with them holding some of the most important lore from the entire game. There are a total of 4 different endings, with each ending telling us something different while answering questions from the game. So in this video, I'm going to attempt to solve each of the 4 endings from Into the Pit and what they mean for the future of FNAF spin-off games. Let's get started. Fazbear's Fright Into the Pit was released on December 26, 2019 and was the first installment to this new series of FNAF books. So for a quick summary of the game, our main character Oswald visits a remodeled version of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, renamed Jeff's Pizza, and jumps into an old ball pit. He's transported to the time period of 1985 where he sees Spring Bonnie murdering 6 children. Oswald's father pulls him out, but he gets trapped by Spring Bonnie. In the present day, his father is replaced by Spring Bonnie, but no one except Oswald realizes it. But Oswald returns to the pizzeria where he attempts to rescue his dad. This game follows the same formula for most FNAF games, where we have to survive 5 different nights. And in each of these nights, Oswald attempts to free his dad from the pizzeria but ultimately fails, until the last night where we are introduced to our first ending. In the bad ending, after you free your dad for the first time, Spring Bonnie captures him one more time and you follow them back into the ball pit. And this is also where all the other endings take place. But in the bad ending, you free your dad and yourself from Spring Bonnie and jump back into the ball pit to go back to the present time. There you make sure your dad is okay before Spring Bonnie jumps out of the ball pit as well and captures you to take you back with him. We then get a small cutscene of Oswald in the party room tied up, before we see the shadow of Spring Bonnie enter the room, and then the bad ending fades to the credits. Now the most important thing to take away from this ending is that you are successful in rescuing your dad, but you fail in escaping yourself. You are essentially sacrificing yourself for your dad, and you are left in the time period of 1985. And when Spring Bonnie walks in the party room, it's presumed that Spring Bonnie murders you like the other children in the missing children incident. And this ending is pretty straightforward, and I think there's a lot more to say with the next 3 endings, starting with the happy ending. In order to get this ending, you need to unlock 5 different collectibles that were left by Oswald's dad after he was captured. You must find 2 photos, his wedding ring, his wallet, and his name tag. Then after going back to the party room, room after Oswald's dad was taken once more, you'll find this picture. It's a picture of two people with the caption, "An odd photo of two men inside of a strange office. Is this somewhere inside Freddy's?" And when going through the ending, everything plays out the same, except that this picture falls out of Oswald's pockets after escaping Spring Bonnie. Then after Spring Bonnie looks at the picture, he has a negative reaction to it where he starts twitching and almost seems different. Then after jumping back into the ball pit to grab Oswald, he instead has the option to punch Spring Bonnie into the net of the ball pit. Spring Bonnie struggles to set himself free from the net, which has the opposite effect as Spring Bonnie hangs himself in the net. This then kills Spring Bonnie as Oswald and his dad are able to escape the pizzeria. Oswald then tells his dad that he slipped on a ball, which is why he can't remember anything. His dad then tells Oswald he's sorry and that they are going to move for a better life, and the happy ending fades to the credits. Now this is the exact same ending we see in the book. Oswald is able to free himself and Spring Bonnie is hung by the net in the ball pit. But the one major difference and the one thing to point out is the picture. What two people were in this photo to cause Spring Bonnie to have that reaction and fail to capture Oswald? Well, originally I saw many fans speculate that it was a photo of his dad with William Afton, but I don't think this is the case as he would have immediately been able to recognize that one of the people in the photo was his dad. But in the caption he makes it clear it's an odd photo of just two men, meaning he doesn't know any of the two men in the photo. So instead I think it makes a lot more sense that this is a photo of Henry Emily and William Afton. If Spring Bonnie were to be reminded of his past from this photo, it makes sense he would have the reaction which would have also led to his death. And in the caption we also learn that they are in a mysterious office that could be somewhere in the pizzeria. We know hidden offices exist in the pizzeria like the room we find Oswald's dad in, so there could easily be another office where Henry and William worked in where this picture was taken at. And again, it's this photo that reminded William of his past, and it's this photo that was key to escaping. So now moving on to the sad ending, in order to get this ending, one crucial mistake must be made. When Spring Bonnie grabs you in the ball pit, instead of punching him, you have to let the timer run out, which will cause him to jump scare you. But instead of having to restart the segment, his jump scare will take you to a new segment of the game. Here, all of the animatronics are blocking off the doors and are waving to you, almost as if they're welcoming you to somewhere different. Oswald tells himself that his voice is different and that he doesn't feel like himself. He also points out how the animatronics thinks he's someone different. He walks to the end of the hallway where he finds Spring Bonnie and says, "What am I?" His eyes then glow blue and the segment ends. Now technically this isn't an ending since it makes you restart the last segment of the night, but I still think it counts and I still think it's worth pointing out. Now what I think is happening here is simple. After he failed to fight back, Spring Bonnie stuffed him inside of one of the animatronics. That's why his voice seems different, that's why he doesn't recognize himself, and that's why the animatronics are treating him differently. They now see Oswald as one of their own, and at the very end his eyes glowing blue confirm this, and we can see this as his soul possessing the animatronic. And the animatronic he possesses is none other than Foxy. Foxy is the only animatronic we don't see throughout the game, so it makes sense that this is the animatronic he was stuffed into. Also, when he's at the end of the hallway, the light above him shines right on him, creating a spotlight, and the spotlight is right in front of Foxy's Pirate Cove attraction, further proving that Oswald is now Foxy. So moving on to the last ending that is the easiest to get, before reaching night 5 you have the option of simply leaving the pizzeria while you're still in 1985. Upon leaving you will be presented with the See Ya Dad ending, where you leave your dad behind and attempt to find your own way in this time period. In this cutscene we see Oswald leaving the pizzeria and apologizing to his dad. Again, this is the easiest ending to get and it can be completed anytime when you're in the pizzeria in 1985. And because it's so simple, there's not much to cover here or to solve. So although this is our final core ending, there are 3 extensions to the happy ending that I still want to cover, starting with the Jeff ending. After Oswald and his dad escape, Jeff, who's the only employee in the pizzeria, goes to check the ball pit to make sure Oswald wasn't hurt. When reaching the ball pit, he finds Spring Bonnie tangled in the net with his eyes hollowed out and blood pouring from them. Then before anything else happens, Spring Bonnie jump scares Jeff, ending the cutscene. Now obviously this is showing the possibility that Spring Bonnie is still alive and now roaming around the present time period. This could even set up an original sequel to the story where Spring Bonnie is seeking revenge on Oswald and his father in the present day pizzeria. And moving on to the happy secret ending, we see something very similar. In this ending we also see Spring Bonnie tangled in the ball pit net, then the camera zooms in on him before we see his eyes glowing blue, again hinting that he's still alive. And this could also set up a sequel or any future project related to Spring Bonnie where he's still alive in the present time. But moving on to the last ending called the Jeff Good ending, we see Oswald, his dad and mom all eating pizza at Jeff's pizzeria, where the pizzeria looks to be remodeled and has many more customers than before. This is a simple and happy ending where Oswald's family is all together and there really isn't much to say about this ending. So in the first ending, Oswald is captured by Spring Bonnie and murdered, but he's able to save his father. In the second ending, Oswald is able to kill Spring Bonnie and is able to successfully escape with his his dad. In the third ending, Oswald is captured by Spring Bonnie and is then stuffed into one of the animatronics. He then becomes Foxy as the soul possessed the animatronic. In the fourth and final core ending, we see Oswald leave the pizzeria in 1985 as he leaves his dad behind trying to find his own way. And with that, this is every single ending from Five Nights at Freddy's Into the Pit solved. And in this video, I'm going to go over the top 10 Easter eggs from Five Nights at Freddy's Into the Pit and what they mean for the future of FNAF spin-off games, so let's get started. Number 1. Henry and William. On night 5 and in the very last segment, one of the most important Easter eggs from the game can be found. In the room where Oswald saves his dad for the first time, which we can assume is William Afton's office, we find this picture that is directly taken from the graphic novels. It's a photo of William Afton and Henry Emily in their Fredbear and Spring Bonnie costumes. We see Henry unmasked, but William remains masked, which creates an ominous feeling. Now, seeing this photo from the graphic novels sets up the possibility of future FNAF spin-off games that feature Henry Emily or William Afton. There are countless stories in the novels focused on Henry and William, and personally, I would love to see a game based on any of these stories. Number 2. Michael Afton. Now, although Michael Afton isn't in the game since this game is focused on the Fazbear Fright novels and isn't canon, we still have two major references to this important character. In the arcade room, there's this prize machine that is found in the 1985 Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. We see different prizes like animatronic plushies or this toy rocket. But most importantly, we see this Foxy mask in this basket of butter. This Foxy mask is obviously a direct reference to the Foxy mask that Michael wore in FNAF 4. It's the same mask he wore when he threw the crying child into Fredbear's mouth, killing him. And we've seen many other games reference this Foxy mask like FNAF Ruin. And this basket of butter is the exact same exotic butter from FNAF's sister location that was inside Michael's room, so again, this is another direct reference to this character. Number 3. Phone Guy. Throughout the game, different phones will ring and they won't stop until you answer them. And if you answer them, you'll hear none other than Phone Guy from the first Five Nights at Freddy's game.
Hello? Hello? Hey, I know you're doing great.
Now, it isn't the exact same voice and it isn't the exact same dialogue, but it follows the same format from FNAF 1. Once you reach a new night, you can listen to a new phone call left by Phone Guy for the current security guard, and it's a fun Easter egg to one of FNAF's most infamous characters. Number 4. Posters. Throughout the game, you can find various posters that you can also find from past FNAF games. You find these FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 posters that are exactly the same from those games. You find these posters advertising Fredbear's Family Diner, and you can also find these posters in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. These are the same posters taken directly from those games. I also want to point out how this poster advertising Circus Baby's Pizza World was in the very first trailer for Into the Pit, but it's nowhere to be found in the final version of the game. So why was only this poster removed while we can still find many other posters advertising different pizzerias? But either way, these posters are a good way to show that other pizzerias also exist in this continuity of FNAF. Number 5. Trash in the Gang. In Five Nights at Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, we learned of a group of animatronics called Trash and Gang. These were simple animatronics like a vacuum cleaner and a bucket. Now, they aren't actually animatronics, which is why we see them in the trash dump at the mill in Five Nights at Freddy's Into the Pit. This is the first time we've seen these animatronics since FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, and we didn't know that this group of characters existed this early on in the franchise. It's a more unique Easter egg that ties into one of the latest games in the franchise and in the timeline, but of course how things turned out in this timeline could be very different, which is why we even find these animatronics. Number 6. FNAF Movie. Now, this is probably the most complicated and confusing Easter egg from this list. While being inside the same room where we found the photo of Henry and William, we also find this orange toy plane, and it's the same toy plane that we find in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. This toy originally belonged to Garrett, but after he was kidnapped by William Afton, William gave that same toy to his daughter, Vanessa Afton. Now, I've tried to look for a reference of this toy plane in the books or in the graphic novel, but I wasn't able to find anything, so it's possible that it's exclusive to this game. Now, I don't think this means that the movie and Into the Pit are in the same universe, but instead I think it's supposed to show that certain elements stay the same in different timelines. So maybe this toy plane came from one of the children in the missing children incident, or it could have been from someone else that William kidnapped. But either way, I think it's here to show that in every timeline, William is the same. Number 7. Sister Location. On night 4, inside the security office, we find Minarinas from Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. Now, they don't move or have any animations, but I still think it's a cool Easter egg that shows us either Circus Baby's Pizza World or the underground bunker also exists in this time period and in 1985. It's just a fun nod nod to the Funtime animatronics in that side of Five Nights at Freddy's. Number 8. Springtrap. When looking through your inventory and in the menu screen, we can find different drawings made by Oswald. We see things like endoskeletons and different animatronics, but there's a rare chance that you can find these drawings of Springtrap. Obviously, we see Spring Bonnie as the main antagonist in this game, but these are very clearly drawings of Springtrap, which is Spring Bonnie after the Spring Luck incident. So what inspired or caused Oswald to make these drawings of Springtrap is unknown, as the Spring Luck incident hasn't happened yet, but either way, it's a cool Easter egg of FNAF's most popular villain. Number 9. Minigames. In the arcade room, you have the option to play different arcade games like this Balloon Boy or Helpy minigame. And in most of these arcade games, there's a way to get an Easter egg like the Easter eggs we used to get with the older FNAF games. We see this Easter egg of Balloon Boy going through the missing children incident and popping 5 different balloons, signifying the 5 different victims. And at the end, we also see Willie Mafton himself as Purple Guy. We also see many minigames referencing other stories from the books like an Eleanor minigame, a Fetch minigame, and a Count the Ways minigames. All of these minigames could possibly set up a future FNAF spin-off games focusing on these stories, and in the Dako and Scott Cawthon interview, he already expressed interest in making a Fetch game. These minigames are also reminiscent to the minigames we would see in the older FNAF games, and it was great seeing them finally return. Number 10. Balloon Boy. Throughout the game, we can find various direct references to Balloon Boy. There's of course an arcade game focused on him, there are many toys of him scattered around the pizzeria, and in the security room we even see Balloon Boy's face on one of the cameras. This is simply a fun Easter egg showing Balloon Boy's return in many different ways, and this also sets up his possible return in any future FNAF project, as we already saw him return in future projects like the FNAF movie. So with that, these are the top 10 Easter eggs from Five Nights at Freddy's Into the Pit. I hope you guys enjoyed this video where I cover Easter eggs from FNAF Into the Pit, and let me know if I should make a second part since there are that many Easter eggs throughout the game to cover. But what do you guys think of these Easter eggs, and what Easter eggs were your favorite from Into the Pit? And because we know this movie will focus on the second FNAF game and its pizzeria, one of the biggest mysteries that comes from this movie is if we'll see what is arguably the biggest mystery in the entire franchise on the big screen. So in this video, I'm going to answer if we are going to see the Bite of 87 in the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie, and if we do, what animatronic will the film make responsible for the incident? So let's get started. For a quick recap of the Bite of 87 in the FNAF franchise, it's arguably the biggest mysteries from the franchise that still hasn't been answered, and it's been here since the very first game back in 2014, meaning this mystery has remained unsolved for 10 years. But what if the FNAF 2 movie finally answered this mystery? Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, the second FNAF movie is going to focus on the grand reopening of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, as this is the pizzeria we see in the second FNAF game. And we've already got confirmation that we're going to see the toy and withered animatronics in this movie, and we even got our first official look at Mangle being built alongside a quick look at Toy Bonnie also being built. And although we don't know much about the movie besides the animatronics and location, I think it's safe to assume that this will at least be mentioned, or we'll actually see the Bite of 87 in the movie, which will also answer who did it, especially since we already got hints at a bite in the first FNAF movie when Freddy also caused a bite of his own. But if we were to see the actual bite in this movie, there's a couple of important things to note, with the most important one being what animatronics are theorized to be responsible for the bite. I've already made 2 videos where I go in depth of who all the suspected animatronics are, but the 2 that are theorized the most and the 2 that have the most evidence for them are Mangle and Toy Bonnie. And it's also worth pointing out the only 2 animatronics we see in the behind the scene photo are Toy Bonnie and Mangle. So maybe they are already hinting at the Bite of 87 occurring in this movie. So I could see this movie portraying any of these 2 animatronics as the one responsible for the Bite of 87, or it could be very possible that they have an entirely different animatronic be responsible, but I'll get back to this soon. And moving on, I want to point out that the Bite of 87 in the movie would not take place in the present time. In the first movie we learn that it takes place in the year 2000, and because the second movie is going to be a sequel and not a prequel like it is in the games, this means the only way we can see the bite is in a flashback. But this would contradict everything that is theorized about the bite. In the games, it's heavily believed that the victim of the Bite of 87 is the security guard who we play as from night 1 to night 6, Jeremy Fitzgerald. That's why we don't play as him in night 7, since he moves to the morning shift where the bite would have occurred. But in the movies, Jeremy Fitzgerald is going to be one of the main characters along Mike Schmidt, so how could the bite happen if this movie would take place in the 2000s? Well, I think the obvious answer would be to change either one of 2 things. Either they change the date of the bite or who the victim is. Now, I don't think they'll change the date of the bite as it's too iconic, so I think they'll change the victim. I still think it's going to be a security guard, just not Jeremy Fitzgerald, and like in the games, the Bite of 87 would also cause the location to close down, which is why we've never heard about it in the first movie since it's been abandoned. But this begs the question, will they really reveal who did it? Well, I could simply see it going either way. If they were to reveal the animatronic, it would again answer the biggest mystery from the entire franchise. The Bite of 87 would also just be an iconic moment to finally witness, and it would especially be more memorable in live action and on the big screen. And because this mystery has been in the franchise for almost 10 years, if the movie solved this mystery, it wouldn't affect the franchise in any way, and it would just give fans closure. By finding out who caused the Bite of 87, it wouldn't change anything that we know or anything that would be in the future, but at the same time, revealing the animatronic could also be a negative thing. Because fans are still theorizing about this mystery, if it's solved all of a sudden, this would take away the opportunity to theorize, and it would almost feel dissatisfying to have this massive mystery finally solved. And there's another great point that this would actually cause more confusion than solving anything. It's assumed that the FNAF movie takes place in a separate timeline from the games. We know this because characters are different, or because of certain events also being very different. For example, Mike Schmidt isn't actually Michael Afton in the movies, and Vanessa is instead a part of the Afton family. The Springlock incident was also very different compared to how it was in the games, and again it's clear the games and movies are two separate continuities. Meaning if the movie does solve the Bite of 87, it doesn't mean that it's the same answer as in the games. It doesn't matter what animatronic the movie makes responsible, since there's no guarantee or confirmation that it would be the same animatronic in the games. And again, this would create more confusion, and I could even see it causing fans to debate if it's the same animatronic or not. But personally, I still do hope that the second FNAF movie does solve the Bite of 87 and reveal what animatronic was responsible. Even if it's not the same animatronic as the one in the games, this would still give fans closure, and it would be such a memorable moment to see in live action. And even if we don't see the moment itself, I'm sure they will at least mention it, as it is a significant moment in the franchise. So no matter what we see happen in the FNAF 2 movie, I think one thing for certain is that the Bite of 87 will be present in some way or another. The Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie is still early in production, but we can predict that certain things will appear like the FNAF 2 pizzeria or the Bite of 87. But only time will tell, and for now all we can do is theorize. So what do you guys think? Will we see the Bite of 87 in the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie, and if we do, which animatronic will be responsible? I've already made a video on Michael Afton being alive in FNAF Security Breach, Ruin, and most recently Help Wanted 2. So in order to continue to prove that he is still alive in the franchise, I'm going to go over all the evidence that proves Michael is also alive in the two games that started this dual era of FNAF games, FNAF AR and FNAF Help Wanted. Not only am I going to go over these games, but I'm also going to combine my last 3 videos alongside the evidence for these 2 games, making one long video that serves as definitive proof that Michael is still alive in the FNAF franchise. So in this video, I'm going to go over each single game in the FNAF dual era and why each single game proves that Michael Afton is still alive. But first, let's go over Michael Afton's appearances throughout the franchise. Following the timeline that's most believed by the fandom, we first see Michael in FNAF 4. He's the main character who is facing hallucinations of the nightmare animatronics. We then see him in FNAF 2 as the security guard on night 7. Sometime later, we see him again as the main security guard in the first FNAF game. Then we see him in the underground bunker in FNAF's sister location where he is searching for his sister Elizabeth Afton. But at the end of that game, we see Michael be scooped by this machine, which results in Ennard using his body as a suit and controlling him, until Michael Afton throws Ennard up, but instead of this killing him, he actually survives and becomes immortal, as we learn from his monologue.
She's free now, but something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows.
We then see him in FNAF 3 once more as a security guard as he looks for his father, but at the end of that game he burns down the pizzeria but manages to escape. We finally see him one last time in FNAF 6, but this time as the manager of the pizzeria. He lures the final 4 possessed animatronics left and burns down the pizzeria one last time, but this time he burns with it, and with this, Michael Afton's story ended. But what if it didn't? What if Michael Afton is still alive? What if he actually lives in the Pizzaplex, and what if he's actually in control of the Pizzaplex as a co-CEO? Now many of you may be thinking that Michael chose to die in the FNAF 6 fire, as Henry says this in the ending.
And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be.
It's insinuated that Michael chose to stay, but it's never been confirmed, and it could be very possible that he knew it would never be over, which is why he instead chose to escape in case his father were to ever return. Which brings me to the first game in the Stewart era and the first game Michael Afton returns in, FNAF Help Wanted. Now the evidence we see in this game and in future games is through the idea that certain things just wouldn't exist without the help and knowledge of Michael Afton. In the VR world, we see mini games for the 3 core games, and we also see mini games using certain animatronics like Nightmare Fredbear or Ennard. So what if the information of the nightmare animatronics used for this VR game came from Michael? As I discussed early in the video, we actually play as Michael in FNAF 4. We know this because of the survival logbook and because of the latest tales from the Pizzaplex novels. We know the survival logbook belonged to him as he wrote his name in the beginning with red ink. And later in the book, we saw a drawing of Nightmare Fredbear with red ink, meaning it was drawn by Michael, and again it means he saw the nightmare animatronics at one point. And in the latest tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learned that the nightmare animatronics were just mannequins on rails, but a gas release would cause whoever was in that room to hallucinate the nightmare animatronics, meaning Michael could have been subject to these experiments at one point through his childhood. Now at the same time, it could also be disproven that Michael is the only one who has seen the nightmare animatronics using the same book. We learned that many people were subject to this gas in experiments, meaning many people have seen the nightmare animatronics, and this information could have somehow made it to the VR game. But I don't think Ennard can be disproven. Michael is the only person to have ever seen this animatronic or even known about Ennard, as Ennard used his body to escape the underground bunker. So the fact that Ennard is in this game alone proves that Michael was the one who gave the information to be used in the VR game, and it once again proves that he's alive. But this is something I'll talk more in depth about when I cover Security Breach, but for now let's go over FNAF AR and its direct evidence proving Michael is still alive. FNAF AR wasn't as well received as other games or that popular since it was strictly a mobile game, but it's actually crucial to this new era of FNAF, and it perfectly sets up FNAF Security Breach and future games in the form of emails. The emails in this game tell us important stories that again play out in Security Breach, like Vanessa's uprising as the head security guard, or how the glitch trap virus was found and began to infect different systems. But on an unused email address, it directly confirms Michael Afton is still alive. The address reads M. Afton, and I think it's obvious that this email belongs to Michael Afton. Now, although we don't see the contents of this email, and although this is cut content, it would still align with the theory of Michael Afton being alive and working for the new Fazbear's Entertainment, and it's clear since the very beginning Michael was planned to have some role. Also meaning he had involvement with either the shipping company or someone else that worked at the pizzeria at one point. This confirms that not only is he still alive, but the fact that he was also involved with the creation of the Pizzaplex. Like I mentioned, I believe he is co-CEO, making the other CEO Miss Afton. Game Theory has made many videos proving that she's still alive, and I've also made my own video proving that she's also alive as well. And although I'll go more into depth into the relationship of Michael Afton and Miss Afton later in the video, I still think it's important to understand now that Michael Afton and Miss Afton are working together, and of course we already saw this in FNAF AR. But in terms of evidence, this is really all there is for FNAF AR, but I feel like the evidence gets stronger as each new FNAF game was released. So moving on, let's now look at all the proof in FNAF Security Breach, as the evidence is much stronger. For starters, this room is found within the Pizzaplex, and it's a 1-for-1 replica of Michael's room from FNAF's sister location. Many fans have theorized that this is actually the exact same room, meaning that the Pizzaplex was built over the Afton family's house from FNAF 4. But I don't think this is the case, as that would mean the FNAF 4 house was built over the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which wouldn't make sense timeline wise, and there are no other items or things from this house. But why would the Pizzaplex make a room from the Afton family's house if no one would ever see it or know about it? Well, the consensus is that it was for Michael. The TV even works, and there's real popcorn, which to me would imply he's been there frequently or that he even lives there. In this room, there's also this cryptic message. When decoded, it reads a long message, but I want to focus on only the beginning. It reads, "Break and mend, I built the breath." Mend is defined as rebuilding and to restore. Building the breath is referring to giving something life. So to me, this is Michael telling us that he created the Pizzaplex as a whole, and more specifically created the animatronics. He gave them life. There's more to this message that I'll get back to later in this video, but it's obvious that this room belongs to Michael. And moving on, let's look into two more pieces of evidence, starting with Rockstar Row from Security Breach. Now this is a small museum with different artifacts from the past FNAF games or pizzerias. We see things like animatronic parts, posters, drawings, and cardboard cutouts of different characters. These are supposed to be fun and nostalgic displays, but two displays specifically are very interesting. This display has two artifacts from FNAF 4. These are two toys from the Crying Child's room, except that this room isn't the Crying Child's, it's actually Michael's. As I mentioned in the beginning of the video, we play as Michael in FNAF 4, meaning these toys are his. Who else in the entire franchise would want to display something from the Afton family house if the artifacts don't directly belong to them? I think this is Michael Afton displaying these his toys as a form of nostalgia for him and as something to remember. But this next display are cardboard cutouts of Ennard, Shadow Bonnie, and Nightmare Balloon Boy. Now all three of these characters have only been seen by Michael. Ennard was inside of his body at one point, Shadow Bonnie was an illusion in the FNAF 2 pizzeria, and Nightmare Balloon Boy was a hallucination in FNAF 4. Again, Michael was the only one who knew about these animatronics, so how could they display them without his help? But now that I've gone over the most compelling evidence in support that he's alive, I'm now going to go over how this would all make sense narratively. Michael's entire journey throughout the franchise was bringing down Fazbear's Entertainment and his father, Springtrap. He's successful as he burns down most new locations and burns down all remaining possessed animatronics, so why would he agree to open a new location that is much larger? While using parts of MatPat's theory, I think that Michael and his mother reunited after the FNAF 6 fire and agreed to open a new location the right way, a way where no one would be hurt and the pizzeria would genuinely be a place where kids could have fun. That's why Michael has his own room, decorated parts of the pizzeria, and why he was in contact with other employees. He's the co-CEO of this new Fazbear's Entertainment, and things were going perfectly until William Afton appears again in the form of Glitchtrap. We know he takes the mind of Vanessa and starts trying to come back into the real world. This whole incident was brought to the attention of the higher-ups, but it was shut down and they even continued to use this virus. So what if this was Miss Afton shutting it down as she knew it was her husband trying to come back and she encouraged the idea? We know the CEO, or Miss Afton, made Vanessa head of security breach even when being informed she was never qualified enough. And like MatPat's theory, her main goal was to bring back her family, and a way she did that was by making Burntrap. But obviously Michael would never be okay with this, so Miss Afton hid everything from him. But eventually when he found out, he would try to stop his father once more and bring down Fazbear's Entertainment once more. Remember that message I talked about earlier in the video? Well, the rest of the message are actually instructions on how to escape and defeat the animatronics. It reads dodge, duck, flash, shoot, crawl, run, crush the vile band. These are all things we see Gregory do throughout Security Breach, and Michael helps us a lot more in the background. Many people assume that Glamrock Freddy wasn't affected by the virus as he booted into safe mode before it happened, and that the reason he booted into safe mode was because he saw Gregory. But what if it was Michael who booted him into safe mode as he knew the virus wouldn't be able to affect him, and as a result, Glamrock Freddy helps Gregory throughout the entire game. Also, in the final boss fight where you defeat Burntrap, these buttons are conveniently there that allow you to burn down the pizzeria. But what if it was Michael who made these buttons in an attempt to stop his father, which again helped Gregory in defeating him? Michael helping Gregory defeat William Afton works for his character and makes sense narratively. So moving on, let's now look at all the evidence proving he's alive in Ruin, as the evidence is a lot more subtle than Security Breach, but one small detail is the key to proving he's alive. Now, Ruin doesn't have as much straightforward evidence as Security Breach does. We actually can't find his room anymore because of the damage done to the Pizzaplex, so the evidence is a lot more subtle. Right before the Mimic is released, Cassie disables the Mex's security system, and later on she finds out that it was the only thing keeping the Mimic trapped. And for the most part, the consensus among the community was that the security system was created by Gregory and Vanessa to contain the Mimic, but recently we learned that this isn't actually the case. In an interview with FNAF and the creator of Studio Studios, we learned that this machine was designed to look old, hinting that the machine itself is also old. Now, who created the machine can be a video on its own, but I want to focus on who is the one maintaining that machine. Someone had to set up the security nodes that powered Mexis, and someone also had to have taken Gregory down to the abandoned pizzeria, as in the same room where we find the Mexis system, we also find Gregory's backpack. And right after the Mimic is released, Gregory also mentions how his friend has access to the building maps. He also tells Cassie to follow someone's instructions, but the name is cut out by static.
My friend has access to the building maps. Just follow the instructions.
Many fans, including myself, first thought that this person was Vanessa, as that's who we saw Gregory escape with in the canon ending in Security Breach. But what if this wasn't Vanessa? What if it was actually Michael Afton who appears once more in the franchise in Ruin? Although I don't believe Michael was the one who created Mexis, I still think he was in control of setting up the security nodes and maintaining the machine, as he must have been alive when it was created. Vanessa might know about the machine, but I don't think she would know how it worked or even how to operate it, as she wasn't alive when it was created. And I think the same thing could be said about Gregory's mysterious friend. Sure, Vanessa would know about the layout of the abandoned pizzeria and its surrounding caves, as she brought Freddy down there to clear the path. But I think it would make even more sense that Michael had the layout to the pizzeria, as that's where he supposedly died, and if he really did create the Pizzaplex, then he would know all about the caves and the way it works. If Vanessa really was the friend Gregory was talking about, then why cut off her name as if it were some sort of secret? We've known of Annie's and Vanessa's existence ever since FNAF Help Wanted, so it would almost feel random to try and hide her name. But Michael has never never been confirmed to be alive, so if they were trying to hide a name, it makes a lot more sense if they were trying to hide Michael. And lastly, in the secret ending, we saw the Mimic be scooped just like we saw Michael be scooped in FNAF's Sister Location. This is a direct parallel that feels intentional. If Michael and Sister Location were so heavily influenced into the Pizzaplex, it makes sense to have him included in the DLC in some way, even if he had a very minor role. But finally, let's look at all the evidence in Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2 and why all of this evidence connects the ruin while also proving that Michael Lafton is still alive. But first, I think it's important to note when this game takes place in the timeline, as it's not what many people would expect. With the release of the newer FNAF games, the order in which they take place in the timeline is the same order as the games are released. FNAF Help Wanted started this new era with FNAF AR being released shortly after, then Security Breach and Ruin would follow, continuing this story. And again, most recently, Help Wanted 2 was released, meaning it should be the next game in the timeline, but we know this isn't correct. We instead know that Help Wanted 2 takes place after Security Breach and before Ruin, and we have plenty of evidence that proves this. For example, in the Roxy Salon Repair minigame, the player must fix Roxy's ruined face from the end of Security Breach where they ultimately fail. They instead end up using this mask, which we also see in Ruin. This would explain why Roxy has a different design from the end of Security Breach, as it was actually the player from Help Wanted 2 altering her design. Moving on, in the bad ending, you are awarded with a present after beating enough minigames. When opening the present, you unlock the last collectible figure in the collection. But before you can even unlock it, a charging station appears in front of you. The charging station then opens before Glitchtrap's hand peers out, grabbing the door. Then out of nowhere, 5 nightmare staff bots appear in front of you and jump scare you. You are then presented with a small cutscene in the perspective of a staff bot. In this scene, you see Cassie and you give her the Vanny mask. It's the exact same moment from Ruin when Cassie first finds the Vanny mask from the perspective of a staff bot. This bad ending is directly telling us that the events of Help Wanted 2 take place before the opening sequence of Ruin. So now that we know this game must take place before Ruin, now let's quickly answer who we play as, since this will directly tie into how Michael is still alive. Being that we play as Cassie's father in Help Wanted 2. In Ruin, we learn that Cassie's father used to own a Faz Ranch, insinuating that he worked for Fazbear as a technician. And in Help Wanted 2, we see the main player unlock a Faz Ranch that is used to unlock this door, again hinting that we play as Cassie's dad. But most importantly, we learn that his favorite animatronic was Bonnie, which has led many people, including myself, to believe that Cassie's father is also this boy from the FNAF 4 ending. And the secret ending directly confirms this. In the secret ending, you are transported into the actual Princess Quest game itself after unlocking a coin to play it. Then, after beating some levels, you find 6 gravestones with different plushies next to them. You can light these gravestones, and if doing so in a specific order, a secret staircase opens. There you will find that this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." This Bonnie mask is the exact same one he wore on that fateful night when him and Michael accidentally killed the crying child. And again, the secret ending and mask confirm that Cassie's dad is the same boy from the FNAF 4 ending. So I also want to point out how we find this exact same mask as one of the AR collectibles that Cassie collects in Ruin. And what mask can Cassie also collect that's also an AR collectible? That's right, this Foxy mask. The same Foxy mask that Michael also wore on that fateful night, and it's this Foxy mask that proves Michael Lafton is still alive in Help Wanted 2. And these 2 masks are the only masks that can be collected. An important detail to note, you can't collect a Freddy or Chica mask, and this is done for a reason. But how can Cassie even collect these masks? Well, this is where a theory comes in that I haven't seen the community talk about enough, being that the Vanny network is actually a hive mind, meaning whatever is seen and used by one person wearing the Vanny mask, any other person can also see those things and collect those things that are also in the Vanny network. For example, because Cassie's father was also in the Vanny network, when he found the Bonnie mask, other people in the network like Cassie were also able to find it, as again, everything would be shared among the Vanny users. But how did the Foxy mask that belonged to Michael end up on this network? Well, I think the answer is simple. The reason the mask even exists is because Michael Lafton is also inside the Vanny network, and he was also in the Princess Quest minigame at one point. When looking at what the Bonnie mask and chest mean, it all has to do with accepting the past, giving memories life, and moving on. I think by Cassie's father lighting these gravestones in the order the children were murdered, he's giving these memories life and accepting the past. And by giving these memories life, he can start to look at his own past. That's why he can even find this Bonnie mask. It's a memory from his past, a very traumatic one, and one that he needs to move on from. And really, I think whoever makes it this far in the Princess Quest arcade machine and makes it all the way to this chest is able to discover something from a traumatic memory. And it's possible that some of these collectibles in Ruin were memories that different users in the Vanny network found in the Princess Quest game. And if we apply the same logic to the Foxy mask, that means that Michael Lafton is in the Vanny network and again was inside the Princess Princess Quest arcade game, meaning he also made it all the way to this chest where he would find the Foxy mask. It makes the most sense that Michael's traumatic memory that unlocks something is his Foxy mask. He accidentally killed his younger brother by throwing him into the mouth of Fredbear, and it would make sense that this memory is something he would need to move on from and get past. But in order to even get to this point, Michael must have had to travel down to the abandoned FNAF 6 pizzeria using a Vanny mask of his own. And because he used to be a manager at this pizzeria, we can only imagine it made it that easier for him. But this brings up an even more important question: why wasn't Michael able to go all the way and trade the Vanny mask for the Glitch Trap plush, which Vanny then destroyed, setting herself free? Why wasn't Michael able to get this Glitch Trap plush? Well, I think that Michael Lafton simply wasn't able to move on. In the secret ending, we see Cassie's father being able to trade the Vanny mask, but I think this was only possible after he accepted his past and was able to move on from it. But if someone like Michael wasn't able to move on, then he would never be able to trade the Vanny mask. And it makes sense that he wouldn't be able to move on. This was the traumatic moment that started everything for him, and because he is still alive and trying to defeat Glitch Trap, who is possibly his father, then of course he isn't moving on. He's living in the exact same cycle he lived in years ago, where his entire purpose was to defeat his own father. But either way, we know Michael was in the abandoned Pizzaplex since Cassie unlocks this AR Foxy mask, which was Michael's memory the chest displayed for him. And I think after all of this, Michael Lafton would return to the surface where he would meet with Gregory and Vanessa, and this would lead directly into FNAF Ruin. So with that, this is everything we know about Michael Lafton being alive in Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2. So because we see the Nightmare animatronics and Ennard in FNAF Help Wanted, we know this information could have only come from Michael, and this was the beginning of his new role as co-CEO in the franchise. By working on the VR game and creating the Pizzaplex, he was reshaping Fazbear's entertainment to something different. He would continue to give information to the new Fazbear, which would create these displays, and he himself would display these toys from his childhood room. He would even have a replica of his room be created so he could live there, and it would serve as a reminder to why he's still alive and what his purpose is. But as Glitch Trap and the Mimic would begin to cause chaos, Michael would work alongside Gregory and Vanessa to try and stop the Mimic. But after an earthquake occurred that destroyed the Pizzaplex, Michael would venture down to the sinkhole to try and free Vanessa himself while also defeating the Mimic. He would use a Vanny mask of his own and he would reach the Princess Quest arcade machine. But while inside the system, he would fail to actually free Vanessa as he wasn't able to move on from his past and be free. So after some time had passed and after he was already back on the surface, Gregory's friend Cassie would venture down to save who she thought was Gregory. But when she reached the sinkhole, she realized that she was being tricked by the Mimic and Gregory was never stuck down there. But the real Gregory would reach out to her, and with the help of Michael and his knowledge of the sinkhole, he helped her escape the Mimic and reach the elevator. But there, Gregory would cut the elevator, betraying her, and this is where Michael Lafton's current role and story has ended. But of course, this is all just a theory. Well, I think the answer is simple, so in this video, I'm going to go over when the FNAF franchise might end and if this is going to be a good decision. Let's get started. First, I think it's important to note just exactly how large the FNAF franchise really is. There's a total of 15 different official FNAF games, and like I mentioned, the newest installment to the franchise is going to be released in August, making it the 16th game in the franchise. There are a total of 51 different novels, with the most recent series, Tales from the Pizzaplex, still having issues being released to this day. And in terms of merchandise, there are countless number of toys, clothes, plushies, and other items like drinks or bed sheets. It would be impossible to name every single thing or item related to FNAF, so to end all of this all of a sudden would also feel impossible. There's also of course the FNAF movies, with the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie being released next year. It's believed that their plan is to make a major movie for each of the 7 core games, meaning this series of movies can easily go on for a decade, and it's just another way to keep this franchise alive, especially when the FNAF movies have their own separate story from the FNAF games, which fans also have a need to solve. Which also brings me to my very simple answer, being that the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise will never end, as long as they keep doing a couple of things right. With each new game or novel released, new fans get to enjoy new FNAF content, and because of this, it always feels like the community is growing. And with waves of new fans, there's always going to be a demand for new FNAF content, so again, it's hard to see how this franchise could end, especially with the release of FNAF Security Breach and these newer games, as I really feel like these new games expanded the community in such a large and significant way. And I think alongside this larger community, we have also seen even more theorists trying to solve this story. Which brings me to another point: as long as people keep theorizing about FNAF, it will create a huge demand for new content, and again, the franchise can't end. Even if the community is able to solve a part of FNAF, new and old mysteries will always exist, meaning fans will always try and solve them. But this leads me to a point that is actually against the idea of FNAF never ending. How will FNAF continue to grow one single story that the community will always care for? Won't fans just get bored of one single story? Well, I think the simple answer is to not have one single story, and it already feels like FNAF is stepping away from this direction. One of the biggest criticisms from these newer games is that it doesn't seem to have a clear direction for the future. In Help Wanted, we were introduced to Glitchtrap, who was presumably the digital consciousness of Willie Mafton making a return in the franchise. Then in Security Breach, we saw Burntrap, who is Willie Mafton making a physical return, and it was assumed that this would be the new Springtrap and the next main villain. But then we're introduced to the Mimic all of a sudden, setting him up as the main villain, and we don't actually get a direct reference to Burntrap or Willie Mafton at all in Ruin. We only see the Blob make a return, who was also one of the main villains in the Burntrap ending, and because of all of this, it felt like FNAF was stepping away from the earlier games and those characters. And this did upset a large part of the community, especially those fans that have been here since the very beginning, as the earlier games are extremely loved and popular. So stepping away from the early era felt like the wrong decision, but I actually disagree and feel the exact opposite. If FNAF were to continue with the exact same story for as long as possible, it would almost feel repetitive, and I think we already saw this effect with Willie Mafton coming back for a fourth time as Burntrap. So by stepping away from old characters, FNAF can introduce new storylines and characters that audiences would care for, and this would keep FNAF going on for much longer. As long as FNAF keeps updating stories and creating new stories, it's hard to see how FNAF could end. And again, we're already seeing this happen. I think there's a reason why we didn't see Burntrap in FNAF Ruin. It's not because he's actually the Mimic, it's not because he was burnt in a fire, and it's not because he's somewhere else in the Pizzaplex. It's simply because FNAF is stepping away from this character and from the early FNAF era, meaning we won't see Willie Mafton come back anymore, and the franchise will instead focus on new villains like the Mimic and the Blob. There is already a lot of interest in the Mimic, as countless theories have been made, and this interest will only grow if they keep including him in new games and developing his backstory, which again will also continue FNAF. Now, will certain aspects of FNAF end? Of course they will, like certain styles of gameplay, certain storylines, certain characters, and certain ideas or concepts, they will all end. But new styles like Security Breach's gameplay, new storylines like the Mimic story, new characters like Gregory or Cassie, and new ideas like the virtual world are still being developed. And it's why I think fans are so excited for this new era of FNAF. So as long as new FNAF content is constantly being released, this will create more demand for new content, which will continue to grow the community. With each new wave of FNAF lore, a wave of new fans will also follow. And as long as they continue to expand the story while also creating new storylines, this will keep fans interested in the franchise and will create a need to solve every single mystery there is to be solved. So with that said, it's hard to see how the FNAF franchise could ever end as long as they keep doing things right. Well, in this video, I'm going to go over all the possibilities of this announcement and what I think the next project will be in the FNAF franchise. Let's get started. What is currently being theorized the most, and what I personally believe in, is that Studio Studios is going to announce the FNAF Help Wanted 2 DLC. And specifically, I think we can predict the two most important things we'll see from this possible DLC, the minigames and how it sets up a future FNAF game. Starting with the minigames, I think it's clear we'll see everything missing from the base game. Specifically, I'm hoping we get a Monty minigame that takes place in Gator Golf since he's nowhere to be found. I also think it would make the most sense that we get a minigame surrounding Glamrock Bonnie, since again he isn't in the base game either. A minigame where we have to help Glamrock Bonnie with some objective makes the most sense, as he was never evil like the other Glamrock animatronics, so I wouldn't expect a jump scare from him. In terms of a minigame based on one of the core games from the franchise, the only one that hasn't had a minigame based around it or directly about it is FNAF 7 or FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. Now, I don't think it would include all 50 animatronics, as that would be way too difficult, but maybe a toned down version of this game with 20 or so animatronics would work much better, and I think this is very likely this could happen. But finally, two minigames that I don't think are as likely, but they would answer questions about the ending of Security Breach, would be two or just one single minigame about the Blob and Burntrap. The Blob was originally supposed to be in the base game, as it was found in the game files, so is it really that hard to believe it would appear in a possible DLC? This minigame could essentially confirm that these two characters aren't canon and were just made up by Gregory, like his drawing suggests from Ruin. The minigame itself could just be the player having to stop them from entering an office, like we saw from the actual ending of Security Breach. But moving on, it's also being theorized that Studio Studios will announce an entirely different FNAF game, with that game either being a carnival themed game that takes place after Ruin, or it's a game based on Freddy's Family Diner in the 1970s. And there's a lot of evidence supporting both these theories. Throughout the game, these 3 posters can be unlocked and they're advertising the Fredbear Family Diner location. We see Fredbear and Spring Bonnie promoting drinks and food in 2 of these posters, and the other poster is Fredbear with the phone number to the location. There's even more evidence that comes from Ruin, and it's actually in one of the endings. In the very last section of the game where the mimic chases you, you have to listen to Gregory's directions to escape, but if you ignore them and go to the left instead of the right, you'll find a cardboard cutout of Fredbear. You then have the option of using the Vanny mask, which then unlocks a secret ending.
Kathy, I'm okay. I found a spot to hide.
Again, the fact that Fredbear unlocks this ending has to mean something, as he was specifically chosen, and again, maybe this is hinting at an origin game. Moving on to the next theory, which is a carnival themed game, most of the evidence comes from FNAF Ruin and in out-of-bound areas. In one of the alternate ending maps, this room can be found with a leftover message for developers. J-Top is referring to the co-founder of Studio Studios, and it's obvious that this message is hinting towards some future carnival project. Now, the word game is never specifically said, but I think it's pretty clear that this is referring to a future project. But more evidence comes from this room the mimic is in when he's revealed in the ending. When going out of bounds, you can find multiple mascots that include an elephant and lion. Both are notorious carnival animals, and the elephant is even wearing a clown costume. This could also be foreshadowing a carnival project, and in another secret ending, the mimic wears that same lion costume. But there's one more piece of evidence in favor of this carnival themed game, and it's this image found in the game files. It's a poster advertising an event, Fall Fest 1970, and we've actually seen the same Fall Fest in the Dreadbird DLC from the first game. It could also be possible that the next project they're going to announce is a combination of all of these theories, as they could announce a FNAF Help Wanted 2 DLC that is carnival themed and named Fall Fest. Because all of these newer FNAF games have different pieces of evidence pointing at different themes, it makes sense that the next project that Studio announces is a combination of all of these themes. So with all of that said, I still think that the most likely option that Studio would announce is the FNAF Help Wanted 2 DLC. Every other game they've created has always had a DLC tied with it. The first Help Wanted game had a Dread Rule DLC, Security Breach had the Ruin DLC, and finally I think Help Wanted 2 will have a Fall Fest DLC. And I do think this DLC will somehow set up a Fredbear Family Diner game, as all the evidence has always been pointing to an origin game as well. But what do you guys think? What will they announce on August 4th, and will it be an entirely different game? Five Nights at Freddy's Ruin has been released for almost a year now, but many mysteries still lie within the destroyed Pizzaplex. There's the mystery of the Mimic, the Blob, and the whereabouts of Gregory. But one mystery that I haven't seen the community talk about enough is the bad ending. In my last video, I went over the bad ending and what it means for the future FNAF, but the credits of the bad ending are just as important, and it might prove who the main character will be in the next FNAF project. Specifically, we hear Roxy's voice at the very end of the credits, and it's possible that this is setting up a role in the next Five Nights at Freddy's project. And using evidence from my previous videos, not only can we predict the story of this possible game, but we can also predict all of the villains we might also see. So in this video, I'm going to go over why I believe that Roxy will be the main character in the next FNAF game and what this next game might look like. But first, let's go over a quick recap of what we saw in the bad ending in Ruin. It's revealed that Gregory was not stuck in the Pizzaplex, and that it was just instead the Mimic copying his voice to lure Cassie down to the sinkhole to set him free. But after Roxy rescues Cassie, the real Gregory contacts Cassie through the walkie-talkie and tells her to follow his instructions. And after the Mimic defeats Roxy and begins to chase Cassie, Gregory gives her specific instructions on how to navigate her way through the caves and how to escape the Mimic. She is ultimately successful when she reaches the elevator, and there the real Gregory reaches out to her once more. He tells her how he understands that what she did was for him and that he's sorry, but they can't risk being followed, so Gregory cuts the elevator, making it fall. Then this ending fades to the credits, but what's the most important thing to know is what we hear right when all the credits pass by.
Cassie.
After the credits, we hear Roxy calling out to Cassie, meaning she wasn't actually defeated by the Mimic after she rescued Cassie. Now, there are also a lot of important things to note with the character of Roxy. In Security Breach, it's assumed that each of the core animatronics except Freddy were corrupted by the Glitch Trap virus, which caused them to become aggressive, and even Glamrock Freddy points out their different behavior. It's also assumed that the animatronics were under the control of Vanny, which is also why they were hunting down Gregory. We still see them under this effect in Ruin, as we clearly see that that Roxy is still trying to hunt down Gregory. She isn't freed from this effect until Cassie deactivated her security node, but it's not clear if all animatronics are a security node, and it's also not clear why Roxy was the last one, but what we do know for certain is that after the security node was disabled, Roxy went back to her normal friendly self. We know she was a much different animatronic than she was in Security Breach, and she's even a friend of Cassie's. She was there when no one showed up for Cassie's birthday party and comforted her. But looking back at the ending, this is the normal Roxy who is not under Glitchtrap's control calling out to Cassie, which also means she must have survived the elevator fall. Although it can be debated who cut the elevator, and you can watch my video on that theory here, I think it's safe to say that she must have survived if Roxy's calling out to her. Meaning it's only Roxy and Cassie down in the sinkhole, and because there's so much left to be told about these characters, it's led me to believe that Cassie and Roxy will be the main characters in a new FNAF game or in a new DLC. Why include a piece of dialogue if it isn't going to set anything up? And having a game take place in the sinkhole is perfect since, like I mentioned earlier, there's still so much left to be said. So when looking into the possible specifics of this future game, I think the main gameplay would look very similar to how Security Breach worked. We would still be playing as Cassie, but we would also have the option to use Roxy, just like we had the option to use Glamrock Freddy. In Security Breach, Gregory used Freddy through his stomach hatch, but because Roxy doesn't have a stomach hatch like Freddy, Cassie could instead just ride her back, which would serve the same function. And together, their main objective would be the exact opposite of Ruin. In this game, they would be trying to escape the sinkhole instead of trying to enter it. And there are endless possibilities to what the game could look like using the cave in the sinkhole. In Ruin, we only saw what I think is a portion of all of the caves. The sinkhole could go even deeper where we could see more Easter eggs and references to FNAF 6, FNAF 4, and of course FNAF's sister location. We already saw the scooping room, which was a direct parallel to the scooping room in sister location. So what if this next game confirmed popular theories like the theory that believes the underground bunker is actually the caves we see in Ruin, making these two scooping rooms the exact same? We could also see other hints proving that the FNAF 4 house is somehow in the sinkhole as well, which would also confirm many popular theories. But moving on to the villains that we'll see, in my last video I discussed how the Mimic and Burntrap are two separate characters, meaning they're both in the sinkhole. We also know the Blob is still in the sinkhole, as we saw the Blob retracting itself into the wall when going down to the abandoned Pizzaplex, meaning 3 different villains are still down in the sinkhole with Roxy and Cassie, and I think it's these villains that they will need to defeat in order to escape. Each time they come into contact with a villain, we can also learn more about them and their history. For example, we can finally learn if Burntrap is supposed to be William Afton, we can learn if the Mimic is one of the Funtime animatronics or where he originated from, and finally we can learn how the Blob was created and what its intentions are. So again, this possible game could single-handedly answer some of the biggest questions from the entire franchise. I also think it's very possible that these 3 villains would morph into one single entity, becoming the final villain of this game. We know that all 3 of these animatronics are either possessed by Remnant or Agony, so we can only imagine this would be intensified if they all combine into each other. So finally, I can see this game ending with Roxy and Cassie successfully escaping the sinkhole, where they would then meet up with Gregory and Vanessa, who would have a lot to explain to them. So if Roxy and Cassie are still stuck in the sinkhole, their main objective would be to escape while undercovering unsolved mysteries from the past FNAF games like the Scooping Room. They would also defeat the 3 villains left in the sinkhole, Burntrap, the Mimic, and finally the Blob. After defeating them, or an amalgamation of them, Roxy and Cassie would escape the sinkhole and meet up with the very people who betrayed them, but of course this is all just a theory. The next project in the FNAF franchise is going to be announced in the very first week of August, which is very soon, and I'm personally hoping it's a continuation of Ruin or another DLC. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 was released back in 2015 and is praised as one of the scariest and best made FNAF games of all time. The use of nightmare animatronics in dark environments creates one of the most unique experiences in the entire franchise. Not only is this game one of the scariest, but it's also one of the most lore heavy games as we learn more about the Afton family and about the animatronics. But for years now, the community had agreed that most of this game's content has been solved or discovered, and that included who we played as. But recently, fans have challenged this by saying we play as someone else from the franchise. So in this video, I'm going to go over why we don't play as the Crying Child in FNAF 4 and why we instead play as Michael Afton. Let's get started. Like I mentioned, for years now, the consensus among the community was that we played as the Crying Child, and that's what the game made obvious. In every cutscene, we play as the Crying Child, trying to run away from the animatronics until we see him be thrown into the mouth of Fredbear by his older brother Michael, which killed him. We then saw him in the ending where he passed away and where William Afton gave his final words to him. And up to a certain point, no one had really challenged the idea that we played as the Crying Child in FNAF 4. It wasn't until the survival logbook and when people started to look closer into this game's details that people realized it doesn't make sense for us to play as the Crying Child. If anything, it made made a lot more sense that we actually instead play as the crying child's older brother, Michael Lafton. We know the survival logbook belongs to Michael as he signed his name, but what in this book tells us he's the main character in FNAF 4? Well, we know whoever we play as is the only person who would see the nightmare animatronics as they aren't real, but in the logbook we see a drawing of one of the nightmare animatronics, meaning at some point Michael must have seen a nightmare animatronic in order to include it in his book. But there's more proof. When looking at all of the rooms in the minigames, the crying child's room doesn't match up with what we see in the actual gameplay. He only has one door instead of two, and the layout of his room doesn't match either. But we don't actually see Michael's room in any of the minigames, meaning there's a big chance his room would match with what we see in the gameplay. Speaking of the gameplay, the way this game works is a direct parallel to the gameplay in FNAF 1. In both these games, Bonnie attacks from the left door while Chica attacks from the right door. Freddy and Foxy have their own way of getting in this room, and this parallel feels intentional. While playing, there's also a rare chance that you will hear a distorted version of the FNAF 1 Night 1 phone call. Michael is the only person who has heard that phone call, as it would be impossible for the crying child to ever hear it, so the phone call being in FNAF 4 is just more proof that Michael is who we play as. But using evidence from some of the newer games, FNAF Security Breach might confirm this once and for all. In Rockstar Row, we see artifacts from past events in past locations. This includes artifacts from FNAF 4. In one of the displays, we see these toys from the main character's room. But another theory that many fans believe in, including me as I've already made a video on it, believe that Michael Lafton is still alive and living in the Pizzaplex. If this is true, then it would make sense for him to want to display these toys as a form of nostalgia for him and as something to remember. Also, using evidence from the latest Tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learn that the nightmare animatronics were actually real as they were mannequins on rails, but a gas would cause whoever was in that room to see the nightmare animatronics. And the person releasing this gas was William Afton as a form of torture. But why would he be torturing the crying child? If anything, it makes more sense that he would be torturing Michael, as he would blame him for the death of his younger brother, which again is just more proof. But finally, when looking at things in the point of the narrative, it also makes the most sense that Michael is the main character. Throughout FNAF 4, we are told that the crying child's plushies are his friends and that he mainly relies on them, so why would his friends be attacking him? And if they were attacking him, why would he still see them as his friends throughout the story? Besides FNAF 4, we know for certain that Michael is the main character in all the main games up until FNAF 6. He's always been the security guard, and we know this because of names on paychecks and because of pages in the survival logbook. So if he was also the main character in FNAF 4, it would follow the trend of him being the main character, and it wouldn't break it for only one game. So with all that said, we know we have to play as Michael Lafton in FNAF 4, as we have plenty of evidence from the survival logbook, the latest pieces of media from the franchise, and because it makes the most sense narratively. Now, nothing is really confirmed about who we play as, but I think it makes the most sense that we play as Michael, even if it may seem like the game is making it obvious that we play as the crying child. Or it could even be possible that we actually play as both of these characters throughout the game, but I think it would be hard to tell when we play as what character. Or it could even be possible that we play as an entirely different character, as the Tales from the Pizzaplex novel mentions many victims of this torture experience. But because new information is still being released on this game, it might be possible that one day we'll get an answer to this mystery. But for now, this is all just a theory. And in this video, I'm going to give my interpretation of a mystery that seems to have been forgotten by the community, but new evidence has just been found in the newest installment to the franchise, FNAF Help Wanted 2. This mystery has been in the franchise for longer than many people realize and plays an important role in the franchise. Of course, I'm talking about Old Man Consequences. There have been many theories and videos on this strange character, and I even made a video trying to answer who exactly this character was. But in this video, I'm going to be using new evidence from Help Wanted 2 to finally answer who Old Man Consequences is. But first, let's go over some of the most popular theories in the quick history of this character. Old Man Consequences first made his appearance in FNAF World as a minor character. He was featured in a secret ending where the player would reach the end of the map and encounter this character fishing alone. He only has 2 pieces of dialogue, as all he says is, "I'm sorry to say that you have gone too deep into the code. There is no way back out." He also says, "My name is Old Man Consequences. Come have a seat and let's fish for a while. You have nowhere else to go." He then made his next appearance in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. To get this Easter egg, the player must set all animatronics to a rating of 0 and only keep Old Man Consequences at 1. Then when you are in the game and when you press a button to catch the fish, you will be taken to the Easter egg. Here you get the exact same screen as the one from FNAF World, but this time Old Man Consequences has very cryptic and confusing dialogue. He first says, "Come and sit with me a while." He then says, "Leave the demon to his demons, rest your own soul, there's nothing else." After this, the player then walks into the lake, drowning themselves, and this is when the Easter egg ends. But what about this mystery is confusing? Well, I think it comes down to two things: who the Golden Freddy spirit is, and obviously who is Old Man Consequences. I also think with each of these questions there are two main popular theories, so here are my thoughts on which ones are correct. Starting with the easiest one, who is the Golden Freddy spirit? Well, the two most popular theories are that the spirit is the crying child or that the spirit is Cassidy, and I think the clear answer that most of the community has agreed on is that the Golden Freddy spirit is Cassidy. We know this because of the FNAF 4 ending and because of the FNAF 3 Happiest Day minigames. In the FNAF 4 ending, the crying child is thrown into the mouth of Fredbear by his older brother Michael and is killed when Fredbear's jaw clamps down on his head. Although the crying child fell victim to one of William Afton's creations, he wasn't murdered by William like Cassidy was, which is an important fact I'll mention again later in this video. In the FNAF 3 Happiest Day minigame, you play as the puppet as you go through a birthday party. You pass various kids with different animal masks until you reach the end where you find a child with his birthday cake crying. Then the crying child is seen wearing a Golden Freddy mask, and that's when all the children disappear and their masks fall on the ground. The 6 balloons then fly upwards, signifying the souls of the 6 children being freed and finally at peace. Now this minigame is clearly supposed to represent the events of the FNAF 4 ending. We see a birthday party with various children wearing masks, and at the face of it is the crying child. This makes sense as the crying child's happiest day was taken from him, but in this minigame he's finally able to have his birthday party. This also means that the crying child's spirit is set free and is no longer controlling Golden Freddy, which also confirms that Cassidy is the spirit in control of Golden Freddy during Ultimate Custom Night and is the one torturing William Afton. This makes sense as, like I mentioned before, Cassidy was a direct victim of William Afton compared to the crying child who fell victim to one of his animatronics. Cassidy has a motive to torture William Afton, while the crying child just simply doesn't. All he wanted was his birthday party away from the animatronics, so vengeance just seems out of character for him. But moving on, who is Old Man Consequences? Well, the two biggest theories are that he's either Henry Emily or Michael Afton, and there's plenty of evidence that supports both theories. But first, let's look at Henry Emily. The biggest reason why many people believe that Old Man Consequences is Henry, and what it simply comes down to, is their similar behavior and language. When looking at both of these characters, they feel sympathetic and understanding in a way. Just take a look at these two voice lines from the secret and canon ending of FNAF 6.
As if the suffering wasn't enough, the loss of innocence, the loss of everything to so many people. Small souls trapped in prisons of my making, now set to new purpose, and used in ways I never thought imaginable. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still, and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears.
When comparing these two voice lines to Old Man Consequences voice lines, there's a strong similarity when discussing souls resting and them being set free. Henry essentially has the same goal as he did in FNAF 6, which was to set souls free, and I'll get back to this goal later in the video. But in Ultimate Custom Night, he can't burn the animatronics to rest their souls. Instead, he has to convince Cassidy and sympathize with her to stop torturing William Afton and to set her own soul free. We can assume he's successful at this, as in the canon ending, we see Golden Freddy twitching and fading into darkness, which may signify Cassidy's soul being set free and finally resting. I also think it just makes the most sense for it to be Henry, as he's one of the only characters that can understand what these children went through. His own daughter was a victim of William Afton, and of course he created the animatronics that those same souls would inhabit. So with all this evidence and reasoning, it may seem easy to say that Henry Emily is Old Man Consequences. But what other character could sympathize with these souls, and what other character do many people believe is Old Man Consequences? Well, this is of course Michael Afton. Again, the reasons many people believe he is Michael Afton are similar to Henry, but this theory really only works if the Golden Freddy spirit was the crying child. If this were the case, Michael Afton would be sympathizing with his younger brother, urging him to stop torturing their father and to rest his own soul. Now, all of this would make sense and would actually be a form of closure for Michael Afton and the crying child, as the last time they saw each other was on the crying child's deathbed, but this would again give them closure. And personally, I really do like this theory, but when looking at all of the evidence, it's clear that the Golden Freddy spirit spirit is Cassidy and she has no relation to Michael Afton. So now that we know the Golden Freddy spirit is Cassidy and that Old Man Consequences has to be Henry Emily, how does FNAF Help Wanted 2 support these claims? Well, in the secret ending we see this character before entering the Scissor Location elevator, and it's this character who we trade the Vanny mask for the Glitch Trap plush, which we then give to Vanessa so she can destroy him. Now in the game files, this character is actually labeled as Old Man Consequences, confirming this is the same character we saw in FNAF World and in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. And the princess who we also see and play as in this game had already been labeled in the past game files as Cassidy. So once more in the franchise, we're seeing Cassidy and Henry Emily interacting. But this time Henry isn't helping Cassidy or any of the other spirits, he's helping Vanessa be freed and he's helping Cassie's father to accept his past. But I'll get back to this soon. Like I already mentioned, Vanessa was freed in the ending when she destroyed Glitch Trap, freeing herself from his control. And this wouldn't have been possible without Old Man Consequences providing the actual Glitch Trap plush. But how did he help Cassie's father? Well, it's been heavily theorized that we play as Cassie's father in this game, and it's also been theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the Bonnie mask from the FNAF 4 ending. But before Cassie's father meets Old Man Consequences, we find gravestones with animatronic plushies on them. And after lighting all of the gravestones in the correct order, a secret staircase will open, and there this chest is available to be opened. And when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." And the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the one he wore on that night, possibly confirming that it is the same character. But the entire point of the secret ending from Help Wanted 2 was to come to terms with the past and accept what happened. We see the player collect 6 plushies of the original 6 victims in the form of their animatronics, and these plushies are actually the key to even unlocking that chest. When placing them onto the gravestones and again lighting those gravestones, you can open that chest. I think the gravestones and plushies represent the player giving these memories life and, like I mentioned, coming to terms with the past. So when the player is able to come into terms with the victim's past, he can come into terms with his own past, which is the Bonnie mask he wore on that fateful night. And I think when he finds this mask, he's willing to give up the Vanny mask to Henry, which again sets Vanessa free. Without Henry or Old Man Consequences, he wouldn't have been able to take the final step in freeing Vanessa and freeing himself from his past. So again, Old Man Consequences helped Vanessa and Cassie's father be freed, just like he helped Cassidy and the other souls be freed in the past games in the franchise. And with all that said, using new evidence from Help Wanted 2, Old Man Consequences is Henry Emily, and his purpose is to set souls free and to help those in control of William Afton. Now, nothing is really confirmed about this character's identity, but I think it would make the most sense for it to be Henry when looking at all the evidence, especially with the release of Help Wanted 2. With Help Wanted 2, it also means that this is the first time we've seen Old Man Consequences again since Ultimate Custom Night, which was nearly 6 years ago. So it's possible we'll see this character in new FNAF projects and that we'll finally learn who this is. But what do you guys think? Who is Old Man Consequences? There have already been numerous leaks and rumors, and we've already gotten our first official look at some of the animatronics being built. So in this video, I'm going to cover everything confirmed, some leaks, rumors, and in general of what to expect from this movie. So let's get started. Like I mentioned, this film is set to release in fall of 2025, and filming is set to begin on July 1st of this year, meaning there's about a 2-year gap from the first movie, which is standard for most sequels. We also got our first official behind the scenes image of some of the animatronics being built. We see what appears to be Mangle being built, which confirms that the toy animatronics will show up for this movie. Mangle is a very important character in FNAF 2, as in the franchise, it's believed that Mangle was responsible for the bite of 87. So if we see any types of flashback in this movie like we did with the first one, there's a big chance we'll see the bite of 87 take place, and this movie has the opportunity to answer one of the biggest mysteries in the entire franchise. But to the side of Mangle, we also see Toy Bonnie being built, which is just more proof we'll see the toy animatronics. But this raises a major question. In the first movie, we never learned about any other locations besides the first one, and in FNAF 2, the restaurant is active and not abandoned like most pizzerias. So how will it be possible that the restaurant is active in the second movie, or will it just be another abandoned location like in the first FNAF movie? But moving on to some rumors, it's heavily being rumored that we'll also see the withered animatronics alongside the toy animatronics. It's believed that they won't be new animatronics, but instead they'll be destroyed versions of the FNAF 1 animatronics, which would make sense as the last time we saw them, the restaurant was falling apart. There are even these fan-made images of what these withered animatronics could look like, and I think they're perfect. The designs fit the withered animatronics from FNAF 2 while still looking like the animatronics from the first movie, and I'm really hoping that this is the route the movie movie takes. But moving on to the characters we'll possibly see, it's being heavily rumored that Josh Hutcherson's character, Mike Schmidt, won't be the only main protagonist. It's believed that he will share the screen with Jeremy Fitzgerald, who is the main security guard in FNAF 2. Now, how they will meet or what their dynamic will look like is still unknown, but there are even rumors for who the actor will be who portrays Jeremy. Originally, YouTuber Markiplier was supposed to have a cameo in the first FNAF film as the security guard from the opening segment, but due to scheduling conflicts, he wasn't able to appear in the movie. So what if he instead shows up in the FNAF 2 movie, and not just as a cameo, but as a main protagonist starring alongside Josh Hutcherson? Other characters it's assumed we'll see are Vanessa, as the last time we saw her she was in a coma, so it's possible she'll wake up from that coma and return in this movie in some way. I'm sure we'll also see Abby return as Mike's younger sister, and in the end of the first film she even teased the second movie by stating they should visit the animatronics once more. Now, a character I actually don't think we'll see is Willie Mafton as Springtrap. Although he was spring-locked at the end of the first movie, I think they'll head in a direction similar to the actual games by waiting until FNAF 3 to introduce Springtrap. This way there's an actual time jump like we saw in FNAF 3, where it gives time for Springtrap to actually come to life, as it took 30 years for Willie Mafton and the Spring Bonnie suit to become one entity. So I think by waiting for a movie, they can let this process happen and it won't feel like there are too many characters, as not only will there be the human characters, but alongside the withered and toy animatronics, it's a lot for one movie. But I'm sure we'll see a tease for Springtrap, and I hope it's very similar to what we saw in the FNAF 3 trailer where we saw Springtrap twitch uncontrollably. But a character I do think we'll see is the puppet, and he was already teased in the first movie. In the credits we hear a secret decoded message that spells out "come find me," and the voice we hear is actually the same voice as the puppet's voice we hear in the FNAF 2 minigames. So again, they're clearly teasing the puppet for the second movie. And it's already been theorized that the puppet is possessed by none other than Mike's younger brother Garrett, who we saw be kidnapped by William in flashbacks, but we never saw what exactly happened to him. So what if he was possessed by the puppet animatronic, and what if we see Mike reunite with his brother in this movie? Now, this last part isn't actually a rumor or speculation, but it's something I personally hope happens in this movie, which is that we see more of Golden Freddy. In the first film we only saw a few scenes of him towards the end, but we never really learned anything about his motives or his backstory. We know he's connected to Abby in some way, but how? We know he's a real animatronic, as he is able to hurt someone and he moves around the car when he gets inside. But when they arrive at the pizzeria, he just disappears, so not much is known about his abilities and if it's all just an illusion. I'm sure we'll see Golden Freddy once more in the second movie, but again, I hope it's to a greater extent than the first one. But with all that said, this is everything we know about the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie so far. It's still very early in the movie's production, meaning more information and behind the scenes images will be released, and when they do, I'll make sure to make a video about them and any other updates regarding this movie. But what do you guys think of the FNAF 2 movie so far, and are you guys excited? And one of the most complicated aspects of the story is Five Nights at Freddy's sister location and when exactly it happened in the overall timeline. Well, in this video, I'm going to go over plenty of evidence that prove when this game occurred, and I'm going to give a definitive answer of when Five Nights at Freddy's sister location takes place in the FNAF timeline. Now, the biggest issue in trying to solve when this game takes place in the timeline is how different sister location is compared to the other FNAF games. FNAF 1 through 4 were all grounded games and stories while being easy to follow and being easy to place in a timeline. But sister location isn't that easy to follow, since it introduces new ideas like Remnant, which is the cause for the animatronics being possessed, and the idea of extracting Remnant. Remnant is the term for soul energy, which can take the form of a metallic substance which can bind souls to inanimate objects. So the remnant of the 5 children murdered bind it together with the animatronics, giving them life, and this process actually happens a lot throughout the franchise. Many fans labeled this game as the first sci-fi FNAF game, and it makes sense when considering what exactly happens. Not only do we learn how the remnant from the murdered children mesh together with the metal of the animatronics, but we also learn how Remnant is able to actually keep someone alive. After Michael Afton has his insides removed by a scooping machine, Ennard climbs inside his body and uses his body as a suit to escape the sister location bunker. But eventually Michael throws Ennard up out of his body and somehow he is able to survive. Many fans theorize this strange event was because of Remnant, and even Michael himself points out this strange phenomenon.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
So again, FNAF's sister location is drastically different to the other games, making it hard to place in the timeline. But what fans have agreed on is that this game can take place in either one of two spots in the story, and placing what games happened before and after sister location is also fairly simple. We know the timeline starts with FNAF 4, then FNAF 2 and 1 follow, and after a 30-year time jump, FNAF 3 follows, and finally FNAF 6 concludes the main timeline. And after that point, the newest FNAF games have been released in chronological order story-wise. But for now, I only want to focus on FNAF 4 to FNAF 3, as it's believed that FNAF's sister location either takes place before FNAF 2 and 1 or it takes place after. So let's look at all the pieces of evidence from both sides of the argument, starting with those who believe that this game takes place before FNAF 2 and 1, with the main piece of evidence relying on the fact that Michael was a rotting corpse by the end of sister location. In the FNAF 1 ending and in the FNAF 2 Night 7 ending, we see two people get fired for the exact same reasons. We see Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith get fired for tampering with the animatronics and for odor. Because the names are very similar, it's assumed that this is actually one person being fired from both of these locations for the same reasons, and that person would be none other than Michael Lafson, who is using a fake name, and we even see him keep Mike in the FNAF 1 ending. It's also assumed that Michael was tampering with the animatronics to learn about them and to learn why they were ever possessed. But what about the odor? Well, what if the odor came from his decaying body, since if sister location did take place before these games, he would have already been a walking corpse. But another big piece of evidence comes from Michael's speech from the end of sister location.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right where you said it would be. They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you. And I found her. I put her back together, just like you asked me to. She's free now. But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you. I'm going to come find you.
From this speech, we learn that Michael's trying to find his father William, and where else would he go looking for him besides all the locations he owned? Which would explain why he even worked at those two restaurants as a security guard, and it's even more evidence that sister location takes place before FNAF 2 and 1. But moving on to the other side of the argument, which is that sister location takes place after these games, the evidence is very similar. When looking at the same speech, at the very end of it, we see Springtrap emerge from the shadows, and in the back we even see a sign advertising Fazbear's Fright, conveying that the events that happen in that location, or the events of FNAF 3, happened right after sister location, which also puts this game right after the first FNAF game. And to me, this is actually enough evidence to make a definitive decision, being that sister location has to take place after FNAF 2 and 1 and before FNAF 3. If sister location did take place before FNAF 2, then why show Fazbear's Fright in the ending of sister location, which is clearly showing that FNAF 3 is next? They're not showing a sign for the grand reopening of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which would have been setting up FNAF 2, so again, they're obviously setting up FNAF 3. Not to mention, we also see Springtrap, who's the main antagonist in FNAF 3, and again, it's clearly hinting that Springtrap is what took place next. These are important details that almost feel dismissed by saying that sister location takes place before FNAF 2, and the line, "I'm going to come find you," fits more with this idea, as instead of Michael looking for his dad in his restaurants, he's directly finding him in Fazbear's Fright. Now, the main piece of evidence that supports this game happens before FNAF 2, which is the order that caused Michael to be fired, would work except for one minor detail, which is context. I think we can assume when Scott Cawthon created those endings, he wasn't planning that they would correlate to Michael being scooped 3 games down in the franchise. If anything, I think it was supposed to be a fun detail for fans to notice, and not anything that would tell us that Michael had already been scooped, which is why I also think we shouldn't be using this as one of the main pieces of evidence. And besides these endings and the speech from sister location that is actually supporting FNAF 3 takes place afterwards, there isn't much evidence supporting it takes place before FNAF 2. Most of the evidence is about the story and how everything would place narrative-wise, and narratively it would work better if Sister Location did take place before FNAF 2. But when we're looking at just the evidence and what we know to be facts, Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location has to take place after the first FNAF game and before FNAF 3. But this is just a theory. Five Nights at Freddy's is a series of 11 games that create an emotional and complex story surrounding a business, Fazbear's Entertainment, and the two men responsible for creating these ominous monsters. The Five Nights at Freddy's franchise has spanned across 8 years and has left many mysteries for the horror community to solve, with the biggest one being the story. The FNAF story has always been complicated as it has numerous characters and animatronics, all while having an incoherent narrative. But I do think it's possible to solve the story, so in this video I'm going to go over the entire updated FNAF lore in 10 minutes. Let's get started. Our story begins with our protagonists Willie Mafton and Henry Emily. In the early 1970s, together they opened a business, more specifically a restaurant that included animatronics. This restaurant would include Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, two animatronics that would also serve as Springlock suits. This meant that Henry and William could wear the animatronics as a suit and walk freely with them, but when they didn't need to, they could wind up the Springlocks, making them perform on their own. This business was massively successful, and in the early 1980s, William and Henry opened a second location named Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. This restaurant would include the very first iterations of Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica. It also included another animatronic created by Henry called the Security Puppet, who would monitor the safety of the children. He would also hope that it would protect his own daughter, Charlie. But moving on to William Afton's own family, he has 3 children who are named Michael, Evan, and Elizabeth Afton. But in 1983, during Evan Afton's birthday party, his older brother Michael decided to play a prank on him by throwing him into the mouth of Fredbear. But because Fredbear's Springlocks were activated, his jaw clamped down, biting Evan's head. He was taken to the hospital where William Afton said his final goodbye, but Evan's death drove William into insanity, so one day he decided to drive behind the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location. There in the alleyway he saw a girl locked outside, and not just any girl, but it was Henry Emily's own daughter, Charlie. She had been locked outside when the security puppet was trapped in her box, so in a moment of rage, he murdered Charlie. But once the security puppet was freed from its box, it immediately went outside to check on Charlie, but it was too late, and in that moment, Charlie's soul would inherit the puppet, giving the puppet life. But because the franchise now had 2 deaths, this forced Fredbear's Family Diner to shut down and retire the 2 animatronics. But on June 26th, in 1985, William decided to do the same thing. He would wear the Spring Bonnie costume and lure 5 children to the back of their pizzeria. There, he would murder them and stuff their bodies into the 4 main animatronics, and the 5th one would go into the Fredbear costume from the old location. This would be known as the Missing Children incident, and Freddy Fazbear's Pizza would close down. Although Henry would open a new location, phrasing it as the grand reopening of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, this location included the new toy animatronics, although the old ones would stay in the storage room. Henry would also fire William from the business since he was the main suspect of the Missing Children incident. This enraged William, so he created a new business called Afton Robotics and opened a new location, Circus Baby's Pizza World. This location included new animatronics using new technology. It would include Circus Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy. But a week before the restaurant opened, William's own daughter, Elizabeth, got too close to Circus Baby and she opened her stomach, grabbing her, which killed her. As a result, the location closed down and William lost another child. So in another moment of even more rage, William decided to go on another killing spree. So in 1987, William snuck into the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location using that same Spring Bonnie costume. Again, he lured 5 children around the pizzeria and murdered them. And the following week, after a security guard was bitten by Mangle, losing his frontal lobe, the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was finally closed. But Henry had actually opened a new location using the repaired Withered animatronics, but this location also ultimately failed as it never raised enough money to keep itself afloat, so the repaired animatronics resided in that abandoned location. And William Afton, knowing this, knew he could sneak in and dismantle these animatronics to use them for experiments. He even opened another smaller location named Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rental that would serve as a front. This location was in an underground bunker that he built years ago where he would work on the animatronics. So each night, William would go to the abandoned pizzeria and lure the animatronics. There, he would dismantle them and bring the scrap parts to his underground bunker. Each night, William would sneak in and he dismantled the 4 main animatronics, unknowingly releasing the souls from the physical animatronics. But on the last night, he found the 5 souls of the 5 children he murdered all those years ago. Of
Afraid and confused, William runs to the Spring Bonnie suit and wears it one more time in an attempt to try and scare them. But because of his sweat and condensation from the room, the spring locks activated, crushing William's body inside. His flesh and the metal of the spring locks meshed together, and all he could do was lay there, helpless. But while all this was happening, William's oldest son, Michael, was on his own journey trying to find him. Michael visited the grand reopening of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the smaller location that opened as well, while posing as a security guard with a fake name. He would fight off the possessed animatronics for a total of 8 nights while trying to learn about them and still trying to find his dad. He also visited William's bunker, where he was reunited with his sister Elizabeth, who was now Circus Baby. But on the last night of the job, he was tricked by the animatronics and was lured to a scooping room. There, he had his insides scooped out by this machine, and the animatronics combined into one entity called Ennard. Ennard then climbed inside Michael's body, using him as a suit, and escaped the bunker. But after some time had passed, and after Michael's body has rotted, Michael had thrown up Ennard out of his body, and somehow he was able to survive. 30 years had gone by, and for those 30 years, William had sat in that costume rotting, but somehow he was alive and became the Spring Bonnie suit just like his victims and their animatronics. But a new company decided to open a horror attraction in that same pizzeria called Fazbear's Fright, and their new security guard would be none other than William's son, Michael. So on the second night on the job, William was discovered and was added to the horror attraction. So for 4 nights, Michael had to fight off his father, who was now Springtrap, and on the final night, Michael decided to end it all by burning down the pizzeria with William inside of it. Burning down the pizzeria would actually set the souls of the possessed animatronics free, which included Michael's younger brother, Evan, who was finally able to have his birthday party. Now, William was burned in that fire, but he had survived and had a new purpose in taking revenge on Michael and Henry. After a short period of time, Henry decided to open yet another restaurant. He would call it Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, and it was designed where the manager would create the restaurant however they would like. And they would also need to complete anything under paragraph 4, which consisted of salvaging the remaining animatronics and gathering them in one place for a big party on Saturday. This manager was none other than Michael, who would need to salvage Scrap Baby, Molten Freddy, Lefty, and of course Springtrap, who is now Scraptrap. And on the final night, Michael fought off all animatronics, including his father. But Henry and Michael were able to successfully gather all animatronics for a big party on Saturday, which was to burn them all, finally putting a rest to Fazbear's Entertainment and all of its victims. All except for William Afton. This time he would not survive the fire, and instead of William being sent to hell, Cassidy's spirit holds him back in a sort of purgatory and tortures him with his own creations. Cassidy's spirit was inside the Golden Freddy animatronic, and her only purpose was to get revenge on William. He would have to fight off 50 of his creations in one of his offices, and if he was killed, it would start all over again. Even if he survived until 6 AM, Cassidy would still kill him and force him to restart. He meets a cruel but fitting end by being tortured by all of his creations for eternity. After some time had passed, what was left of the company decided to restart by creating a virtual reality game that would dismiss all rumors around the company. They hired a game developer to create this game, and to speed up the process, they decided to scan old motherboards from the restaurants. But these motherboards contained code of the Mimic. The Mimic was an old animatronic turned evil that had murdered many people up to that point, but that code became a virus and would take over the mind of whoever played that game. And that's what happened to Vanessa, who was one of the earliest playtesters. Although she was able to contain the virus at first, another player accidentally released the virus, which then took the mind of Vanessa and influenced her to become Vanny and mimic the actions of William Afton. So when even more time had passed and a new location called the Pizzaplex had finally opened, Vanessa became the head of security and would murder children just like William Afton. And one day, when a mysterious child named Gregory appeared in the Pizzaplex, Vanny plans to do the same thing to him. But Gregory, alongside Glamrock Freddy, were able to retaliate against Vanny by uncovering mysteries, destroying all of the other animatronics, and by freeing her. The Mimic virus kept Vanessa's mind in these Princess Quest arcade machines, and each time one was completed, a part of the Mimic was defeated, and a part of Vanessa was also freed. So Gregory and Freddy would go around the Pizzaplex completing these machines and slowly freeing Vanessa. And when Gregory was able to complete the last arcade machine, Vanessa was fully freed, and together they were able to escape the Pizzaplex successfully. But the machine Gregory completed wasn't actually the last machine. As it turned out, there was one last machine in the very depths of the Pizzaplex, and the pizzeria itself was destroyed by an earthquake shortly after Gregory's escape, so reaching that machine was nearly impossible. But an employee for the company ventured down to the abandoned pizzeria to complete the last machine, and that employee was actually one of Michael Lafton's childhood friends. He was this boy wearing the Bonnie mask, and he was also responsible for the crying child's death. While down in the pizzeria, he would complete certain tasks in the virtual world and in the real world using one of the Vanny masks that all employees were given. But while completing these tasks, he was unknowingly releasing parts of the Mimic that was already defeated by Gregory. And eventually, after collecting all of the Fast Force toys, which were actually parts of his code, the Mimic was fully freed once more, meaning he now had partial control over the Pizzaplex and its animatronics. And because he no longer needed the employee who set him free, the Mimic used nightmare bots to trap his consciousness permanently into a staff bot, and this was the end for that employee. After a short period of time, the employee's own daughter, Cassie, decided to also venture down to the pizzeria to rescue Gregory, who she thought was still stuck there. She could communicate with Gregory using a walkie-talkie, and he convinced her that he was in the sinkhole at the very bottom of the Pizzaplex. On her way down there, she would come into contact with a Vanny mask that Vanessa had left behind, and the one handing it to her was none other than her own father, who was trapped inside that staff bot. And just like Gregory, while venturing down, Cassie would uncover mysteries, come face to face with the ruined animatronics, and would have to escape an advanced security system called Mexis. Mexis was responsible for keeping the physical version of the Mimic contained, and when Cassie did eventually make it down to the sinkhole, she disabled that security system and was able to destroy the concrete wall that was supposedly keeping Gregory trapped inside. But inside that room, she didn't find Gregory, and instead she found the physical version of the Mimic, who tricked her by using Gregory's voice and a walkie-talkie to convince her to release him from his containment. But with the help of Roxy, she was able to run away from the Mimic before it began to chase her. And with the help of the real Gregory, who was still at the surface with Vanessa, he was able to guide Cassie to an elevator that would bring her back to the surface. There, she was able to escape the Mimic, but Gregory didn't want to risk the escape of the Mimic, and to prevent its escape, Gregory decided to cut the elevator with Cassie inside, which led to the elevator falling with her still inside, and that would presumably kill her. So with that, this is the current ending of the Five Nights at Freddy's story. But one of the biggest mysteries that comes from not just this game but from the entire franchise is, where does FNAF go from here? Well, one of the biggest theories going around currently is that the next FNAF game will be a carnival themed game that takes place in the early 1970s, but will this actually happen? Well, in this video I'm going to go over the possible specifics of the gameplay, characters, and how the story will connect to the other FNAF games, so let's get started. But first, why do many fans believe that this is the direction Stu was headed in? Well, most of the evidence comes from FNAF Ruin, and it's in the out-of-bound areas. In an alternate ending map in one of the rooms, this leftover message for developers can be found. J-Top is referring to the co-founder of Stewell Studios, and it's obvious that this message is referring to some future carnival project. Now, the word game is never specifically said, and this could be referring to anything, but more evidence comes from the room the Mimic is in when he's first revealed in the ending. When going out of bounds, you can actually find multiple mascot costumes that include an elephant and lion. Both are notorious carnival animals, and the elephant is even wearing a clown costume. This could also be foreshadowing a carnival project, and in a secret ending, the Mimic wears that same lion costume, again hinting at a carnival theme. Or it could have been the opposite, as instead the foreshadowing carnival message could have been referring to the Mimic's mascot building up his reveal. But in Help Wanted 2, one of the minigames takes place in a carnival where you have to pop balloons and hit targets, so it might have been that the message was referring to hinting at FNAF Help Wanted 2. But there's another piece of evidence in favor of this carnival themed game, and it's this image found in the game files. This is a poster advertising an event called Fall Fest, and we've actually seen the same Fall Fest being advertised in the Dreadpool DLC from the first Help Wanted game, but in this DLC the date is 1983 and not 1970, meaning that this event has happened for much longer than we've realized. And most recently, there have been a lot of merchandise that have also focused on this carnival theme. We see toys like Balloon Boy Freddy and Circus Freddy, so I think these pieces of merchandise are teasing a new FNAF project centered around a circus. But what I think is arguably the biggest piece of evidence in support of all of this is a new animatronic we see in Help Wanted 2, and he's actually proof that a carnival did exist at one point within the franchise. In the Fazer Blast minigames, Carney is found as the announcer of the games, and again, this is the first time in the entire franchise that we've ever seen this animatronic. His design is centered around a carnival, and because we've never seen him before, I think we can assume he's appeared before the very first restaurant, which would have been Fredbear's Family Diner. But this leads me to my first point of what I think we'll see in a possible carnival game, which are the characters. Now, I think we'll actually see Carney himself in this game, or at least a very early version of him. I also think it's obvious that we'll see carnival-themed versions of the four main animatronics, since we've seen merchandise of them and we also saw them in this poster, which was also advertising Fall Fest. I think we'll see smaller animatronics like Balloon Boy or Moon and Sun, as both of them are also carnival-themed characters. Again, I don't think we'll see these exact versions of these characters since they were made years after this event, but I think we'll see very early versions of these characters, which would add up to a good roster of characters with a lot of variety. Now, I also think there's a small chance we'll see characters like Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, since they have also been teased in the newer FNAF games. We saw these posters advertising Fredbear's Family Diner, and we even saw this cardboard cutout of Fredbear himself, which led to the secret ending of Ruin. But if we do see them, I think they'll have a minor role, as I believe we'll eventually get a separate FNAF project that takes place in Fredbear's Family Diner, and I've already discussed what that game would look like in this video. But what I think is the most important aspect of this game is the character we are going to play as. All of the main characters in the FNAF franchise are connected one way or another, and I think this would be the same with this game. Well, I see either one of two things happening. First, and the most likely, being that the game will take place in a virtual sense like we saw in Help 1 and 2 with the Vanny mask. So instead of the game actually taking place in 1970, it would instead take place in the virtual world like we've seen in these newer games, meaning that the main character could be Gregory, Vanessa, Cassie, or Cassie's father, since we've seen all of them in this new era of FNAF. But the other option, which is less likely but I would love to see, is that a young Michael Lafton would be the main character, as that would be following the trend of the other 6 FNAF games that all had Michael as the main character. We could even learn more about this character through this game, and it would be nice to revisit the Afton family one last time in the form of Michael. Now, there's one more character I think is certain we'll see, but I'll get back to that in a moment. Moving on to the gameplay, I think it's obvious we'll see similar gameplay from FNAF Security Breach and FNAF Ruin. With this new era of FNAF, all games have either been a VR-styled game or an open-world game, and because we just got FNAF Help 1 and 2, again I think it's certain that this next game will be an open-world game centered around a carnival. The map would be much larger compared to other FNAF maps and pizzerias, since there would be numerous rides, and the potential is massive. The player could even use all of the rides as a way to escape and hide from the animatronics, and the environment at night would also add a lot to the scare factor, while also making it easier to run away from them. And I really do think this could be one of the scariest FNAF games in the entire franchise if the carnival environment is done correctly. But finally, when looking at the story and how it will connect to the other FNAF games, really I think there's only one thing that connects the old era FNAF to the new one, which is the Mimic. Although we saw this character in FNAF Ruin, and we know a lot about this character like its abilities, we still know nothing about its past. We know it predates a lot of the earliest pizzerias, so what if it originates from the Fall Fest event? Like I already mentioned, we even saw that the Mimic has different costumes based on different carnival animals, so what if, again, these costumes originated from Fall Fest? So we would see the Mimic wear all these different costumes all throughout the game while learning about its past, and that's actually what I think the main point of the game will be, which is uncovering the mystery of who the Mimic is. Depending on who we play as, I think we can expect the player exploring the carnival and its secrets, all while trying to find out who the Mimic is and what its purpose is. We can finally learn who created the Mimic, when it was created, and obviously why it was created, and all of this would connect to the newest FNAF games, making one coherent story. And if we do play as a young Michael Lafton, not only would we learn about things from the past, but we would also learn about things from the present, which would make this game very important to the franchise. So with all that said, I think that a future Carnival FNAF game would include carnival-themed animatronics like a Carnival Freddy, and we would also see familiar animatronics like Carney and versions of Balloon Boy. We would play as a young Michael Lafton who is trapped inside of the Fall Fest event in 1970, which is a huge carnival with numerous rides. While here we would learn about the Mimic's past, as it would act as the main villain, and it would answer what its purpose is in this new era of FNAF, which would make all of this one of the most significant FNAF games in the franchise. But this is all just a theory. I hope you guys enjoyed this video on what I think a possible carnival themed FNAF game would look like. Now, by no means is anything in this video confirmed, as all of this is just speculation, but I do think there's a big possibility this is the direction the franchise heads in next. But what do you guys think? Do you guys think the next FNAF game will be a carnival themed game, and if so, what will it look like? But one of these games stands out for its odd style of gameplay and for its low scare factor. Of course, I'm talking about Five Nights at Freddy's 3, as it's arguably the least scariest game
game in the entire franchise, but why? Well, in this video, I'm going to go over why FNAF 3 isn't scary compared to other FNAF games and why it feels like a letdown for many fans, so let's get started. Starting at the beginning, Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was released on March 2nd, 2015 and had high expectations as fans loved the two previous installments to the franchise. FNAF 3 had a lot of weight on its shoulders, as not only would it need to be as terrifying as the other games, but it would also need to deliver lore and an enjoyable story. So where did the game go wrong? Well, when looking at the gameplay, FNAF 3 is one of the only games in the entire franchise, besides Sister Location, where on the first night it's impossible to lose, meaning there's nothing that can threaten you or scare you. You listen to a phone call from Phone Dude explaining what the new pizzeria is and where your job will be. Until 6 AM, all you can do is look around the cams and wait for the time to pass by. I think Scott Cawthon did this so players could get used to the new game mechanics and design of the pizzeria, but I don't think this was necessary as the gameplay isn't that different from the first two games. The only difference is you have a control panel to reset different parts of the pizzeria, and I don't think a whole night was required to learn this. Even in the first two games, you still had a chance of being jump scared by one of the animatronics, but it was still easy enough where you could learn all of the controls, so again the first night feels wasted. But on the second night, Springtrap is revealed and added to the gameplay when it was found that the animatronic was sealed off in a room. But even then it's almost impossible for Springtrap to even jump scare you as he stays in camps 10 and 9, and it's also extremely easy to keep him in that one area. There's also a chance that the phantom animatronics can attack you, but again it's rare that this can happen, and again this night feels a bit wasted. But on night 3 is where I think the game really starts, as Springtrap and the phantom animatronics actually pose as a threat, and from here until night 6 the gameplay stays the same but gets progressively harder. But the issue is that it doesn't get that much harder each night. In my personal experience, I've been able to make it to night 5 without any deaths as it's not difficult enough, which brings me to what I think is one of the biggest issues with this game, which is the gameplay. Having only one animatronic pose as a threat in the entire game makes most of the gameplay feel boring, especially when it's easy to avoid him. By blocking off the vents closest to the office and by repeatedly playing Balloon Boy's voice in cams 10 and 9, keeping Springtrap in the corner of the pizzeria is very easy. Even in the rare cases where Springtrap does end up in your office, it's once again very easy to slowly move him back to Cam 10, and throughout the game Springtrap never really feels scary, but I'll get back to that in a moment. Now the phantom animatronics only felt scary the first couple of times they showed up on the screen, but after playing for a while they just become annoying and frustrating, especially in the harder nights. They don't necessarily make the game harder, as I've already mentioned the game is extremely easy, but they still make things take longer, and again they aren't scary. Especially Mango, who just plays a loud noise and doesn't add anything to the scare factor. But this brings me to my next point and another big issue, which are the jump scares. Only Phantom Balloon Boy and Phantom Freddy actually have jump scares, but the other animatronics just appear on your screen to mess with your gameplay. But what is the weakest jump scare from the entire game, and it can even be argued that it's the weakest jump scare from the entire franchise, is Springtrap. He just walks in front of your screen and there's no suspense to it. Although I like the fact that you were able to see Springtrap run past your screen, it made it obvious that Springtrap was about to jump scare you. I think FNAF Ultimate Custom Night did a much better job at Springtrap's jump scare, as it felt more traditional with it being more dynamic and it's actually scary. So I wish we would have seen something closer to this in FNAF 3 instead of him just walking to you. But what I think is the biggest issue with this game, and what I think is the biggest disappointment, is that this game had everything it needed to make this game scary and successful. Looking at the environment, it was perfect for a horror game. The pizzeria itself was made as a horror attraction, and the dark ambiance mixed perfectly with it. When using the cameras, it's also hard to see what exactly is happening, which did add to the horror aspects, and the dark green of the game in general was also a nice design choice. And Springtrap is arguably the best designed animatronic in the entire franchise. At this point in the franchise, he's even become a horror icon, as there have been various iterations of this character because he's that memorable of a villain. The idea of a metal animatronic meshing together with a human creating Springtrap is horrifying, and in these rare screens we can really see just how scary his design was. But like I've already gone over, the game unfortunately wasn't able to execute everything in a way that would make this game horrifying, just like the past games in the franchise. Because this game wanted to try something new with game mechanics and game design choices, it sacrificed being a scary game. But the one thing I think this game did very well was adding to the lore and building an interesting story. In this game we learn about the crying child and how they were freed in the happy ending after completing the Happiest Day minigames. We also know that William Afton, or the purple guy, lured the main animatronics to a room and dismantled them, before being scared into the Spring Bonnie suit by the spirits of his victims. We then saw the Springlock scene, which I think is also regarded as an iconic iconic moment in the franchise and in the horror genre. So FNAF 3 was pivotal in building the story, and it's one of the most important games when trying to solve this lore, with one of the biggest unsolved mysteries being the FNAF 4 box. This mystery has been in the franchise for over 9 years, but nothing has ever come from it. I've already made a video discussing what I think the box contains, and new theories are still being made on this exact topic. But now that some time has passed, I think we can finally answer what is arguably the biggest mystery in the entire franchise by using old and a new piece of evidence I haven't seen much people talk about, so let's get started. First, I think it's important to understand the history of the box and the most popular theories behind it. These theories are all different in the sense of when they were created in the FNAF timeline, meaning when new lore is released, new theories can keep being made about the box. But what's inside the box is constantly changed because of what Scott Cawthon has said regarding the box, which has made answering the mystery that much more difficult. So first, here's the history. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 was released on July 23rd, 2015 and was another great installment to the FNAF franchise, but after beating Night 7, fans were met with this interesting ending. The ending was just a lockbox with this text above it. Perhaps some things are best left forgotten for now. This ending completely confused the fandom, with no one able to figure out what was inside or even understand the meaning of it. Although Scott Cawthon was going to open the box in the Halloween update, which included different animatronic designs and harder nights, but decided against it and instead released a statement on Steam. He decided not to open it because no one was able to figure out what was inside. For the first time in the franchise, no one was able to answer this mystery, and Scott Cawthon wanted to keep it that way. But from his statement, two things stuck out to fans, and now these two claims are the fundamentals for each theory. Scott claims that what's inside the box are the pieces put together, but would the community accept it that way? And like I already mentioned, he also claimed that what's inside the box has changed over the years as more FNAF lore has come out, and this first theory was widely popular right after FNAF 4's release. This theory is also regarded as the most popular theory, being that the box contains the body of the crying child, and honestly, it did make a lot of sense. In the ending of FNAF 4, when the crying child is presumably in the hospital, William and Michael Afton give their final words to him, and that's when William Afton tells the crying child, "I will put you back together." To me, I see this line relating to Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. We know that William Afton was experimenting with Remnant, and in one of the offices there's even what appears to be a child's robot head. It's possible that William Afton was attempting to bring back the crying child using Remnant and robot parts. He's forgetting about his son until he finds out how to bring him back. He's putting his son back together by putting the pieces together. This theory works with every clue and statement Scott Cawthon has released, and I think it was the most logical theory at the time, which would have been right after the release of Sister Location. But now this theory feels outdated with all of the new lore revealed, so this next theory makes much more sense. This theory became popular after the release of Five Nights at Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, and the theory is that the box belongs to Henry, not William, and that the box contains paragraph 4, or the plans for Henry to take down William Afton and Fazbear's Entertainment. This theory definitely revolves around the newest lore, and because of this, many fans might not be okay with the box not even belonging to William Afton, and Henry's plan directly relates to Scott Cawthon's statement that what's inside are simply the pieces put together. Henry's plan was to bring down Fazbear's Entertainment by piecing together the mystery of the missing children, the mystery of his daughter's murder, and of course the mystery of how the souls of the children possess the animatronics. He's putting the pieces together to finally defeat William Afton. In regards to the text from the actual ending, it matches perfectly with this theory as well. It's possible that after Henry's daughter was murdered, Henry chose to lock his plans in this box and forget about them until he was able to enact them. And personally, I think this theory was the most accurate considering all of the lore and story that had been revealed to us at that point. But again, the box still hasn't been opened, and like I previously mentioned, the box was going to be opened in the Halloween update. There's even a way where you can remove the locks by clicking on them, and Scott Cawthon went out of his way to add this feature, but nothing came out of this until FNAF World. Now this is where my theory comes in, and to me, FNAF World actually serves as the biggest piece of evidence. Like the Halloween update, the box was planned to be opened at one point throughout the story, and we even got this image from the game files of the box fully opened. Now it's not 100% confirmed how the player would even get to this point, but either way, Scott Cawthon once more changed his mind and nothing ever came from it. But I think we can assume when this segment would have shown up in the game. Throughout FNAF World, you have to complete certain tasks that are reminiscent of FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigames that led to the happy ending. After completing those tasks, you are met with this ending. Now we can assume this is the same Golden Freddy plush from FNAF 4 who is talking to us, which also means that this is William Afton, but he is telling us that the pieces are in place for us and that we must find them. And it's widely believed that the pieces he's referring to are the mini games and objectives from this game and from FNAF 3 which unlock the happy ending. So when these mini games, objectives, and pieces were put together, we unlocked the happy ending, which is the souls of the children finally being freed. We saw the 4 main animatronics, the puppet, and Golden Freddy or the crying child all freed and put to rest, just like the last line from the ending suggests. And just like many other fans believe, I believe that the box contains the happiest day mini games or the happy ending. But what would be the physical representation of all of this? Well, it would have to be the empty heads of all the main animatronics, as that's what we see in the happy ending. So does that mean the empty heads are inside the box? Well, not exactly. I actually think what's inside the box has just been answered in FNAF Help Wanted 2. When playing the Princess Quest arcade minigames and going through a secret staircase, this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." It's been heavily theorized that we play as Cassie's dad in Help Wanted 2. It's also been theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the Bonnie mask from the FNAF 4 ending, meaning the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that night, possibly confirming that it is the same character. But how does this confirm what's inside the box? Well, I think it confirms what's in the box through parallels. The entire point of the secret ending from Help Wanted 2 was to come to terms with the past and accept what happened. We see the player collect 6 plushies of the original 6 victims in the form of their animatronics, and these plushies are actually the key to even unlocking the chest. When placing them onto gravestones and lighting those gravestones, you can open the chest. I think the gravestones and the plushies represent the player giving these memories life and, like I mentioned, coming to terms with the past. So when the player is able to come into terms with the victim's past, he can finally come into terms with his own past, which is the Bonnie mask he wore on that fateful night. And this is a direct parallel to what we see happen in the Happiest Day minigames. The player gives life to memories or past events and comes to terms with the past. This all leads to the crying child coming to terms with his own past by finally having his birthday party and finally being freed, which again is what we see happen in FNAF World, and again this would have led to the box finally being opened. So if we can assume the secret ending from Help Wanted 2 is a parallel to the Happiest Day minigame, that means that the box would also contain the mask of an animatronic. And now the question is, who the animatronic is? Well, we know that it has to be an animatronic that we see in the happy ending and one that would be personal to William Afton. So with that said, the FNAF 4 box contains the mask of Golden Freddy. Now I know that may seem far-stretched, but I think this would actually make a lot of sense. Now I'm sure that you're thinking in the good ending we don't actually see the Golden Freddy mask, we only see it in the bad ending with its eyes still lit up, since in this ending the children's spirits were never freed. So what if the reason we don't see the Golden Freddy mask in the happy ending, which is the canon ending, is because the mask is still inside the box? And using the parallel that I just discussed, it would make a lot of sense for the box to contain something personal to William Afton while also being related to the happy ending, which would be one of the empty masks. But obviously a box and a chest aren't directly the same, but I still think they're right parallel of each other, especially because of the way the chest is unlocked and because of the text above it, as it can even be argued it relates to the text we see above the box. Now I'm sure that you're also thinking that it would be impossible for Golden Freddy's mask to be inside the box, as we see the mask on Golden Freddy in every single game he's in. And this would be a valid argument except for the fact that in each of these appearances, Golden Freddy isn't actually there, he's just an illusion. That's why he can just appear in your office simultaneously and cause your game to crash. But a minor detail to note that I think is important is that in every one of his jump scares we only see his head or mask appear on the screen, especially in FNAF 2 when the only thing that attacks you is his mask, which might be a small piece of evidence supporting this theory. So with all that said, using evidence from FNAF World which tells us that the ending is supposed to be the same as FNAF 3's happy ending, which is where we would have seen the box unlocked, we can assume that the box would contain an animatronic mask like we see in the happy ending, and using evidence from FNAF Help Wanted 2 where we see a chest unlocked revealing a Bonnie mask, we can assume that the mask inside is Golden Freddy's, meaning that what's inside the FNAF 4 box is the head of Golden Freddy. But this is all just a theory. I hope you guys enjoyed this theory on what I think is inside the FNAF 4 box, as I enjoyed revisiting this theory and comparing how different my conclusions were compared to my first video I made on this theory. But by no means is this theory perfect or 100% mine, but I wanted to make a video on this topic using evidence from one of the newest FNAF games. But what do you guys think is inside the FNAF 4 box, and will it ever be opened? This mystery has been in the franchise since the very first FNAF game and still has not been answered, but many popular theories believe that it was either Mango or Toy Chica. But I'm going to go over a lesser known theory that Toy Bonnie might have actually caused the bite of 87, and some of this evidence is very convincing, so let's get started. First, I think it should be important to dismiss and disprove the main piece of evidence I've seen, or really the only piece of evidence that fans use when arguing Toy Bonnie was responsible. Now, all of this evidence comes from Google. When you search up who caused the bite of 87, Google will give you the answer that it was Toy Bonnie, seemingly confirming this mystery, but unfortunately, this is completely wrong. When taking a closer look, this is actually from Popgoes, which is a fan game of FNAF, which is not canon. They have their own timeline where Toy Bonnie caused the bite of 87, but this doesn't completely mean that he wasn't responsible for the incident. Now, Mango and Toy Chica both have direct evidence in support that they caused the bite of 87, like when Mango's in the office, radio static can be heard, and this static may have a decrypted message. And in Ultimate Custom Night, Toy Chica's death voice line may be one of the strongest pieces of evidence.
Where's my beak? Lodged in your forehead, of course.
I've already gone over these two pieces of evidence in another video where I answered who caused the bite of 87, but I glanced over the possibility that it could be Toy Bonnie as I couldn't find solid evidence until now, with that piece of evidence simply being the existence of Shadow Bonnie. All of the main theories around Shadow Bonnie and the Shadow animatronics revolve around one idea or one thing, which is Remnant. Remnant is mentioned a couple of times in FNAF Sister Location, FNAF 6, FNAF AR, and of course in the books. Remnant is the term for soul energy, which can take the form of a metallic substance which can then bind souls to inanimate objects. So the remnant of the 5 children murdered bind it together with the animatronics, giving them life, and this process actually happens a lot throughout the franchise. So if all of these theories believe that these animatronics are just pure remnant, then where did the remnant that created Shadow Bonnie come from? Well, one idea is that the remnant came from Springlock victims that were employees wearing the suits when the Springlocks went off. In FNAF 3's Night 4 phone call, we learn about various Springlock incidents.
Unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees. Safety is top priority at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is why the classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location while being looked at by our technicians.
So it could be possible that the remnant from these incidents created the Shadow animatronics. And this actually would make a lot of sense except for one minor detail. Toy Bonnie, or the model for Shadow Bonnie, isn't a Springlock animatronic. Only Golden Freddy is. This theory would make a lot more sense if Shadow Bonnie used the Springtrap model for its design, since the original Springtrap animatronic, Spring Bonnie, did obviously have spring locks. So for this reason, I don't completely believe in this theory. But what if the remnant instead came from the bite victims? In the franchise, we know of 2 bite victims. One happened in 1983 and the other in 1987. The bite of 83 was an incident between Fredbear and the crying child, resulting in his death. The bite of 87 was an incident between a security guard and an unknown animatronic, resulting in the security guard losing their frontal lobe but surviving. Since we already know Golden Freddy caused the bite of 83, it would make a lot of sense if Toy Bonnie was responsible for the bite of 87, creating Shadow Bonnie. Now, some fans argue that this wouldn't be possible as the security guard survived this incident, meaning the remnant was never extracted to create Shadow Bonnie. But we know this doesn't always need to be the case, as the crying child didn't die immediately and instead died at the hospital after the initial bite had already happened. Michael Lafton was scooped by this remnant extractor in FNAF Sister Location, and this also didn't kill him, and if anything, we can assume the remnant actually kept him alive after Ender left his body. So again, what if the remnant of the security guard created Shadow Bonnie, which would also confirm that Toy Bonnie was responsible for the bite of 87. But by no means is this theory perfect or 100% confirmed, as there are a few things actually disproving this theory. Like a clear motive, Toy Bonnie would have no real motive to attack the security guard, unlike an animatronic like Mango, who we can assume would attack someone after being broken apart and then put back together every single day, which would be enough to bite someone. But the same can be said about other suspected animatronics like Toy Chica or Foxy, as they also wouldn't have a clear motive. So I don't think this completely disproves this theory about Toy Bonnie, but this next point might. If Shadow Bonnie was created after the bite of 87, then why do we see him in the FNAF 2 office if most of the game takes place before the incident? It's assumed that the bite of 87 takes place after night 6 when Jeremy Fitzgerald is moved to the night shift, which also makes him the victim. But again, we see Shadow Bonnie before night 6, so this contradicts everything about this theory. But what I will say, like any other theory, none of them are perfect and there will be many flaws in most of them. So I still think this could be possible, and I hope it is, as not only would it answer what the shadow animatronics are, but it would also answer the biggest question from the FNAF franchise, being the bite of 87. But this is all just a theory and speculation. Nothing is still really known about the shadow animatronics or about the bite of 87, but I do like a single solution that answers both questions. But what do you guys think of the bite of 87, and who do you guys think was responsible? I already went over the top 10 Easter eggs from the franchise, so in this video I'm going to go over top 10 more Easter eggs from the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. Let's get started. Number 1, Candy Cadet. Five Nights at Freddy's 6 arguably has the most Easter eggs and secrets out of all the games in the franchise, with one of the biggest and most important being Candy Cadet. When he's purchased in the catalog and when you play test him, you have a chance of hearing 3 different stories all with the same theme. In these stories, 5 keys, kittens, and even people are meshed together to create one object. They are then placed into things like a shoebox or a coffin. In all of these stories, 5 things are put together and then are put into a box. Many fans believe this is telling us what the box from FNAF 4 contains, or it's about the ending of FNAF 6. Either way, these stories definitely mean something, and his stories are always brought up when trying to answer important questions about the franchise, making his Easter egg one of the most significant. Number 2, paper plates. In Five Nights at Freddy's 2, 3 paper plates can be found on Cam 4, and they really don't have a major role in the gameplay, but there is a very rare chance that one of the paper plates moves and actually ends up in your office. It doesn't have a jump scare, nor do the other paper plates ever move. It's an interesting Easter egg with no real explanation to it. Obviously it isn't possessed as it's not an animatronic, but they are found again in FNAF Security Breach. Now how these ended up in the Pizzaplex is another mystery on its own, and because its mystery isn't as popular as other ones, this Easter egg remains as an unsolved mystery that might not have any importance to the overall lore. Number 3, Rockstar Row displays. In Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, Rockstar Row actually has many Easter eggs and details within it. We see things like animatronic parts from the original animatronics like Foxy's chest, Freddy's ear, and even Chica's cupcake. But some of the parts are missing, and many people believe that the missing parts are a part of the blob, and Rockstar Row was one of the ways it was able to grow. This display also includes cardboard cutouts of characters like Shadow Bonnie, Nightmare Balloon Boy, and even Ennard. Some of these characters aren't even real or were never revealed to the public, so it's interesting to think how they found out about them and why they even displayed them. But finally, we see the original FNAF 1 stage towards the exit. Rockstar Row is a cool display of nostalgia for all fans, and it's one of the most unique Easter eggs on the list. Number 4, Candy Cadet again. In the beginning of the video, I went over Candy Cadet's story in FNAF 6, which was released back in 2017. But in FNAF Ruin and FNAF Help Wanted 2, we see a withered version of Candy Cadet almost 7 years after his original appearance. He's in the abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place pizzeria, and again, he has cryptic stories that tell us about the story and lore. In Ruin, he tells us the story of how a family was tricked and resulted in their death. This is almost what we see in the ending, as Cassie is tricked by the mimic and fails to escape from it. In Help Wanted 2, we get a lot more stories, but it isn't that clear what they can be about. Some fans believe it's about Cassie and her father, while other fans believe it's about Vanessa defeating Glitchtrap like we see in the secret ending. But either way, seeing this character again after a long time is a fun Easter egg. Number 5, Bonnie's mask. When playing the Princess Quest arcade minigame and going through the secret staircase, this chest is available to open. And when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." It's been heavily theorized that Cassie's dad is the same character as this boy from the FNAF 4 ending, meaning that the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that night, again possibly confirming that this is the same character. But what do you guys think? Number 6, the Blob. In FNAF Ruin, we can actually see the Blob for a split second. When walking down to the abandoned pizzeria, the Blob can be seen through the hole of a wall before retracting itself. But this contradicts everything we learned throughout FNAF Ruin. Throughout Ruin, comic book style drawings can be found of each of Security Breach's endings, and this is the franchise's way of saying they're not canon to the franchise anymore. This included the Burn Trap ending, meaning the ending was no longer canon to the timeline, but again we see him in this game, meaning that he was actually canon the whole time. Although this is the only time the Blob is seen throughout the entire DLC, but there has to be meaning to this character if Studio Studios went out of their way to include it for a split second. It's an Easter egg that we still don't know the meaning of until we see the Blob in another project. Number 7, the Puppet. In Five Nights at Freddy's 3, we get various jump scares from the Phantom animatronics that mess with your gameplay. And before these jump scares happen, you'll see the Phantom animatronics in the hallways hallways or in one of the cameras, and this is no exception for Phantom Puppet. You'll first see her in Cam A, and then she'll appear in front of your screen and follow your movement for a short period of time, blocking your screen. But the small difference with the puppet and why it's considered an Easter egg is because the puppet you see in Cam A isn't the Phantom version. It's the normal version of the puppet, and you can even see her reflection, hinting that the puppet is real and not an illusion. This would complicate a lot of things in the story and timeline, specifically when certain events take place, since it's been believed for years now that Springtrap was the only animatronic in that location. It's an Easter egg that still doesn't have an answer to it. Number 8. Yendo. In Five Nights at Freddy's sister location and on night 3, when you have to use the beacon in the Funtime Auditorium, you have a rare chance of encountering Yendo. Yendo is an endoskeleton with an appearance that is almost identical to Funtime Freddy's actual endoskeleton, with a few slight differences. We see this character again in the Ultimate Custom Night game mode, and once again most recently in Help Wanted 2 in the difficult version of the Breaker Room minigame. But besides these few appearances, nothing is really known about this animatronic. The purpose of its creation could have really been for anything, and it doesn't seem like this character has that much importance to the overall story, so for now it's just an Easter egg in these few games. Number 9. XOR. In FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, you have a very rare chance of encountering XOR. This is what the majority of the fanbase have named her. There's no jump scare, and she has the same effect as the normal character. A new animatronic was introduced to your gameplay, and besides a different design, nothing else is different between these two characters. Although she has a nickname of Shadow DD, many fans don't actually think this is a shadow version of this character, as that would mean it's the remnant version of DD, which wouldn't make much sense. But either way, there doesn't seem to be much importance to this character, even if she is technically the shadow version of the original character. Number 10. Phone Guy. In Five Nights at Freddy's 4, you have a rare chance of hearing a distorted version of a phone call from the first FNAF game. This might just seem like a small Easter egg that doesn't really matter, but this is actually the main piece of evidence in support that Michael Afton is the main character we play as in FNAF 4 and not the Crying Child. How could the Crying Child have heard a phone call from FNAF 1 if it's something he hasn't or will never hear? If we do play as Michael in the first game, then he's one of the only people who has heard this phone call, possibly making him the main character for FNAF 4. But this would also mean that all of the minigames, cutscenes, and even the ending were about a different character and not the main character, which seems hard to believe. So for now, this Easter egg holds up as a strong piece of evidence for one of the most controversial theories ever. Well, in this video, I'm going to go over the possible specifics of the gameplay, characters, and how the story will connect to the newer FNAF games. Let's get started. Now, it's obvious that the next FNAF game will be related to or will be directly about the Fredbear Family Diner location, as we've seen more than enough evidence from these newer games. In FNAF Security Breach, we saw various posters advertising this location. In Ruin, we saw a cardboard cutout of Fredbear that unlocked a secret ending where we saw Gregory and Vanessa. And most recently in Help Wanted 2, we saw this poster of Fall Fest 1970 hinting at some event that took place in the early parts of the timeline. So again, all of this evidence has created the popular theory that the next game will be a FNAF origin game that people have started to call FNAF Zero. I've already made an in-depth video of why this game is very likely to happen, but I never discussed the specifics. So starting with the gameplay, what exactly would this look like? Well, following the trends of all the newest FNAF games after Ultimate Custom Night, which were all made by Studio Studios, we either got a VR game or an open world game, and since we just got FNAF Help Wanted 2, I think it's safe to assume that this new game would be an open world game taking place in this diner. But many people theorized or are hoping that it would be very similar to the first couple of games where you sit in an office and watch the cameras to make sure nothing gets inside. Technically, this would make sense as it is the origin game, but I find it hard to believe that Studio Studios would make a game like this after making games like Help Wanted and Security Breach. Going from an open world game with a huge map that you can explore the entirety of to a point-and-click survival game wouldn't feel as satisfying and fulfilling for fans. I just don't think the majority of the fan base would be happy with this decision, and I still think we're gonna get a free roam game again based in the diner. But this alone brings up another big issue. The size of the Fredbear Family Diner location would be significantly smaller than the Pizzaplex we got in Security Breach, so it's hard to find a way how this game could still feel engaging and enjoyable, as it would feel like you're just running around in circles. So how can they make the map of the pizzeria larger and similar to scale to the Pizzaplex? Well, I think it's either one of two things. And the first idea is that the other part of the map is an actual carnival or fall fest that we see see in this poster. What if Freddy's Family Diner was not only a restaurant but was also a part of a large-scale carnival, so the player could move freely inside the pizzeria and go outside of the carnival to explore and to survive. This would be a great opportunity to introduce new animatronics, which I'll mention later in the video. But either way, because of this poster, merchandise revolving around a circus theme, and because of this message in FNAF Ruin that seems to be hinting at, again, a circus, I think we can expect that the other part of the map will be an actual circus. But this next idea follows the trends we've seen in the past 3 major FNAF games. In each of those games, we see the player explore hidden layers of the pizzeria, and the deeper they go, the more mysteries are revealed. So what if we see multiple layers to the Fredbear Family Diner location, which were designed by William Afton? He's already done something similar in FNAF Central location with the underground bunker, so it's not that hard to believe we could possibly see it here. This way the map is expanding significantly, and you won't just be running circles around the pizzeria, and this is the theory I believe in the most. So the gameplay would revolve around the player not only exploring Fredbear's Family Diner, but the lower levels beneath it while uncovering the mysteries that come with them, all while trying to survive. But moving on to the characters, it's obvious we'll see Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, but during this time period no murders have happened, meaning they can't be possessed. The only reason I see them moving around freely and trying to capture you is due to a security protocol like we see in Security Breach. But 2 animatronics definitely won't be enough, so here's who else I think we'll see. For some time now, it's been a popular theory that the puppet actually originated from this location and not Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, so this game could not only confirm this but also give us some background of this character. But this still wouldn't be enough, so I think the other characters we'll see will be the earliest versions of the main animatronics. They would essentially look like endoskeletons with a few details differentiating them. This way there's about 6 animatronics that are introduced throughout the game, and this would be enough to have engaging gameplay. Now in terms of who we play as, this doesn't matter as much, but I do think it would be cool if we played as a young Michael Afton, since that would follow the trend of Michael being the main character of every FNAF game before Ultimate Custom Night. But finally, this leads me to my last point, which is the story and how it connects to the newer FNAF games. The story could serve the purpose of answering old questions about the earlier animatronics like the puppet, and about major characters like Michael Afton and maybe even William Afton. There's actually a lot about the early parts of the timeline that we still don't know anything about, and I see this game answering a lot of those questions. And in terms of newer questions it could answer, the only thing that comes to mind is the Mimic. I've already mentioned the Mimic in 3 of my other videos, since it's one of the biggest questions that still hasn't been answered. We know this animatronic predates most of the earliest pizzerias, so what if it originates from the first pizzeria, Fredbear's Family Diner? The story would follow a young Michael Afton who is somehow trapped in the Fredbear Family Diner pizzeria. Trying to escape and survive, he stumbles upon the lower levels and discovers different mysteries in each level. And in the final level, he finds the Mimic, which would act as the main villain, and this is how the story would connect to the newer games. But this is all just speculation and a theory. Nothing has been confirmed yet, but I think we have a pretty good idea based on new evidence. But what do you guys think? How exactly will a Fredbear Family Diner game work, and should that be the direction the franchise heads in next? With one of the biggest mysteries revolving around 2 animatronics that might not even be real. Of course, I'm talking about the Shadow animatronics, so in this video I'm going to go over some of the most popular theories around these characters and give my own theory based on evidence I haven't seen anyone use before, so let's get started. First, let's go over the history of Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie. Shadow Bonnie first appeared in FNAF 2 in the security guard's office, but would have no real effect on the gameplay if you wore the Freddy mask on time, but there was actually a chance that your game would crash. It's the same model as Toy Bonnie, just blacked out with white eyes and teeth. Shadow Freddy also appears in FNAF 2, but appears in the back with the withered animatronics and again never affects the player. It's the same model as Golden Freddy, but again it's blacked out with hints of purple and again white eyes and teeth. Both animatronics appear again in FNAF 3, both again in the security guard's office. Shadow Freddy appears in the farthest left corner in the screen and will only be visible for a couple of seconds before disappearing. Toy Bonnie appears on the desk as a minifigure, and when he's clicked on, it unlocks a secret minigame where you control Shadow Bonnie, and it's a part of the process to get the good ending. We then see Shadow Freddy again in all of the minigames at the end of every night. He leads the main animatronics to a storage room where William Afton dismantles them. Moving on, many believe that we actually see Shadow Freddy again in FNAF 4 in the form of Nightmare. Nightmare is the exact same model as Nightmare Fredbear, which we know is supposed to be Golden Freddy, meaning if this is Shadow Freddy, it would match up with what we know about their models. Then we see Shadow Bonnie in Ultimate Custom Night as a bonus animatronic, and finally we see him one last time in FNAF AR as a main part of the gameplay. These animatronics have actually shown up plenty of times throughout the franchise, and although it may seem like they were just randomly placed throughout the series, I think they are actually significant to the overall lore and story, and here's why. Well, all of the main theories around the Shadow animatronics revolve around one idea and one thing, which is Remnant. Remnant is mentioned a couple of times in FNAF Sister Location, FNAF 6, FNAF AR, and of course in the books. Remnant is the term for soul energy, which can take the form of a metallic substance which can bind souls to inanimate objects.
objects. So the remnant of the 5 children murdered bind it together with the animatronics, giving them life, and this process happens a lot throughout the franchise. So if all of these theories believe that these animatronics are just pure remnant, where did all of this remnant come from? Well, there's 2 main ideas. One idea is that the remnant comes from Springlock victims that were employees wearing the suits when the Springlocks went off. In FNAF 3's Night 4 phone call, we actually learn about various Springlock incidents.
There's been a slight change of company policy concerning use of the suit. Don't. After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suit temporarily unfit for employees. Safety is top priority at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is why the classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location while being looked at by our technicians.
So it could be very possible that the remnant from these incidents created the shadow animatronics, and this actually would make a lot of sense except for one minor detail. Toy Bonnie, or the model for Shadow Bonnie, isn't a Springlock animatronic, only Golden Freddy is, so this theory would make a lot more sense if Shadow Bonnie used the Springtrap model for its design, since the original Springtrap animatronic, Spring Bonnie, did obviously have spring locks. So for this reason, I don't completely believe in this theory, but this next idea does make even more sense and has all of the evidence supporting it. With this idea, the remnant that comes from the shadow animatronics comes from the bite victims. One happened in 1983 and the other in 1987. The bite of 83 was an incident between Fredbear and the crying child resulting in his death. The bite of 87 was an incident between a security guard and an unknown animatronic, resulting in the security guard losing their frontal lobe but surviving. This is actually one of the biggest mysteries from the entire franchise, with some of the suspects including Mangle, Foxy, Toy Chica, and of course Toy Bonnie. Since we already know Golden Freddy caused the bite of 83, it would make a lot of sense if Toy Bonnie was responsible for the bite of 87, creating Shadow Bonnie. Not only does this theory answer who the shadow animatronics are, but it also answers one of the biggest FNAF mysteries of all time. But there's one big flaw with all these theories. Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie aren't exactly the same like many people assume. Sure, they appear in the same games and both are playable characters in the FNAF 3 minigames, but they have slight differences in designs that matter a lot, and the minigames they're in are very different. When looking at their designs, Shadow Bonnie is just a silhouette of Toy Bonnie with white pupils, but Shadow Freddy has hints of purple in his design and looks like he's physically there. He isn't just a silhouette of Golden Freddy, he's actually there. And when comparing both minigames they're in, Shadow Freddy moves around the pizzeria and leads the animatronics to William. It's a very grounded and simple objective. But with Shadow Bonnie, it's obvious that this minigame doesn't take place within the real world, as we see things like a giant crying puppet and we even see the crying child spirit. Like I previously mentioned, Shadow Bonnie appears in FNAF AR as his own segment when you collect too much Dark Remnant and you have to flash your light to stop him. This flat out confirms that Remnant has everything to do with Shadow Bonnie, but why not include Shadow Freddy? I think that this was done for a very specific reason to tell us that he's not made from Remnant. Well, I think that because Shadow Freddy has an almost realistic design, his minigame takes place within the real world, and because he doesn't appear in FNAF AR with relation to Remnant, I think that he's a real animatronic that existed at some point in the franchise. In FNAF 4, Nightmare, or also known as Shadow Freddy in the game files, is actually a physical animatronic, as we learn from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novel that all animatronics from FNAF 4 are just animatronic mannequins, and gas that fills the room is what makes whoever's in there hallucinate the nightmare animatronics. But the final piece of evidence on top of everything I've already discussed comes from the FNAF movie. Now, it's obvious that the movie and games have their own story and are separate continuities, but the one thing that stays the exact same are the animatronics, not only in their design but even with their function, as we see with the Spring Bonnie suit. And in the movie we see Shadow Freddy as a physical animatronic where Max's body is stuffed inside. The movie could have used any animatronic for this moment, but they specifically chose Shadow Freddy, and I think this means something. I think this is Scott Cawthon's way of saying that Shadow Freddy is a real animatronic within the franchise. But why was a purple version of Golden Freddy even created? Well, this could be for really any reason, but I think it was a test animatronic where William used to create the spring locks. And the reason it's possessed and able to move freely is because of a spring lock failure involving an employee like a previous theory I mentioned believes in. This explains why it's in the storage room in FNAF 2 and explains why it helps William lure the animatronics to be dismantled, as it's an employee helping his boss. And in FNAF 3, Shadow Freddy acts like an illusion just like any of the other animatronics, as we know whoever we play as must have seen Shadow Freddy at least once in the FNAF 2 location. But in the sense of Shadow Bonnie, I think all the theories around him are correct. He's the remnant version of Toy Bonnie. And personally, I lean towards the theory that the remnant comes from the bite victim from the bite of 87, as this would answer two of the biggest theories from the franchise, and it makes a lot of sense narratively. So with all of that said, Shadow Freddy is a real animatronic that appears as an Easter egg in FNAF 2 and 3, theory, while Shadow Bonnie was created by Remnant that came from the bite victim of the bite of 87. Of course, I'm talking about Miss Afton, as all the theories around her are left to the complete assumption of the fans. So in this video, I'm going to attempt to finally solve who exactly Miss Afton is by going over 3 of the most popular theories and by giving my own thoughts. Starting with the most popular theory, and the one that is essentially regarded as canon or confirmed by the community, which is that Miss Afton is actually Ballora from FNAF's sister location. The reason fans started believing in this theory is because of Ballora's very human characteristics and because of certain voice lines in sister location. It's believed that William Afton murdered his wife and stuffed her body inside the Ballora animatronic, which gave her life. But most of the assumption for this theory comes from sister location, as many fans make the argument that Ballora seems like some sort of mother figure throughout the game. Some fans even go as far as saying that Ballora even talks like a mother, which would make sense if it is actually Miss Afton, as she would be talking to her own son Michael. But in Security Breach, there was actually a piece of evidence that could be supporting this idea. More specifically, it was an Easter egg. This Easter egg of 5 staff bots representing the members of the Afton family, with this one representing Miss Afton. Some people were quick to point out that the staff bot looks a lot like Ballora with their similar colors, which would essentially confirm they are the same character. So at the surface, this theory would be true, and it makes sense why this theory has been so widely believed for years now in this community. But besides this piece of evidence from Security Breach that really can be interpreted in any way, there just isn't any concrete evidence supporting this theory. There would also be no reason for William Afton to murder his wife, so unfortunately it isn't confirmed like many people assume. But moving on to the next theory, which is actually fairly new, and it's MatPat's theory, where Miss Afton takes over Fazbear's Entertainment after the FNAF 6 ending and had a goal in rebuilding her family. Now this theory does a great job in not only answering who Miss Afton is and what her role was in the franchise, but it also answers one of the biggest questions from Security Breach, which is who takes over the business after FNAF 6. This is something the franchise has continuously been pointing at, and it being Miss Afton does actually make a lot of sense considering what we know about repeating themes and characters in the series. In this theory, she tries to bring back her husband William Afton in the form of Glitch Trap and Burn Trap. We know she's successful, as in one of the endings of Security Breach we do see Burn Trap come to life. I also think that this theory is the most logical answer to who Miss Afton is, and narratively it also makes the most sense. But unfortunately, the FNAF Ruin DLC disproves this theory. In Ruin, we learn that the Burn Trap ending isn't even canon, as it reveals the Princess Quest ending is instead canon, meaning that Burn Trap never even existed. And with MatPat's theory, this was one of the main points. Without Burn Trap proving that Miss Afton was bringing back her family, this theory just doesn't make as much sense. Sure, Miss Afton could still be in control of Fazbear's Entertainment and is trying to bring back her family in another way, but with Rune's inclusion of new characters like the Mimic and Cassie, it's obvious that the franchise is moving away from old stories and characters like the Afton family, which leads me to believe that Miss Afton isn't in control, and instead it's possible that it's a whole new character. But moving on to the last theory, which I think is the least likely, is that Miss Afton does not exist in the franchise at all. Now what fans mean with this is that obviously Miss Afton was alive at some point, but she just doesn't make an appearance in any game, minigame, or even as an Easter egg. Before the release of FNAF Security Breach, this was actually somewhat true. Miss Afton was nowhere to be found, and even in this poster from FNAF 6 that depicts the Afton family, again Miss Afton is nowhere. There's this bear who is supposed to represent Freddy, who we know is the crying child. There's the clown who is supposed to be Circus Baby, who we also know is Elizabeth Afton, and of course there's William Afton with his puppet Michael Afton. If Miss Afton had played some role in the franchise, Scott Cawthon could have easily included her in this poster or anywhere else in this series, but he actually does, and this is why I think this theory is wrong. In FNAF's sister location, it's believed that we do see Miss Afton through the TV series that Michael watches on his TV. In the show, we see 2 characters arguing, with one being a man wearing a purple suit and the other being a woman with blonde hair and a green shirt. Now it's believed that this is William Afton and Miss Afton arguing, which would make sense considering what we know about the Afton family. So it's possible that this TV show was giving us a small look into what the relationship looked like. So we do actually get hints to her character, and like I previously mentioned, we do see Miss Afton in the Security Breach Easter egg, so we know her character existed and had some impact on the story, but the question is to what extent? Well, my thoughts on this are just like many theories in the sense that it's all just assumption. And besides some subtle nods to this character, and besides just one direct confirmation of this character even existing, nothing is known about Miss Afton. It could easily be that she is Ballora, or that she's in charge of the business post FNAF 6, but here are my thoughts. Well, I don't think she's Ballora, since I don't see any motive for William Afton to murder her and stuff her body in this animatronic. And why would he even make an animatronic that looks like a human if he was going to stuff a body inside of it anyways? Instead, I think that Ballora is just inspired by Miss Afton, and besides that, they have no real correlation. So do I think she took charge of the business in Security Breach and in Ruin? Well, I don't believe in this either, considering that Burn Trap isn't canon anymore, and although it makes sense narratively, I don't find a reason for her to take control of the business. We know that she had almost no impact on the overall franchise, so why would she randomly step back into the business when she already lost so much from it? It's even more random that she would appear again after all those years being away from it, which leads me into what I think. I think that Miss Afton did play a smart part in the franchise until she left William Afton after the death of Elizabeth Afton and stepped away from the business forever. Now I know that this isn't as fulfilling as many other theories, but to me it just makes the most sense considering the little evidence we have. To me it makes sense that she would leave after losing her second child and after losing William Afton to his work. And like I previously mentioned, her taking control of the business wouldn't make that much sense since there isn't a clear motive. But again, this is all just assumption. And the biggest proof of all of this is Burntrap and the Blob with their abrupt role in the ending. In my last video, I went over how Burntrap was essentially forgotten as he made his last appearance in Security Breach. But in the case of the Blob, it's almost the opposite, as we've seen the Blob in newer games and there's plenty of evidence proving we'll continue to see them in the franchise. So in this video, I'm going to go over why the Blob still matters in the FNAF franchise. Let's get started. First, let's go over what the Blob is. In FNAF Security Breach, Gregor goes to the lowest point in the pizzeria, which was revealed to be the location from FNAF 6, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place. There, he finds a sinkhole that goes to an even lower level where he finds Burntrap, who gets released from his charging station and takes over control of Freddy. Then the Blob tries to stop Gregory, but then Gregory is able to burn Burntrap alongside the Blob, and this is known as the Burntrap ending. But what is this amalgamation of different animatronics? Well, it includes the FNAF 1 versions of Chica and Bonnie, it includes the puppet, Circus Baby, parts of Mangle, and at the head of it all is Funtime Freddy. Now by no means are these the original animatronics from the past restaurants, especially since animatronics like the puppet were burned down in the FNAF 6 ending. So what is the Blob and why is it alive when all these souls from the animatronics have been put to rest? Well, using evidence from the first Tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learned that when workers were cleaning out the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location from FNAF 6 for the construction of the Pizzaplex, one of the workers programmed an endoskeleton to tear apart any animatronics left in the location. It would then throw all parts in a single pile until the endoskeleton started tearing apart the human workers. It then throws the humans into the pile of animatronic parts before one of the workers is able to escape and tells the other construction workers to seal off the location. And in Security Breach, this is exactly what we see, a mesh of animatronic parts all sealed off in a location. Now many theories about the Blob, and even in MatPat's theory, it's believed that agony is what fuels the Blob. Agony is a substance that is fueled purely by hatred, sadness, anger, and the bad memories infused with one's soul. So the agony of all the construction workers meshed with the robotic parts of the animatronics created the Blob. There's actually more examples of employees' bodies missing, like when multiple employees were murdered during a mandatory staff meeting, and we even see this site in Security Breach. It's believed that they were murdered by endoskeletons and that their bodies went missing, but what if their bodies were thrown into the already growing pile? There was also another incident where an excavation team found the abandoned FNAF 6 pizzeria, but they never made it out. Again, it's most likely that the bodies are now inside of the Blob as it gains more agony. This could also be why Glamrock Freddy says this when he first finds the Blob.
My friends are here. They're so angry, confused. But I can protect you.
His friends could be referring to the employees of the pizzeria, and it makes a lot of sense. The Blob alone solves many mysteries from FNAF Security Breach, and his character is much more important than just solving mysteries. So now that we know the Blob is just an amalgamation of construction workers' bodies and animatronic parts being fueled by agony, why is the Blob still important? Well, like I mentioned before, unlike Burntrap, the Blob has continued to show up in the FNAF franchise even though his character was made out to be not canon. Throughout FNAF Ruin, comic book style drawings can be found of each of Security Breach's endings, and this is the franchise's way of saying they're not canon anymore. This included the Burntrap ending, so again the game was hinting that neither Burntrap or the Blob were canon and that they never even existed. But in Ruin, we actually see the Blob for a split second. When walking down to the abandoned pizzeria, the Blob can be seen through the hole of a wall before retracting itself, meaning that it was actually canon. Although this is the only time the Blob is seen in the entire DLC, but there still has to be meaning to his character if Studio Studios went out of their way to include it for a split second. And with the recent release of the newest FNAF project being Help Wanted 2, the Blob was actually supposed to make an appearance before it was ultimately cut from the game. In the game files, it was found that the Blob, or also known as Tangled in the files, was supposed to make an appearance in the Fizzy Fizz Night minigame. It could have been that you needed to avoid his tentacles, or that it would have replaced Chica in the garbage area. But either way, the Blob was supposed to be in this game, and it's obvious that Studio Studios are pointing importance to this character. And the reason why I think the Blob still matters in the FNAF franchise is because I think we'll see more of this character in future FNAF projects. The Mimic from FNAF Ruin and the Blob are the only two characters with unfinished stories, so it only makes sense that both of them will appear in future FNAF games. In one of my previous videos, I went over how we might get a FNAF Zero project that would act as an origin game that takes place in Fredbear's family diner. Here we might be able to learn more about the Mimic and its backstory since we know it predates a lot of the pizzerias. It could then set up the Mimic as the main villain for the next game where we might even see the Blob. And what I think is even more likely is that the Mimic and the Blob will combine into one animatronic and will be known as Tangled. Now I know that may seem far-stretched, but think about it. This was essentially already a theory when Security Breach
Breach was first released. Many believed that it was possible that the Blob and Burn Trap combined into one animatronic when the pizzeria was burned down. But with this theory, I think it makes even more sense since we know the Blob is fueled by agony, and what better way to get more agony than from the Mimic. We know that the Mimic was built on agony when his creator relentlessly destroyed him, transferring all of his rage and sadness onto the animatronic. So now that the Mimic is freed from the end of ruin, and now that we know that the Blob also roams free in the abandoned pizzeria, why wouldn't they encounter each other and why wouldn't they become one? Thus becoming a new villain in a new FNAF game. But even if none of this happens, what I can say for certain is that the Blob is still a very important animatronic in the FNAF franchise, and it's inevitable that we'll see it again in a future project. But with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and what do you guys think of the Blob? Burn Trap had a much larger role in the original story, so in this video I'm going to go over what exactly happened to Burn Trap. Let's get started. In order to solve what really happened to him, let's first go over what the Burn Trap ending was, who Burn Trap is, what the original plans were for him, and finally what his role is moving forward. With the final release of FNAF Security Breach, Gregory goes to the lowest point in the pizzeria, which was revealed to be the location from FNAF 6 Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place. There he finds a sinkhole that goes to an even lower level where he finds Burn Trap, who gets released from his charging station and takes over control of Freddy. Gregory then burns Burn Trap along the Blob, and this was known as the Burn Trap ending. And moving on, let's answer who Burn Trap was. Now, although nothing has been 100% solved or confirmed, the ongoing theory was that Burn Trap was the physical version of Glitch Trap, meaning he was the physical reincarnation of William Afton. In FNAF Up 1 and 2, the Glitch Trap virus spread through the VR game and would take control of the mind of whoever wore the headset if he were released. The Glitch Trap virus first infected the VR game when Fazbear's Entertainment scanned motherboards into the VR game to speed up the process of the game. It was believed that those motherboards held the digital consciousness of William Afton, and his new goal was to escape into the physical world through the form of Glitch Trap and Vanessa. Of course, he's successful as Vanessa builds William Afton's new body using scrapped endoskeletons, and he's reborn as Burn Trap. But like I mentioned, this all ends abruptly when Gregory burns down the pizzeria and all of William Afton's efforts seem pointless. But what if I told you that this wasn't the original plan for Burn Trap and that we actually have a good idea of what his and the original story would have looked like? With the very first trailer of Security Breach released in February of 2021, we actually got voice lines of Burn Trap that never made the final version. Take a listen.
When I first found you, you were nothing. You were small, pathetic. But now, you are more. Are you ready?
You will do as I say. You will bring me what I want. And if you fail me, then you will. Both of you burn!
Using these two voice lines, we learn two very important things from the original story. In the first voice line, Burn Trap is clearly referring to Vanessa and how he first found her through the VR game. He then makes a sound as if he saved her and asks her if she's ready for something. In the second voice line, he's again speaking to Vanessa, but when he says both of you, he could be referring to Gregory and Vanessa, or he could be referring to Vanessa and Vanny, as we know both almost acted as separate people. And in the sense of what he wanted from Vanessa, it could easily be he's referring to Gregory, as we know he wasn't just some kid who was trapped in the pizzeria and that there's a lot more to his character. But really he could be referring to anything else, like something that would make him stronger, but this remains as unknown. Then in the very end of the trailer we get this shot. That's obviously Burn Trap's arm coming out of something that's glowing purple, and it appears that he's in some storage room as we see an arcade game in the back, but what we do know for certain is that this is not the FNAF 6 pizzeria where he was revealed in the final version. So it could have been possible that the Burn Trap ending would have been a lot more dynamic, taking place in different areas of the pizzeria. But from this trailer we learned that Burn Trap and Vanny would have worked together a lot more and would have had larger roles in the game. We also know that Burn Trap would have been hunting down Gregory for some reason, and finally that he wasn't going to be revealed in the FNAF 6 location. Personally, I would have preferred to see this version of the story, as it sounds a lot more complete and they were actually setting up Burn Trap as a villain and someone to be afraid of. Vanny would have also been much more important, and from the trailer it sounds like Vanessa would have tried to befriend Gregory before giving him up to Burn Trap.
Gregory, we can get you out of here. You and me together. They won't stop hunting you. None of them will stop hunting you. We have to get you out by morning.
She sounds like she's trying to protect him instead of Freddy being the one to do that, since we actually don't get any lines from him at all, so it sounds like their roles would have been reversed. But again, just from this trailer alone, we learned so much from the original game's plan, and I wish we could have seen it. But this raises an important question. Why? Why didn't we see the story, and why didn't we see Burn Trap as the main villain? Well, in the second trailer, released in October of 2021, we get no more voice lines of William Afton, and instead it focuses on Freddy and Vanessa. So what happened in these 7 months that completely changed the story? Well, I think it's a mix of two things, being that fans fans rushed Duo Studios to release this game and that fans were able to predict the entire game. Up to the release of Security Breach in December of 2021, fans pressured Duo Studios for the release of the game, and as a result we did see a rushed version of the final game. But other fans were simply able to predict what was going to happen, with the most notable one being MatPat and Game Theory for predicting Vanessa and Burntrap's role in the entire game. So with this and pressure fans demanding the game's release, many theorized that Duo Studios essentially restarted with majority of Security Breach's production, including Burntrap's role as a villain. So if we know who Burntrap is and why he now has a minor role in the franchise, we can now go over the future of his role in the franchise. Well, unfortunately, I can confidently say that he won't have a role at all moving forward. Using evidence from the Ruin DLC, we know that his character isn't even canon anymore. Ruin actually eliminates the entirety of the Burntrap ending as canon through the form of Gregory's drawings. Throughout the game, comic book style drawings can be found of each of Security Breach's endings, and this is the franchise's way of saying they're not canon to the franchise anymore. This included the Burntrap ending, so again, he never even existed. Instead, it looks like Stu was headed in the direction of the Mimic being the main villain and following parts of the story from Tales from the Pizzaplex. Here, the glitch trap virus is actually a part of the Mimic's code and isn't a reincarnation of William Afton. But some fans did try to argue that the Mimic was just a burned down version of Burntrap, but when comparing the two animatronics, they look nothing alike. And again, there's more than enough evidence proving the Mimic was behind everything the whole time. So Burntrap was supposed to be the next villain of the FNAF franchise and originally had a major role in Security Breach, until fans pressured Stewart and predicted the entirety of the game, which forced them to restart and eventually diminish Burntrap's role in the game, where he made his first and final appearance. So with all of that said, this is what happened to Burntrap in the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and what do you guys think of Burntrap's role in Security Breach, and was he wasted potential? Although many of these theories have been proven wrong over the years, but some people still believe in them, so in this video I'm going to be debunking the most popular FNAF theories, starting with the theory that Fredbear was responsible for the bite of 87. This theory became very popular with the release of FNAF 4 back in 2015. The mystery of the bite of 87 started back with the very first game, so at the time an animatronic biting someone was solving this mystery, especially when the teasers for FNAF 4 all had the same lines, "Was it me?" hinting at who was responsible for the incident. So when Fredbear bit the crying child, this was now considered the bite of 87 until Scott Cawthon himself debunked this, but some fans still believe in this, so here's why this has been proven wrong. When playing as the crying child and when walking around the house, you have a chance of seeing an Easter egg on the TV in the living room. The TV would display the show Fredbear and Friends with the date 1983 below it, hinting that the game takes place in 1983. But some people argue that it could just simply be a rerun of the show from 1983, meaning that the game still takes place in 1987. But in Five Nights at Freddy's sister location and during the custom night game mode, 3 monitors are in front of you displaying static. And if the code 1983 is inputted, 3 different cameras displaying the house from Five Nights at Freddy's 4 will be displayed. I think this is undeniable evidence that confirms Five Nights at Freddy's 4 takes place in 1983, making this the bite of 83, which also means that the bite of 87 still remains a mystery. Moving on to the next theory, which is that this character sitting down and watching TV from the Midnight Motors minigame is Michael Afton. Now by no means am I saying that this isn't possible, but I just don't think it's confirmed like many people assume. The main reason fans think this is Michael Afton is because they're wearing a gray shirt and their text is also gray, just like in the FNAF 4 minigame. They are also watching TV like we know Michael does in FNAF sister location, but to me this just isn't enough evidence. For starters, if Orange Guy and Purple Guy are the same character but have different appearances, why would one character change while the other stays the same? Why would Scott change William Afton's appearance but keep Michael's the same? Also, them watching TV as a piece of evidence supporting it's Michael is very vague. Although we do see Michael watch TV a lot in sister location and we see his room with the same TV in Security Breach, I still don't think this is a specific character trait to just Michael, and this could be anyone. Although again, it is possible that this is Michael, but I just don't think this should be considered as something canon or confirmed, and fans should keep an open mind with different theories about who this could be. Moving on to the next theory, that Glitchtrap is a virtual reincarnation of William Afton. That would also mean that in this theory, Burntrap is the physical reincarnation of William Afton. Now I do think this was the original path Stewart was going to take with FNAF Help Wanted and Security Breach, but with the release of Ruin, it's hard to believe in this theory, and here's why. FNAF Ruin introduces the Mimic as the main villain, and it was revealed he was there in Security Breach and not Burntrap. Ruin actually eliminates the Burntrap ending as canon through the form of Gregory's drawings. Throughout the DLC, comic book style drawings can be found of each of Security Breach's endings, and this is the franchise's way of saying they're not canon to the franchise. This includes the Burntrap ending, so again, he never even existed. Although this can still mean that William Afton is Glitchtrap, but again, the Mimic disproves this. Using evidence from the Fazbear Frights novels, we know that Fazbear's Entertainment used old code from an animatronic to speed up the process of the pizzeria, and they also used that same code to create the VR game. And the code they used was from the Mimic animatronic from the end of Ruin, meaning that Glitchtrap, who we see in the VR game, is actually a piece of code from the Mimic and isn't a reincarnation of William Afton. But this would only be true if the books, or at least a part of the books, are canon, and if they aren't, there's a big possibility they are the same character. But in the direction that it seems like Steel was headed in, I think Glitchtrap is not William Afton, and instead he's the Mimic. Moving on to the next theory, that Ballora is Miss Afton, and debunking this theory isn't that difficult because there isn't actually any concrete evidence supporting the theory. The reason fans started believing in this theory is because of Ballora's very human characteristics and because of some voice lines in Sister Location. In Security Breach, there was also this Easter egg of 5 staff bots representing the members of the Afton family, with this one representing Miss Afton. Some people were quick to point out that the staff bot looks a lot like Ballora, which essentially confirms that they are the same character. But none of this is concrete evidence that Ballora and Miss Afton are the same, and there isn't actually any evidence that Miss Afton exists in the franchise at all. William Afton murdering his wife and stuffing her body inside the Ballora animatronic is basically regarded as canon by most of the community, but this just isn't true since there's nothing to support it. What I think is more likely is that William Afton created Ballora using inspiration from Miss Afton, but them being the same character just seems too far-stretched, and especially when William Afton would have no reason to murder her. But the same could be said about any theory surrounding Miss Afton in general, so obviously I'm not saying that every theory about her is wrong because there's no evidence. That would just defeat the whole purpose of making theories. I just think that this one theory everyone believes in isn't the only one that can be right, and by no means is it canon or confirmed. So again, we should all keep an open mind about different theories, and especially with ones like these where most of it is left to the assumption of the community. Moving on to the final theory, that Monty was not responsible for Glamrock Bonnie's death. This theory became popular with the release of Ruin, when this attraction ride in Monty Golf showed that Monty actually looked up to Bonnie, and that Bonnie willingly gave his place and even his guitar to Monty. At the surface, it may seem like Monty was the good guy in this situation and he only wanted to be like Bonnie, but if this is a ride, then it was most likely made by Fazbear's Entertainment to explain Bonnie's disappearance without raising suspicion. We even see a scared looking Bonnie at the top of the tornado at the end of the ride, conveying that Monty had some part in his disappearance. And the messages Gregory gets on his Fazwatch supports this idea even more. It's revealed that Bonnie was last seen in Monty Golf, again possibly conveying that Monty was responsible for getting rid of Bonnie for some reason. Also, Monty idolizing Bonnie is way out of character considering what we know about him in Security Breach. Not to mention, he's also the most aggressive animatronic, so again, it feels out of character for him to idolize Bonnie. On Glamrock Bonnie's actual body, we even see what appears to be residue from green paint, which would obviously belong to Monty. So the whole idea that Monty was innocent this whole time was just a front made by Fazbear's Entertainment to hide the truth, and there's more than enough evidence supporting Monty was responsible for Bonnie's death. Well, in this video, I'm going to go over the entire FNAF lore of William Afton. Let's get started. Our story begins with our protagonist William Afton and his business partner Henry Emily. In the early 1970s, together they decide to open a business, more specifically a restaurant that would not only serve food and drinks, but it would introduce a new form of entertainment never seen before, animatronics. This restaurant would include Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, 2 animatronics that would also serve as Springlock suits. This meant that Henry and William could wear the animatronics as a suit and walk freely in them, but when they didn't need to, they could wind up the Springlocks, making them perform on their own. This business was massively successful, and because of this, in the early 1980s, William and Henry decided to open a second location named Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. This restaurant would include the very first iterations of Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica. It also included another animatronic designed only by Henry called the Security Puppet. Although Henry and William were business partners, Henry had always been cautious of William, forcing him to create the puppet, who would monitor the safety of the children using colored security bands. He would also hope that it would protect his own family and his only daughter, Charlie. But moving away from the business aspect of things and looking at William Afton's own family, it's a lot more dynamic. He had 3 children who were named Michael, Evan, and Elizabeth Afton. He also had a wife, but she never played that big of a role in the family. But in 1983, William's life would start to derail in the worst way possible. During Evan Afton's birthday party, his older brother Michael decided to play a prank on him by bringing him closer to the one thing he's the most afraid of, being the animatronics. Michael and his friends picked up Evan and threw him into the mouth of Fredbear. But because Fredbear's Springlocks were activated, he would close and open his mouth as if he were singing and performing. And because Evan was inside of Fredbear's mouth, his jaw clamped down, biting Evan's head. He was taken to the hospital where Michael apologized to him and where William Afton said his final goodbye, promising to put him back together. This death in the family obviously devastated William Afton, causing him to spiral into insanity. He began drinking and even became abusive towards his family and especially towards Michael, who he mainly blamed for the incident. But one night, William did the unthinkable. While driving around alone and angry, he decided
to drive behind the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location. There in the alleyway, he saw a girl locked outside, and not just any girl, but it was Henry Emily's own daughter, Charlie. She had been locked outside when the security puppet was trapped in her box and failed to notice that Charlie had been shut out. But in that moment, William had decided to inflict the same pain he was feeling onto someone else by taking away the same thing he had lost. So in a moment of desperation, loneliness, and rage, he murdered Charlie. He then drove away, leaving nothing behind but his tire tracks. But little did he know that his first murder would cause a chain reaction of giving life. Once the security puppet was freed from its box, it immediately went outside to check on Charlie, but it was too late. All the puppet could do was try and comfort Charlie's lifeless body, but in this moment, Charlie's soul would inherit the puppet, making them one and giving the puppet life. But because the franchise now had 2 deaths surrounding the business, this forced Fazbear's Family Diner to shut down and retire the 2 animatronics to the storage room of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Now, though this saddened William, he had also felt a sense of fulfillment to what he had done on that night. He almost felt thrilled by it and the idea of it, so on June 26th in 1985, he decided to do the same thing but to a greater extent. In the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location, he would wear the Spring Bonnie costume and lure 5 children to the back of the pizzeria one by one. Then he would murder them and stuff their bodies into the 4 main animatronics, and the 5th one would go into the Fredbear costume from the old location. This would be known as the Missing Children incident, and although William was a suspect of their disappearance, he would ultimately walk a free man. But Freddy Fazbear's Pizza would still close down, making it the 2nd location to close in the franchise, although Henry would open a new location, phrasing it as the grand reopening of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. This location included the toy animatronics, which were friendlier and better designed versions of the older animatronics, although the old ones would stay in the storage room away from the main attractions. Henry would also fire William from the business since he was a main suspect of the missing children incident, and Henry had always suspected him of Charlie's murder. This obviously enraged William, so he retaliated by creating a new business called Afton Robotics and by opening his own location, Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would include new animatronics using new technology. It would feature Circus Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy. At the surface, it seemed like these were normal and friendly animatronics, but William designed these to murder. Circus Baby, for example, had a claw reach out of her stomach, dragging anything it caught inside of her body. And a week before the restaurant opened, that's exactly what it did. William's own daughter, Elizabeth, got too close to Circus Baby trying to admire her, and before he knew it, her body was now inside Circus Baby. As a result, the location closed down, and William Afton had lost someone else in his family. William was in a worse place than ever. He was kicked out of the business he created, and his new business was failing with the closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World. And on top of all of that, he had now lost 2 of his children to his own creations, all while Henry was succeeding. So in another moment of even more desperation and even more rage, William decided to go on another killing spree with the sole purpose of destroying Henry's business. So in 1987, William sneaks into the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location using the same Spring Bonnie costume he wore once before. Again, he lured 5 children around the pizzeria and murdered them. This time, not even trying to hide the bodies, so Henry would be to blame for all of it. And the following week, after security guard was bitten by Mango, losing his frontal lobe, the new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was finally closed. After some time had passed, William felt content with what he had done with William, but not only was he fulfilled, but he was also curious, as when he was in the restaurant, he noticed that the withered animatronics acted differently, almost as if they were alive, especially the puppet. Not only were these animatronics acting differently, but even Circus Baby was different after Elizabeth's death. Even her eye color changed to match Elizabeth's. But in order to discover what was really going on, he needed to experiment on these animatronics, and what better way to do that than on the actual animatronics he stuffed those bodies in? Well, Henry had actually opened a new location using the repaired withered animatronics. It was on a much smaller budget and it was a much smaller restaurant, but this location also ultimately failed as it never raised enough money to keep itself afloat, meaning that the animatronics resided in that abandoned location. And William, after knowing this, knew he could sneak inside and dismantle these animatronics for parts and use them for experiments. He even opened another smaller location named Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rental that would serve as a front for what he was actually doing. This location was in an underground bunker that he built years ago where he would work on animatronics and where he would hide from the world. Here he could take apart the animatronics and learn what exactly gave them life. So each night William would go to the abandoned pizzeria and lure the animatronics to a part of the pizzeria without any cameras. There he would dismantle them piece by piece and bring any scrap parts to his underground bunker. Night by night William would sneak in and he dismantled the 4-man animatronics, unknowingly
unknowingly releasing the souls from the physical animatronics. So on the 5th night, he goes back to the pizzeria to find any leftover pieces and scraps, but instead he finds the 5 souls of the 5 children he murdered all those years ago. Afraid, panicked, and confused, William runs to the Spring Bonnie suit and wears it one more time in an attempt to try and scare them or run away from them. But because of his sweat and condensation from the room, the spring locks activate, crushing William's body inside. The spring lock system was very sensitive to water, as the slightest amount can cause a spring lock failure. And that's exactly what happened to William. His flesh and the metal of the spring locks meshed together, and all he could do was lay there helpless. Now, Henry had actually been alerted about these break-ins, and when he arrived at the pizzeria, he found the spring lock suit with William's body inside. And because he still blamed him for his daughter's death, and because he had so much resentment towards William, he decided to seal the room, leaving him inside to die. 30 years had gone by, and for those 30 years, William sat in that costume rotting, but he wasn't dead. Somehow he was alive and became the Spring Bonnie suit, just like his victims and their animatronics. But he was about to be freed when a new company decided to open a horror attraction in the same pizzeria named Fazbear's Fright, and their new security guard would be none other than William's son, Michael. Well, before William had even been spring locked, Michael was on a mission to find him and undo everything he had done. He visited both Freddy Fazbear's pizza locations, working there as a security guard under a fake name. He even visited William's underground bunker, but ultimately his efforts failed as he was never able to find his father until now. So on the second night on the job, William was discovered and was added to the horror attraction, but for Michael this meant that he would now walk freely and was trying to attack him. William could hardly recognize his son, but when he did, all he wanted was revenge on him, as he still hated him for what he did to Evan. So for 4 nights, Michael would fend off William with the sole purpose of surviving, and on the final night he decided to end it all by burning down the pizzeria with William inside of it. He was successful in burning down the location, and in his mind he had finally stopped his father once and for all. Now William was burned in that fire, but he had survived and had a new purpose in taking revenge on Michael and Henry. After a short period of time, Henry decided to open yet another restaurant, but this would be his last location. He called it Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, and it was designed where Henry would hire a manager and they would create the restaurant however they would like. But they would also need to complete anything under paragraph 4, which consisted of salvaging the remaining animatronics and gathering them in one place for a big party on Saturday.
Don't forget Saturday. You want them all to be in one place.
This manager would need to salvage Scrap Baby, Molten Freddy, Lefty, and of course William Afton, who had been named Scrap Trap. And who better to be manager than Michael Afton? He would take the position as one less attempt to stop his father. And on the second night, he had come face to face one more time with his father. William had been lured to the pizzeria and was one of 4 animatronics trapped there. On the last night, Michael fought off all animatronics including his father. William wanted nothing more than to murder Michael, and right as he got close,
Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth.
Henry and Michael were able to successfully gather all animatronics for their big party on Saturday, which was to burn them all, finally putting to rest of Fazbear's Entertainment and all of its victims. All except for William Afton. This time he would not survive the fire, and instead the monster that caused everyone's suffering would now fade away.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
But instead of William being sent to hell, Cassidy's spirit holds him back and tortures him with his own creations. Cassidy's spirit was inside the Fredbear animatronic, and her only purpose after her death was to get revenge on William, and that's exactly what she did. William would have to fight off 50 of his creations in one of his offices, and if he was killed, it would start all over again. Even if he survived until 6 AM, Cassidy would still kill him and force him to restart. He meets a cruel but fitting end by being tortured by all of his creations for eternity, thus ending William Afton's story. Now I'm sure that many of you are thinking that this isn't the end of his story, since we do see Glitchtrap and Burnstrap in these newer FNAF games, but I believe that these are not reincarnations of William Afton, since I don't see a reason for his story to keep going when most of the Afton era has already been solved. Continuing to use William as the villain would just feel repetitive, and I think that Studio is starting to move away from this character and that storyline with new characters like Vanessa and new stories like Ruin. I think it makes more sense that Glitchtrap or Burntrap is actually the mimic from the book series that is trying to copy William and his actions. Now this this can be argued, but again, I think that William Afton's story ends at Ultimate Custom Night. But with all of that said, this was the full FNAF timeline of William Afton, and I hope you guys enjoyed. But remember that nothing in this video is confirmed or has been solved, and especially in the early parts of the timeline, since a lot of it is left to the assumption of the fans in the community. So if you guys disagree or would place events in different orders, let me know in the comments. And by no means do I think that I've created something revolutionary with this video, but I do think it's a fairly easy way to understand this complicated lore by only focusing on one character. I also wanted to give a quick thanks to a good friend of mine, JC, who actually had a big part in making this giant Google Doc filled with all of the FNAF lore. I used many elements from this Google Doc to create this timeline video, as originally we were supposed to make an hour-and-a-half timeline video that would have been a complete timeline, but unfortunately we never finished it. But with all that said, this is my 2024 mashup of all my Five Nights at Freddy's videos, so what do you guys think? Make sure to comment down below your thoughts on any of these videos and if you made it to the very end. This year has been absolutely incredible, and thank you guys so much for the massive support. Seeing this channel grow over the year was unbelievable, and I hope I can grow even more in 2025. So make sure to like and subscribe for more content like this, and thank you guys so much for watching.